Welcome back to day 3 of the 2026 NFL Draft, brought to you by Player Profiler. We are here again for 4, 5, 6 more hours to bring you picks 101 through 257 of the 2026 NFL Draft. Hopefully, a lot more fantasy football conversations. The first 2 days gave us a whopping 4 quarterbacks, only 3 running backs. We did end up with 17 wide receivers in the first 2 days and up to 9 tight ends after we got 8 on day 2. We're going to have a couple of guests come through today on the show as we get through rounds 4, 5, 6, and 7. Probably going to be a lot more trades. We did have 8 trades on day 1. It felt like 30 on day 2. We're going to have it all for you here on Player Profiler coming up next. All right, I'm here with Matty Kiwoom, the whole team here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, kicking off round 4 with the Buffalo Bills, Las Vegas Raiders, and New York Jets as we get this thing underway. Matty, pick 101. Just to kind of talk through yesterday, because we haven't got any picks in yet today, and it's going to be a couple minutes probably before we do. Like I said, Buffalo Bills are on the clock. When you just think about the running back stuff that we kind of closed the day out with the Kalen Black stuff and the lack of Mike Washington, Nick Singleton, and such, what's going to be the impact of an unraveling of 8 running backs here in round 4 and 5, and how are we supposed to take into account with that in Dynasty compared to the rest of this class that felt like for all of breakfast this morning it was wide receiver talk.
Right.
What are we going to do with Chris Bell? What are we going to do with this guy? What about Caleb Douglas? What about this? What about Chris Brazel? And then today we're going to have to lump in a bunch of these running backs.
So the running back position, as you know, what's the saying? If they're on a 53, they should be for me, because they're only an injury away from touches, from volume, from potential touchdown equity. We're not looking at a class that was, thriving with talent. We went into this knowing such. And if you would have said 3 running backs off the board going into day 3, you probably wouldn't have been shocked, right? The shock was that Kalen Black, national champion Indiana Hoosier, was the 3rd running back. If Mike Washington was the selection there by the Niners, we're probably a little less surprised, kind of just going with the flow, expecting it. But of course, the value is hurt in terms of our dynasty guys. We're going to see a lot of tight ends inflated with value. Patriots taking one yesterday, a 400-yard receiver from Notre Dame. It seems like he's going to have increased value. The running backs are going to just be a smattering of late seconds, early thirds in your rookie drafts. And you're really just going to have to hope for injuries, hope for someone to get cut, moved on. There's going to be a lot of weeds in the way to get the runway clear for these running backs to really have any value early on. And I guess the one silver lining, though, Cody, it's kind of allows you to pick your flavor, right? Like if you have a favorite, DC's out the window. So if you get drafted within the first 5 picks today or Mr. Irrelevant, we're not talking about any significant value bump in terms of the DC. So if you happen to like the tape of a Jonah Coleman, as opposed to the athletic measurables of a Mike Washington, you can kind of just pick your flavor based on landing spot, fit, depth chart, all these things, because from here, the rest of the draft, there's 2 running backs of value. There's 1 head scratcher, and the rest is just kind of like, we'll see. And the 2nd, 3rd round picks, usually reserved for our tight ends, they'll be reserved for running backs in these rookie drafts.
Well, I opened the show talking about trades for a second there, and we didn't even get a pick in before we got a trade. The Raiders jumped from 102 to 101. So we are aggressively going to make sure we pick first today ahead of the Buffalo Bills. So they've bumped up to the 101st pick overall, literally moving up 1 spot.
Yeah,
with the Bills. So they're now on the clock. I do want to say one thing, though, as far as the best available players, we did have the big board competition that came to a completion last night on the Huddle Report. Of course, Thursday night we were tracking the mock draft competition. Matty Kiwoom came in last in the house for that.
Yeah, you guys saw the thumbnail for that.
And
the punishment was rigorous.
And Friday night concludes the big board competition, which is the first 100 selections. Matty Kiwoom did beat me in that by 1 point, tied Mel Kiper Jr. with 79 out of 100 of the first players drafted in this one. We both finished top 50. Wasn't a great showing, but the winner got 83. That's usually a much tighter race than the mock draft competition is. But the best available players that we do have on the board, Jamard McCoy, of course, the cornerback from Tennessee. We'll continue to talk about that. A lot more came out last night about Jamard McCoy. Obviously, we won't bore you all with that all day. We'll just say point blank period, one of the best players in the class. And what came out is that he's going to have a knee plug replaced in his, he had an ACL surgery. He's got this knee plug that's going to have to get pulled out, redo it. And if it's a faulty surgery like the first one was,
Mhm.
it could be career threatening. So that's kind of the reason he's fallen
Right.
to here. The best available fantasy relevant players: Elijah Surratt, Indiana wide receiver; Cole Payton, North Dakota State quarterback; Garrett Nussmeier, interestingly enough, did not go on day 2, the quarterback from LSU. After that, Bryce Lance from North Dakota State; Skylar Bell; Brennan Thompson, 4.2 running Brennan Thompson, and of course Mike Washington. Any other names I missed out for you?
No, these are pretty much the fantasy relevant guys. He's not fantasy relevant, but I'm a little shocked that we didn't see Kyle Lewis's name called yesterday. He had a great Senior Bowl showing.
Yes.
Linebacker from Pitt, the home state kid here at the draft. I was just really surprised to see that many off-ball linebackers get taken, and he was not one of them.
He was not one of them. I do think he'll be one of the first picks coming off the board here in round 4. I think he'll probably be in the first 15, 20 picks. A couple of other ones I didn't have on there was like cornerback Manny Muhammad from Texas. You love Chandler Rivers, the cornerback from Duke. I know we both love Joshua Josephs, the edge rusher from Tennessee. But I do believe the pick is in, and the Las Vegas Raiders are going cornerback Jamard McCoy.
Interesting pick here. Okay, I mean, so let's talk about the train of thought here. What was the decision that today a number of teams must have woke up and said to themselves, we need to get that Bills pick for McCoy? Because the Raiders were 1 pick away. If they just sort of sat back and waited these 5 minutes.
Yeah. So
the Bills must have been getting phone calls from a number of teams looking to say, hey, we want to start day 3 off with Jamard McCoy. We want to start. I know it's a risk, but the reward is there. The contract, all that kind of fits in terms of taking a chance on McCoy here. Raiders having a good draft. If you are looking for things to turn around, now they add Traden Stukes and Jamard McCoy. That is a combination that a few weeks ago we would have expected a first and second round selection. Of course, Fernando Mendoza was a 101, so that was never in play. But to come away with McCoy, to come away with Traden Stukes, and also add K'Ron Crawford, monster edge rusher, 3 nice players on the defensive side. Of course, your franchise quarterback and a versatile lineman. Raiders be cooking right now, my friend.
Raiders having a good draft so far. The Jamard McCoy thing, like I just said, the injuries question mark is there, but with 4th round draft capital, you're willing to take that, make that bet. And he was always it wasn't like he was gonna fall out of the draft.
Right.
Like you're gonna throw that dart. The names of the players are gonna come off today. You're gonna head scratching ones. Someone's gonna take a punter in the 5th.
There's gonna be some kickers.
Yep. Like that's just what happens. Hell, you might get a long snapper in the 7th. It's like you get to round 4, and once the guaranteed money's out the window, and it's a little less, nuts to the grindstone, you're gonna be like, all right, let's make the pick.
Yeah.
Like to me, it was like, if there's no way in hell he's gonna get past the next Cowboy pick.
Yeah. If we want to put an analogy on day 2, it was scientists in the lab, white coats on, using the analytics, taking a guy here that most people have ranked outside of the top 200. Let's take him here in 75. Let's, get a little too smart for our own good. Today is not white coat day. Today is coverall day. Today is cleanup crew. Today is getting in there, cleaning up the mess, everything that's been left out on the floor that you're going to go ahead and pick up, bring on the team, because risk is pretty much out the window on day 3. Even as early as round 4, you don't have as much risk here. You're looking for depth guys. You're looking to fill out that 53-man roster. And right now we have Jamard McCoy off the board at the 101.
And the Buffalo Bills are now on the clock. They pick at 102. And they got a couple of picks later in the 4th round, I think 125, 126. So they're going to get the opportunity to do a little cooking themselves up in Buffalo. They only have TJ Parker, who they got in the 35th overall pick in round 2, and Davison Igbinosun. So both defensive side of the ball. This is a team we're looking at on the interior offensive line, interior defensive line. Who are some of the best available on your list as far as the interior offense and defensive line?
So we're looking at some linemen here. My line was pretty cleaned up in day 2, but on the offensive side, I like the offensive lineman Brian Parker from Duke.
Yeah.
Really had a strong 2025 campaign. He's probably not a tackle. That's why he's going to be available here, but a guy that could play a little bit inside, could swing out to the right side. He's a swing offensive lineman. He's a depth guy, but a pretty good one at that. And then big DeMonte Capehart from Clemson. Athletic tester, really burned it down there. This in Indy, you saw that firsthand. I thought he had a chance to go day 2. That's why I had him in my top 100. But he's one of those names that should be off the board pretty early here today.
I'm looking at Dante Corleone, This is a guy when Alex talks about the guys you write down during the season. When I pull my notepad up this year, it's Cincinnati. It's big Dante Corleone in the middle of this defense, 340-pound defensive tackle, nose tackle. I think Buffalo could be looking in this direction as well as we wait for the pick to come in. Do not believe it's in yet. We do have a quote, though, from a couple of general managers about Jamard McCoy. All-pro caliber player when elevated 2 years ago. When evaluated 2 years ago.
Yeah.
I can't read.
It's been a long weekend, brother.
Do you like what kind of – so a year ago we saw this happen with Will Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
And it was less serious, obviously.
Yeah.
He goes round 2 to Arizona. Obviously we're not in this situation. We haven't been in this situation yet as a general manager, as someone's cutting those checks. But when you think about a Jamard McCoy and you think about that type of an injury with that marker, when you go, he could have one surgery, and if it fails, he's done.
Mm-hmm.
We saw that with Sharif Floyd 10 years ago in Minnesota as a defensive tackle. He came in, had a phenomenal rookie year after being a first-round pick, and bad surgery. And that was one surgery. And Jamard McCoy's now, I think, on number 3.
This will be the third, I believe,
in the last calendar year. And you're starting to sit back and go, yikes. And the toughest thing for me is the fact he came back and ran at that pro day, ran 4.3.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, how does this guy run 4.3, but then have this? And it's obviously changing direction.
Yeah. There's a lot that goes into the call.
Maybe there's a career for him in like amateur sprinting if all goes south. But
pinch runner in the bigs.
Pinch runner in the bigs, just
pinch runner in the bigs. Yeah, we just need you to steal second, brother.
Give me a little Byron Buxton action.
No, but in terms of the team building here, when you look at just hit rates of players after the first round, you're talking about hit rates under 50%. At that point, isn't it worth taking a chance? But I think that here, the analytics has gone absolutely crazy in the NFL. We're seeing it look exactly like baseball in terms of numbers over humans, algorithms over statistics. So
this is a guy that pick 102 comes in. I don't know what they said back there, but pick 102 came in, and it's Jude Bowry, the offensive tackle from Boston College, going to Buffalo.
You liked him in the process.
I told you that I thought Jude Bowry was the guy that made the most sense to go to New England. New England obviously went elsewhere on the offensive line, but Jude Bowry is a big, big human. So New England, they went Caleb Lomu at 1.28. And then Jude Bowry comes all the way down to the 4th round. I thought that there was value in that. Like, my theory was always you could go linebacker, you go Ant Hill at the end of the first round, you go edge at the end of the first round if you're New England. Instead, and you could get a Jude Bowry here, late 3rd, early 4th round. This is the one that you think back to like what Buffalo's done with Spencer Brown. They bring in these big, athletic Spencer Anderson. I think it was Spencer Brown, and then they had Connor McGovern.
Mm-hmm.
Like they just brought in big Deion Dawkins, a big dude.
Big boys, yeah.
Jude Bowry's a big dude, and that's just kind of the type of body that they want in this offensive line. And those guys are starting to get old. Deion Dawkins is starting to get up there in age. And Spencer Brown is now become a mainstay in that offensive line. Bowry, I think, is going to be the next in line here in Buffalo as we have the New York Jets on the clock. I do think they want us to go
to the couch.
So we're going to send it over to the casting couch.
What's up, fellas? We weren't ready. I think they meant the fantasy desk. We're going to be booking some guests, though. We're confirming some people to join us today. We're going to be streaming some people in. Here on the couch with me is a representative from Campus to Canton, one of the great partners we have there at Player Profiler. These guys cover all the prospects when they're in college, and so especially day 3, I thought it was important to have the Campus to Canton guys here.
Yeah, this is the sicko portion of the draft, right? So that's when you call us in. It's like Ghostbusters. We get to these sicko guys. We'll come in here and hopefully talk about maybe finally some guys to some landing spots that we like that could maybe do something for Dynasty next year.
Sounds great. And yeah, I think we're going to head it over, send it to the fantasy desk. I know that the coach and Pete are, ready to talk about what we saw yesterday. We're still going to be, we're doing a lot of talking about fantasy strategy, Dynasty rookie drafts, and what we've seen through day 1 and day 2. We have many, many hours of streaming here. Some of it's going to be on the picks that are in front of us, and some of it's going to be on just the overall, hey, what are we doing, especially in Dynasty?
Yeah, a quick recap, because no fantasy movement just now, but we wanted to kind of talk a little bit about the sentiment and kind of where we're at with some of these players that have been drafted yesterday and today as well. When we talk about the players in the rankings, right, Jeremiah, I put out a list this morning.
Yep.
For me, this is where I currently stand, and it definitely isn't consensus. And we talked about this morning. Podfather talked about it. We were all kind of going back and forth, like, where do we have these guys ranked? Some of these guys too aggressively high, some too low. And the truth is, the sentiment that everybody has is that this class is really bad, and it's going to take us more and more time to make sure that we're doing the work to find out which of the guys are going to be the hits. So I guess I put my list out this morning, right? Jeremiah Love at the 101, right? Cornell Tate at the 102, Jordan Tyson at the 103. Now, assuming super flex, I still have Mendoza at the 104. I don't know if that is the consensus or the popular opinion, but do you feel that that's kind of where you're settling in right now, at least in the top 4? Is that the order that you have, or do you have it somewhere else?
Well, yeah, we had a little bit of pillow talk in the draft house, Pete, about these rankings. As we woke up, we were just brainstorming instant reactions. And this is what you have to be. You have to be malleable to what has happened, or you're going to get left behind. So you can't stick to your priors at this moment, Pete. To your point, we get ultra bullish for somebody like Carnell Tate. You love that for Cam Ward. You and I have agreement and alignment on Cam Ward rising into year 2. We're very excited about that. And then back to back, Jordan Tyson, Tyler Shuck on the other hand, year 2 quarterbacks we are bullish on. Jackson Dart, Malachi Fields a little bit later, not quite the same as far as elite alpha, but we do see this investment in these year 2 quarterbacks where it's rising up, and you're going to see that benefit in Superflex League. So it's not just the direct player, Pete, who's being drafted. It's the quarterback situation around them. I think you're correct with Fernando Mendoza, but then I'm interested to hear at the 104, you go Mekhi Lemon, Casey Conception,
Right.
105, 106.
Right.
I go Casey Concepcion at 105, then Mekhi Lemon.
Ooh,
He's
okay.
my wide receiver 3. So 3-4 is different on our end, but I think we have alignment in same tier. So explain that tier with Lemon and Concepcion.
Yeah, and the one thing I want to hit on with Mendoza, at least, because this is what before we quick jump over with Mendoza, right? Like we thought he would 100% get some sort of addition in this room for the wide receiver at the skill position yesterday, and he got none, right? So I think that holds some weight. Maybe, Podfather was talking this morning, maybe we get a Juwan Jennings signing, with the Raiders, with Vegas, right? But right now you're looking at Mendoza, who really only has Brock Bowers, Jalen Naylor, Trey Tucker, right? It's really Ashton Genty. This could be a very run-heavy offense this year with Kubiak coming in. So that definitely, with no strong capital at wide receiver, like I feel pretty comfortable with Mendoza at 104. I think you feel the same with those guys with KC and Mekhi Lemon, and what's kind of having me have Lemon ahead of KC is just Matt and us talked about it the other day too. Like it's about the touchdown equity, right? Like we know KC Conception's going to get a lot of volume, right? And I think the addition of Denzel Boston actually helps out KC Conception because look, the truth is he doesn't have to be an alpha day one and get no help, right? But with Boston, that kind of opens things up, right, in this offense. So that's definitely a positive. But when it comes to touchdown equity, right, like how many touchdowns do we expect KC Conception in this offense to score? Harold Fannin and Quinshon Judkins are probably the leaders in the clubhouse for who scores the most touchdowns this year. And if KC, at least from this year, doesn't score a lot of touchdowns, right, you're focusing on the volume. And the reason I bring that up is because year one, we also expect Mekhi Lemon probably not to have the strongest start either because there's some weapons around him. And, it could take him a little bit of a slow start with Devonta Smith. So they're both probably not going to have strong year ones. And that doesn't buoy me to be like, okay, I'm going to take the guys who can help me now. I don't think either of them are going to be strong contributors for you until maybe back half of the year. So for that, I'll take Lemon, who to me, I think just finds himself in a much better offense and just situation that's more stable. So that's kind of why I fell with Lemon ahead of KC in my rankings.
And funny enough, this is a meta tactic, a question to put out there. It sounds crazy right now until it happens or it's different. In the next 6 to 9 months, Pete, the quarterback situation, the question we could be having is, are the Cleveland Browns a better quarterback spot, better quarterback setup for their fantasy weapons than the Philadelphia Eagles? If there is real smoke to what is happening with Jalen Hurts, this is NFL not for long. If there is acrimony in Philadelphia and it is falling apart, on somebody like Jalen Hurts, the idea of a new quarterback in Philadelphia, and then, of course, maybe it's Arch Manning. I talk about Arch type. You have Arch Manning to the Cleveland Browns, or you want to speculate in that 2027 class, which I know Campus to Canton, Austin here can probably talk about some of that class later. You may have sitting this time next year, you want to be more bullish on, and it sounds disgusting, Cleveland Browns skill position players than Philadelphia Eagles players. How do you feel about that?
I get it. I think the tough thing is, right, like you have a team that's the Browns are in a massive overhaul with their offensive line. Now they did bring in some talent in this draft, so we'll see. They did bring in Titus Howard. They brought in some other players, but there's still some question marks. You can say the same thing about the Philly, right? I mean, they lose their all-time legend offensive line coach, right? And then you also have some players that have dealt with some injuries, and so we don't know how this offensive line is going to shape up either this year, and if it's going to be improved. That was a major issue as well. But what I will say is, the Eagles, stable organization. I trust them to continue to build that roster. Howie Roseman, best GM in the NFL, if not top 5, top 3. So to me, I trust him over Andrew Berry, who has made mistake after mistake after mistake. And I trust the Eagles to make the right decisions as they start to build out this roster for the future that's a little older. But let's move on at least to the next tier, because this is where it starts to get kind of interesting. I have Jardarian Price at 107. That's really consolation. I'm not in love with Jardarian Price. Once you get to this spot at the 107, if you can trade it for a veteran player that you really like to help you win, that's really the moves that I'm making. But for purposes of the exercise and just understanding where we feel, Jardarian Price has to go 107 to me. Not a huge receiving skill set in his profile, but but it's a bad class, and he finds himself in a role that he's probably going to be that guy day one. Though Emmanuel Wilson did sign with the Seattle Seahawks as well, so he could also be a thorn in Price's side. Once they get to camp.
Well, I think you can take advantage of the market. If somebody's going to value Jadarian Price, which is going to be sky high, we said pre-NFL draft, any of Mike Washington, Jonah Coleman, any of these running backs, Emmett Johnson, anybody goes to Seattle, it's that lottery ticket. Well, here it is in action, in place. Daniel Jeremiah, Pete Schrager were sharp on Jadarian Price to the Seahawks. We got that. Now, you have to take advantage in Dynasty, Pete. Zach Charbonnet, if his surgery puts him out to being out until, let's say, week 10 or 11, you're getting perfect nut run out for somebody like Jadarian Price to have the opportunity share. And you hope that somebody who's trying to acquire will ignore the Wilson. They will ignore the split share backfield symptoms that these coaches have shown in Seattle time and time again. So I think you have to go 107. It's a sharp price. The price is accurate. The price is right.
Price is right.
But I think you got to get away, run away right away, find a way to get out of that, take advantage. It's that cliff. I would say as we're going here to the 108, Pete, would you not say that 107 beyond that, it becomes very just distasteful for the rest of the rookie draft as it sits?
Yeah, it starts to get really gray, right? I mean, if it's not a tight end premium league, you start looking at some of these receivers that went day 2, or you look at Omar Cooper, who's kind of fallen for me. And we can definitely get into Omar Cooper, but I have a very aggressive stance right now for Antonio Williams after I've digested things from last night. I have Antonio Williams as my 108 right now. I know that sounds super aggressive in non-superflex, in non-tight end premium, right? Nick and Stowers ahead of a guy like that who went day 3. But with Antonio Williams, he steps into a role with the Commanders, who really don't have much outside of Terry McLaurin in the pass game. It's Chigakonkwo, who is kind of like an Isaiah Likely in a way, where we haven't really seen the production, but we like the profile and the athleticism, and we think he can be somewhat of a contributor in fantasy, but we haven't seen it yet. So Antonio Williams steps into a ready-made role for him to be a contributor on a team that's looking to win now in a window for a rookie contract for Jaden Daniels. And outside of Treylon Burks, there's really not much left outside of him and Terry McLaurin.
Hey, and I love this. And this is, as we were leading off this segment, Pete, you have to adapt. You cannot stick to your priors here, or you will get left behind, albeit a very weak class and not desirable at this point. You're probably trying to attempt money laundering if you're trying to get rid of any of these picks right now in trading away. Good luck, because you're getting pennies on the dollar. I don't even know how you pitch the pennies on the dollar and, hey, I'm going to get bulk round 2 draft picks here in the rookies. But you do have to look at Antonio Williams and move him, vault him up. Whether you had a player take on him or not, this commander spot is ultra bullish. And speaking of bullish, we talked about it pre-NFL draft. Here we're getting double alignment. Chris Bell, albeit after Caleb Douglas, gets draft capital. He can back into that 25 to 30% volume share, target share in Miami. Chris Bell had a round 1 talent grade prior to his injury. Pete, is this the value of the draft from a fantasy lens to this point?
Yeah, I think Chris Bell is going to be a guy that maybe people think we're big braining here, but I have him at the 109. So I'd have him right behind Antonio Williams, especially not in a super flex. You look at it, an opportunity where, yes, it's risky, right? You talk about an offense that might not be very good, but he steps in a ready-made role where there's not much competition there. And this is a guy that can get touches manufactured to him. He's explosive. It's really just the injury of the torn ACL. But as me and Alex were saying on the couch yesterday, how many guys have come back from a torn ACL? It's not a death sentence for some of these guys. And so I feel confident about Chris Bell in this role. I have him here at the 109 in a non-tight end premium, right? And then let's kick it. We're going to kick it over to the desk, but just to round this out, for me, I have Stowers at the 110. I have Sadiq at the 111, which obviously there's definitely been some friction.
Well, there's some contention.
And then I have Ty Simpson at the 112 in a super flex. This is, again, non-tight end premium. We'll go through tight end premium probably a little bit later into today's show as we start getting more and more draft capital. Maybe Justin Jolly goes somewhere like the Bengals. That would be pretty cool.
Oh, yes, please.
But let's kick it over to the main desk, right? Let's see what's going on, because no fantasy moves right now, but we've got a lot of NFL moves, and we need them to talk about it.
Bing, bing, bong, bong, bing, bing, bing.
Well, we did have a couple of picks come through in the last couple of minutes, and it was D-line, pretty much. The Jets went Daryl Jackson, defensive lineman from Florida State, and then one of our favorites from the Combine, Caleb Proctor from southeastern Louisiana. A little bit undersized, 6'3", 6'4", 285 pounds, goes to Arizona. So Arizona going into the trenches, finally making a decent value pick here in round 4. We did have at pick 105, our first fantasy relevant player come off the board. 105, a burner goes to the Los Angeles Chargers. Brennan Thompson from Mississippi State, by way of Texas and Oklahoma, goes to the Los Angeles Chargers in a room where we talked this morning. Is Trey Harris a winner? Is Quentin Johnston a winner? Is Ladd McConkey a winner? Now we have a SEC super producer, some would say, in Brennan Thompson, going to Los Angeles to partner up with. He actually has a 1,000-yard season in the SEC.
Yeah.
Ladd McConkey cannot say the same thing because Georgia hasn't had one of those in 23 years. But Brennan Thompson finally breaks through his last year at Mississippi State. He had a massive game against Arizona State early in the year, really put them on the map. Almost came back and made a Mississippi State a fighter's chance in a couple of games. We'll just put it that way. Do you think this impacts Trey Harris more, Ladd McConkey more, nobody, special teams?
I don't think it impacts the fantasy guys that we know in Los Angeles. As a matter of fact, I think this is still wheels up for Trey Harris. What this guy is, he is a downfield weapon for one of the biggest arms in the NFL. Last year, Cody, an 18.4 average depth of target, which was actually 6th highest in the nation. You matched it up with a 277 yards per out run, 1,000 yards receiving guy. There's a lot of upside here. I just don't think it immediately impacts the team. But what it does do is makes the offensive unit a lot better. This is a special teamer, a downfield threat. He doesn't need a handful of targets. He can just have a few deep threats. And again, when you have an absolute rifle, a bazooka type quarterback, you need guys that don't do it much other than just run past defenders. And Thompson's that guy. What was it? What was his 40 time? He was the fastest guy at the wide receiver position. And it 4.43.
Was it? No. I think it was 4.26,
4.26,
4.26, 4.27 was the number. Exactly. It was. I should have it in the top of my dome, but I have him so far down my rankings. 4.28,
2.8, not 3.8.
People thought he might break Xavier Worthy's record. These guys are both at Texas. Each wanted to run more track at Texas football. The football team said, "Hey, we want you to play football." He's like, "I'm going to go to Oklahoma and do nothing." And then go to Mississippi State and have a breakout. The next pick was Houston Texans. Houston Texans have gone offensive line once already in this draft. They go back to the offensive line here in round 4. And Houston Texans address another need here interior offensive line. They go Keelan Rutledge in round 1. They come back with Febechi in
Weiwu,
Weiwu.
I believe.
Wa-
Weiwu, I think it's Weiwu.
But that's pretty good pull. He can play anywhere in the anywhere in the
That's
interior.
his superpower.
He's
yeah.
a backup guard, backup center type of a player. Played 4 of the 5 offensive line positions at Oklahoma. Strong physical interior offensive lineman. Again, you're just looking for pieces on this Houston offense. This is a team that's not far away. I said this yesterday when they came up and made this Marlon Klein selection, tied in from Michigan. They're not far away from really competing for an AFC championship. So continuing to build that offensive line, which has been a big question mark for them the last couple of years, is another selection here for the Houston Texans. That now brings us to the San Francisco 49ers, who are on the clock. The San Francisco 49ers, man, have had one of the more difficult to digest drafts because DeJon Stribling with the 33rd overall pick after trading out twice in round 1 still like gets my brain in a tizzy when I'm sitting here in the hot tub and I'm like, man, did they actually get put in the corner chair over Caleb Lomu? Because we heard Caleb Lomu attached to them quite a bit.
That was the match that it seemed destined to happen. Didn't happen though.
They got leaped for Lomu.
Yep.
They came back, and then they might have said, you know what? The next best guy on our board is DeJon Stribling. And so we're going to drop out, go to 33, collect some more assets. Somebody wants to get in. Or I wonder if they got to a certain point, they were just like, Stribling's just the number 1 guy on their board. And they just were like, we can wait. I don't know. It feels like the former rather than the latter. And then they double down round 3. They get an edge rusher, Romello Height, one of my more favorite defensive end prospects in this class. High cut edge rusher from Texas Tech, gets overshadowed because of David Bailey and Lee Hunter and Skylar Gills Howard. But then they come back with Kalen Black, the running back from Indiana, late last night. Today, they go D-line, defensive tackle, another a little bit undersized defensive tackle. This one comes from Oklahoma, 6'3", 293. So now we got back-to-back Oklahoma picks with Weiwa and now Grayson Holton. This is a fun defensive lineman that we saw through the pre-draft process that really I thought made a little bit of money for himself. You listen to the now general manager of the Oklahoma Sooners, Jim Nagy, talk about Grayson Holton. He's like, this guy's just, he's a marauder. You listen to him in practice, like this guy makes practice suck for our offensive linemen. Oklahoma didn't have great offensive line last year, but they did have a damn good defensive line. We saw Armason Thomas go off the board. Right. David Stone was on that defensive line as well. And then this upcoming 2026 team will have one of the better defensive lines in America.
Holton was a riser throughout the process. When you come to the Senior Bowl stop, the Combine, he was inside a lot of top 100 big boards for a reason. It's because he had a fantastic year at Oklahoma. Does a lot of things well, including getting after the pass rusher. See, getting pressure up the middle is such a coveted asset, such a sought-after skill set in the NFL. 9 sacks over the last 2 years in college. Those are the type of guys that can make a difference here on day 3, not necessarily be the focal point of a defense, but you add him to a good unit. Now what they've added 2 times over are guys that have big sack totals coming out of college. When you had Romello Height, who was 9 sacks last year, Grayson Holton had 5 against big-time talent. So, I mean, the Niners, again, you called it head-scratching. A lot of people are going to call it flat out bad. But if you pivot from Stribling and Kalen Black and you maybe get those guys a little later, all of a sudden Grayson Holton, Romello Height, it's too good, too bad for the Raiders.
The pick is in. On day 3, we finally got a running back off the board, and it comes by way of the Denver Broncos at pick of 108. I thought maybe Mike Washington would be an interesting fit with the Denver Broncos. The comp we came up with was Clinton Portis. It would have been just sexy. Instead, they go, psych, we're going to go 5'8", 220-pound running back out of Washington, Jonah Coleman, as the RB4. RB4 comes in round 4 of the 2026 NFL draft after Kalen Black. Coleman goes to Denver, now with a fellow 5'9", 205-pound running back that runs a 4.4 in RJ Harvey and J.K. Dobbins. What do you think immediately? I know Jonah Coleman at the pre-draft, preseason, I should say, when we're doing our summer scouting, you were big on Jonah Coleman.
Still was. I never stopped being big on Jonah Coleman. The production was there. I mean, this guy back-to-back 750-yard rushing seasons. He did have a 1,000-yard season in 2024. Grades well, breaks a lot of tackles. Not necessarily front-end speed, but a guy that can make people miss, and I think he'll be able to make people miss at the NFL. But we talked about it at the top of the show. What are we looking at when it comes to these dynasty value? good landing spot here,
Yeah.
low key good one, but it's actually going to come with some depressed perceived value because he's not going to pass RJ Harvey early on, or in who's the vet over there? You just said
J.K. Dobbins.
Dobbins. He's not going to pass those guys. But as Dobbins exits, Harvey and Coleman is a nice little 1-2 punch. When you think about what each guy does well, the dynamism and the explosiveness from Harvey, the grind it out, kind of that bowling ball, that, you know, Timu, Maurice Jones-Drew-esque nature of Jonah Coleman. And the one thing that Jonah Coleman does bring on top of the skill set that I talked about, tough kid, 209. If you know, you know, the 209 right here, baby. Cal State Stanislaus, 209, stand up. Let's go.
Cal State what?
Stanislaus, when we went to college.
Cal State Stanislaus. That's where
Turlock, California. It's the 209. He's from Stockton.
That's where he grew up.
He grew up in the 209 Stockton. Stockton's the Diaz brothers infamously came.
So Jonah Coleman came in as a very, 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 very high-ranking dog, 7.70. Didn't quite hit the maniacal category,
which is what you want. You don't want to go. Never go full maniacal.
Never go full menace. That's the Mekhi Lemon, the Chris Bell, Reggie Virgil, Pavia, Seth McGowan. But the real good area where he ended up was a 7.7. Some of his nearby dog comps at the running back position come from Isaiah Pacheco, Ken Walker, Cam Scattaboo. It's a good place for Jonah Coleman, and I disagree with you, the fact that you said you don't think that he will surpass. I think Jonah Coleman's the perfect back that could surpass, because you look at the pass catching that Jonah Coleman had at Washington, not 1, not 2, but 3 seasons with 20-plus receptions at Washington. That's the guy that, he played. Adam Muhammad was there last year. Looked good. Coleman battled through some injuries. Sure. Coleman's 220 pounds. He's going to be able to take on, the forces in the NFL, the defenses in the NFL, with a top 5 offensive line to boot. Harvey's good. Harvey's not an every down back. Bajal Tutin's not an every down back.
Right.
J.K. Dobbins was brought back this year because they attempted to go get a Ken Walker. They attempted to go get a Breece Hall.
Yeah.
So Dobbins, you look at 2027, Dobbins, and again, it's a 4th-round pick, so we see this every year. Where Rashad White, Montgomery was the other one. You look at like Rashad White, these 4th-round running backs that you look a year later, you're like, well, that guy could get, Ahmad Hardy right now. But I look at Jonah Coleman, I look at this offense, and I say Dobbins is going to be gone next year. That's your 1-2 punch. It's Coleman and Harvey, and I think the 1A on that side is Coleman.
Let me ask you a difficult question here. You're talking all-encompassing skill set. Is it more likely that Jonah Coleman becomes a 3-down back because of his pass-catching ability and how it can develop as an early down runner? Or is RJ Harvey's pass-catching ability, is he able to develop the early down? So which ends up developing, I guess is the best way I should ask. The early down back for RJ Harvey or the pass-catching ability of Jonah Coleman? If you were to pick one guy that's going to be the 3-down back.
Oh, I think Coleman's the 3-down back of these. I don't think either of them is really going to be the 3-down back.
Right, that was my point.
But it's like that Ingram Kamara thing. Like, what's the split? I think the split is the pass catcher is going to be Harvey.
Yeah,
and the back in between the tackles is going to be Coleman, the bruiser.
But I will let me add this. So you talk about the pass catching ability. 1.73 yards per out run, 17th highest in college football last year. So not a guy that just necessarily catches the ball and swing passes. A guy that has a little bit more dynamism, a little bit more of a pass-catching ability than probably the numbers do show. But again, back-to-back-to-back seasons of 20-plus receptions. Even last year in 12 games, 31 catches on 34 targets, added 350-ish yards in the passing game. Good pick here for the Broncos, and I bet the fantasy desk is clamoring about it. They're going to be excited to talk about a bunch of these fantasy guys as we start seeing more and more come off the board.
We did have one more pick come in from the Kansas City Chiefs here before we go to Jets. Broncos back on the clock at pick 111. But the Chiefs, took Jaden Kennedy, a safety from Oregon. So now we got, is that the Broncos? Did the Broncos trade up? Or is it the Bengals traded up? Yeah. Bengals traded up. So Bengals are on at 110. Broncos are at 111. They're back up. And then we go back to the Dallas Cowboys. Let's go to the fancy desk to get caught up on Brennan Thompson, Jonah Coleman, and the rest.
Ooh, all right. I mean, we finally get a running back off the board here. Not Mike Washington. We get Jonah Coleman, who interesting player. And I know the main desk talked about it, right? We're going to dive a little deeper in here, right, and share RJ Harvey, right? RJ Harvey. This is the big kind of how does the Coleman affect everybody else in this room? And RJ Harvey was valued as the RB16 in startups in January, right? Then you had the J.K. Dobbins signing, and, a lot of people were not expecting them, but the truth is we knew RJ Harvey was never going to be the lone guy in this room. Now, The Coleman thing is a little bit tricky, though, because you add in Jonah Coleman, who is a good pass protector. And with RJ Harvey, the tough thing about him is he is not a good pass protector. So when we talk about how do you get on the field, how do you stay on the field, especially in a receiving role, right? And that's what Harvey was doing. He was that receiver. Now you kind of possibly siphon some of that receiving work away.
Yes.
And that goes some of it to Jonah Coleman possibly. And, if Jonah Coleman can start gaining some steam as a runner as well, you start to get a little bit worried about Harvey. I don't want to act hyperbolic, which we talked about a lot yesterday, but this is not ideal for Harvey. I don't think it's going to drop him much because he's already like RB24 now, which is a sharp drop from 16 when the offseason started. But it's definitely not ideal, that's for sure.
Well, it's where real life NFL impacts fantasy football as well, Pete, because what we saw, if you were watching no Dobbins and RJ Harvey, any kind of north-south rushing for Harvey, you needed 2nd and 1. You needed short yardage area situations up the gut. RJ Harvey was not your man. And the Broncos, that was a problem for them in the playoffs. So now they self-scout and they see, yes, we did have J.K. Dobbins come back. But guess what happens to J.K. Dobbins? He does get hurt. So then you have Jonah Coleman, who has that 3-down skill set. As the main desk was talking about, what's more likely to happen? RJ Harvey becomes that between the gap kind of runner, that north-south runner, that all-purpose back, or Jonah Coleman takes on some of that pass-catching ability. We've already seen it, Jonah Coleman take on pass-catching ability. He can get anywhere between 20 and 30 receptions, and that can build with a few more games at the NFL level. I see it more likely to have Jonah Coleman be the 3-down all-purpose back in this backfield with more of RJ Harvey falling back into more of a satellite role where he's just going to be a PPR boost. But we are not going to see the double utility purpose of somebody like a Devon Achane, where Achane is the nut run out in receiving, and in rushing he offers everything. It's the all-purpose back discussion again. So big for Jonah Coleman. Muddy for a while, but this is where we gain value. Fantasy championships are won from things like these. Remember how crowded it was for the Saints, and I'm not saying Coleman is no Alvin Kamara, but you had Adrian Peterson, Mark Ingram, and Alvin Kamara, and things have a way of sorting themselves out. And I think you're going to benefit from the ambiguity in the Denver Broncos backfield. So I would still take stabs on an RJ Harvey, but just understand he might be your flex running back. He may be your RB2 in a given week for your lineup. So Pete, where do you fall on that? Because I know you're a Denver Broncos fan. Long term, these 3 running backs, it seems obvious that it's not J.K. Dobbins, but are you in agreement? 4th round pick here on day 3, Denver Broncos. If you're going to have your future running back, long term, all purpose, is it Coleman or is it RJ Harvey?
Yeah, I mean, long term, the actual real answer here doesn't have to be either, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because Sean Payton's offense, we've seen him have 2 guys in this backfield, right? Like that's just the truth, right? We saw RJ Harvey averaging 10 points per game before the J.K. Dobbins injury, and Dobbins was actually running really, really well. So I think it's really more of a matter of, hey, does this mean Dobbins, who signed a 2-year contract, maybe he's not here after this year, right? They can get out of this contract. Most of the guarantees were front loaded into this year, so they have the ability to get out next year. And they set up the contract in a way where, yeah, if he gets to 1,000 all-purpose yards, he does get some incentives, right? Either way, that's a win-win for this offense, right? So it's not really high risk, high reward. It's really team friendly. So I think that the long-term effects here is you got to think about RJ Harvey. What does he do? He's a guy in an offense that really lacked yards after catch. Denver brings in Jalen Waddle. They are a team that lacked explosives after the catch, right? And now they bring in Waddle. They bring in Coleman, who is explosive after the catch too. This is not just a guy who, he has a solid receiving profile. And then you also have RJ Harvey. So like, this is just more, to me, I think the, forest over the trees thing, this is just really stock up for a guy like Bo Nix, right? I mean, he gets Jalen Waddle. Now he gets another running back in Jonah Coleman. And there were times where Bo Nix was the leading rusher on this offense multiple games last year when Dobbins was hurt. So now you give him a consistent running game. This offense continues to move the ball down the field, and we get more touchdown equity. So I think it's wheels up a little bit for the entire offense.
And you make a great point, and that could be some pressure off of Bo Nix with that ankle.
Yep.
And you can just have more utility. And we have the run out with, okay, reverse engineer, Pete. that defense, there's not going to be as many shootouts for the Denver Broncos because of how valuable that defense is. So that correlation that we play in DFS is going to help us follow in fantasy football as well. You're going to want the run game of the Denver Broncos. The beauty is there's ambiguity, and you're not going to have to pay up. The ambiguity pushes down price. And unfortunately, with Jadarian Price, there is no ambiguity really, and he's going to push up. But on the contrary, with somebody like Jonah Coleman, we're going to be able to push that down. And I like what you said about Jalen Waddle. Everything is set up really, real NFL in alignment for fantasy, for the Broncos to really push. I think it's an indictment, the way they've made the moves, on the fact that they could not push over the top last year. Granted, you had Bo Nix out, but that run game was really disappointing down the stretch when they really needed it. And having the double indemnity insurance-wise with J.K. Dobbins and a younger, healthier Jonah Coleman, spry, hey, if you're missing a player, you got somebody extra out there, you have depth, and that's going to help you win in fantasy football. It's going to help you win in real life NFL. So tea leaves, Broncos, fantasy leaves. We're going to look at that backfield despite the ambiguity.
Yeah, and then let's transition here to Brennan Thompson, and then we'll kick it over to the main desk. Brennan Thompson finds himself with the LA Chargers, right? Early day 3 capital, but I'm not really super concerned about this landing spot for anybody in this room. I mean, when we look at this depth chart right now, you have Ladd McConkey, you have Aronde Gadsden at tight end, you have Quentin Johnson who's still there, you have KLS, and you have Trey Harris, right? Brennan Thompson measured in under 170 pounds, 5'9", right? Obviously blazing speed, under a 4.3 40-yard dash. The trouble with him is like he really feels kind of gadgety a little bit as well. Now, I know there's a lot of people in the fantasy community that were very high on him, but like if he were to hit for fantasy, it would be an extreme outlier, right? And so I'm not really concerned about Brennan Thompson. The only thing that I would say is a little bit interesting is he goes to an offense with Mike McDaniels, who we've seen be able to use these gadgety players, very, very well. So I don't think he'll be a consistent guy for fantasy. But again, stock up for maybe a guy like Justin Herbert, where just another weapon in this offense, right? They helped contribute to the offensive line. So this offense as a whole is just becoming a little bit more well-rounded, and you get the bump up from McDaniels. So we'll see how it plays. But this is really a nothing burger for fantasy for me.
Well, if you have McDaniel and he was able to make lemons out of lemonade with somebody like Tua Tagovailoa, get the most out of him, you're going to get the update with somebody like Justin Herbert. And it's all about, if you ever watch the movie Cars, it's the need for speed. You have Keaton Mitchell and Brennan Thompson. So there's layers of adding speed and dimension to this Chargers offense to where it's going to allow people like Aronde Gadsden, Ladd McConkey to wreak havoc over the middle. So there's a stretchability in this offense where you're going to keep defenses off balance. And it's funny enough, we see what's going on, the 3-card Monty with NFL teams and their builds, 12 personnel. You're trying to be ahead of the curve before the NFL adjusts. And it's always just this cat and mouse game, right? I think the Chargers, and I know the Chargers have that ability right now where I think they're at the forefront. They're positioning themselves to have the NFL defenses completely off balance, and you want to invest in the Omarion Hamptons, the Ronde Gadsdens, and as you were talking about, you're going to lift all the ties for somebody like a Justin Herbert. It is set up perfectly because week to week, Brennan Thompson, not going to be a week over week fantasy benefit, but his blazing speed is going to stretch these defenses thin. Same thing with Keaton Mitchell out of that backfield. From all layers, you're going to get assaulted by the Chargers offense. Big investment in 2026.
Yeah, and before we get this, one last thing I'll say is you talk about smoke and mirrors, right? This Mike McDaniels offense loves to have a smoke and mirrors, and that could be a guy that's just going to get a lot of cardio in this offense where it's going to be a lot of movement, a lot of motion, right? They might have their motion guy in Thompson. I just don't think it's going to be viable for fantasy, but we've had a couple more picks come in. Let's kick it over to the main desk and see what they have to say about it.
Yeah, we had a couple more picks come through, and they were, of course, defensive, but there was a quarterback.
Let's talk about it.
And it wasn't Nussmeier.
Nope.
Nussmeier continues to fall. We thought Jets made a lot of sense for Nussmeier way early on, and then we found out that the Jets might be looking at 2027. Part of that 2027 plan is doing sort of what New Orleans did last year and just throwing a dart. Just throw it out there because Cade Klubnik, the quarterback from Clemson, a year ago, again, in the pre-summer scouting, he was one of the top names, as was Nussmeier. Cade Klubnik is QB 4 off the board. 5. We had 1, 2, 3, 4.
3, 4. QB
He's
5,
QB
top
5 off the
QB.
board, and he's going to the New York Jets. And I think he instantly is like going to compete with Geno Smith. I'm not saying like this is going to be some monumental, changing thing for fantasy.
Right.
But I think Klubnik going to New York is very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to get your hands on one of these quarterbacks, someone that you feel like is going to come in with a level of professionalism, high IQ, Garrett Nussmeier, Cade Klubnik were kind of the guys we were talking about in terms of the day 3 quarterbacks. Klubnik, one of those, I mean, if you follow the stage 1 scouting, the things that happen in the summertime, the Manning Passing Academy, 2 quarterbacks in terms of the bravado, the guys that people turn to, the guys that carried themselves like the best quarterbacks.
Yeah.
One was Cade Klubnik, the other Garrett Nussmeier. So Cade Klubnik comes with that prospect pedigree, Texas quarterback legend in high school, one of those guys that has kind of done it before. Bad season in 2025. That's why he fell all the way to day 3. But 3,600 passing yards in 2024, where he had 36-6 touchdown to interception ratio. Again, not a guy that's going to come in and immediately be the starter, but a guy that is Geno Smith is going to have to come in every single day, practice hard, and make sure that he doesn't lose any type of ground. Because Cade Klubnik, again, competitor, big time program. He's going to come with a little bit of that extra. With the moxie, if you will.
So we have an interesting one. A pick is in. We're going to talk about it, but there's a couple cornerbacks that came off the board. The pick is in. And the Baltimore Ravens, we're going to skip ahead a couple of spots to 115. The Baltimore Ravens went wide receiver yesterday with Jacoby Lane, USC, 6'4", 205-pound, young, 20-year-old, double-digit touchdowns. There's another player that had double-digit touchdowns in this class that you like. You're a big fan of.
So
Elijah
good.
Surratt,
Huge
wide receiver, Indiana, goes to Baltimore. And this is a burial of Rashad Bateman. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah, there's a chair over there in the corner, and know who's sitting at Jacoby Lane, because you just got a double-digit touchdown guy, sure-handed slant boy 2.0. Listen, Zay Flowers is the guy. After that, it's not going to be Bateman. Is it going to be Jacoby Lane? Jacoby Lane now looks more to me as that he's down there somewhere, every couple targets. Let's chuck it up to when we talked about it last night when Lamar Jackson's scrambling. When Lamar Jackson's looking to make something happen, maybe Jacoby Lane can jump over someone and make a miraculous play. Surratt's going to come in with championship pedigree, sure hands, and a guy that's going to not do a ton early on, because you don't really see these day 3 guys all of a sudden get propelled into a big role. But Surratt is he's a dog. And we talked about him time and time again. These are the guys that stick around.
Situationally, you talked about Jacoby Lane, and you said he's going to be sitting down there doing something in the corner, and I just couldn't help but think about J.J. Arcega-Whiteside and Hakeem Butler and guys like this that are of the same archetype. And when I think about Baltimore, you're like, oh, Isaiah Likely's gone. Now there's going to be an opportunity for a bigger body down there in the red zone. Surratt's much more polished. The thing with Jacoby Lane was that you wanted Jacoby Lane to go back to school this year and continue building with Jade Mayava, and he could potentially compete to be a first-round pick next year, a wide receiver.
Right.
Obviously, that's going to be the Cam Coleman, Jeremiah Smith, Ryan Williams conversation. But Jacoby Lane's a talented wide receiver, and it was like, he's not going to go in the first or second round this year. Goes to Baltimore, and now Surratt, a much more polished, like you said, slot merchant, slant boy type that is going to take the Rashad Bateman job, might run with it. And I think he's a guy that can come in and be a day 1 starter for the Baltimore Ravens. As far as fantasy goes, again, it's Baltimore Ravens and it's a wide receiver, and we love Zay Flowers, but the Elijah Surratt situation as far as fit, not my favorite. And it as much as you want to say Jacoby Lane was drafted earlier, again, I don't think that matters.
Well, I know we're all about Chris Bell, and there was a receiver drafted ahead of him,
Caleb Douglas.
Sometimes you have to kind of chop down the brush to see the runway. Elijah Surratt, though, this is 8 touchdowns, 15 touchdowns. We hate predicting touchdowns, especially here at Player Profiler. It's not a sticky analytical stat. Touchdowns, it's not something you want to chase. But here late, you gotta hit your wagon to something.
All right, so a couple of the picks that we did miss as we jumped forward to Elijah Surratt was Boise State offensive lineman Cage Casey goes to the Broncos, so he stays with the orange and blue, going to the Denver Broncos. Drew Shelton, the offensive tackle from Penn State, keeps the blue and white, goes to the Dallas Cowboys.
A lot of clean uniforms.
Devin Moore goes to the Dallas Cowboys. The Colts go Jalen Farmer. Again, another blue and white, staying blue and white. Kentucky to Indianapolis. The colors are scheming tonight. And then we have the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who go back to Miami like they did in round 1 with Ruben Bain. They go back with Keontae Scott, 6 foot, 194-pound cornerback. Talk to us a little bit about Keontae Scott from Miami.
So Keontae Scott, we talked about the coveralls today, right? We're cleaning things up. Keontae Scott here was someone that we thought could absolutely be a top 100 pick. He falls outside here to day 3, but he's off the board now. He's a quarterback that brings a little extra punch in the run game.
Yeah.
Good in the run game. Something that the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have been throwing a lot of darts at the cornerback position over these last couple of years. They seem to have found a good one last year in Brandon Morrison from Notre Dame, and now they are matching him up together with Keontae Scott. Again, we're talking about day 3 guys here, but good in man coverage, decent in zone, overall good season last year for the Hurricanes. And again, we're just talking about cleaning up these prospects that we thought would go in day 2, but now they're coming off the board here early day 3.
So we got to trade. The Texans are trading with the Chargers, and it looks like they're going to jump the Lions. They're coming up from 123 to 117. They're now on the clock at 117. So interesting. They just made a selection. The Chargers did. Houston picked 10 picks ago? Who does the Houston pick a minute ago?
Houston's last pick was the guard from Oklahoma, Weiwu.
You know what I think that this might be a move up for here?
A running back?
I think potentially. I think that there's a doorway here.
Mm-hmm.
David Montgomery, right? Who's your buddy that's behind David Montgomery? That
Woody Marks?
Woody might get corner chaired right here.
Hey, I don't know. I mean, it's possible. But at this position, what are teams trading up for? Because aren't we just what are these like? What walk us through kind of what these teams are thinking?
I'm trading up for Joshua Josephs. If I'm trading,
right, you're moving up for the guys that fell.
I'm trading up for Joshua Joseph, the edge rusher out of Tennessee, and I'm going to say, look at Will Anderson, look at Danielle Hunter. I have no expectations. I need a rotational guy, and I'm coming up to get Joshua Josephs, who is a long defensive end, 34-inch arms. That's going to come in there and not have a high expectation. He's a little maniacal off the football field. That's okay. You get him real.
Seems to come with the helmet. The Tennessee edge rushers these last few years have been a little bit edgy.
I think he's a little. The profile's a little cleaner.
Well, I hope so. I hope he's not ramming his car into people's.
All right.
It's day 3, folks. We're gonna have some fun with it. But who would be the pick for you if you were the Houston Texans? Who's the guy on the board that really stands out to you?
I'll be honest with you, it's Demetrius Crownover, the tackle from Texas A&M, massive 6'7", 330-pound offensive tackle. I comped him to Eric Flowers coming out of Miami. Demetrius Crownover would be my play here if I'm Houston coming up. I'm jumping again. The Chargers tried to get offensive lineman. It felt like earlier. I think that was round 2 we were eyeballing, and they got jumped over. It felt like I think that was like the Pregnon area. Mm-hmm. So I wonder if the Chargers, again, they're trading back. They got Slaughter on day 2. I mean, you're looking at the Houston Texans, again, every time they've come up, I've said this, they're a team that's really close, I think, to be competing for a real AFC championship. But I think the way D'Amico Ryans has built this defense out, it's not that far away. There's a very good back end. It's a very good front 7. They're paying their 2 edge rushers almost $100 million. Mm-hmm. They're starting to, add pieces to the interior there. You could go depth at edge. They could always use a linebacker. I think a couple of linebackers have fallen to us. You brought up Kyle Lewis.
That's what I was thinking right there.
Speed at the linebacker position, just a little guy, but a terrorizer at the linebacker position. And the pick is – we just said, okay, so the pick didn't come through, but now they're saying there's another trade.
So what we're seeing here is that the clock being shaved down to 5 minutes is causing people to, I think, get a little bit less. These first 2 nights, everything was very razor sharp. We were able to see the picks online, get it a second early and kind of ease into it. Now it just feels like they're just bang, bang, boom. Coming out quick, coming out fast, coming out.
This pick has been traded 4 times. It's originally from Minnesota, from Jacksonville, and then to the Raiders, and then Houston, and now to the Chargers.
Oh, so Houston traded out of this. The Chargers trade up for a tackle.
Travis Burke, offensive tackle from Memphis. This was a guy that when you're building your top 100 yesterday, or I guess I would say earlier this week. Travis Burke from Memphis was a name that was right on the fringe. I brought up Crown over, brought up the Chargers going after the offensive line. They've needed to go after their offensive line. They brought in Slaughter, right? Slaughter was
that was
from
their
Florida.
one pick yesterday. Was
That
the
was-
center from Florida.
Yeah, and so now they add another offensive lineman here to go with Slaughter, Akeem Mesidor, the edge rusher from Miami, and then 12 picks ago, like we said, they got Brennan Thompson, the burner from Mississippi State. Travis Burke, man, read the measurables on Mr. Burke.
He's not short, I'll tell you that. 6'9", 315 pounds, 23 years old, redshirt senior. Got a lot of experience under his belt. We're talking about over 760 snaps last year at right tackle. Does have some left tackle in his profile. Played a lot of left tackle in 2023 and 2024, but he's good at the pass blocking. He's a good zone blocker. Again, going to be kind of that depth right tackle position for the Chargers, who, of everyone in the league, saw how miserable it can be when your pillar tackles go down. They lost Alt. They lost Rashawn Slater, and they did not really have much answers in terms of their depth chart. They were kind of just playing catch up. Their offensive line was Swiss cheese all year, and made Justin Herbert run for his life every single game. So going back to the well, getting a starting center here, getting another tackle, a depth guy that can play left, can play right if need be, mountain of a guy, developmental type guy, makes sense for the Chargers here because, again, priority number one is keeping Herbert upright.
This is the swing tackle. This is exactly what you're talking about right here. This is the way you build the offensive line out, and you bring in a Travis Burke, a guy that can play both sides, a guy that's not like the pure starter in his form. He's going to need to learn a little bit, played both sides, massive 6'8" human being. Guess who else is 6'8"?
Our boy Garrett.
Garrett.
Yeah, here in the house.
Joe Alt.
Oh, and Joel.
Garrett is also
Yeah,
6'8".
Garrett, our news desk extraordinaire.
I
killing it
thought
all
you threw
weekend.
me off for a second because I was going straight to Joe Alt. But yes, Garrett is
Yeah,
also
Garrett.
6'8".
Yeah.
Garrett might be a little more athletic than Travis Burke, though.
Well,
I'll
tell you what,
I
it
bet
wasn't
money
easy to play
on that.
basketball against you. But yeah, we have another pick in Jimmy Rolder, Michigan linebacker. So the Lions go linebacker, but they don't take Lewis. Give me your thoughts on Jimmy Rolder, linebacker for Michigan. So that's not one, but two Wolverines that the Detroit Lions have brought in
I was
town.
just going to say that. Did they not go Derek Moore
They
earlier?
did go Jaguars. That was their solo pick on day 2. So now they have two guys from Michigan drafted to the Lions. Just keeping it in state.
Interesting. That was not my expectation for who the next linebacker at the board would have been. Josiah Trotter's gone, right? I think the next one I would have expected was probably Bryce Betcher from Oregon, but it goes Jimmy Rolder, 11 career starts, broke out in 2025 as a linebacker, 3-time academic, all Big Ten, has had a couple of injuries, got some short arms. It's interesting. So this is a guy that obviously they had on a local with Derek Moore.
Mhm.
It's not a bad idea to go to the Michigan pipeline. It worked out obviously with Aiden Hutchinson, and you get these local guys. Not my preferred selection here.
Yeah, seems like a bit of a reach, but I mean, isn't that the theme of the entire 2026
Yeah.
draft? I mean, we have known the first overall pick for months,
Yeah.
and then it was chaos all through round 1. And now round day 2 seemed like get your guy season started early, and it happened often. And we're kind of continuing that trend here on day 3, where we have these consensus big boards, we have these prospect profiles that we've put together, and yet teams are continuously going down, reaching to the bottom, getting the guy that fits their scheme, getting a guy that maybe showed a thing or two in a 30 visit or a local visit, like you mentioned, scouting Derek Moore earlier on. So now let's just get your guy season.
I'm just going to laugh at this for a second. So there's 2 picks that came in, both at edge. There was movement that happened. A second ago, I mentioned that there was a trade, and then there was no pick, but there was another trade.
Yeah, it was
and
a
we
bit
didn't have selections in,
confusing.
and it said that Houston had traded up, but in reality, Chargers had traded up, and it was a mess. So
Yeah, we went
we're-
and talked about
we're-
the Texans for 5 minutes, and they weren't even on the clock.
we're following Draft Diamonds. Draft Diamonds does a great job on day 3. And they tweeted out, the 4th round is such a mess. I'm sorry, they need to fix it. I think that has a lot to do with the clock.
It's a very short clock. 5 minutes is way faster than these teams have been
The
accustomed to.
flow at which the picks is coming, though, is like, it's
Yeah.
like one pick.
6
All right,
pick.
trade. Nothing for 10 minutes. Pick. And you're like, what the heck? How did it come in? So anyway, we got a couple of picks in. They both come at edge. These are 2 fun guys right here.
Mhm.
2 long players right here. Jaguars select Duke edge Wesley Williams, one of the funner players. I think you look in this class long. I think he's got 35 and 3/8-inch arms, if I remember right. And then the Packers select Danny Dennis Sutton. Danny Dennis Sutton from the Penn State Nittany Lions. They go back round 4 again. Last year it was Barron Sorrell from Texas that they went and brought into this defensive end room after going to get Micah Parsons, after going to get Lucas Van Ness. Of course, they have Rashawn Gary. They got a lot of pass rushers here in this Green Bay front seven.
Yeah, I mean, I had Dennis Sutton in my top 100, mainly because this is a guy back-to-back years of 8 or more sacks, getting after the quarterback, being able to rush with Abdul Carter back in 2024. This year, kind of taking over the lead as the main guy for the Nittany Lions on that defensive line. But again, he's not super agile, which I think is a issue, obviously, for the NFL scouting when you're saying what's his upside. If he doesn't have that athleticism, if he's not that ball of clay that we can mold, what are we really getting out of him? But the Packers, as you mentioned, are a rare team that can take one of these players, not necessarily need to develop them to get a lot out of them because they already have dynamic players at those positions. They're going to ask him to kind of do what he does well and not really get outstretched, not outkick his coverage. That's how one of these players ends up being, how did he fall to round 4? He's pretty good for the Packers. So again, cleanup crew here in round 4.
I do want to say I misspoke because the two Duke defensive ends, I always get messed up. Wesley Williams is not the one with the longer arms. That's Vincent Anthony, who's still on the board, 34 and 8-inch arms from Duke. Wesley Williams is 31 and 7/8, so very different on those two fronts. But I mixed those two guys up. It was Wesley Williams that goes to the Jacksonville Jaguars, so they continue to play single dimension chess in the NFL draft.
Right. Can we just talk about that real quick? Because we're getting some interviews here. We got a lot of friends of Player Profiler coming in. We're going to talk to them about the fantasy landscape. These guys that are coming off the board. But before we do all this stuff, I do want to ask you about these Jaguars because they're having a very, very
tame.
That's a very polite way to say it, my friend. Very tame draft. I mean, we're seeing reach after reach after reach. I mean, your boy Joey Gladstone, his shoulders are going to be hurting how far he's reaching with every single pick. What do you think their process is? They did clean up Emmanuel Pregnon, which thumbs up, saved their grade last night. So I did my day 2 grades. You can find that on the Player Profiler site. Yes.
C-.
I did.
Really?
And you know why it wasn't lower?
Because of Pregnon?
Because of Pregnon. Yeah. Yes.
That's easy. That's easy. I mean, the fact that you waited 55 picks before you made your first selection, you go, hey man, let's go get Nick Borkercher. Let's go get this inline tight end. Did that bode well for the last regime? Urban Meyer. Remember when Urban Meyer brought in Luke Farrell? That worked out well. Albert Regis, defensive lineman from Texas A&M as well. And then they get the value on Pregnon. You could take in Pregnon at 56 and everyone would have been like, damn, nice pick.
Great pick. Yeah.
And then, you waited to 81 and got, Raritan or something like that.
Right.
There's so many different avenues you could have done with this. Then they closed it out round 3 with Jalen Husky, the safety from Maryland. And now you take the worst edge rusher of the 2 Duke guys in Wesley Williams. Yeah. I mean, I think your grade of C- is nice. I think this thing lowered a little bit more. Good Lord.
Interview time? Are we ready for interview?
Oakland Raiders. The Oakland Raiders.
Mike Washington.
The Las Vegas Raiders have selected Mike Washington.
He's very fast.
No, I don't see that. Caden Wilgren is what I see.
The Raiders have selected Mike Washington Jr.
Is this an error on PFF then?
There's an error somewhere.
I have Caden Wetjen
to the Steelers.
To the Steelers.
Yeah, the next one is the Raiders.
So they traded up. Got
Mike Washington.
See, this is the draft diamond was right. Round 4 is a bit chaotic. All right, let's get caught up here.
That is a kick in the pecker.
Yeah, let's get caught up here. I don't know. Everything seems a bit okay, so let's talk about it. So we have back-to-back fantasy guys. Okay, we're going to be talking a lot of fantasy today, obviously here on day 3. So talk to me about Caden Wetjen. I don't have any scouting notes on Caden Wetjen, wide receiver from Iowa. Weejan. Thank you, Alex.
I thought you were going to play that damn sounder. Elite return specialist Caden Wetchen goes here to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Multiple touchdowns. He's an All-American as a returner. Smaller frame, smaller catches.
Mike Washington was drafted by the Raiders.
This is a 0 as a wide receiver. This is a
Yeah.
this is a special
Special
teams
teams
play
play,
for the Raiders. This is the type of stuff you can do on day 3, kind of like we saw a couple of years ago with the Minnesota Vikings.
Nobody cares about this guy named Wetchen. Mike Washington.
All right, Mike Washington.
I don't think anyone cares about Mike Washington.
Let's kick it over to the couch and let the couch talk about Mike Washington then.
There we go.
All right, we're here. We got it. And we're gonna be joined by one Chuck Bass. Chuck Bass, Twitter's own Chuck Bass.
the legend himself. My ex-co-host.
Fellas, I had all my wet gen takes ready to fly, and you cut them off. What happened? Hello, hello.
Oh, he won.
Hello, hello. Nice. There we go. What's happening, boys?
Chuck, we're getting a delay on the audio.
Yeah, you're like 5 seconds.
We're gonna have to figure out the audio.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll bump Chuck out and we'll bring him back up, Chuck, in like 10 minutes. Is that cool?
We're
We'll bump you out. We'll bring it back. That works. And we'll talk about Mike Washington really quick. So Washington goes to the Raiders, right? I mean, obviously one of the running backs that, like, in a class that's pretty bad, we kind of liked, but I mean, he becomes what, like a premium handcuff at best for Ashton Genty?
This is hilarious.
Oh gosh.
This is absolutely hilarious. Mike Washington was a player that we were certain was going to go day 2. When I say we, I mean pretty much everybody. Most people thought, hey, a running back that's this athletic, absolutely going to go day 2. Falls to day 3. It's like, okay, we've had plenty of running backs in day 3. Aaron Jones, we could go down the list. There's been plenty of
Scatterboo. Tootin hasn't done anything yet.
Well, yes, yeah. We certainly there's a guy named Tootin,
There's a guy,
and people really like him,
not
especially best ballers. Best ballers love Tootin for whatever reason. But he hasn't yet done anything. But we think he might do something. So there's a guy that we think might do something. There's an actual full-blown bell cow in New York who is now entrenched, named Cam Scatterboo, went 4th round. So we're thinking, hey, there's a very good possibility. This Mike Washington, size, speed, specimen. This is what we're looking for. This was the guy I circled. I was like, I can't wait to see where he lands. Yeah. And now he's backing up Ashton Genty.
Yeah, it's like a humiliation ritual. Like I don't know who's doing this to us, but it's like we got to get on camera and talk about this, and it's like one big joke here because Mike Washington, the Raiders, is terrible. I mean, at the very least, in a bad class, like if you don't like the players and you have Genty, you say, okay, I'll take Mike Washington in my rookie draft just to have a handcuff. But like, I mean, Clint Kubiak did use 2 running backs in Seattle last year, but I think they're just going to lean on Genty. It's not going to be like a 2 running back backfield here.
I had a clock in my head of when you were going to mention Clint Kubiak, and I think I won a bet.
The coach speak.
Right. No, it was great. So, unfortunately, he's dead. He's he's a handcuff.
Sure. Yeah.
Right. This is a potential premium 1-for-1 handcuff. Yeah. Right. So now, would you rather have Mike Washington or Tyler Algier?
Mike Washington.
I think Mike Washington, there's less competition in that backfield for touches, and I think that's what we care about. So, yes, we'll take Mike Washington over Tyler Algier. That's the silver lining there. And then we have Jonah Coleman. Jonah Coleman landed really well.
He did, yeah. We talked about it a little bit. I like the Coleman landing spot. I'm actually on the clock in a rookie draft at the 111, and I was like tempted. I'm like, Coleman. I said, nah, still probably a little bit too early. A little too early.
What are you gonna do?
I'm going to stick to my guts, and I'm going to go with Antonio Williams, who is still there at the 111. All the tight ends are gone. It's a tight end premium super flex. I am considering Ty Simpson as well, but the truth is I'm entertaining a trade back, and I am holding the league hostage while I'm on stream. So if you are watching the stream and you're in my league and you want me to pick, send me a good offer, and you can have this pick.
Is this a super win now team?
It was actually a startup that was drafted a week and a half ago, but I got AJ Brown. I got some win now pieces.
Who are your quarterbacks?
Ooh, I have Trevor Lawrence, and I have QB2. Oh, Daniel Jones. So not ideal.
Whoa. So the move is Simpson.
Yeah.
Can you please just draft Ty Simpson and
Well,
not put us through this whole, it
I-
might be Antonio Williams
I have the 203.
fake debate.
I have the 203.
And you can
So
get
I
Antonio
could probably-
Williams. You could probably get him at the 203.
might.
I don't think you'll get Ty Simpson. No one's going to let Ty Simpson fall out of the first round in Superflex. The guy got drafted in the top half of the first round. This is a situation where you have a player that could be productive, very productive in Superflex as early as 2027. That's a win in this class. If you're telling me there's a path to being productive in 2027, I mean, how many players can even say that about in this class?
I think I could say that with Antonio Williams for sure. I know. Look, I'm putting my stamp on it. I'll be the guy that goes out on the limb. I am feeling Antonio Williams. I like the landing spot. And this is a class that, look, are we going for safe? We're going for upside, because the truth is, even safe looks like crap. I mean, Jardarian Price, I'm not like super excited to go draft, but like you're probably looking at a mid first round pick for Jardarian Price in rookie draft. So like at this point, it's like it's all upside for me. Antonio Williams going to a spot where there's no real wide receiver two in an offense that's ascending with a rookie on a quarterback on a rookie deal, and they just got rid of the guy that I really don't think is very good in their OC. They just made a change. I know you want the coach speak, so I'm giving you the coach speak. So I'm kind of bullish on the offense. I like Antonio Williams, and I think he's a guy that if you're in a win now, he could be a piece that can help you this year. I mean, there's not a lot of hard competition. Are you a big Chicago guy?
No, I think it's a question of, we're talking about a third round wide receiver versus a first round quarterback in Superflex and 2 QB leagues. And sometimes you just have to go with these rules of thumb that you have. If this is the scenario and there's a clear path of the guy playing just a year from now, and he's going to put up 15 plus fantasy points a game, you
can't not take a first round quarterback
Come on.
in the first round in a rookie draft. I get it. The only thing that scares me the most is the truth is he's not going to start unless McVay's, and if Stafford's gone, what does that mean for McVay? Like, and then if McVay's gone, this doesn't really look like the hottest landing spot. It's really not like the Rams that we know. It's really the Rams without McVay and Stafford. So that's why I have some concern. But I haven't made the pick, and the truth is, I'm trying to trade off the pick. That's
of course
where the reality comes.
Keep the clock going there. Surratt goes to the Ravens. This is worst case scenario. Anyone that was thinking about drafting Surratt, it's the Zay Flowers show in Baltimore. Surratt's a nice little piece. It's going to be very difficult to find a league format where you're going to want to use Surratt, where you have Lamar Jackson's second receiver or third receiver, depending on how everything shakes out in Baltimore. That's just not exciting. And also, you have a player that was a national championship, supposedly top 100 player, fall out of the top 100.
Yeah.
Okay. So he had a lot of brand recognition, a lot of hype around him after the national championship, and then it's just been fading ever since. And then he just falls out of the top 100. This is a red flag for me. If we like Surratt and he's a small school guy, right, like Bryce Lance, I'm not as concerned. I'm just excited about where Bryce Lance goes. I don't like that he's a day 3 pick. That certainly hurts his dynasty stock very much so. His lifetime value rating on Player Profile or the Dynasty rankings is not going to be what it was if he were a day 2 pick. And you can, again, code his draft all weekend, $50 off the all-in package at Player Profile. You can see exactly where we're going to have Surratt ranked. But spoiler alert, he's going to be close to the bottom of the rookie rankings after going to Baltimore. Going to Baltimore day 3. Going to Baltimore day 3. Yeah. Okay.
And we got to talk about one more thing, and then we can get to the main desk, and then we can try to grab Chuck right after. But
Chuck, we're coming back to you.
Yeah, we're coming back to Chuck.
We had a potential solution to be able to hear Chuck. We couldn't figure it out in time, but we're going to go back to the drawing board. That's the thing about this live streaming with all these different cameras. We are exploring mic levels and static and can you hear me? And we eventually figure it out. And that's part of why people tune into the live stream, to kind of watch these amateurs DIY a full-blown football broadcast.
Yeah. The one other thing I wanted to mention as well is, interesting. Skylar Bell, is that the Buffalo Bills you said? Okay. That's interesting. I mean, I need to probably think about it a little bit because I am a big Skylar Bell fan. I don't know if I'm super excited about that. You have DJ Moore, you have Khalil Shakir, a lot of competition. I was hoping they would go for, honestly, I would have liked
You
Siraj
call
to
that
go
a
there.
lot of competition? You think Khalil Shakir and DJ Moore is a quote unquote lot of competition?
Well, you also factor in that
I like
that's,
this.
I don't know.
I like this.
I like
My
it.
snap judgment is I like it. You don't like it. We're going to send it back to Cody and Maddie. We're going to get Chuck's audio figured out, or really my speaker system figured out to hear Chuck, because Chuck's audio is fine. Chuck is one of the best at broadcasting. He's on the Risers and Fallers
Great
podcast on Player Profiler. He's awesome on social media. We are going to talk to him very soon. But for now, let's kick it back to Cody and Maddie.
A couple of big picks have come in. Namely, we did get a wide receiver. We got a running back, and we got a linebacker, Wade Woodaswood, too. A linebacker from Clemson to Houston. We talked about linebacker to Houston a minute ago before they traded down, and now that is where they go with Wade Woodaz. Cornerback Malik Muhammad from Texas falls all the way to 124 and goes to Chicago, a spot that was needed. They've added a lot of cornerbacks the last 3-4 years. They've got a good crop there. But Manny Muhammad comes in to pick 124. You have a thought on Muhammad, or you want to move on to these fantasy relevant guys?
Let's move on. I don't. We've talked about Manny Muhammad as a guy that good, not great, not necessarily a day 2 guy. Falls here day 3 makes sense. But
we did. I mean, Alex and I both kind of thought he was going to be back end round 3. I had him going to the Jags, I think, at 96. That was kind of my feel. They went cornerback at the 100 spot there, but the fantasy relevant thing that happened was Mike Washington going to the Raiders, and then we just got Skylar Bell, the third, the third place Bolitnikoff Award finalist from UConn, goes to the Buffalo Bills here. This is kind of the most notable thing. Skylar Bell is one of those names as well. When you're talking about what 12 guys were going to get drafted on day 2 at the wide receiver position, Skylar Bell was one that was fringe. He goes out for 1,200 yards this last year, 140 targets, playing with Joe Fayano at Connecticut. He now goes to Buffalo with your boy, DJ Moore, Khalil Shakir, Keon Coleman, Dawson Knox, Dalton Kincaid. How do you feel about Skylar Bell now that he's got a landing spot?
He's going to be able to learn from a good one. DJ Moore, I think they have a lot of similarities in terms of how they kind of can win and what he can develop into at the next level, 6 feet, 185 pounds. But I don't know exactly what Skylar Bell, if he has that wide receiver 1 skill set.
Yeah.
That is going to be the issue here. But the numbers were good in terms of volume, in terms of efficiency, 3.13 yards per out run, graded out really well. Good contested catch guy, too. So over the middle here, but where his role, where he fits early for the Bills, I don't necessarily see it. So for fantasy purposes, he is not going to skyrocket up the boards for me. Good prospect. I think it's a good football fit because you can develop him behind a pro and DJ Moore. I think this is going to be DJ Moore's. If you're going to bet on the target leader, I think it's pretty safe bet that it's DJ Moore. But Skylar Bell, maybe not the guy that they're looking to be a difference maker for them in 2026, but the guy that they can develop and be something in 2027, maybe 2028 and beyond. So a good pick here. And again, we talked about the cover all season is cleanup time. We're seeing Muhammad, Bell, Washington, Scott, we talked about a few minutes ago, Dennis Sutton. These are the guys that falling, when they fall into day 3, these teams start going, that guy's still available?
Yeah.
We're going to go ahead and make that pick. So we're starting to see a lot of these guys come off the board. Get your guy season. That might be behind us, and we might be full-fledged cleanup.
Yeah, that next one comes down to the Bills going back-to-back. Here, I want to talk about the Bills and kind of what their draft has looked like so far, because now we're officially going to be 5 picks in for the Bills. We're not going to hear from them for another probably hour or so until about 167, 168. So I want to go through this Bills draft. But they did just add Caleb Elarms-Orr, linebacker from TCU. Thoughts on Skylar Bell, though? You kind of hit on him pretty good there. Interesting nugget on Skylar Bell. Just as many career drops as career touchdowns, 24. Not great. Yards per out run, elite, top of the food chain then in this class. Strong route runner, yak. I kind of have him profiled as like a slot/X. The player that I thought was like the most easy pin the tail on the donkey was Skylar Bell to Deontay Johnson. I was a big Deontay Johnson fan coming out of Toledo. I was like, man, if there's going to be a slot receiver that goes to Pittsburgh, pinpoint you could pinpoint Skylar
Yeah.
Bell, in round 3 to the Pittsburgh Steelers. He falls to round 4 here, goes to the Buffalo Bills. Big fan of Skylar Bell. I think there's opportunity here. I think there's real opportunity here. Khalil Shakir is a good wide receiver. Fine.
They paid
good.
Shakir though.
He's good. He's good. He's fine. He's good.
He's good and fine.
He's good and fine.
But that is that's not the crux. That's not the downside. But it's kind of, you put it in the nutshell. He's good.
Yeah.
He's fine. He's good and fine.
And I think there's more upside with the Skylar Bell profile. And we saw that this last year, being a Blitnikoff Award finalist, almost 24 years old with that elite production, I think is the big thing. Let's look at this overall Bills class before we get the next couple of picks in from the Niners, the Bengals, and the Panthers. This thing started out on day 2. It didn't start on day 1 for the Buffalo Bills because they traded out. They got TJ Parker, 35th overall from Clemson, the edge rusher. They got Davison Igbinosun, my favorite cornerback in this class, 62nd overall from Ohio State. Jude Bowry, we talked about earlier, offensive tackle from Boston College, and how he fits into this whole scheme with Spencer Brown and the history of them drafting these massive 6'8", 320-pound offensive tackles. They go Skylar Bell, and then Caleb Elarms Orr, which is honestly kind of a quintessential Buffalo Bill linebacker with good speed. He had an injury earlier in his career. This guy runs 4.47, 130 tackles this last year. You start playing full-time linebacker in 2023. I'm a big Caleb Elarms Orr fan, but I know there are some massive fans out there. When you look at this whole entire class so far for the Buffalo Bills, top to bottom, Parker, Igbinosun, Bowry, Bell, Elarms Orr, to me, it's a B plus B.
Yeah. Then this is the question that I want to pose to you just philosophically. We always talk about the art of team building, how these GMs, these team builders, how they put the team together to try to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
You have been knocking on the door. You've got Josh freaking Allen as your quarterback. Is it the approach to load up in the middle rounds? Or should you put the pedal to the metal and then go up in round 1?
Yeah.
Take some of your later picks, go up in round 3. What would be the preferred philosophy? What do you think works better when you're right there doing what the Bills have done, trading back, and now they're going to end up with a handful of picks? As you just mentioned, they got 5 picks, none of which came in round number 1. They made 2 selections yesterday, and now they've made already their 3rd selection on day 3. They have 2 more 5th-round picks, and then they finish off in round 7. So what do you think is the philosophy to win when it comes to a team like the Bills?
Well, I think you see what your window is. Your window is you have Josh Allen. Josh Allen's in that Super Bowl window, the contention window. They had to pay him. They go out and they be aggressive. They get DJ Moore. They've been trying to draft the wide receivers to fulfill the need of the X. Hasn't quite worked. They tried it with Dalton Kincaid. Dalton Kincaid hasn't quite panned out. They end up still paying Dawson Knox for like a 3rd time now. And you have to be aggressive. They've moved back and they've gotten value. It can work both ways. It all just depends on what you understand, how your evaluations work. You look at what Jacksonville's done. You look at what the Niners have done. I don't agree with either of those.
Right.
You look at what Baltimore's done, sitting still, right, and getting value,
Just finding the
understanding
value,
positional value and what you can get and how you can build your roster within those parameters of how your quarterback plays. Of who they go and get 2 guys, double-digit touchdowns in the receiving game in Surratt and in Lane after you lose Isaiah Likely and Mark Andrews is on his back 9, and the way you create opportunity for an offensive lineman to come into Baltimore. Like the way Baltimore is built is a whole entirely different way of how Buffalo is. It's different than the way that Philadelphia is. And they're all in the same window.
Right.
With these young quarterbacks that are running the football that, finding weaponry to go around them and then finding also to build the defense, which is obviously what helped Philadelphia to win that Super Bowl.
Yeah, and the Bills here going back, trading back, getting some value. They are finding value. I mean, I thought coming into today, what do you think I graded their day 2? They had 2 picks, TJ Parker, Davidson Espinosa. Do not look. What do you think I graded them?
With who was just it? It was Parker Igbinosun?
Those are the 2 picks from yesterday. Yep.
That's A.
A-. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because I think TJ Parker is a good player, and I also think on this specific team, this fit, they have the personnel on the defensive line in that front 7 to allow him to play long, to be, to play to his strengths, truthfully. And then David Igbinosun, your favorite, a top 60 player for me on my big board. So I really like what they did yesterday. Now coming into today, again, they're doing well. They're doing the things they should be doing, but something tells me when you're knocking on the door, sometimes you got to kick that some gun down. You can't wait to pick the lock. You got to push forward, and that starts at the top. when ownership wants to win and your GM wants to win, your head coach, your quarterback, when you get that perfect alignment, we talk about it all the time, right? The teams that win are the teams that have alignment from the tippity top to the bottom. And as our girl Ella said, you got to love the team from the bottom of your boots to the top of your hat. You got to be aligned. A couple of LFLs here. Shout out. So Bill's doing a good job, but I don't know if they're doing a great job when it comes to this draft so far. But again, they're finding their value. There's a number of different ways to do it, and the Bills have kind of traded back, and have found values when they can.
A couple more non-fantasy relevant positions that went off the board. Carver Willis, finally the Niners add a swing tackle here with Carver Willis from Washington. Almost 500 snaps his freshman year, over 700 sophomore year, and then those are both at right tackle. Then moved to left tackle this last year. They need a body to come in here and compete for right tackle and to potentially be the replacement for Trent Williams down the line. After him, it was Connor Lew, the center from Auburn, goes to Cincinnati. And finally, the Carolina Panthers get cornerback Will Lee from Texas A&M, a longer 6'2", 215-pound, very aggressive cornerback out of Texas A&M. We're going to send it back over to the fantasy desk. I think they got the interview stuff dialed in.
We think we can hear Chuck Bass now. We're very, very confident that when Chuck Bass joins us,
fellas,
we'll be able to hear him. We heard him on a delay. I think now we hear him live. We've set ourselves up with some impromptu headphones. Thanks to Garrett. Thanks to Austin Nace from Campus to Canton hooking us up with the headphones. We'll be talking to Austin more later from the couch. But now we have Chuck Bass, Twitter Zone, Player Profiler Zone, Chuck Bass. Chuck, tell us how bad this class is really.
Well, I just want to thank you guys for having me. I just got back from my group counseling session with Mike Vrabel, and I think things are going pretty well. So I think any Patriots thoughts should be attended with thought and care. I did want to wait to open this live on stream, so I appreciate you guys. I saw you guys partaking last night, so I wanted to do it myself. This is the single worst draft in the history of fantasy football. The commenters are right. The teams are drunk. The player pool is really weak. It's going to be forgettable, but that doesn't mean we can't make fun of everybody.
And I guess the question, Mike Vrabel, what are the latest betting odds on Mike Vrabel being the head coach in week 1?
43% chance of being fired as of right now, according to the prediction markets.
It's up to 43. It was 20%. Last time I checked it was 12. I checked it again, it was 20. Now the latest update from Twitter Zone, Chuck Bass, 40%. The number one, we polled the draft house here, Chuck, and the number one question that people were wondering is how much money do you make per month from Twitter?
I made $600 these last 2 weeks. I actually got paid yesterday. That's a little high. It usually isn't that high, but I'm really coming to my own as a content destroyer. So things are going pretty well. Matt, I wanted to ask you, who's the breakout guy from the Player Profiler Draft House? Who's established themselves as an alpha? Who's winning the weekend over there?
I got to tell you, it's up and down with a lot of these guys. Maddie, let's just talk about Maddie for a second. Maddie is a true talent. And every time we give him an opportunity, he takes the ball and he runs with it just that much further. However, he lacks a little bit of courage in tight spaces. I basically took over his punishment and going down the draft house slide naked. Though we did get a thumbnail. That's actually not true, or it is true. We actually don't know if that's true or not. So Maddie's really impressed me. We got a guy named Garrett. I want to talk about Garrett a little bit. Garrett, last minute, he produces a couple shows here behind the scenes, a couple of these podcasts. Shout out to Garrett. Garrett's been incredible. Garrett Mochus, and he drove in from Indiana through the night. We talked the day before. He's like, you know what? I was talking to my wife and my family. It turns out maybe I can make it to the draft house. And I was kicking it around as a possibility. And I was like, dude, we got a bed for you if you can make it. Next thing we know, he shows up. The guy's 6'7". He's a former Purdue basketball player. He's been running the news desk, playerprofiler.com/news. That's Garrett. He's doing an incredible job. He's been doing the dishes. He's been doing all the little things. He's been doing the dirty work. You know what I mean? We have a big family dinner. We look up. There's no more dishes in the sink. Why, Garrett? That's what you have to do. That if you want to you could be here. Anyone could be here. All Garrett did was he emailed me ago and said, "Hey, I really like these shows. Is there any way that these shows need some help behind the scenes?" I said, "Absolutely. Why not?"
Yeah.
So I introduced him to the host, to Johnny Tuma. Johnny Tuma is going to be joining us a little bit later.
All right.
And so he's helping sports on the internet, and it's great. And the next thing, then he gets on the email, right? He gets on the big staff email about the draft house, basically an all hands invite. Hey, if you want to come, hey, we got beds, whatever it is. And then all it is raise his hand. He volunteers. So he volunteers to be part of this thing, does a great job. And then when he's here, he doesn't just take advantage. We had some guys that showed up early. We had some friends of mine that showed up at the beginning of the weekend, and they didn't bring any beer. They didn't bring any food. They didn't bring anything. They just came here, they drank our beer, and they left.
I'm not even there, and I brought
fine.
beer. That's unacceptable.
That's perfectly fine, by the way. Everybody is entitled to come to parties and drink and consume everything those parties have to offer and leave, by all means. However, Garrett did the opposite. Garrett brought cases of Milwaukee's Best.
Never had it before. Pretty solid.
And every time
That's how you make the 53-man roster right there. That is going to get you through training camp.
He shows up in a pickup truck with groceries and Milwaukee's Best. And every time I look around, he's either posting player profiler fantasy content or he's cleaning up. And that is the makings of a true MVP of a draft house.
What an alpha.
Garrett also was carrying your basketball team and pick up basketball this week too. He was flashing, he still got it a little bit, a knee surgery a couple years back, but he still got some moves.
It was the way that we shot for teams one time. We had captains picking teams another time. I just happened to be on Garrett's team both times.
I had to D up the 6'8" guy, and I'm about 12 inches shorter than him, I think.
Right, so I'm working on I'm playing with a torn rotator cuff, and I'm still 2-0. So I feel great about that. Chuck, we got to get you here next year. We got to get you here next year.
Matt, I have to tell you, Pete and I were talking a few weeks ago. Player Profiler, we send guys to the Super Bowl. We send guys to the Combine. You're going to send us to the GM and Coaches Summit next year and let us cook. I promise we won't be caught interlocking fingers on a rooftop, but that could be an opportunity that we haven't quite scratched yet.
I'll have to get in shape for that because my shirt might have to be off.
So here's what answer me this, right? To me, this situation with Diana Rossini is an opportunity. If you're her, it seems like an incredible opportunity to elevate your content creation and make a lot of money. Why isn't she just seeing what's happening around her, have that situational awareness, do a heel turn? And I would think she'd be on episode 3 of her podcast already. I would have thought she would have already launched a brand new podcast, be monetizing the hell out of this scandal. What is stopping her from doing that, dude?
It's been a PR misstep all the way through. If I was advising her, she would have already been on Joe Rogan, Theo Vaughn, come out swinging. The allegations that her son might actually be Mike Vrabel's son because they were both at a playoff game 9 months before he was born is a little tough. So maybe she's putting out some fires there, but this story is not going away anytime soon.
It's only going to keep gaining momentum, and that's why you see the betting markets ticking up. Well, I mean, when you wake up in the morning and you're Mike Vrabel, what's going through your head, Chuck?
Probably trying to figure out ways to keep his penis while still winning a Super Bowl. That's probably number one for him, always has been. Yep. But you know what? I mean, you coach the New England Patriots, you're involved in an organization. This is kind of part of the deal. I mean, they're not afraid to they're not afraid to walk the back streets.
I mean, is it not perfect that this is the Patriots? Of course, this didn't happen to the Titans, right? The Titans, no one cares.
That's a well-run organization, so they would never do that.
No, could never.
Never be the Titans.
You know what? This is happening across the league, though. Ty Simpson has already been DMing with Kelly Stafford. Kelly Stafford, which people don't remember, she admitted recently on a podcast to hooking up with Matthew Stafford's backup at Georgia to make him jealous, and she's already in Ty Simpson's DMs. I don't know, guys.
Yeah, you never heard the story. That's what we were talking about the couch yesterday.
No, but I know It's a gimmick. I'm pretending not to know so we can talk more about it. So you can explain it
Come
to
on,
me.
Pete. This is pro journalism.
That's how this
here.
works. Pete, what are you doing, dude? We're doing a
Dude,
show.
I didn't know you were laying it up like that.
We've
So
also
okay, so
got,
let me get this straight. So Matt Stafford, so he knew about this beforehand, I'm assuming, or did he find out about it when he was listening to the podcast?
He doesn't seem like the guy who gets consulted on a lot of things lately anymore, which is interesting for the MVP of the league. But no, she came out and said it, and I think maybe there was some inclination that he had known, but I bet he didn't know it was going to happen again.
I don't think that McVay knew about the Ty Simpson pick, huh? I think that's
Now,
pretty clear.
those organizations, when you see Shanahan's reaction to the Stribling pick, McVay's reaction to the Ty Simpson pick, as an NFC fan, my Tampa Bay Buccaneers, I loved both of them. Please slide down all the way through. Let some other franchises come up a little bit. Fernando Mendoza dropped his first swear word ever live on stage. He dropped an F-bomb this weekend, so Vegas is already seeping into him a little bit. It's going to be a fun year.
I was early on the catching of the Kyle Shanahan scowl after that. But we have a nickname there. We also I want to workshop this nickname for it's not scribbling, it's a swindling.
Swindling, I like it.
He's swindling. Are you drafting any swindling in rookie drafts?
I would trade every single player in this draft that's not one of the first round talents for Jalen Coker. I hate a lot of the picks. I hate a lot of the landing spots. Actually, you know what? Give me some Eli Stowers. I was tuning into that debate last night, and I'm team Stowers, baby.
We were looking at the optimized rankings, the dynasty rankings on Player Profiler and lifetime value ratings, and sure enough, it's clear that you also have a subscription, because that's the cutoff is Coker. Pretty much like you want Coker over everybody except the premium picks from this draft, and there's only a handful of those premium picks. And the beauty is Coker got no target competition, so it's just full speed ahead for Coker. I mean, I know that we're talking football and we're not talking social media scandals here, but can you just please for a moment reassure us all that you're overexposed to Coker, correct?
I could not be a bigger cokehead if I tried. A 6'3" slot receiver, that is my dream player. And you know what? Bryce Young, the floor for this offense, we've already seen it. If they've picked up his option, do they want to move on to somebody else? We'll see. I just know I'm going to get probably 7 strong years of a top 30 wide receiver play out of Coker with this current regime.
So if I understand correctly, you're trending toward making $1,000 per month on Twitter.
Yeah. It's tearing my family in half, of course, pulling away from my actual real job, my relationships with my friends, just all kinds of stuff that I'm neglecting. But I'll tell you what, those, my neurons are firing all day, every day from hitting that refresh button on the notifications.
Share your Twitter handle with us.
I am Chuck F. Bass. I am a content destroyer.
I love it. Anything else from Chuck here?
The only thing that we didn't ask Chuck, because Chuck is a Tampa Bay Bucks fan, and you are the leader in the clubhouse of the Ted Hurst fan base.
Oh, yeah.
Matt. So we need to know what Chuck's inside sources say about Ted Hurst and this wide receiver room.
I think that was one of my favorite picks. Literally, if I take myself out of it, I love it. I just love a wide receiver named Ted. I feel like you don't get that a lot. So when guys come in with strong names, they go to a strong offense, I think he's probably going to see some decent play time, just considering who's ahead of him, right? Godwin's obviously still playing very well, but he's had some stability issues. And Mecca, what are we going to get from him? McMillan, I like, don't get me wrong, but he's never going to be more than a wide receiver 3. So you're bringing a long striding receiver, great frame, balance, body control, everything you could want. And Baker Mayfield contract year, Baker Mayfield coming off of bad juju, you just know he's going to do the Baker circle where he comes back around 40 touchdowns, 4,500 yards, something like that. And if that's the case, Ted Hurst is going to be involved.
Do you think that this scandal, as it's heating up, as the probability? I mean, I can't wait till the probability is more than 50%. We're closing in on. It's more likely than not that Vrabel's on. I mean, it's still April.
Gotta get some
Yeah.
skin in the game.
Well, this
He's
just
got
happened.
months to go with this.
This just happened in Boston 2 years ago when the Celtics coach literally for almost the exact same thing had to resign and they replaced him. So whatever they're doing up there with the Dunkin' Donuts, however they're roasting those beans, man, you've got some naughty boys in charge.
So do you think this scandal makes it more or less likely that A.J. Brown is traded to New England?
Oh, I mean, let's just I think it's a sure thing if you take everything else out of the equation. Like, he is built for this drama. We don't have a lot of guys in the league acting up like that. We need somebody to carry the torch. Let's take the number one leader in the clubhouse for that, the biggest baby out there, send him to the team where they're, like I said, they're run by naughty boys, and let's have some fun. That's
right. They're very naughty. On the one hand, the scandal reveals that there might have been some tampering, and so the validity of the trade could be questioned. On the other hand, it's an incentive for the Patriots to change the narrative and distract sports fans away. Do you think is there any trade possible that could distract sports fans away from this scandal, or are we going to be talking about this in July and August?
I think we're going to continue to talk about this as long as Mike Vrabel's the coach, because this is the team nobody wanted to see rebound as quickly as they did, and they went all the way to the Super Bowl. And I think they're about to have the year from hell. Super Bowl loser hangover is a real thing. We see it every year. This team's not very good. I think that they got hot in a year where Mahomes and the Chiefs were out, the Ravens were out, Bengals were out. This team is going to face a tougher schedule. I don't think they approached free agency very well or the draft very well either. Did you see their offensive lineman, Caleb, how do you say his last name? Lalu, whatever it is, or Low. You see him dancing? I mean, that is just indicative of what you're going to see that for the next year. And it's going to be so perfect because this team put themselves in a shitty spot and they deserve it.
The auxiliary press box where I was seated at the Super Bowl was directly behind Will Campbell's family. And it was embarrassing. I was embarrassed for them. The embarrassment was radiating off of them and I was feeling it.
Does his whole family have short arms?
And with that, we're sending it back to the draft desk.
Bang, we're back, and we've got a couple of picks that have come in across the board. Not a lot of fantasy relevance going on here in the latter parts of round 4. We do only have 5 spots left in round 4, and then we're going to move on to round 5, 6, and 7. The last 6 picks that have come through since that Will Lee cornerback selection to the Carolina Panthers have come by way of an edge rusher from Texas, Trey Moore, going to the Miami Dolphins. I want to talk about the Dolphins here in a minute. After this next selection, they pick at 138. I think we should break down the Dolphins. We stay on this AFC East kick like we did with the Bills a minute ago. Then we had Genesis Smith, the safety from Arizona, going to the Chargers. Jeremiah Wright, offensive guard from Auburn, going to New Orleans. We did have a tight end in Matthew Hibner from SMU going to the Baltimore Ravens to be their next Charlie Kohler. Kendall Daniels, a linebacker from Oklahoma, goes to the Falcons. And then linebacker Bryce Betcher goes from Oregon to the Colts. Got a bubble in my throat right there. Interesting. Now the Colts, I don't want to dive all the way deep into the Colts here, but the Colts did draft in round 2 a linebacker, right? That was their first selection. That was CJ Allen. So now they've added CJ Allen and Bryce Betcher, 2 young, pretty athletic, decently dynamic, sideline to sideline linebackers. They got a safety, AJ Halsey, offensive lineman in Jalen Farmer. Nice little duo there, linebacker. Only got 4 picks left for the Colts.
Yeah, and then when you factor in that their round 1 pick is Sauce Gardner.
Yeah.
This is a defensive draft. They made sure to shore up the defensive unit. 2 linebackers, as you mentioned, in the safety. I actually thought AJ Halsey was a good player. Again, he finished in my top 100 big board, 78th pick last night in round number 2. Chris Ballard is one of the more polarizing roller coaster rides that you will find when we break down these team builders. A lot of ups, but he's had some downs, but it seems as if he's trying to get this unit, this defensive team, back to where they want it to be, back to the promised land.
I want to talk about the Miami Dolphins here. I think by the time we get to the bottom of them, they'll make this next selection here. But they took Caden Proctor at the 112 from Alabama, the offensive lineman. They also took Chris Johnson, the cornerback from San Diego State. That was their other first-round pick. They came back early in round 2, Jacob Rodriguez. Round 3, they go Caleb Douglas, also from Texas Tech, and then Will Kasmerick, the tight end from Ohio State, and Chris Bell from Louisville. Your grade, I assume from that, just on thoughts of how you would evaluate this, was a B+,
C+,
C+,
because
Kasmerick dropped them that bad.
No, it's not just him. The Caleb Douglas pick also.
Yeah,
it just feels like you're adding extra fat to where you have the true meat. And
they don't have any meat in that wide receiver room.
No. I agree. But if you were high on Chris Bell, clearly they were. They made him a top 100 pick. Yeah. Why not make him your 75th selection? Yeah. And then at 94, get Jamard McCoy, swing for the fences. If you're trying to, I mean, all right, let's just dial it back. Let's take it back all the way to pick 1. 12th overall pick. Caden Proctor is swinging from the heels. Because what you're anticipating is you're getting a guy who is a freak athlete, one of the biggest, freakiest athletes in round 1. You're hoping he is your left tackle of the future. You're hoping that he could beat out Patrick Paul. You're hoping he can be the guy that covers Malik Willis's blind side, right? You take the swing for the fences. Then you get Chris Johnson, more of a floor pick. Good floor, maybe not the ceiling there, but a good and understandable pick. They've been chasing secondary, cornerback, especially for years. Made a whole lot of sense. Then they come out, and I thought that at this point, this is when you and I were talking in the early portion of night number 2, Jacob Rodriguez at pick 43, linchpin, locker room guy, green dot guy.
That's an A+.
That was when I was like, okay, this team is cooking. We actually said the AFC East, man, we're really digging what they're doing. But then they follow up with Caleb Douglas. And if you look at your wide receiver rankings, Caleb Douglas is not even in your top 30 wide receivers, correct?
I think he might be like literally 29 or 30.
I think when you looked up the special team guy, Wet Weejet, they were in the same lockstep. You had a special teamer in the tier of Caleb Douglas. And I get it. They this is a $1 billion enterprise. They have the scouting apparatus that can get more on this guy than I can, that you can. Of course, we get that. We always talk about that. But to reach this far at pick 75, only to double tap 20 picks later on a guy with the upside, this is where things start falling down. So there's some ups, there's some downs, but this is a roster that needed a lot of players, and they keep going back to it. I like the Trey Moore pick. I think there's a lot of ceiling in Trey Moore. Big, athletic, 6'2", 245-ish pounds, coming from a defensive unit that is one of the best in the SEC. So he's going to come from a pedigree. He's going to be able to help out Jacob Rodriguez, help out this defense, because Jeff Hafley is a defensive guy, former defensive coordinator of the Green Bay Packers. He is going to focus on defense, and he's definitely done that so far.
I want to close the loop on the Miami Dolphins here in a minute when they make this last pick in round 4. But because it's a fantasy relevant position, the pick is in.
I'm going to come.
New Orleans Saints. The New Orleans Saints at pick 136 have drafted Bryce Lance, wide receiver, North Dakota State.
This is not a fantasy pick. Bryce Lance will not be a fantasy guy on your roster, but what this guy does, he elevates Jordan Tyson, he elevates Chris Olave, and if you don't have Tyler Shuck, you ain't getting Tyler Shuck. The Tyler Shuck draft stock is gone through the roof. It is on, what was the thing that just went around the moon? Artemis 2.
Yeah.
Tyler Shuck is Artemis 2. He is around the moon. The furthest distance astronauts have gone. That's how far Tyler Shuck has skyrocketed after this draft. Because now you take an offense that was so heavy to one player, Chris Olave, 25% of the receptions. You add a gadget plus, a guy that things in Jordan Tyson, and now you get your burner, you get your Rashid Shaheed replacement, your downfield guy. Now all of a sudden the components are together. Tyler Shuck to the moon. Bryce Lance, love the player, brother of Trey Lance. Probably not going to be much fantasy relevant in his own right, but I think his addition makes the whole team so much stronger.
Did you say to the moon?
To the moon.
Well,
around
I
the
thought
moon.
Artemis went around the moon.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. let me rephrase. Tyler Shuck around the moon.
Okay. So I think Bryce Lance is interesting. You brought up you don't think he's going to be fantasy relevant. I think he will be fantasy relevant. So here's the deal. You said Tyson for a second there was, gadgety. Bryce Lance is gadgety. Bryce Lance, you turn on that tape, I think the first play against like Montana State was a 67-yard end around, or he got 4.3 speed. He's got some wheels, man. He might not do it on day one, but I think you talk about year 2, year 3 in this offense when you're playing with a Chris Olave inside, Jordan Tyson up opposite. Bryce Lance has traits to be, to get to like the ceiling level of potentially getting up to maybe potentially, a T. Higgins slight type of a situation, but a Christian Watson type of a situation. Like there's opportunity there. Let's also not forget Oscar Delp, 4.61 tight end coming in here to New Orleans Saints.
Great point.
Like this is an offense now. You talk about Tyler Shuck. If Tyler Shuck don't hit, the Saints ain't going to quit. They're going to go back to quarterback next year, and it's going to be Dante Moore. It's going to be Archman, whatever it's going to be, because this roster is built right now to be competing with the Panthers in Week 18 for this division.
Because you already know it always comes down to Week 18 matchup in the NFC South.
Yeah,
every single year.
Tampa, Atlanta, Carolina. I think you look at Carolina, New Orleans right now. Those two seem like they're the front runners. They had Jeremiah Wright earlier in this draft. Christian Miller, the defensive tackle from Georgia as well. But I love what the Saints have done on the offensive side of the ball right now. We knew Tyson was an interesting pick at pick 8. If he is healthy, that's massive.
Yeah.
Keyword healthy there. If he's not, Bryce Lance is a starting wide receiver in this without question. So I think that's your kind of safety vault there is you're going to get a little bit of value on Bryce Lance. I don't think he's a 0.
No.
I mean, Rashid Shaheed wasn't a 0 in this offense.
Right, but Rashid Shaheed was the number 2 in this offense. We're talking about Bryce Lance probably being the number 4.
In a much more competent offense.
Facts, and that's true. And I think
a much higher scoring. I mean, you're talking about bringing like the scoring of this offense from 3-4 years ago from like 22 to like maybe up to 28, 29 potentially points per game.
Mm-hmm. No, and at the end of the day, getting a guy like Lance, I had him at prospect 71. I was very high on Lance. 1,000-yard receiving a receiver at North Dakota State is impressive. They ran the ball 82% of the time. I mean, obviously that's hyperbole, but this is a strict run, old school offense. For a guy like this to be a 1,000-yard receiver speaks volumes. And I know it sounds like helmet scouting because technically it is. These are 2 players that did come from North Dakota State, but we've seen flashes of Christian Watson in Green Bay really be able to be a fantasy relevant guy, an NFL number 1 type target guy. Bryce Lance is going to have a tougher time getting there, but you just painted a picture in which he can. This is a good pick for the Saints, and we talk about buy-in from the top to the bottom. What this draft should tell fantasy owners, NFL fans, Saints fans, the buy-in for Tyler Shuck is as real as it gets. Receiver, tight end, offensive lineman, receiver. They're saying, Tyler Shuck, you have 1 year to get it done.
And they still got A-Chain and Kamara.
Right. They are loaded up ready. This might end up being, because it's an indoor team going against a bottom third of the league schedule. This is going to be your pick 'em up and redraft tiebreaker offense, which I would not have predicted a year ago.
All right, I want to put the bookend on this Dolphins conversation, at least for the next couple of hours here. They've now made their 8th selection in this NFL draft. They have 5 more, 3 in round 5, 2 in round 7. But they took a player we've been talking about a little bit here, Kyle Lewis, a linebacker from Pittsburgh. So to put an end on this, Jacob Rodriguez, the linebacker from Texas Tech. That was a 2nd-round pick at linebacker. Now they got Kyle Lewis at linebacker. They also added Chris Johnson at cornerback, Trey Moore at edge a couple of picks ago, a guy that was at UTSA at 17.5, TFLs at UTSA, transferred to Texas, and unfortunately had to play behind in a complete Adonis in Colin Simmons.
Right.
And kind of had to change positions a little bit, but he's going to go down to Miami and carve out a little bit of a role for himself. On the offensive side, Chris Bell, Caleb Douglas at wide receiver. You got your offensive tackle in Caden Proctor, and then you got your inline blocking tight end, Will Kasmerick. I mean, the way that you finish that thing out with Kyle Lewis at the end of round 4, this bumps me up. You said C+ coming in. I think this bumps me up to a B+ fringe A at this point. Fringe, but you're not quite there. It's like an 88.5, 89% points right
I would agree with you on that. So far, I think their day 3 has been really, really strong. And now we know, based on their draft pattern, that Trey Moore, I know he's listed as a linebacker, they're going to put him at edge.
Yeah.
You don't draft a third off-ball linebacker.
This is the thing is Rodriguez is going to go in day 1. They've said that
he's green dot guy.
Jordan Brooks, former first-round pick from Seattle,
Mhm.
they've said him, Aaron Brewer, the center, and Devon Achane. Those are their 3 cornerstone players.
Mhm.
So Jordan Brooks is going to start.
Yep.
Rodriguez is going to start.
Yep.
And Lewis is going to be what Lewis is billed to be. He's 5'10", 5'11", 220-pound athletic linebacker that's a little bit Tasmanian-ish.
Yeah.
So I think he's going to be a guy, he's not going to be a starter, but perfect because Jordan Brooks is also 5'11", 215 pounds. So I like what the Miami Dolphins have done here through 4 rounds.
Can I just ask you this, though? I mean, if you could just walk with me here, and again, we're not in the building. We can't talk. We're not talking to, the GM and the head coach. We're not in those conversations. We're not a fly on the wall in the war room. But just picture this. 75th pick, Jamard McCoy. 87th pick, Emmanuel Pregnon.
Dude, those two.
You're talking about pitching a perfect game at that point.
That's such a bizarre thought. You could have taken. Oh gosh. Yeah, you could have taken McCoy at 75. You could.
And I get the risk, but this is a team that.
Or
why not take that
take
risk?
Pregnon at 75.
Yes,
and take McCoy at 87 or whatever.
And then you could get Will Carmack, Kasmerick now.
Kasmerick, he'll make you a hellacious Italian beef.
Kasmerick sounds actually like the sandwich you can get here in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Did you try the Kasmerick while you're here?
I did not.
Slaps with some pierogies.
I did not. I've also not had a pierogi ever either.
Yeah, someone go get us some pierogies.
So the Cowboys, speaking of teams, the Cowboys did make a selection here.
This cleanup.
This is an interesting name here that when you go back even to the Senior Bowl, pre-Senior Bowl, people were hyping up LT Overton as a fringe round 1 guy after a season that was very disappointing.
Awful.
2024, not as much. 2025, very disappointing for LT Overton, the defensive edge from Alabama. That's now their third edge for the Cowboys in this draft. I wonder why they needed 3 edges. If one human being could make you
whose confidence is higher than Micah Parsons right now?
He's like, MF, 3 of you replacing one of me.
Yeah.
Malachi Lawrence, Jayshon Barham, and LT Overton now as your 3 edges to replace Micah Parsons. They also added Devin Moore as a corner from Florida. I think he ran like a 4.38 as well.
Fast.
Caleb Downs, of course, the crown jewel, the safety. And then they did add a depth offensive lineman in Drew Shelton here. They got one more selection in this draft, and they have yet to draft a wide receiver.
Well, Pickens signed his tenure, so he will be there in 2026. So at this point, the urgency to bring someone in is probably not there. Also, too, we saw him flash a little bit last year. What about talking about Ryan Flournoy? Is he a low-key winner here?
Flournoy has to be a low-key winner because you look past that. It's Mingo, it's Paris Campbell still in the league.
Shouts.
Kevontae Turpin. Flournoy has to be a little bit of a win here. 6th-round pick from 2024. That was SEMO, Southeastern Missouri. Very quiet wide receiver that was at the Senior Bowl. Had a good week, not great, not quite a Ted Hurst week, not even kind of Tyron Montgomery week. But you talk about a guy in this offense that can score 30 points a game and will score 30 points a game north of it during the season. I did think when you looked at this draft, you look back, there's going to be a receiver coming off the board on this team.
Maybe they take one here late, but does it really matter that late?
I mean, it's going to be their last pick is going to be round 7 pick 2. So we're talking.
You might have already just said the name that should go there. Senior Bowl darling.
Tyron. They've done it. I mean,
that was Flournoy.
Tolbert, Flournoy,
yeah.
Tyron.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense.
Keep that one in the book, Alex. Tyron Montgomery, round 7. That's a Dallas Cowboys shout right there.
But Dallas, I mean, Jerry Jones, like he catches a lot of flack because he's so polarizing, but the guy does come away with some good players in a draft. And Devin Moore graded well. This guy with a lot of experience at Florida. And again, what do I say about these? 6'3", 200 pounds. You can't teach that. Size is something that doesn't come late. Size is something you have. He's 6'3", 200 pounds, physical cornerback. You add him to a triplet of edge rushers. And then again, because of the nature of the draft, the lack of fantasy, the narrative is it's kind of a dud because it has been for us fantasy managers. But Caleb Downs, 111. The Cowboys are having a good little draft here. They're putting together the pieces for them to get them back in contention in 2026.
So there's another pick that came in for the Cincinnati Bengals are on the clock. The San Francisco 49ers are going
Tell me punter. Tell me punter.
that would be the
Tell me punter. Tell me John Lynch drafted himself. They've just been that random. It could be anything with this team.
Ephesians Priskett, the cornerback out of Washington. That's the move for the San Francisco 49ers.
Ephesians Priskett. You could try that sandwich here in Pittsburgh as well.
You probably can. They've kind of circled back here, started in the 4th round to change their tune as the direction, which honestly, with DeJon Stribling and Kalen Black, you could have went receiver running back here in the 4th round and maybe used that defensive tackle or offensive tackle or cornerback as your, 201.
Right.
Or your round 3 pick, you use Kalen Black. You could have used these on, more high value positions. We talk about this building through the middle of the roster, not building from the outside with these players that are much overdrafted, like DeJon. What's the word I'm looking for that Matt used?
Swindling.
DeJon Swindling. And Kalen Black, the running back out of Indiana. So we got 4 picks left. We do have a wide receiver that has come off the board at the end here of round 4 and goes to the Cincinnati Bengals. The last pick in round 4 to the Cincinnati Bengals, pick 140, wide receiver from Georgia, Colby Young.
Talk to me about him.
Colby Young's this is a guy that has dealt with a lot of injuries. Came by way of Miami. If you talk to the Georgia guys, Colby Young is a guy that never really got to the level that they expected him to get. Prototypical X, 6'5", 218-pound wide receiver, strong ball skills, can't separate for a hoot. Got a little bit of off-field stuff. That's kind of why I kind of expected him to fall.
But the Cincinnati Bengals like a little bit off.
I thought he would be a 6th round guy more than a back end 4th round guy. But Colby, he's got the talent. That's the biggest thing here. He came by way of Miami, like I said, after jumped in the transfer portal. Slippery, big. I think he was like a 4.56, 4.57 type of a guy. But this is a guy that's going to sit in there behind T. Higgins, carve out an opportunity. But he's going to be competing with Andre Iosivas.
Iosivas is good. He's been able to produce at the NFL. It's going to be a tough battle for Colby Young to get on the field here. But I see you have him at wide receiver 20. He's got some size, some pedigree. And again, I think the Bengals like their draft picks with a little bit of extra, a little bit of naughtiness off the field. They kind of like it.
I can't even remember what my comp was for Colby Young. I was trying to pull it up here. I can't find it. But he's a big boy.
Yeah, he's a big kid.
I don't really know what to make of the opportunity here, because I think as far as you get the 4th round draft capital, look at who are the best wide receivers you have available right now. I got Chase Roberts from BYU, Cyrus Allen from Cincinnati, Josh Cameron from Baylor,
Deion Burks
from Oklahoma. Look at that one. That's an interesting one. Kevin Coleman was the other one to bring up. Kevin Coleman, the 5'10", 179-pound wide receiver from Missouri. Deion Burks, though, who ran the 4.38 from Oklahoma by way of Purdue, still available on the board right now. But I think my highest rated wide receiver is Chase Roberts from BYU. What about you?
My highest rated receiver as of right now that we've had a little bit of a run at wide receiver, my 100 guys, they are all gone. Just want to double check that. Yeah, here
Deion Burks was your highest right there.
Deion Burks would be, but I wanted to go with my next one. You talked about Burks. He seems like a bit of an outlier here. The receiver that I was hoping gets a little bit of helium late. It doesn't seem like he will at this point. But we're talking about Dane Key. I like Dane Key from Nebraska, speed guy, used to be at LSU or Kentucky, I should say. And then, of course, our guy, Ty
Montgomery. That's the one. Like, I'm talking to Alex this morning, and I'm like, man, you get into a draft and you start to really feel how the thing's going to unfold, and you're like, this guy and this guy and this guy, they're going to get drafted in, round 3, and this guy's going to get drafted in round 6, and then you get into the draft and you're like, he's not going to get drafted.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
I'm kind of worried about that with Tyron.
Yeah, he didn't go to the combine. Well,
Kalen Black went day 2.
That's right.
But with Tyron, it was like I kind of thought the testing was going to be better. I thought he was going to be a low 4.4 guy, ended up being a mid 4.5 guy at a pro day.
You got to pitch a perfect game when you come from
he
D3.
couldn't get to a big pro day. He ended up at the Toledo pro day. I was like, man, if he gets maybe Ohio State offer or Cincinnati or something like this, I thought that there was an opportunity there, but we do fall through round 4, and here are our numbers across positions for the fantasy relevant guys. At quarterback, we got 5 off the board. Mendoza, Simpson to the Rams, Beck to the Cardinals, Allard to the Steelers, Klubnik to the New York Jets. So 5 quarterbacks. Running back, again, just 2 more guys came off the board here. We had Love At the first round with Jadarian Price, we had Kalen Black in round 3. We got Jonah Coleman to the Denver Broncos, and then we had Mike Washington join the AFC West. Look at that. All five running backs have gone to the West. Arizona, Seattle, San Fran, Denver, and the Raiders. Tight end, we added a couple more guys there in round 4. Matthew Hibner from SMU after a massive run in round 1, 2, and 3 yesterday. At wide receiver, the names that came up in round 4. Brennan Thompson was the first at the board. Mississippi State goes to the Chargers. Elijah Surratt to the Ravens. Caden Weejan. I knew that.
Yeah, well, you guys
To the
corrected me when I
Steelers.
said wet gen. No disrespect.
Skylar Bell, the wide receiver from UConn, Blitnikoff Award finalist, goes to the Buffalo Bills. We had Bryce Lance to the New Orleans Saints at the end of round 4, and then Colby Young finishes it out to get us caught up with Bryce Lance and Colby Young and the rest of these round 4 talents. Let's kick it over to the fantasy desk.
The fantasy desk is joined by one Johnny Tuma. Mr. Johnny Tuma, welcome to the Draft House. You couldn't be here. We wanted you here, but you're dialing in. I'm sure you have some thoughts.
Dude, you guys are holding it down. I love watching the show and miss you guys. I'm jealous of all the sports that are getting played by the boys.
Oh, dude, I hit Matt with a nice crossover on basketball the other day. He keeps making jokes about my back, but he seems to forget I worked him just a little bit. But I do have a little bit of an age gap there. Matt's pretty good at basketball. He's slippery.
The volleyball was good. The wiffle ball was good. We got to get some more wiffle ball. We had home run derby was great. Basketball was great. They were it was some axe throwing, ladder ball, cornhole, ping pong.
You went for a walk,
but he loves to step on some. But I have to say, the most fun physical activity I had a great walk with Alex Dunlap today. We had a brisk walk through some Pennsylvania trails. There was a mist in the air. We were talking music. We were talking fantasy football. We were walking together in harmony with nature and human beings, and it was a wonderful thing.
I don't know what to tell you, man. That sounds amazing.
Johnny, talk to us about Denver. Okay, right? You're obviously a big guy plugged in there. What do you think about Jonah Coleman?
Dude, I mean, I love it because I love the player, right? I think J.K. Dobbins can't stay healthy. So, I do see it kind of working well, yin and yang, with Harvey and Coleman long term. I'm excited about it. I think he's a great player. I think we got a good value. They had a pick. They took a tackle a couple picks later, but I always read into that a little bit too, just seeing that if they had one pick, it seems like between the tackle and Coleman, they would have taken Coleman because they picked him a few spots earlier. So it just goes to show early 4th round capital, but I think this is a guy they really like. I have a lot of trust in Sean Payton. He's earned my trust over the past few years rebuilding our team. So I think it's great.
Our team. I love that. The our team, the our.
It's kind of coach speak, but that's Johnny's.
You would know if it's coach speak, you would know. So
that's Johnny's coach speak. His team.
No, I know. I get it. No,
I'm with
it.
Do you have a Broncos tattoo?
No, I don't have any tattoos.
No. Johnny's doing fantastic. He's a Broncos fan living in Florida, living his best life. Absolutely. He is the man behind the Player Profiler Twitter X account. And Brittany Foxworth is the woman behind the Player Profiler Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. So I want to give a shout out to the social team. You guys are absolutely killing it. These graphics, this graphic yesterday that was up on YouTube and all of our streaming platforms for the show with Maddie pixelated coming down the slide. The fake photo, was it fake? We don't know. Did I do it instead of him? Did I go down naked? No one knows. Did Maddie go down naked? We think he didn't, but he might have. But he could be a coward. We don't know. Brittany was behind that. So Brittany's been doing an incredible job. So I want to make sure that we recognize and tip our caps to all those that are not able to be in the house, but they're doing great work like yourself. And so I want to say I appreciate you, my friend.
Thanks, man. Brittany is the real MVP. And you know, I feel like there's a whole nother show you should make people pay to watch just to talk about what really went down after cameras stopped rolling at that draft house.
There's a hot tub. There were a lot of men in a hot tub last night. I'll just say that there were many men in the hot tub last night, and that's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, there was some shop talk going on for sure.
Pete, I saw you like take a picture of like more, you know, day 2 or something. It was like 8 a.m. in the morning. You posted the pic yesterday, and I see the hot tub is open, and I'm like, did the boys just leave that open all night? Like,
We did. We left it open. There's a cover, and we forgot. Wyatt Bertolone, he came in for one night. He cooked us an amazing restaurant quality meal. So another shout out to Wyatt. And he came in for one night, crashed on the couch, and he crashed with all the lights on in the house. So that's the thing with Airbnbs, man. I mean, we do our best, right? We do our best to be responsible, to be clean, to be careful with everything. But sometimes, like, you leave lights on, or you leave a door cracked. It happens, man. It's part of it. But when I looked at I went downstairs and I was like, Wyatt, you're sleeping with all. It was just, that's how tired we were. That's what it's all about here, man. Next year, Johnny, you'll be here.
yeah, man. You know me. I love getting out there. Went to the combine. Went to the Super Bowl with you. And there's just something to be said about being in a small, crowded space with a couple other guys talking football nonstop. You know what I mean?
Yeah, lots of water, very wet, shirtless. It's great. So, yeah, Jonah Coleman, I want to just emphasize that he is moving up. Jonah Coleman is technically a winner. It's hard to find any winners or losers. It's just hard to find anything of consequence to talk about. I think, every minute that goes by, and we were looking back at some of the picks that have rolled in day 3, Jonah Coleman, more and more winner, because what better landing spot would you have wanted? Right. Than to go to a team that is a playoff team with a good offensive line that already has a satellite back in place, but is a recognized satellite back and not a primary back, not an all-purpose back. And the placeholder early down back is one of the dustiest running backs in the league. No one is investing anything in J.K. Dobbins. So that's the beauty, is it when a player we like, and this is a good but not great between the tackles player. This is like his ceiling is Tyler Algier. Everything breaks right for Jonah Coleman. He can be a Tyler Algier, which would be great. We'll see, maybe Emmanuel Wilson.
He's got a solid receiving profile.
Yeah, he has a nice receiving. He is cool, and we like him because he can run between the tackles. He can get that touchdown equity, but also that he has the sneaky, the running backs with size with nice receiving profiles. I'm wearing a Breakout Finder hat. Check out the Breakout Finder in the App Store, Google Play. It's $5. You can get all the player profiler metrics. We use AI, and we put all of it into a program, and it spits out the exact probabilities that these players from college will break out. And one of the traits, or I should say 2 traits together that we've identified really matter, is size with the receiving profile. So if you're a big running back that catches passes, that does absolutely boost your probability of a breakout. And now you land on a team where J.K. Dobbins is the incumbent that you have to supplant. These are all good things. We needed something to get excited about. I wouldn't say I'm excited about Jonah Coleman, but it is a player that has sort of solidified himself as the RB3 in this class. Yes.
Yeah. By default, I mean, at the very least.
Right.
Point, yeah.
So we have, of course,
yeah,
we have Jeremiah Love way up the top. And then we have Jadarian Price in a tier by himself. And now Jonah Coleman has carved out yet another tier by himself. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think one of the things that's interesting with the Broncos is like you also have to earn it with Sean Payton, right? Like he went out and drafted Marvin Mims in the 2nd round. People are still wondering, why the hell does this guy not see the field? You know, is this are you guys coach speaking me right now? Are you?
No. I'm just saying he's excited.
No,
he got excited.
But my point is Coleman does all the little stuff right? Low fumbles, good pass protection, good receiving ability. And I think that's the type of stuff that Peyton really is excited about, I'm sure. And I think we'll earn him a spot on the field, because that's what's been frustrating is like we go out and sign Evan Ingram. He doesn't carve out a big role in the offense. We paid him handsomely, right? We drafted Marvin Mims in the second round, but we never trusted him. And so I think that Coleman's a guy who does the little stuff right. So it's less of a projection to say he's going to find the field a lot, where if like we would have taken a Mike Washington, you're like, okay, cool. But Sean Payton's not going to put this guy out there if he's fumbling, right? So
can I say one thing too? I think the bigger picture here from a stock up standpoint is like Bo Nix, this offense is getting better, right? I don't necessarily know if you raise him up in the rankings, but the addition of Waddle is probably already priced in before we got here today. But the offense in general is starting to take more steps forward, which is encouraging. I mean, they really haven't had many explosive players. You had Jonah Coleman, you had Jalen Waddle. I mean, it's definitely a stock up for the offense.
Yeah, I think there's another thing. This is unrelated, but it's one of those things where the last couple nights it's been something I've been thinking about, but we just get distracted. Like last night, we ended up closing out the show with a mock draft. So go back and watch day 2. And if you don't have time to watch the entire day 2 broadcast, go to the end and watch the mock draft. Did a first round mock to close out day 2. You were asleep by then, right?
probably, yeah.
Yeah, you were asleep by then. You didn't see that, but we did it. We did a first round mock. We did an impromptu first round mock at the end of the day, and it was great. But I want to talk about something with you. The NFC East, are absolute nails. When you look at that particular division, all they do is make great picks. It's Howie Roseman, bang, bang, bang in Philadelphia. It's Dallas, stick and pick. They're not making any crazy Jerry moves. It's been 10 years since they did anything close to that. But now they're really making optimal moves, positional value, optimized moves. Washington, getting great value. And now, and the Giants, the Giants shocked the world. They absolutely aced the first round, getting the defensive piece that they needed and the offensive piece they needed. And they did not, they remember they were being mocked wide receivers. Right. They were being mocked running backs. These would have been suboptimal position plays, but we assume this is the direction they're going to go because it's New York and they have a history of drafting players like Saquon Barkley too high. And technically, Cam Scatterbo is a day 3 pick. So maybe they're looking at it from that perspective. Neighbors is coming back from an ACL and they don't have a lot of weapons behind him. Darnell Mooney, Calvin Austin, they're actually sleeper winners from this draft. But they're sleeper winners. Austin and Mooney in particular are sleeper winners from this draft because the Giants are drafting so well. And it's just unfortunate if you're the Giants that the other teams that are really acing the draft are in your division. They're the Cowboys, they're the Eagles, and of course, they are the Commanders.
Dude, the one I can't get over is the Eagles, man. Like I'm not adjusting to the priors. I think that Mekhi Lemon will have a like JSN type of career arc at that organization. So that's a pretty bold claim, but I'm sticking to him at the top of fantasy in Dynasty and in Dynasty drafts. I'm fading him a little bit in redraft on the landing spot, but not much for Dynasty. And then they go out and get my other guy, like my other favorite player from this draft, Eli Stowers. And I just think that was a value. This offense they've rebuilt this offense. Now you ship away A.J. Brown, and you think about having Devontae Smith, Mekhi Lemon, and Eli Stowers on that offense long-term. Like, we already know what they've done with the defense. They go and get those awesome offensive weapons that I thought were 2 of the best in the draft. And then they get Markel Bell, an offensive tackle who's 6'9", and I can just see him being like them figuring out a way to make him work and being like a Lane Johnson type thing for years to come. And everybody's looking back like, man, how he's done it again. And that's just, they made the Grenard trade. I don't know about that. I'm like I think it's okay to give up the 2/3 and to pay the guy if he gets back to what he was pre-injury. But overall, to your point, it's been a really, really strong draft across that NFC East. And it's just crazy because then you look at the NFC West and some of the picks that they're making. I don't love Carson Beck to the Cardinals as a potential replacement. I hate what the 49ers are doing, like looking like
Awful.
artificial intelligence. I really do think is drafting their picks. Like I don't know what is going on.
It doesn't make sense. John Lynch has the chin. John Lynch has the player resume. John Lynch has he has the sort of, he has the affable, he's the big affable, personality, but there's nothing there. He's the quintessential empty suit in the NFL, and just the look on Kyle Shanahan's face says it all when these picks are coming in.
I do want to add one thing too. Raiders just traded an edge rusher, Tyree Wilson, so maybe they take finally their first wide receiver and give some help to Mendoza. So that's coming up in a few picks here.
I remember Tyree Wilson.
Yeah,
I remember talking about Tyree Wilson in the draft house. Tyree Wilson was a big topic of conversation once upon a time. Now he's just being shipped out.
Yeah, I do also want to mention we did get a landing spot for Reggie Virgil. He goes over to the Cardinals, 6'3" wide receiver out of Texas Tech, right? And a pretty young breakout age, 20 years old for him. So a little bit more weaponry, but probably, I don't know. I mean, you're a big Mike Wilson fan, I'm sure.
I actually preferred him to Caleb Douglas when I watched the Twos film. And that was the one thing I couldn't get in on was Caleb Douglas. So
awful pick.
Yeah, I didn't love that from the Dolphins, but I like the landing spot for Chris Bell now a little more. Right? You've got to basically wash out 2026 as an injury recovery year, but man, he's stepping into a spot where like it's him and almost nobody else. I'm not worried about Caleb Douglas, and I kind of like the Reggie Virgil landing spot in Arizona, having Jacoby Brissett. Michael Wilson gets dinged up. Marvin Harrison gets dinged up. They're going to be playing from behind a lot, so I actually think Reggie Virgil could be somewhat interesting as like a guy who was not on radars in dynasty communities pre-draft, but we're having to adjust, man. Like, I think one of the things I've been doing is playing fast draft as much as possible the past 24 hours, going out and getting those Dijon Striblings in the third while there's still value there. He's going to get propped up into the second round. It's only a matter of time. He was like the 8th fan or whatever,
Alex actually got him in the 5th round yesterday.
Sorry, what?
Alex got Stribling in the 5th round yesterday on fast
draft.
Yeah,
I got him in. I pushed him out to the 4th in one draft earlier because I was kind of playing chicken, like seeing if people have adjusted their rankings yet. But it's like Kalen Black's been drafted in less than 50%. I think Eli Raridon is another big winner in terms of I had him at like tight end 4 in my rankings pre-draft. I'm moving him up to tight end 3 now. I really like.
You had him at tight end 4?
Max Toscano really likes this guy.
Wow, look at Johnny.
Yeah.
He landed incredibly well. Hunter Henry, who cares? Austin Hooper, who cares? And this guy's like 6'8", athletic, made plays, had a bunch of target competition to deal with at Notre Dame. I like him.
Yeah. So there's some sneaky guys like him. I think he's being drafted in about 12% of fast drafts right now. And when all the dust settles, I just don't see him making it outside of the 4th round.
That's yeah, and you'll see where we have all these guys ranked on Player Profiler on the Dynasty rankings. Use code DRAFT for $50 off, and use code FAST on Fast Draft and jump into rookie drafts if you like to draft rookies for money. And now is the time to get the absolute most leverage by processing the information that has come in, the draft picks that have come in. It's going to take days, if not weeks, for the ADPs to adjust, and so now is the time to strike on Fast Draft. Johnny, last word.
Dude, I love what you guys are doing. Wish I could be there with you. I still think there will be some interesting landing spots for running backs. There's a lot of good running backs on the board still. Nick Singleton, Katron Allen. I think there's still a lot of forming those 2nd and 3rd rounds of your dynasty rankings that is yet to be determined. So don't freak out everyone just yet, but it's also I think from what we've seen from day 1, day 2, and the beginning of day 3, like this is going to be a year where draft picks are not at a premium. So those are just some of my thoughts on this draft. It's been a lot of fun watching you guys, and thanks for letting me on and chat with you guys for a few.
Final question. As a person who's on social media a lot and you're doing memes, at what point are you going to be completely and utterly sick and tired of Mike Vrabel?
That was probably a week ago, man. I just don't give a fuck about this stuff. Like, I care about football. You know what I mean? I don't care about Diana Rossini's like butt crack or what she named her kids. That's just me.
See, Johnny,
your meme though of Caleb Lomu, right?
Yeah, I photoshopped, or now not photoshopped, I Gemini'd Lomu's face onto Rossini, but it didn't get traction for whatever reason on social media. That's why you and Chuck.
It was. I was like, who is that?
Yeah, they couldn't recognize who it was. It was an offensive lineman. Listen, I'm not good at this, or I used to be good at this, and I've lost my powers. You and Chuck have the powers, my friend. It was great talking to you.
Thanks. See you guys.
Yeah, what is up, boys? We're back.
We back, baby.
Round 5 is underway, and one of our favorite prospects just came off the board. There's actually a couple of nice selections here. Offensive linemen, some centers. Sam Hecht goes to the Carolina Panthers. Parker Brailsford, a great value here from Alabama by way of Washington to the Cleveland Browns. Another team that's got a lot of picks here, and they just made a move to get an edge rusher in Tyree Wilson to add to that, a former top 10 pick that never deserved to be a top 10 pick, but was a top 10 pick. The Browns have had a good draft so far.
Yep.
What do you think about Parker Brailsford and these Browns so far?
We mentioned this last night, that sometimes what you can do as a team builder, what you can do is not necessarily things that happen on the field, but ways you can manipulate what happens on the field. And the superpower of Spencer Fanu was his flexibility. He was a very talented right tackle out of Utah, number 9 pick overall in this draft. But there was some talk. Would he play interior? Would he play center even? He worked out at center at the Senior Bowl at the Combine, did the drills there. What they've done, though, adding Austin Barber and now Parker Brailsford, is they're maximizing that flexibility, saying we don't want this guy to be pigeonholed to one position. We want to make sure that we're building out the room and allowing his flexibility to be a true strength, because if they would have ignored these other line positions, they may be forced to take a talent like Fanu and stick him inside. Now they could put him at right tackle. They could put him at left. They could put him at center. They could really do anything, and they're going to let Barber and Brailsford, these guys, compete for roles. I like what the Browns are doing. This is now going on 2 years of strong draft picks. Could we maybe see a good Browns team coming up? Could we?
We talked about it yesterday, man. It all kind of comes down to the quarterback position. You got a mighty experienced Dylan Gabriel in there. You got a Shedeur Sanders who seems to get better every single year, the last 6 years of his life. And then you got Deshaun Watson, who was paid.
The Browns just got Justin Jefferson. Dude, the Browns just got the Browns just got Justin Jefferson, the linebacker out of Alabama, here in the 5th round. Sorry, I had to, but there's just no energy in this room.
Lighten it up. Justin Jefferson, there's a massive play here. Massive play to add to that wide receiver. I'm just kidding. Linebacker. No, but so the thing is, the Deshaun Watson thing, he got paid for a reason.
Yeah.
And if he's healthy, it can really be the difference in this roster. This roster has come together nicely. I've thought edge was always interesting for the Browns in this class. Everyone hated on me. Poo. I said, man, you got 3 picks in the top 40.
Yeah.
I mean, you could really slide edge in there. They're like, psych, we're going to go double wide receiver. They come back, get Tyree Wilson now. But as far as this offensive line goes, you go and get Titus Howard from the Houston Texans in a trade. You add Elton Jenkins in free agency. You add Zion Johnson in free agency, who's a former 2nd-round pick from the Chargers. And then you give Spencer Fano. Spencer Fano probably projects to slide in at tackle. I would say probably day one, he probably slides in at left tackle ahead of DeJuan Jones. You got Titus Howard on the opposite side, who's going to compete with Austin Barber for your starting right tackle position. You got Tevin Jenkins, who came over from Chicago last year. That's your starting right guard. Elton Jenkins will have a competition now with Parker Brailsford. And then your left guard is Zion Johnson. You can pretty much lock that in. The offensive line has been rebuilt. It's got depth. You got Zach Zinner. You got Kendrick Green, 2 developmental guys behind. I like where this Browns offensive line came through. We knew they needed offensive line help, and they did it in the 1st, 3rd, and the 5th round in this class, plus the 3 free agents. And I think the Browns have almost had an A so far this offseason in acquisitions.
Yeah, they're kind of taking the Eagles approach, the Howie Roseman, let's build a nice wall, and then we find the quarterback when we find the quarterback. So what they're doing is they're building a destination for a potential quarterback. Yeah. Right? They added 2 receivers, 3 offensive linemen. You add that to what they've been doing over these years. They're really trying to build kind of from the outside in. They're going to end with quarterback, whether it's Deshaun Watson, Shedeur Sanders, or someone in next year's draft class. That remains to be seen, but they're doing it the right way, because at the end of the day, you can bring in pieces. You can bring in a Sam Darnold and win a Super Bowl. We're starting to see that teams aren't necessarily building from quarterback out. They're building a roster and then getting a quarterback to maximize that roster. The Browns, they're doing the thing these last few days, and they're making a lot of picks. The Dolphins, they're on the clock now. They're another team making a lot of picks. Dalton Johnston, safety from Arizona. That is who the Raiders traded to get. The Raiders just traded away one of their players, Tyreek Wilson, to get the pick 150. They take Dalton Johnson. Seems like a bit of a reach. Maybe their first reach of this draft. What do you got to say about Dalton Johnson? You got anything on the guy?
I didn't really want to talk about it, to be honest with you.
That's fair. We can move on.
I kind of wanted to talk about our guy Joshua Josephs.
Well, I was trying to, I was trying to,
we were getting
savor that.
We're getting too far away. I wanted to come back to this thing because
All right.
before, when we were waiting for them to kick it back over here, you were talking about you punched me. You're like Joshua Josephs, and I was like,
true,
oh. Because the Redskins, the Commanders, have been sitting here from pick 7 to pick 71 to pick 147.
Yeah.
And I got those numbers locked in my brain because before the draft, you're preparing, you're doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 round mock drafts. You know the numbers.
Yep.
And you look at this, I want to call them the Skins over and over again. The Skins go 3 picks in the top 150.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm thinking to myself, man, they could trade down from 7. They need to trade down from 7.
Yeah.
They could be aggressive here. We knew that Dan Quinn wanted a linebacker. He gets him in Sonny Styles. We knew they needed a wide receiver. They could have potentially done it with Carnell Tate, right?
Mm-hmm.
Carnell Tate was an option there at round 1. They wait till round 3. They don't move off of 71. They get Antonio Williams. Then you come down to round 5 with Joshua Josephs. I think this is one of the most fun developmental projection, high upside edge rushers in Joshua Josephs from the University of Tennessee. And they'll have 3 more picks at the end of early round 6 into round 7. It's a good situation for the Washington Commanders, a team that, again, like the Houston Texans on the opposite side, this is the NFC version of they're not that far away from competing for an NFC championship.
Yeah, I mean, they were in the NFC championship just 2 years ago. And what they did is they sold a little bit of their identity. They mortgaged a little bit of their game plan to try to win now when they realized their window opened earlier. And I think they regret that. And that is definitely depicted in this year's draft where they've only made 3 selections so far. But at least they're sitting back. They're letting the board fall to them. They're not getting overzealous. They're not getting over their skis. And they're adding players that will help right away. If you were to go into this draft and say, hey, you draft at 7, 71, 147, you're not necessarily assuming that you can come away with guys that you can use right away. But they have. They really have, because Joshua Joseph now, we're looking at a guy who necessarily isn't going to be a game wrecker, and he's not going to be the defensive rookie of the year, but he's got traits. He's got athleticism. He graded out well his entire career in the SEC. Not really the best run stopper, but he's just going to be that pass rush guy. Pin your ears back, get after the opposing quarterback. Something that Dan Quinn has needed, something that Dan Quinn has definitely been sought after. They were rumored to go after edge. They get Sonny Styles here. So they get one difference maker on defense, Sonny Styles. They get a good weapon, something they could potentially mold in Joshua Josephs. And then we've talked about it here on our desk. The fantasy guys have talked about it. The couch has argued about it. Antonio Williams could back his way into a lot of targets. Commanders doing a lot with a little this year.
Doing a lot with a little. And earlier on, we kind of got a second in on Cade Klubnik before we moved over to the other desk. The Jets. Well, we've talked about Miami. We've talked about Buffalo. I'm talking about the Jets here because the Jets got 3 picks left, but their next one's not going to be for like 50. It's going to be for like an hour and a half before we get back to the Jets. Just like the Patriots. We haven't talked about the Patriots all day.
Well, they didn't want to make too many picks today.
Yeah, I didn't think they did. So I want to guess your grade coming into day 3 for the New York Jets. David Bailey, 2nd overall. Kenyon Sadiq, 16th overall. They trade back into round 1 to get Omar Cooper at the 30th overall spot. Then they get Aaron Glenn Jr., a.k.a. D'Angelo Pons, in the 2nd round. I'm going to guess your grade was A-.
Very close, B+.
Okay, I was this close to saying it.
That was very close. And honestly, it could, with a 2nd pick in day 2, that it came, that was as equal in value of a D'Angelo Pons, we are talking about an A.
Yeah.
But I think the totality of this draft, again, not getting too scared. There are a lot. You got to give credit where credit is due. Aaron Glenn is his seat might not be hot, but it certainly ain't super comfy.
Yeah.
And he's letting, 2nd-year team builder. How do you say his last name? I always forget.
Moogie.
I always say Moogie. But he's sitting back. He's letting him bring in a good draft class. This is a good class so far. You just rattled off everyone that they've picked, and they continue to find value. I mean, getting Cade Klubnik at 110, again, not a guy that's necessarily going to come in and command the QB1 slot. Geno Smith is going to be their guy, but they're poised now to have players. They're poised now to be better because for this Jets roster, you don't want the first overall pick next year. You don't want to have a losing culture, having another head coach, more turnover. You want to do this Brian Flores route, this route where you're the 7th pick, you're the 9th pick, you're the 13th pick. You were fighting for a playoff spot, but you weren't able to get there on the back of Geno Smith. That's when you get your quarterback. You add him to this situation, or maybe they say to themselves, Klubnik showed us something.
Yeah.
Well, let's give the kid a try. Let's see what the kid can do. But I think overall, in terms of just building block players, the Jets are doing a good job.
There's enough weaponry there that Cade Klubnik is going to get an opportunity this year, and it's going to come by way of Geno Smith stinking. I don't think there's going to be another resurgence of Geno Smith. Darrell Jackson, a very interesting addition there at 103 on day 3 as well. 6'6", 35-inch arms, massive wingspan. Late to football, started playing football as a junior in high school, still developing. This is a perfect project. Nose tackle, D tackle to pair with Devondre Sweat. Again, remember you've departed Quinnen Williams. He's no longer there, and so you're looking for that interior pass rush and run stopping. And I think a plug like a Darrell Jackson and a Devondre Sweat is a great addition here for the New York Jets. So I would say you add in Darrell Jackson, you add in Cade Klubnik. I don't think Klubnik is a positive to that grade, so I'd probably bring you down to a B.
Fair, yeah.
Would you move backwards, or would you just?
I think I'd stay put the B plus because I don't think Cade Klubnik is moving the dial up, but I don't think it takes them back because in this range, they had their chance. Do you want the toolsy? Who the heck knows what he could be? Traylon Green. Do you want the high IQ, super low ceiling Garrett Nussmeier? They kind of get a little bit of both. They take the guy, that archetype of quarterback that has had success in the NFL, the semi-mobile, good athlete, but a good, accurate passer, can throw with a little bit of anticipation. A guy with good head IQ, comes from a big program. Again, this is one of those Texas legend quarterbacks that, just didn't really pan out overall at Clemson, but he goes 110. So he's not going to bring the grade down at all for me. He's not going to elevate it.
After starting out the 5th round here with just a run of defense and offensive line, we did get the wide receiver Reggie Virgil, 3rd pick overall in the 5th round to Arizona. He's just going to be stuck as a depth piece there. He's not really getting much run. We saw him at the Senior Bowl, not quite the level of Caleb Douglas, who we didn't think was worthy of a 3rd round, 4th round draft capital either. Then we had another long run of center, D tackle, edge, guard, linebacker, safety, and then we get to Justin Joly. Sorry, I keep writing on you. I think
is it on me?
The tight end
Oh
from
my God, look at all these.
the tight end from NC State goes to Denver. This is an interesting fit with Justin Joly going to Denver. They've talked about wanting a jack. They've talked about wanting a guy that can be multi-dimensional, multi-tool, athletic in this offense. They go get Evan Ingram last year. And Evan Ingram had a couple of rushes on the season. He's in his back 9, but he wasn't quite the juice that they wanted, consistent enough, right? Marvin Mims, they've tried the opportunities with Marvin Mims. They go get Jonah Coleman. That's not the guy that's going to make a difference from that perspective. What do you think about Joly going here to Denver in round 5?
I had, the theory, the time machine theory, and for those of you that don't know, that don't watch TDR, the draft rankings, make sure you go check that out too. We talk about the time machine theory, which is that if you have players in your system that work, try to develop a time machine and get a prospect that fits that type of player. This is the time machine theory to a T. Evan Ingram, Justin Joly, this is the type of archetype that they have been seeking, right? They go get Ingram in free agency. He's a little bit long in the tooth, not quite the guy he used to be. So what do? They build the time machine and get the prospect that they could potentially use to replace him as he exits. Good production going back to his days at UConn through NC State. Has had 3 years in a row with 480 receiving yards. This year, 489 is his lowest total over the last 3, but he added 7 touchdowns. Pretty good athlete. He's not necessarily oversized. You talked about the Joker roll, 6'3", 263. That's exactly what they got here.
The lowest yards after catch per reception in the tight end position this year, 3.6 among all the tight ends I've watched. All of them, 3.6. a half yard below your boy Tanner Coswell, a little bit behind Nate Borkacher, the inline tight end, a little bit behind Dan Villari from Syracuse, and a little bit behind Truman Warenmeyer from North Dakota State, who didn't hardly touch the football.
Mm-hmm.
My comp for Justin Joly was a name that's been brought up in this house, specifically by a former Purdue player. Garrett brought him up over there. Dustin Keller. That's my comp for Justin Joly.
That's funny.
That's who it's been. It's been in here for over 2 months. He brought him up this week. I was like, man, that's a good call back there. Dustin Keller for Justin Joly. 6'3", 241 pounds, big mitts, 10 and an 1/8 inch hands, tied for the second largest in the class with Michael Trigg for Joly. So it's an interesting fit. I don't think it's the most interesting thing here, I think, at the tight end position is your guy Cozoil and then the Jack Endries, Texas tight end. Neither have come off the board quite yet. You also got Michael Trigg out there. There's a little bit of off-field question marks with Trigg from Baylor, 6'4", 240, but he's a mad athlete. Mad athlete, works downfield with speed, but Joly does come in here with round 5 draft capital.
Now we're seeing a run of players coming off the board, a lot of cleanup here. One of the players I do want to bring up was actually the latest selection for the Detroit Lions, the Motor City Kitties. Keith Abney, Arizona State cornerback, finally finds his NFL home. This seems like a really good cleanup call. Top 10 corner in the class type of pick for the Detroit Lions here at 157.
22 pass deflections this last 2 seasons, 6 interceptions, only 44% of the completions allowed to Abney. Pretty unique athletic background. I got this one from the Beast with Dane Brugler, and he was an elite inline speed skater.
Interesting.
Inline speed skater.
Like on the ice?
It's just a funny, it's a funny callback because that's something like when you watched like Tank Dell at the Senior Bowl, right? I was like, man, this guy just
glides.
He just skates across the football field.
Yes.
But Keith Abney was actually an elite inline speed skater. Quick reactive athlete, durable, 26 straight starts at Arizona State. This is a culture guy. And this is exactly the type of player that Detroit wants to go after. So they get Keith Abney, top 10 cornerback in this class here, into round 5. I like it.
This is the downstream effects of getting your guy too early. You have teams like the Jaguars, the teams like the Niners, a team like the Rams. People haven't really talking about it. The Rams haven't helped their Super Bowl caliber roster all that much so far in this draft. And because people keep getting their guys as opposed to taking what value, they're allowing good football teams to pick up the pieces here. Now, Keith Abney, another good addition for the Lions. I'm going to ask you a very random question here.
Okay.
Very random.
Is it about this?
No, you can give it 2 seconds. You can tell me to stop talking. It's fine.
Okay.
But it's day 3. Next pick, the Carolina Panthers, originally owned by the Minnesota Vikings.
It's traded. It was traded away.
Oh, never mind. So I was going to say, could you do a gentleman's agreement here? But can I have my pick back? You can have your pick back.
So it was traded away to the Miami Dolphins. The Miami Dolphins
cleaning up the crumbs.
What pick is this? 150 on the nuts?
158.
158. 158. This is a very interesting one because Alex Dunlap and I do some work for Orange Bloods, and the most beloved player in that organization is none other than number 16. The Dolphins trade up from 158 to 151, giving up 227. They get 227, they give up 200, and they get safety Michael Taff here. Another Westlake chaparral, as you hear Alex Dunlap in the background. This is interesting. He goes round 5. We heard a lot about Michael Taff and where might he go. This guy, you look at the way that he leads in the locker room, the culture that he runs with, and you can look at his draft party today. There is former players, current players, there's recruits, there's all at his draft party today. This is the quintessential like culture leader in this room right now. He gets to go down to Miami with Trey Moore, a teammate of his, and his boy Quinn. Quinn's there as well. Oh, that's a good call out. Michael Taft's
who's his boy Quinn?
Quinn Ewers.
Oh, Quinn Ewers. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Right. Yeah.
So I like this here because we heard from multiple sources. This is the amazing thing about the draft. It will tell you everything in a nutshell. We talked to one guy that was a regional scout that said, "Oh, I think Michael Taft's early 5th, late 4th round pick."
Yeah,
he goes early 5th.
Yeah. We
talked to another one who does national cross scouting,
okay,
cross checking at the position, not like how I do linebacker. No, like he's a safety guy.
That's right.
And he goes, "Yeah, I don't know if he'll get drafted."
Ooh,
and he goes here in the early 5th. This is amazing. This is the amazing part of the. So many people. Alex will say it sometimes. He goes, "We're all watching the same movie, but we just see it differently.
That's
we're all
right.
sitting in the same theater, but we're watching a different movie." And I think that's the the anatomy of Michael Taff. And when you think about where the Dolphins are today, right? They have 13 picks. Look at some of the players that they added. Right, there's some maniacal players, Chris Bell, Caden Proctor, where there's a little bit of question mark off the football field. A little bit of, can we get this guy in the locker room? Can we get him in here in weight? Can we get him in here healthy? Is he going to get to the top of it? Like, if you get Pete Caden Proctor, you got an all-pro. If you get Pete Chris Bell, you got an all-pro. But the thing about Jacob Rodriguez and Michael Taff, you got damn leaders.
Yeah.
Vocal rookie leaders in Jacob Rodriguez and Michael Taff. So I love what's going on right now with the Miami Dolphins. It's a little bit of maniacal built into this thing and a lot of bit of culture built into
You
it.
just block that out right there.
Yeah, just block
that out right there. It's
Caleb
fantastic.
The Caleb Douglas, Will Kazmarek thing, like I don't get it. You could have whatever. Right?
I have a theory on why Will Kazmarek was drafted. I think Eric Sullivan,
correct.
The team builder, he said, "Can you get me a Kazmarek down the street? I need it on Rye." Someone actually hit the button. But anyway, can I ask you this question about Caleb Douglas? Is he a high culture guy at Texas Tech?
I don't know him good enough.
Yeah, I don't know either, because it seems like they are making a strong point to bring in high character, big time culture building type players, the type of guys that's going to help get this rookie class, on the straight and narrow. What do you need to make sure Caden Proctor gets to his ceiling? Guys that keep him accountable, guys that want him to stay late, show up early, stay on weight, as you mentioned. That's Jacob Rodriguez. That's Michael Taff here. They're getting not only good players, but culture guys that even if they don't end up being the starters at that position 5 years from now, they're going to be the guys that get the ball rolling, building a culture. Something that we saw in Detroit, a handful of years ago.
One more pick came in that could have been fantasy relevant, but it's not fantasy relevant because he's a tight end, but he's actually a fullback. Max Bredesen, H-back, 6'2", 252 pounds from Michigan, goes to Minnesota. Interesting fit here because not only did Harrison Smith retire, and everyone's like, oh, they need to go get a safety.
Yeah.
Get Dylan Thieneman. CJ Ham also retired after a decade in the NFL by way of Augustana. So they're going to backfill him with Max Bredesen, 6'2", 252 pounds. He played H-back in Michigan with J.J. McCarthy for a couple of years. This is a definition of a meathead, just a pounder. And this is something that Minnesota's done for now going on 3 decades.
I was just going to say that.
Jimmy Kleinsasser, the OG from the great North Dakota University.
Is that the face mask guy? That I just needed a new face mask every other game because you're just bending it.
No, that wasn't him. He wasn't like that. He was Jimmy Kleinsasser.
Talk to me.
I could go on. I don't want to do it. I could go on for
who was the fullback that was synonymous for bending the face mask because he was so aggressive?
I don't think it was a Viking.
I'm almost positive it is. Go through the Vikings fullbacks. You started? You said over decades. So that was my point.
So there's been 3.
The Vikings, there's not many teams that are synonymous with fun fullbacks. The Vikings seem to be one of them because they have Ham.
That's an old one. That's a big callback. CJ Ham, Nafahu Tahi might have been that one. Jerome Felton.
Wasn't it though?
Jerome Felton was there
Kleinsteiger?
during Adrian Peterson early. So those are the 4 of my life: Jimmy Kleinsasser, Jerome Felton, CJ Ham, and Nafahu Tahi. Tony Richardson came in there from Kansas City.
Yep.
That was back when Jared Allen came from Kansas City. Those were the main tight ends, I guess, of the last.
But big shout out to Max
Bredesen.
Fullbacks,
I guess, of the last 20 years. The pick is in here for Billy Schruth going to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers from Notre Dame. Did we miss a fantasy relevant guy?
I haven't seen anything
Billy
yet.
Schruth, the offensive lineman from Notre Dame, is going to be going here to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Again, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, it feels like every single year they get a savvy selection here on the offensive line. This year it comes by way of Billy Schruth, the interior offensive lineman who caught a lot of steam in the last, I would say, month to month and a half. Did Schruth. Wait.
Okay, so we're getting word from our super producer, our superhero, Nick. Okay, pick is in. That's why the sounder went off. Emmett Johnson, running back from Nebraska, goes to the Kansas City Chiefs. Is it a little bit too late for these guys to have value, or is this something worth noting?
This is big.
This might be big.
This is big because Ken Walker is Ken Walker.
Ken Walker doesn't always play
Ken
every
Walker's
minute
a
of every
baller.
game.
Ken Walker has a historical problem with soft tissue, and Emmett Johnson's an elite pass catcher. And there's one thing he can do.
He can catch the ball.
There's one thing he can do is catch the football. He's a little bit dynamic, 205 pounds, 5'9". And I think that this role for Emmett Johnson is going to be just obtainable for him because there's nobody else in this backfield that's going to come in. Brashard Smith is there, but Brashard Smith was a 6th-round pick as well.
He might have the corner chair.
Brashard Smith has been playing running back for 3 years.
Right.
Emmett Johnson is a running back. Emmett Johnson had dynamism. Emmett Johnson had north of 2,000 yards from scrimmage last year in the Big Ten. He was a guy that when you're like week 8, week 9, week 10, people are like, if this team can win 10 games, he might compete for the Heisman.
Right.
And he didn't.
Well,
and
the team was not
and he was a little bit disappointing at the NFL Combine. And
Mhm.
there was a hive out there for Emmett Johnson to be, the RB2 in this class.
Right. Some had him ranked as high as that running back 2 slot.
We kind of look at like 20 receptions as kind of a threshold that you want to
That's
get a guy
usually the
to.
marker, yeah.
Not only 25, not only 30, not 35, 39 and 46 receptions the last 2 seasons for Emmett Johnson, a high-end pass-catching option, 251 carries this last year at Nebraska. Where do you think this does to the Ken Walker upside in fantasy?
I think it doesn't do anything to the upside. You bring that guy in because you have been thirsty for that player.
You don't think this nukes opportunity? Like, do you
No, I don't think-
overall
no.
opportunity share?
No. I think that whatever they were projecting him, the in-house, not what we had fantasy projections, what the Chiefs were projecting in terms of usage, scheme, plays, what they were drawing up for Kenneth Walker, I don't think any of that changes. What I think they've done now with Emmett Johnson is get a nice backup role because Brashard Smith, you might want to use him in spurts, but you can never rely on him. Yeah. They lost Isaiah Pacheco. They don't have somebody to rely on if Kenneth Walker gets hurt, and Kenneth Walker does get hurt. We've seen it with the soft tissue issues. So I think that nothing is overtly taken away, but here's the kicker. If Kenneth Walker misses weeks 4, 5, and 6, let's say, and Mr. Emmett Johnson does well, now we are talking about opportunities being lost going forward. Now we are talking about a split carry share that we may not have projected as we sit here on April 25th. But as of right now, this is Ken Walker's backfield. He's still a top 10 guy going into redrafts, that running back that people are going to want and they are going to covet. But Emmett Johnson landed really well here at 161.
37% of his team's total production was the most in this entire class. 6% ahead of Jeremiah Love.
And here's the kicker when it comes to that type of statistic, because we always want to make sure that we put statistics in context.
That's pass catching, that's total yards, and that's touchdowns.
Exactly. And we're not talking about a team. Like, dial it back a year ago. We were talking about the running back from Syracuse, LaQuint Allen. Big numbers. But they ran. That was one of the highest paced offenses in college football. This year, talking about Nebraska, that's not a high paced offense.
Mm-hmm.
That is just that is a reflection of how good Emmett Johnson was and how effective he was and how valuable the Cornhuskers staff looked at that kid when they were putting together game plans and trying to win football games. That it says a lot about his ability, and I know he didn't test well, but that's why he's here at pick 161. If he tested through the roof, he ain't here.
You know what I'm praying for right now? I'm praying for a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 straight running backs.
We're in that range. We are in that range where
Ravens,
we might see a lot of
Vikings,
backs come off the board.
Ravens, Vikings, Jaguars, Titans.
And the Ravens do what the Ravens do, brother.
Talk about him.
So Chandler Rivers is one of the last top 100 guys that I have on my board that
He's
has
one of Maddie's Mohicans.
I loved Chandler Rivers at Duke. He top, 83rd player even for PFF. So I'm not alone in the love for Chandler Rivers. Chandler Rivers, who's 5'10", 185 pounds, went to Duke. He is experienced, is not the word.
Yeah.
This guy's played a lot of football, and he's been good for a long, long time. I think he can be a potential press coverage type of guy at the NFL level. Seems like the NFL might give me some pushback on that given where he's taken. But the Ravens do the dang thing. They do what the Ravens do. They sit back, they wait, They get a good player late. They did it last year with TJ Tampa. They did it again with Chandler Rivers.
So you think nickel?
This is, I mean, a landing spot. This is the great landing spot. You draft Nate Wiggins to be your number one.
Okay.
You bring in TJ Tampa to be that physical cornerback too, because he's got size, length, strong hands. This is the guy that can really stifle the opposing wide receiver too. But then you put in Chandler Rivers, a playmaker in the nickel. And now all of a sudden you have a secondary that if things go well, if you can develop it the way that they envision, new head coach Jesse Minter, he got a good one here.
Ravens have so far in their draft kind of stayed put, haven't moved too much at all. Olavavega Ioane from Penn State was the first-round pick. Zion Young came to them in round 2, got some first-round buzz. Jacoby Lane, the wide receiver, round 3. Elijah Surratt, wide receiver, round 4. They also doubled up with Matthew Hibner, another pass-catching option in round 4 from SMU, a tight end. And now they got Chandler Rivers in round 5. First of Eric DeCosta's 3 fifth-round selections here at the 522. The next selection, the Vikings also in cornerback. So I said, maybe we get running back.
Nope.
Instead, it's going to go cornerback to begin here. And they go Charles Deming, cornerback from Stephen F. Austin at the cornerback position for the Minnesota Vikings. Charles Demings, this is a little bit earlier than I expected to happen, but strong production at Stephen F. Austin, a smaller school, obviously 35 pass deflections, 9 picks, ideal size, kind of a longer profile, late bloomer, only 1 year of high school football before going to college, no stars as a recruit, goes to Stephen F. Austin, gets drafted. What they always say is, man, if you can ball, they'll find you.
They find it.
And they found it. No star. Tyron Montgomery, no star. You get opportunity. You go work. Get your butt in the gym. Get your butt in the field, and work it out. Physical press man corner. Had a couple of injuries the last couple of years. Missed a couple of games. But the thing is, the level of competition, FCS level. He hasn't played a ton of football. But Charles Deming is going to be an interesting fit in this Brian Flores defense.
And this is sometimes you don't necessarily draft traits. Sometimes you don't necessarily draft ceiling. Sometimes you draft improvement, trajectory. Yeah. This is a guy that's got better and better and better each year. I know it's a lower level, but this is the type of thing you look at. Passer rating against 72.7, 64 last year, all the way down to 39.8. 4 interceptions for Stephen F. Austin. But here's some interesting stats. This is just fun to look at because it kind of caught my eye. He was targeted 38, 43, 37 times. Very consistent. He gave up 273, 293, 338 coverage snaps. So pretty consistent. How many receptions did he give away each of these last 3 years?
18.
18. It's not all the time you see consistency at that level. And then again, as I talked about, the passer rating against improved year in, year out. So not necessarily the tools that Brian Flores may be looking at, but he's got enough size, 6'1", 190. You bring him in, and you want a guy that's going to work, a guy that's going to try to get the most out of it. He's a lumberjack. That's a nice little, I would say, a nice little label.
Stephen F. Austin lumberjack. Yeah, he's not the size of a real lumberjack. Came from the Midwest, but he's going to the Midwest now. Vikings did a lot on defense this year. Caleb Banks, Jake Golday, Dominique Orange, the big citrus, Jacoby Thomas from Miami, the safety, and now they go Charles Demings, the cornerback from Stephen F. Austin. Outside of that, it was the fullback and Max Bredesen, who we talked about a minute ago, and then the swing tackle, Caleb Tiernan from Northwestern. So a lot of defense, and big nugget here after these Vikings picks are done here through 7 selections of their 9. No running backs, and they only have 2 picks left in the late half of the 7th round. Aaron Jones on a 2-year deal, $10 million deal. Jordan Mason's still in the building.
But there's a couple of names that haven't been called yet that this is the bullseye landing spot.
Dude, but they aren't going to be on the clock for 70 picks.
Yeah, well, it seems like running backs aren't coming off hot and heavy. Nicholas Singleton.
Yeah.
Katron Allen. There are still producers at the collegiate level that they could add late. No one that they draft at this point is pushing Mason or Aaron Jones out of the way based on skill.
All right. We haven't had to play the sound effect in a little bit. We're going to play the sound effect right now. Because Jacksonville Jaguars have drafted another tight end. This time it is the big youngin, Tanner Coswell from the Houston Cougars is going to Jacksonville. Duval, stand up.
So, I mean, good pick. It should have been a lot earlier. The Jaguars, to me,
They should have drafted him
I don't
instead of Borkacher in the second.
exactly. So
That's Matty Kiwoom goes up there, pick 56, and goes, boys, no picks yet. Give me Coswell
Give
at
me Coswell.
56. That's
Yeah,
that's Matty Kiwoom if he's if he's Gladstone, he's going, give me Coswell at 56.
listen, Joey Gladstone, cut it out, get out of the way. Let the boy make some picks. This is what's confusing to me. They've sprinkled in good value picks, but they keep layering it with guys. You go, you kind of play the Conor McGregor thing. Who is that guy? You keep that. What are they doing? But good pick here. You know, you got to give credit where credit's due. Koziol is a producer. 840 receiving yards in 2024, 727 last year, 14 touchdowns over the last 2 years. Good target shares, 123. Went over to Houston, 94 for the Cougars, 727 yards. As I mentioned, 6'7", 250 pounds. You've seen him live in person, a little slender, and that's the reason why he's available here. But last time I checked, I'm not as light as I was in high school. You can put on weight. And if you're an athlete like Tanner Koziol, you can put on good weight. This guy could be 6'7", 265 pounds. Good hands. He's a good contested catch, good in traffic guy. Not a really good path to production here for Koziol. So fantasy, I'm not going to get excited and draft him in much fantasy formats. But again, you got Bretton Strange. That's going to be your tight end one. Koziol, he should be able to guy that over some time carves out a role in those 12 personnel packages, because I still can't pronounce the guy that they took last night.
Borkacher.
Burt Kreischer.
Burt Kreischer. So my interesting that I earlier I brought up the fact that the reason I'm a little bit lower on Coswell, I don't even know if I'm lower on you. What tight end do you have?
Play the sounder again.
What do you have? Oh,
Play the sounder again.
Okay, we'll come back to this.
Play the sounder again.
I'm gonna come.
We have a running back.
The running back that we've all been waiting for, the Tennessee Titans at pick 185. We teased it a little bit. Can we get a run of running backs?
Yes.
Can we get a run? We didn't get a run, but we got one, and he's going to go to Tennessee, and he's from Penn State, and his name is Nick Singleton.
Big pick here. Singleton brings a skill set to the Tennessee Titans that they don't necessarily have. With Tony Pollard getting a little older, Tajay Spears has never really developed as a pass catcher. Nicholas Singleton has had years in which he was a weapon out of the backfield. 52 targets in 2024, 41 receptions. And I'm not talking about screen passes.
Yep.
I'm talking about Texas routes. I'm talking about mossing safeties in the end zone. Nicholas Singleton lands very, very favorably here. Great pick. I can't believe I just stepped on some Tanner Koziol talk. So let's put a pin in that, and then we'll get back to the Singleton, because I think the fantasy guys.
No. I want to talk about Singleton here.
No, I need you to hear why you had him low.
Who?
Koziol. You.
I don't have him low. You have him lower than I do.
You said, but why you were a little bit out on him?
I don't. I have him as
It's water under the bridge. Let's get on to Singleton.
Nick Singleton, 665-pound squat, broke the Penn State squat record. North of 600 career carries at the University of Penn State, or Penn State University, whichever way feeds your family. Over 100 receptions at Penn State. He has had some injuries. A thumb injury a year ago. He had a foot fracture that happened at the Senior Bowl. Said he was trying to get back to he could test before the NFL draft. Didn't quite happen, and it kind of costed him. He goes here in round 5. If he tested, there was rumors out there. Bruce Feldman's Freakless had him in the 4.3s, low 4.3s at 220 pounds. This is the best profile among all the rookie running backs in this class. You could even argue better than Jeremiah Love's top to bottom, outside of saying, well, he was a Heisman finalist. If you look at what Nick Singleton at Breakout, 18.5 at 2 1,000-yard seasons. He had 18 missed tackles forced this year, but that's only because he had to split the backfield with Katron Allen, who will most likely get drafted later in this class. Some people would argue with you, Katron should have been drafted first. Not I.
Same here.
Nick Singleton was the guy that was supposed to be Saquon, Miles Sanders, Nick Singleton. And he was recruited as such. He was one of the top recruits in the entire country, the entire nation. And comps, Willis McGahee. Think about that. Throw this thing all the way back to Willis McGahee, Devontae Booker, Joe Mixon, guys like this. Ceiling is high for Nick Singleton, and he's going into an opportunity here in Tennessee with Tony Pollard, 28, 29 years old, Tyjae Spears. There's some dynamism that can be built in with Nick Singleton, where 2027 he takes off because he's healthy. And he gets pure opportunities in a Cam Ward-led offense with Carnell Tate. They're not going to like Nick Singleton. They're going to love Nick Singleton.
And now we're looking here at the Tennessee Titans. They decided to go Carnell Tate. They went ahead and got a guard in Fernando Carmona earlier today, and now Nicholas Singleton. This is a very balanced approach at building this team, but Singleton.
Those are big values, by the way.
And they're great values.
Let's not
correct.
gloss over the value of Anthony Hill, the
Right.
value of
Of
Keldrick
course,
Falk
of
at
course.
31. There's a lot of question marks on Falk. The value of Carmona, who spent 3 years starting at Arkansas in the SEC. He was an all SEC caliber player year in and year out. And then you get Singleton here in the 5th. Man, this is
So we've now had a nice little I would call it a slew of fantasy relevant players. Couch, are you guys ready over there? We're gonna go ahead and kick it to the couch. They're gonna go get you caught up on Emmett Johnson, Tanner Koziol, Nicholas Singleton, Justin Jolly, everyone that's been drafted fantasy football wise. Kick it over the couch.
All right. Well, smooth transitions. We're still ironing things out. We've done a pretty decent job
It's
so
live.
far.
It's
Yeah,
live.
it's live. We are here, and we wanted to give it a little bit of room to breathe, catch up with some more fantasy guys. Right now, we finally get a couple of guys that go off the board in the last couple of picks, right, or in the last round or so, right? We have Justin Jolly going to Denver. We have Nicholas Singleton now, who the guys were just talking about going to Tennessee, and then you have Emmett Johnson too, who we kind of had we kept going back and forth talking about him and kind of what kind of impact can he have with the Chiefs. I guess let's start with the 2 running backs first, right? With Nicholas Singleton, you said specifically too, Alex, you were like, Singleton, if he finds a good spot, this is a guy that you could.
We were having that conversation as the
as it
pick
was
count
happening.
comes in, because
Yeah.
we were at this point. Look, I get it, man. It's kind of like the conversation we were having about Clemson, about LSU, about these teams that fell apart this season. I mean, if you can't you can't even talk about that sort of bucket of teams without throwing in Penn State. That's like feels like with a lot of these prospects
off the tracks.
It's like, are we throwing out the baby with the bathwater here when we talk about Antonio Williams this last season? Or Nick Singleton is that same kind of guy. And I'm just I get back to looking at some of my scouting notes that I did before we even got into this process. And look, I know Austin. I know Austin here is going to say he hates Singleton and all the rest, but or I don't mean to put words in his mouth, but he's not very high on him. I think we got to be talking about in Dynasty. I'll say it right off. We need to be talking about Nick Singleton versus Jonah Coleman as the RB3 for Dynasty rookie drafts. Because when you look at Singleton, for one, as Cody mentioned, if he would have been able to test, he would have tested through the roof. We're talking about a guy on Bruce Feldman's freaks list. He was clocked in the mid to high 4.3s. He hit 23.6 on the catapult. He had a 665 squat, which is a Penn State record. He's also one of the most productive backs in Penn State football history. Second most touchdowns all time. Gets up to speed really fast. Looked much better in 2024 than he did in 2025. Banged up through much of 2025. And like we mentioned, the season just imploded on Penn State. It was just a tough situation to be in. I think it's just we need to think about Tony Pollard and Tajay Spears being on the last year of their contracts, and about how this thing's being rebuilt in a new image from with a new head coach. I know it's not a completely new regime per se, but completely new head coach. I get to where I'm looking at where these wide receivers start coming off, and once you get past the first round capital wide receivers and you start looking at the day 2 guys, however you have them stacked up, whether you still have Denzel Boston ahead or whether or not, the Chris Bell landing spot has boosted him up for you, which it has for me. The Antonio Williams landing spots boosted him up. I've always been a DeJon Stribling guy. I don't mind that landing spot. I love where Ted Hurst landed. I think Jonah Coleman kind of needs to be going around right there right now, which would put him sort of around the 112 in non-super flex. Non-tight end premium. And so I think that we're going to look, and I think we need to have the conversation about Nick Singleton. I'm interested to hear what your thoughts on Singleton, and then we can talk about Emmett Johnson, who I do feel like is in a different tier as far as excuse me, as far as the construction of how we're going to cross positionally start to figure out how these picks are going to come off the board once people really start to, cement in their minds these landing spots and what it means for the individual prospects.
Yeah. So one of my main roles at Campus to Canton, we're heavy into, using a little more like a data forward approach to high school recruiting and kind of projecting these guys out of high school. And back in Nick Singleton, when he came out of high school, our scouting report on him was, this is a guy with rare movement skills who's already built for the pro football, essentially as a high school junior and senior. What's the vision like? It really struggles between the tackles. And I think the scouting report from 4 years ago is the same exact one that we have today. He's a guy that has, despite his size and despite those movement skills, been more of a receiving back. And so, he's a guy I think that really needs to be in like a zone heavy scheme to kind of allow him to get out the space himself, at least consistently. And for a guy of his size, he wasn't like a huge, tackle breaker, missed tackles guy, especially as again between the tackles runner. So, I do think his saving grace is that no matter what, I think he can at least hold a roll down as a receiving back. If that's what he ends up becoming.
He's a terrific pass catching asset.
Yes.
And the other thing you mentioned, I agree with you. I have it written up in my scouting report. I said I think he's a fine inside runner, but I like you. I don't think it's like it's not a hallmark of Nick Singleton's game. Like what I'd written down is, man, if you can get him, if you can get him to those outside zone lanes, that's when you see just his ability to really, really get up to speed and break plays. So I do agree, more of a stretch zone runner. The other thing, he only had one fumble over his final 2 seasons at Penn State, so good ball security.
He's yards after contact guy too.
He's a guy that when I watched him, the more and more I watched him just on the all 22 film, it kind of reminded me a lot of when I watched Joe Mixon coming out of Oklahoma, right? Yep. Because Joe Mixon was, you can remember what a great pass catcher he was, and you remember he was able to find those outside alleyways and just go as a really big dude. I know Cody said he had him comp to like a Willis McGahee. So it's like we're talking about comping him to good players, and like a high level athlete. No fractured foot at the Senior Bowl. He's going to blow up the combine, and everybody's going to be talking about him. And it would have been like, him.
It would have been similar to Mike Washington.
It would have been the Mike Washington
100%,
thing.
yeah.
It would have been the Mike Washington kind of helium. And so I think this landing spot. I think the landing spot is really good. With Pollard getting old and dusty, Tyjae Spears, he's been in the league now 4 years, and he's played 4 years like without an ACL.
We know what Tyjae Spears is. We know what he is at this point.
So, everybody thought they were going to go Jeremiah Love early on. That obviously didn't happen. I might take Nick Singleton. Are you taking him over Jonah Coleman?
I am. I am just because he has more of an opportunity to have. To be a 3-down workhorse, where I don't see that for Coleman. Coleman's going to always be attached to a Sean Payton offense that likes to rotate running backs. You never really know on a consistent basis who is going to be the guy on any given day, right? That's what we've seen with the running backs. I mean, you look at Singleton, right? This is a guy that's 6 foot, 225.
Yeah.
He can carry the load, and he's an athletic freak. Now, obviously, we know that he's got some vision issues, and that's really been the biggest bugaboo. And he's had it down a few years. But we're also talking about a guy that broke out as a true freshman at a Power 5 school with 12 touchdowns. I mean, that's nothing to sneeze at. And yeah, I mean, kind of like you said, I think he was just a product of being in a really bad situation. Now, Katron Allen was more successful, so we can't say that, at the same time, Katron Allen was able to make it work, right? So, we can't completely throw, it out and say, hey, he gets a complete mulligan, but we've seen the flashes enough.
We're talking about
production enough.
We're talking about a freshman All-American, the youngest breakout age in the class, and the biggest athletic freak at the. It's like he's got all the things that we always like from the analytic. I guarantee you throw this into an analytical model if he had his testing with the young breakout age and all this stuff like that. It's like a lot of the guys who just look at spreadsheets and don't even watch film would be like, well, that's your RB2 in the class, obviously.
Yeah.
So I think that's right. Now, as far as
and
structural, but just let me just ask you, structurally, are you considering Singleton in that same area as cross positionally as like a Kenyon Sadiq, an Omar Cooper Jr., like a late one of these first round
non-premium is what you're referring to?
Yes, yes, right now I'm just talking, and of course we'll have to adjust for super flex and for tight end premium, but non-tight end premium, non-super flex, traditional, right? Just a traditional league.
Sure.
You figure that, obviously it's going to be Jeremiah Love and Carnell Tate and Jordan Tyson and Mekhi Lemon. And I think probably around then you'll start getting the people be like, oh, I like Jadarian Price, or I like Casey Concepcion, or some people might. But then after that, it gets a little bit murky with, Omar Cooper Jr. And I think he's ahead of those guys because of capital. But but then you get into the Antonio Williams and the Chris Bells to the really good landing spot. Denzel Boston, who's now, we love him, but he's like coming in as one of two rookies, and that's an obvious target share issue we might have there.
Sure.
DeJon Stribling, who could really be something down the road, but it's first for his prototype, it's going to have a Mike Evans, a little bit of a Mike Evans problem.
You got McCaffrey, you got Kittle, who's going to eventually come back. You have Evans. You have
and
Pearsall if he's ever healthy.
And so is that where we start taking Singleton?
I look at, to be completely honest with you, and I said it before with my Antonio Williams take, and we talked about it, and I was talking about it earlier on the stream today. Like, this is a class that really doesn't provide much upside, and to me, in a class that doesn't provide much upside, you're taking risks all across the board. Like, Omar Cooper himself, to me, feels like a risk, but you feel safe because he got first round capital, right? And so, like, if you want to shoot for being safe, like, I don't mind, going after some of these guys that have first round capital, because you say they're going to hold value longer, right? So that's the safe thing to do. But if you're looking for that, then you should be trying to trade those picks to go get a pick next year, or go get a veteran. If you're concerned about holding value and you want to go the safe route, that would be the direction I would go. If you're like me, who likes to play aggressive, Singleton, as it stands today, and I don't visually have all of the names in front of me, but I think he's somewhere around that back end of the first round right now to at least early second. I think that's a fair conversation to have, because this is a class that doesn't have a lot of running backs. He finds himself in an extremely, extremely valuable role with the Titans. And while he's a day 3 pick, we've seen day 3 guys be successful. Matt,
there's the pizza I ordered. There's the pizza I ordered.
So that's kind of where I see Singleton. I know it sounds aggressive, but I'd say late first round.
I don't think it sounds aggressive. I think I don't think it sounds aggressive. I think it's exactly right. My question is that this whole dynasty rookie thing this season, it has me it's throwing me in the spin cycle, because it's having me go against the traditional way that I like to do things. I don't want to go into the first round and take Nick Singleton. I want to take my wide receivers there and take these running backs later. I fear
to the moon.
I fear that he's with Mike Washington.
Nick Singleton is going to be a fantasy hero, not a zero.
Outlier year, like we talked about before. Sometimes you're going to have to go against the grain of what you normally do, right? Your process. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah.
And I think we're talking about him as a low floor, high ceiling guy. I actually think because of the receiving stuff, he actually has a pretty good floor. I think there's safety and upside with him, whereas some of these other, Jonah Coleman, I don't think has both of those. So for me personally, I would be more than content to take him over a guy like Jonah Coleman in a rookie draft.
Yeah. I think you're taking him over Jonah Coleman because he's a high ceiling guy, not because of the floor. Jonah Coleman's the quintessential high floor player, solid between the tackles, pass blocking, pass catching, nothing uber dynamic about his profile. Nothing like, nothing fantasy breaking with Jonah Coleman. There's certainly fantasy breaking potential with Nick Singleton. And so let me just get this straight. We've been at this now for over 3 hours. Okay. We're going to be at this for another 3 hours. Okay. We've been talking to people. We've been talking to Johnny. We've been bringing in Chuck Bass. We've been setting up the audio and the visuals and getting everything going. And Maddie and Cody have been doing a great job, and I've been helping to steer the ship behind the scenes. I take 10 minutes to make a pizza and take a shit, and the next thing I know, Nick Singleton is a Titan, and I wasn't here. I know. I know.
The farts coming out. You did say you were gassy yesterday, but you weren't listening to me.
I've been needing to do that for 24 hours. And in the moment it starts to drop, bang, Nick Singleton drops.
Sounds like a lot of parallels.
Right on
Can I
right on the draft.
let me just ask you guys something though philosophically. How do you feel about Nick Singleton going pretty close to as a 5th round pick? And I know Tony Pollard last year on contract, Tyjae Spears last year on contract, right? New coach. But going so close to Jadarian Price, who we do have to. I mean, technically, it's a 1st round running back.
But I know where you're going.
It's like we're gonna take a 5th round guy, like 2-3 picks after him.
That's how bad this class is, Alex.
Okay, it's just
While I was on my way downstairs,
it feels like it goes against every rule I've ever gone by in a dynasty.
But you
rookie
talked
draft.
about if you put him in a model, the analytical profile is like off the charts, and he gets if he went to a bad landing spot, it would suck. But I mean, we're talking he's going to the Titans. Brian Daboll, good coach.
he had to say Daboll.
Brian Daboll. So it's a good situation too. I mean, heck, Tony Pollard was a 1,000-yard rusher, and he's getting up there in age behind in this offense. And now they got Tate. That Cam Ward takes a step forward. Like I'd be pretty excited. I get what you're saying. I'd still feel inclined to be aggressive with his ranking and where I would take him. And that's why I said before, like I think late 1st round is totally fair based on what we've seen so far.
Late 1st round is absolutely fair. This is an outlier draft class. This is a once in a generation bad draft class where a player you can actually talk yourself into as a true all-purpose stud top 10 fantasy back is available in the 5th round. On my way downstairs from the bathroom, I looked up the best 5th round picks in the last 10 years. Jordan Howard. Aaron Jones is the gold standard. Okay, but then you got Jordan Howard, back-to-back 1,000-yard seasons. You get Tyler Algier, who if he was not on a team where the top equity holder was cucking the GM, would be in line for a huge fantasy season in one of the highest scoring offenses in the league, or at least the highest volume offenses in the league at the very least. And then you can go down the board. Players we really like that have flashed, that have been very helpful for fantasy at times in their career. Think about a guy like Kenneth Gainwell. There's a bunch of 5th round picks that end up hitting, and not many of them are the big, athletic, all skill, so the complete skill set profile that you get with Nick Singleton.
Yep, 100% agreed. 100% agreed.
Now we got to move on to at least because we've been. Do you have anything else you want to say about Singleton?
Well,
no, go for it.
I'm still working through it. We're just working through it here. No, I think we should talk about Emmett Johnson.
That's
though.
what I was gonna say. We haven't had a chance. So Emmett Johnson, right? He steps into a role with KC where we kind of were hoping Brashard Smith would be what we can probably picture Emmett Johnson translating to, right? A guy that has a really good receiving profile. Not going to be probably the best runner at the NFL level, but has the chops to be a receiver. And he's going to be next to Kenneth Walker, who, Kenneth Walker has not been able to be a guy that can be a 3-down back, right? And there's not much left in this room. He pretty much day one, Emmett Johnson becomes the number 2 in this offense. Brashard Smith did not really show much last year. They had all the opportunity in the world to give him chances, and he really didn't show it, right? So Emmett Johnson is interesting.
If they liked Brashard Smith, why would they go out and get like the top pass catching running back?
They don't like him. 100%.
Yeah. So my deal is like one of the things that we like about Ken Walker is he can catch too. They can use him like that. If they skill sets feel a tiny bit redundant to me, even though they're not really similar runners, just because they both, Emmett Johnson will tell you Emmett Johnson's a dog.
Well, could we see Emmett Johnson in a Jerick McKinnon role, which is what we were kind of hoping for? Andy Reid typically likes to have these kinds of players in his offense, right? Like, do we see him translating to being somewhat of a Jerick McKinnon style player?
Emmett Johnson or Ashton Genty, Ashton Genty's backup, Mike Washington.
I like Mike Washington in Dynasty in particular because we know players miss games for whatever reason. Ashton Genty is going to miss some games. I don't want it to happen. No one wants it to happen. I don't want Jeremiah Love to miss a game. I don't want Christian McCaffrey to miss games, but these guys miss games. And the nice thing about having a clear entrenched RB2 who has size, who can at least theoretically catch the football. I mean, Mike Washington did catch the football, had success catching the football last year. You can pencil him in as the RB2, knowing that he's going to get a 60+% opportunity share once he's fully acclimated. Probably not. If Genty goes down early, it's going to be a mess because he's not going to be ready and he's going to be raw, and it's not going to be the snap share and the opportunity share you're looking for. But let's say it's November and he's been rotating in as a breather back for Genty throughout the season so far, and the coaches come out and they say with some confidence, next man up, it's Mike Washington. That becomes very intriguing because they're investing in the offensive line. They're certainly going to have more competent coaching on the offensive line. If there's one coach that I'm excited about, it's any offensive line coach who knows what they're doing. That's not the incompetent son of the coach. Running the team into the ground and having to have like a separate team meeting, a secret consultant come in and be like a shadow coach of the offensive line. As long as we can clean up the offensive line, which is what they're doing in Las Vegas. They have the new quarterback.
Did they have a shadow? Did I just miss that whole thing?
They had to have separate team meetings. They had to have separate team meetings like Gino because the offensive line didn't understand their assignments at all.
Okay.
And Chip Kelly was actually calling plays that were not actually in the playbook.
Pete Carroll's son.
I definitely
Pete Carroll's
heard that.
son is an incompetent fool, and they tried to because this is what they do. It is one of the great cases of nepotism in the history of the NFL. There's been a lot of cases of nepotism.
Yeah, sure.
This might be one of the worst cases of nepotism because it was also a Peter principle where they promoted this kid to his level of incompetence. The offensive line was so dysfunctional to the point that they couldn't even operate. And
I knew
they
it was
had
bad.
to set up separate meetings.
I didn't know that they had to call in a consultant.
Yeah, they had to have separate meetings, and they had to have a whole separate shadow coaching staff helping the offensive line. So it was basically the Truman Show, where this kid thought he was the offensive line coach, and then they would go out on one meeting and go to another meeting would get the real coaching. If that is the way things are working inside the building, then it's going to be reflected on the football field, and you're going to see that Ashton Genty is going to have no running lanes, and the team is not going to score any points. So you add offensive pieces, you get your quarterback of the future, you clean up your offensive line behind the scenes. Suddenly, this offense looks a lot better. This is why I like Mendoza. Also, another reason to like Mendoza. But anytime I can identify a true one-for-one handcuff, especially in Dynasty, knowing that eventually during his rookie contract, he's going to have an opportunity to accrue value. Okay. And if he flashes, he'll have some trade value. That at that point, I like Mike Washington. The problem with a guy like Brashard Smith or any sort of satellite back, auxiliary back that the Chiefs are bringing in is you don't know what would happen if Kenneth Walker, when Kenneth Walker misses games. It's not a true one-for-one handcuff. And they essentially drafted Emmett Johnson because they knew they needed running back depth. They looked at the running back room behind Kenneth Walker, and they just said, hey, best player available. I don't think they drafted Emmett Johnson because they looked at his particular skill set and were trying to fit like a puzzle piece into the offense. That's not how they made that selection. That was a straight up, hey, we have a hole in the depth chart and we're taking best running back available to plug that hole. I don't think it was any more complicated than that, which means that he's just another running back away from being replaced in that role. Mike Washington could be replaced as well, but at least there's some upside where I could see Mike Washington being handed the starting role at some point in November, going out and running for 120 yards and a touchdown, and suddenly everyone in Dynasty likes this guy.
Okay, so Pete, let me just ask Pete just real quick. Cross positionally, structurally, like I was asking you earlier. Again, non-super flex, not that it matters here. Mike Washington or Skylar Bell in Buffalo?
Skylar Bell.
Okay, Mike Washington or Chris Brazzell, who went to Carolina.
Mike Washington.
Okay, and so I'm assuming you like Washington over guys like do you like Washington over Malachi Fields?
Fields got a good
Okay.
opportunity, but I don't think he'll be a
but
big-
not over like Bernard and Branch and stuff. Okay,
Mike
so
Washington, to answer that question, Austin, do you agree?
Yes.
Do you agree with all of the things we've just?
hold on.
You're in
You guys are
consensus.
you guys are
Austin is in
you
consensus with
wait.
us. Is this a
You guys are
three-man consensus, Austin?
3-man.
okay, but not Mike Washington over Jeremy Bernard and
not
Zach
that-
Branch and stuff, right?
I'd rather those guys. I'm not even a big Zachariah Branch fan, but
I would take him over Branch, I think.
ooh, okay.
Branch has a real specific role, but we've seen him at 2 different schools with multiple different OCs, and nobody wants to use him a different way. Kind of tells me what Zach Branch probably is.
Thank you.
I would rather just take the chance on a Mike Washington and hope that, well, not
Okay.
hope, but count on Genty going down at some point and him having some
Interesting.
value.
And you're a guy.
There's
that's
the
really
real
not a big-
upside.
You're not a big Mike Washington fan, so that means a lot coming from you.
There's
But I-
upside with Mike Washington. There's contingent equity where there is a 25-point fantasy performance out there in Mike Washington's range of outcomes
Yeah.
that is not in Branch's range of outcomes.
I
Of course,
I
it's in
think it
Branch's
is. I
range
think
of
it is.
outcomes. We're talking. I mean, we're talking about just a dynamo playmaker. I mean,
Yeah, he can give you a big game. He might not be the most consistent guy week to week.
He's
but
not a Tavon Austin. I know he's not huge, but he's not that small.
He's been training with Tyreek Hill for 3 years.
I mean, Cody just mentioned the last 3 years he's been training with Tyreek Hill in the offseason, which I think that's good. It could, I guess it could go both ways though.
Oh no!
Well,
Pick his head, Adam Randall to the Baltimore Ravens.
Randall to the Ravens. You were just talking about Randall as a guy that you liked.
It makes sense if they are hoping to just have a plug and play in case Derrick Henry goes down without having to adjust the offense a ton.
okay, so quick reaction, right? Because we're talking handcuffs, right? I mean, it's very quick. You just heard this, but Mike Washington is purely a handcuff, no standalone value. Adam Randall, purely a handcuff, no standalone value, but at least Randall's behind a veteran in Henry that you probably think has a shorter shelf life.
Right.
Would you prefer Randall over Washington? I mean, I know it's quick. You probably haven't time to digest it, but
My initial gut reaction is Mike Washington still, because to me, Randall is a guy that is 1,000% replaceable next year in the draft. If there's a guy sitting there in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th round that they like more, like to me, that is just we need to have a backup plan in case something happens to Derrick Henry, but this guy has no standalone value on his own.
I just think about if things break a player's way, and again, it's going to be unfortunate whenever a handcuff is given a huge opportunity. It's not a great it's not a great event for fantasy gamers, because that means a real true player that we are relying on isn't available for whatever reason. Does that player have a 25-point performance in him if the opportunity strikes? I know that's true with Washington based on his size, speed profile. I can't say that about Emmett Johnson.
I agree.
I can't say that about any of these other running backs that are going to be drafted in day 3.
yeah, the only guy I can go back to is still Jonah Coleman. I'd have Coleman ahead of Emmett Johnson for sure for me. I think we're
is in a different tier than Mike Washington and Johnson.
yeah, I agree. I think we're pretty solidified on that.
Okay, so to recap here, we have it as Singleton, and then Coleman, and then Washington, and then all these Emmett Johnsons and all these other guys that are getting drafted, the Adam Randalls.
They're just in the stew.
Well, like even a day 2 guy like Black, they're all in the stew of the guys behind.
To where you're going to be choosing between guys like them and like Elijah Surratt that fell to a spot that you don't love, or like the Caleb Douglases who got good draft capital who you don't necessarily believe in, or I mean Brennan Thompson who has all the speed in the world, but just you know what I mean. You feel like he's probably going to have some kind of special teams role. I think that's sort of where you can start thinking about, like, oh, I'll dip my toes in here with an Adam Randall. But at that point in time, or with the Kalon Black, I think Washington and Emmett Johnson are a slight bit above them. But I think that kind of where we're starting to get the rest of this stew that Matt's mentioning. We're talking in non-superflex, non-tight end premium. Like we're talking the end of round 3, and that's their traditional spot where we're looking to kind of take these nebulous running backs in.
Let's finalize the tiers. We finalize the tiers.
And this is just the running back.
Austin and Pete will finalize the tiers at running back. Tier 1, we have Love. Tier 2, we have Price. Can we agree that Tier 3 by himself is Singleton? Tier 3 by himself, and then we go to Tier 4, and that's when we have Washington and Jonah Coleman.
Yeah,
I think do we agree that Jonah Coleman and Mike Washington are in a tier by themselves? And then we start talking about Tier 5.
I view Coleman is kind of clearly in a tier above the Mike Washington and Emmett Johnson, who I consider in the same tier.
I agree.
And then I think Adam Randall, Kalen Black, that kind of player is
Tier
in
6 then.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Yeah, I would agree. I think any further beyond that, you're creeping into just totally irrelevant. And in case something pops in sprint or in off-season camps, you're not even touching those other guys.
Well, and some of these other guys start to kind of hit that territory where they're early third round guys, right? And to transition, because I think we've hit the running back enough, right? Third round has been the sweet spot for tight ends, right? And so now we start thinking about some of these tight ends probably over some of those running backs too. Is there a tight end that you like that went yesterday, today? Anybody here? I mean, Justin Jolly just went. I think that's interesting. Obviously, Raritan, who we talked about, that went to the Patriots. I think that's interesting.
Raritan.
Are those guys that you would start to consider over those running backs, or?
Raritan is the sleeper that I'm most interested in.
Going to New Orleans.
Yeah, that's a good one too.
And Delp to New Orleans. I like Raritan more because I think Hunter Henry is at the end. I mean, I watched a lot of Patriots, and man, Hunter Henry is struggling.
He's trying his best.
He's trying.
He's trying his best.
He's trying. He is trying, but the league is starting to overwhelm Hunter Henry for a lot of reasons, because he's getting older. He's not quite as explosive as he was. The league itself is getting a little twitchier, and it's making things more difficult for him. I think the more interesting sort of structural component, and we knew that there always is going to be, trend setting in the league and trend following in the league. I did not see such a wave of 12 and 13 personnel signals coming from the league. I knew it was coming. You could feel it. You could feel a bunch of tight ends would go and some wide receivers would slip. I saw that. The preponderance of evidence that teams are now going to be going to significant 12 and 13 personnel formations and marginalizing the wide receiver 3 across the league now based on the tight ends that were drafted.
Kind of the wide receiver 2 almost also.
In particular, on day 2, the tight ends that got drafted in day 2, and now the tight ends that we're always seeing drafted in the 4th round.
And the way that outside corners haven't been flying off the shelves in this draft at all. Cody and Maddie and I were talking about that earlier this morning.
Yeah, the outside corners are being de-emphasized. So what does that all mean for fantasy football? That means that the primary wide receiver, the first read wide receiver, is a winner. The first read wide receiver is a winner. There are less choices that quarterbacks have. There's target consolidation that's going to be happening. So when you go around the league, and especially if you can identify a clear Jackson Smith-Njigba level wide receiver 1, where it isn't a sort of jump ball between the wide receiver 1 and the wide receiver 2, I think those players get a bump. And then, so I think the trend that we're seeing with the personnel that these teams are going to be, I think some of these teams are going to carry 5 tight ends. I think you're going to start seeing this. The Rams clearly are carrying 4 tight ends at least.
And they drafted Max Clare.
Yeah, I think it's 5 now.
And now they're potentially 5 tight ends. If they don't cut somebody, you could see, I could see Higbee getting cut or traded, whatever. But it's theoretically possible, if not likely, that the Rams carry 5 tight ends, and they could start carrying fewer wide receivers. And that means that the wide receiver values below, let's say, wide receiver 20 are going to you have to start to whittle away the value that they offer in Dynasty. And the unfortunate thing is these formations don't necessarily bring more fantasy points to the party. it spreads the targets around to players that you're probably not going to be able to start anyway. So it makes start sit decisions a little bit easier. It makes the player pool a little bit shallower in fantasy football. And I think so that trend, the league-wide personnel shift that we're seeing has downstream fantasy football implications.
Look at Kevin Coleman Jr. from Missouri by way of Cody. Is that by way of Mississippi State and Jackson State? Okay, so Kevin Coleman off the board here, pick round 5, pick 177 to the Miami Dolphins. So another good landing spot for him. Miami's really filling up the wide receiver core. Hey, are we going to send it back to the main desk here soon? Because I just want to ask you guys one question first. Okay, so non super flex, non tight end premium. Okay, let's say you're picking at the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You're picking at the 108, and the board goes like this: Jeremiah Love 101, Carnell Tate 102, Jordan Tyson 103, Mekhi Lemon 104, Casey Concepcion 105, Jadarian Price 106. I'm sorry, you're picking at the 109. Omar Cooper Jr. at the 107, Kenyon Sadiq at the 108. Who are you taking?
I love how you see people doing this a lot in fantasy football and in all walks of life. Crowdsourcing information, crowdsourcing rankings.
Yes.
You're not crowdsourcing, you're couch sourcing.
No. What I'm doing is I'm trying to get a feel for whether I'm on to the way that, at least to the way that you guys are thinking about this. And I think that that's probably going to be indicative of the way people are going to be drafting once they learn the landing spots. And so I think that the players you'd be considering there would be like Denzel Boston, Antonio Williams, Nick Singleton, Deshaun Stribling, Chris Bell. That's a tough pick, man.
Yeah, I mean, in a one quarterback, Mendoza's not even on my mind that high at that point. I mean, I think those are the guys that think you're on the right track too. Yeah. Singleton's interesting too.
I'm thinking that Singleton might be the one that most people choose.
Yeah, Singleton is the answer, my friend.
I think we'll see that.
Let's go back to the main desk.
Yes, day 3 as round 5 comes down to the nitty-gritty end. There's 4 picks left here in round 5. We got the Eagles, the Niners, the Dolphins again, and the Bills. Last couple picks that have come through, skill position wise, Kevin Coleman, obviously discussed here a minute ago by the couch. Kevin Coleman, interesting stat here: 52 career games played, 39 career starts. Missouri led the team in receiving yards. Mississippi State led the team in receiving yards. Louisville, Jackson State. 4 schools in 4 years for Kevin Coleman.
Loves moving.
Loves moving. Big portal guy.
Yep.
Other guys that just happened. Cyrus Allen, wide receiver from Cincinnati, goes to the Kansas City Chiefs. Is this the Jalen Royals?
This is the Jalen Royals obligatory yearly pick. Oh, your boy just got taken to there's a big pick here. Your guy to the Eagles.
Much later than originally thought here. Cyrus Allen, first and foremost, though, Cincinnati by way of Texas A&M and Louisiana Tech is your newest Kansas City Chief at the wide receiver position. We also bypassed a guy named Kendrick Law. Kendrick Law is a wide receiver that was at Alabama for a little bit. Then he went to Kentucky, 4'4", 540, 5'11", 203 pound, kind of that new age alpha build there. Was at Alabama, like I said. I think he had a little bit of off-field stuff. He ends up getting drafted by the Detroit Lions here in round 5. But the pick you just said that came through as we are speaking, Philadelphia Eagles pick 178, go quarterback, Cole Payton from North Dakota State.
Is Jalen Hurts, is his job in question?
No.
Cool pick, though.
Cool pick. It made sense. You know what would have been more interesting, though? Taylor Green.
Bigger Jalen Hurts.
You think that would be too overpowering for Jalen Hurts in that room?
Maybe. But isn't Cole Payton brings a bunch of power. 6'3", 230.
Can we just
horsepower?
Can we just talk about that, though? Like that thought process right there. Like Taylor Green, is still available.
Yep.
And we heard a lot of not even gasoline, like diesel fuel,
round
jet
two
fuel,
stuff, yes.
jet fuel on round 2 stuff for Talon Green. And the matter of fact,
It's day 3.
The
folks.
fact of the matter, I got it out.
You did get it.
Try.
Hey, you
The
did
fact
it.
of the matter is, Talon Green is not a true NFL quarterback prospect.
He would have gone by now.
He would have gone
He
by
would
now.
have gone by
If
now.
you saw projection, you saw traits, you saw Drew Aller go. We've seen Cole Payton go with 233 dropbacks.
Yeah.
Talon Green goes if you see it.
Yeah, right.
But again, this is not to hammer Talon Green. This is more about process play than anything. And he could go in the next 2 picks. It wouldn't shock me.
Right.
He could go to Miami. It wouldn't shock you. They got 13 picks. Wouldn't shock you. It's the slightest. They go, oh, we'll put this guy behind Malik Willis. It makes sense.
Yeah, you put him behind Josh Allen, see if you can potentially get some of that magnetism, some of that learning. Who knows? But at this point, when you have that much athletic ability at that position, historically, we've seen that guy go 4th overall.
Yeah.
31st overall. We don't always see them fall if they have something that a team thinks they can build on. Right now, what we're looking at is a guy that has a position change probably in his future.
San Francisco 49ers are making their last selection of the 2026 NFL draft. This is the first team to complete the process of drafting new players to their football team. And I tell you what, Maddie, this is one that you might have the lowest grade on when you get to the finish line here. Here's the picks. 201 because they traded out twice from round 1. Dejon Stribling from Ole Miss. Romello Height. I always call him Romeo. I love Romello Height. From Texas Tech was a 306. We had Kalen Black at the 326. In round 4, it was Grayson Holton, the defensive tackle from Oklahoma. Carver Willis, offensive tackle from Washington. Ephesians Prescott from Washington, the cornerback. Jalen Duggar, the linebacker from Louisiana. And they finish it out at 539, 180 overall.
179.
Enrique Cruz, 6'6", 313-pound offensive lineman from Kansas, 22nd ranked offensive tackle in the class. This is it. This is all for the San Francisco 49ers, and they get a
D.
F.
You can go F. You could
What's
make
good
it-
about this outside of Grayson Holden?
Romello Height. Romello. Well, so
okay, I'll give you a D minus.
Oh, that's fair. And you know what? I think you can go F, Cody. I think if you look at the totality of the draft, you could go F. My D grade was based on day 2, and it was anchored with Romello Height. So day 2 consisted of Dejon Swindling, right, as he's been called here at Player Pro, Romello Height, and Kalen Black. And I probably the biggest Kalen Black supporter in this house. But at 90th overall, there's just not enough upside at a position that you're set back so far if you're this team, if your running back goes down, correct?
Yeah.
So what are you backing him up with here this early, stretching on Stribling if you haven't been following along? This could be an F. This could be an F grade for me overall.
I think this is nearly an F.
I think this is an F grade because it hasn't gotten better. There was a couple picks today that I thought had some intrigue. Halton,
yeah,
that's a good solid pick. That's a pick that helps anchor a grade if you've made better picks. So if you were on the fence, this is a B minus. You get a guy like Halton, this is a solid B plus.
One more thing I want to talk about here is the Adam Randall stuff at running back. Adam Randall by way of Clemson. I love me some Adam Randall. This is one of my favorite sleepers in the class. Adam Randall at 6'2", 6'3" and 3/8, 232 pounds, 4.50 40-yard dash. He comps himself to Cordero Patterson. He watches Cam Newton. He's a
Which
very
is interesting,
diverse
yeah.
film watcher of himself and process-wise. Graduated in 3 years from Clemson, played wide receiver up until last August. Has played running back for not even a calendar year. He was not great when the season started against LSU. He was tough to watch. He didn't have great vision. He still doesn't have the
Understandably.
best gait.
Right.
But what he's going to do now at 6'3" and 3/8 is he's going to go to Baltimore and he's going to be behind a behemoth of a man who is how big? 6'3" in Derrick Henry, 255 pounds in Derrick Henry.
There's not many human beings that can walk into a running back room in which Derrick Henry's looking at him at eye level.
So Derrick Henry is 6'2" and 5/8. Adam Randall's 6'3" and 3/8. So Adam Randall's actually taller.
Yeah.
When he was drafted, Derrick Henry was 247 pounds, which is, again,
It's
ridiculous. Adam Randall's
Never again. We'll never
232
see that
pounds. So this was my creme de la creme landing spot for Adam Randall.
You couldn't dream up a better spot for the kid. You got to be happy for him going to the Ravens. As they mentioned on the couch, though, he is also very replaceable in terms of the prospect profile.
Don't care.
But that's fine.
Don't care.
Live in
You
the
know
moment.
why I don't
We live
care?
in the moment.
You know why I don't care? Because it's literally Derrick Henry. Derrick Henry's literally right there.
Literally,
and
you're using the term. He's not literally there.
Derrick Henry's literally in Baltimore.
Yeah.
I didn't say Adam Randall's literally.
Okay.
I'm saying
That's what you said.
Derrick Henry's literally in Baltimore.
Yes.
Right?
So there's the guy
They drafted the guy to come in there who's played running back for not even a calendar year.
And he deserves a lot of credit.
And he's
for
going
what
to
he's been able
develop.
do. Yeah.
Again, very new at the position.
Extremely new
Watches
position.
Cordero Patterson, watches Cam Newton, watches these big guys. He's going to show up in Baltimore after 1 year at Clemson playing running back, where he was playing receiver.
Yeah.
He's got remember there's the opposite. You remember when Derrick Henry got drafted? He's like, yeah, I'm about the pass catch and shit.
Right.
This guy's coming in with the chops, and he's going to come in for the whole year and just learn and just stand behind Derrick Henry and watch his gait. This guy's very smart. He got his bachelor's degree 3 years, came back, did his master's. I talked to him at the Senior Bowl. Very, very. I would say if you were going to make an intelligence grade,
maybe
he's top 10 in the entire class.
That's
from
good
an
to know.
Intelligence perspective. I think this guy's going to go in there, Adam Randall, and he's going to sit, and he's going to watch, and he's going to learn, and he's going to eat beef, rice, and potatoes. He's going to weigh 240 pounds in 2027 starts, and he might be, depending on what Derrick Henry chooses to do. Derrick Henry might play till 2030, but this guy's going to be right behind him, right on his heels. You're talking about a 4.50 40 for a guy this big, 232 pounds, 4.54 for Derrick Henry at 242 pounds. Like, listen, I understand it's apples and oranges.
I get it.
But
if you want to learn if you have a certain skill, you want to learn from the guy who's the best at your skill.
It's not apples and oranges. It's lemons and limes. And when you which one do you leave out? It turns into the other.
That happens.
I think if you leave the lime out, it turns into a lemon.
Is that true?
If you leave the lemon out, it turns into a lime.
Is that some country stuff? I never even heard that before.
I'm pretty sure if you leave a lime out, it turns into a lemon.
I think it looks like a lemon, but I don't think it tastes like a lemon.
That's a chat. I'm pretty sure.
Chat, let us know. But also, I'm going to experiment, and we'll get back to you on that. But the point to Randall, we like to talk about Bizarro World because in scouting, things fall a certain way, and we scout 365 24/7. Right, we don't stop. After this draft, we're going to take a couple weeks, but then we're going to start looking at spring ball, depth charts in college.
We've already been watching spring ball, son.
True, we haven't.
Byron Brown's on the hoof,
the wing. But anyway, when it comes to Adam Randall, in this where we like to talk about bizarre worlds, things bounce a certain way. There's a world, there's a universe in this multiverse in which the Clemson Tigers didn't stink. There's a world where Adam Randall was maybe everyone's favorite sleeper in this running back class because year one as a running back, 1,000 yards from scrimmage, 49 targets, 36 receptions at 230 pounds, 6'3". You want to talk about maniacal. Think of the offensive scheme, the schematic approach the offensive coordinator the Ravens can think of here. You can have a backfield where you have your Derrick Henry at running back and you put Adam Randall in H-back. Because then you could put him in motion, take a pass out of the backfield. There's a lot of things you can do schematically, putting both of these gargantuans on the field. And then you could just maybe have them block the vision. So Lamar Jackson there's a lot that can go here. I don't know if he's going to have necessarily massive fantasy value.
I think we got to have Adam Randall grow his hair out so they can just stand back there.
They can just look the same. There's a couple of things that should happen. We talked yesterday about the linebacker that was drafted by the Vikings. He needs to grow his hair out to get that Chad Greenway
Jake
flow.
Golday.
Jake Golday's got to have that blonde flow. Adam Randall's got to get the long hair so that he can look like Henry. But yeah, this is a good pick from the Ravens. And again, just DaCosta doing DaCosta things. And he did all this waves, all this noise a couple months ago when he talked about how they do incorporate Madden rankings. Maybe the Jaguars need to incorporate some Madden rankings because some teams know what they're doing, and it's clear. Other teams, you kind of have to catch up on.
The Miami Dolphins have made a selection here with the second to last pick in round 5. This is pick 180. There's officially 77 selections left in the 2026 NFL Draft. Tight end, Seydu,
Sounds good.
Traore.
I think you nailed it.
Seydu, Traore.
You even put some flavor
Tied
on it.
in out of
Good.
Mississippi State, 3 years Mississippi State, 2 years at Arkansas State. He had 655 yards as a sophomore at Arkansas State. He had 730 yards in 2 seasons at Mississippi State. He did have knee surgery in 2024 at Mississippi State. He had to sit out the 2023 season because of transfer portal stuff. And he was a Shrine Bowler. Seydu Traore, a 23.5-year-old, 6'4", 244-pound tight end, runs a 4.6 40, goes down to the Miami Dolphins into the tight end room where they have Will Kasmerick, another team with the double dip at the tight end position.
Not only a double dip at the tight end position, but now this makes not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5 pass catchers that they're adding to their depth chart. Caleb Douglas, Chris Bell, Will, again, I'm never going to say this guy's name. Kasmerick. And now
You nailed it.
Thank you. And Traore. So, I mean, and then they actually got Chris Coleman as well. So, I mean, they are completely revamping this pass catching room. If you're Greg Dulcich, if you're Jalen Tolbert, if you're Malik Washington, if you're Tutu Atwell, you're going, what does this mean for me? It might mean you wear different laundry come training camp.
This is the third team to now go double tight end. We had Baltimore go 4th round, 5th round, Matthew Hibner, Josh Cuevas. We had Miami now go Will Kasmerick and Seydu Traore. And we had the who was the other team that I had in here? Jacksonville go Nate Borkircher and Tanner Cosoil. Shout out to Garrett, by the way. He's going to be the MVP of the draft house this year.
Yep.
He put this document together, and it makes it a lot easier to navigate some of these things.
MVP of the weekend. MVP of the weekend.
Most valuable player profiler.
Yeah.
Garrett, shout out. So there it is. Seydu Traore, tied in Mississippi State by way of Arkansas State. So we got Buffalo Bills here to close out round 5, pick 181, and then we're going to turn the page into round 6. Like I said, the San Francisco 49ers we just talked about, then we give them a D- to an F on the overall.
You can give an F. Let's not be scared here. We're going to give an F.
SF. What's the F stand for?
Fail.
Las Vegas Raiders will pick here in about 5 selections. They will be the next team.
SF. Shanahan fail.
Shanahan failure. SF. That's what the grade is. I love that. Shanahan. I'm going to write that down because I'm going to have that in my post-draft grades.
SF stands for Shanahan fail.
That's a good call there. Vegas in 5 picks is not failing in this draft. And they will be closing out. They'll be the next team to close out all of their selections here in the 2026 NFL draft. And they also got rid of Tyree Wilson just a couple of hours ago, traded him to the Cleveland Browns, which I kind of like for the Browns as much as I like for the Raiders. Because the Raiders, of course, get to keep, at least for the time being, I assume this is going to happen. Las Vegas Raiders will get to keep Max Crosby as their edge rusher. Opposite him right now, Kwity Paye, who they brought in this year, Charles Snowden, big human being from Virginia. One of my favorites, Malcolm Kuntz, came by way of Buffalo, Malcolm Kuntz. And then this year, edge rusher, Kieran Crawford. I think that's a hammer of a projection for Kieran Crawford in the 3rd round. That's how you draft your edge in a deep class. Kieran Crawford's been the guy we've circled. We've talked about it in numerous shows. You talk about Fernando Mendoza, trading Stukes, Jamard McCoy throwing that dart in the 4th round. You come around with Mike Washington, who a lot of people had in the RB2 conversation. Dalton Johnson, the safety from Arizona. Hezekiah Massis is plugged in there. Trey Zune. It's been a very good class here for the Raiders. They'll close out here in about 4 selections, their last pick in the 2026 NFL draft. Where do you think you'll be on that class with the Raiders so far?
So the Raiders yesterday, after their 3 day 2 picks, traded Stukes, Kieran Crawford, and Trey Zune. What grade would you think I gave?
That's probably a B+ for you.
A-,
really,
for me. And now and then they've done nothing to sour that. This is trending to be an A grade for me. Dalton Johnson was a bit of a reach, but we're talking round 5.
That's a get your guy.
And pick 150 on. There's just no way I'm doxing or deducting too many points when I'm grading out these guys here. I know. I don't know why that word comes up, but to do like demerit, we'll go that way. No way I'm giving you a demerit if you go there. But Mike Washington, good backup. We've heard the couch. They broke that.
Have you been
down.
using that app?
What app?
The app that you put on your phone and it just gives you like a new word to say every day or something.
Is that a thing? No, I don't.
I've heard. I mean, Instagram Reels gets me. It's like
My friend has been using this vocabulary app that pops up on his home screen and gets him a new word every single day.
No, it's called reading. Like, you gotta read to get.
What are you reading? You ain't reading,
dude. I've been reading, man.
You're listening.
Well, hey, they're books. How I ingest them, that's up to me. That's up to the world to know. But yes, I do listen.
This
to
is fair.
But a good draft by the Raiders here. And
I want to give
if you are a team, there are some bad rosters coming into this draft, leaving with good draft classes. It's good for the NFL. It's good for these fan bases.
The last pick in round 5 is a beauty.
The Bills.
Contain yourself.
Bills.
The Buffalo Bills have closed out round 5 with pick 181, and it is defensive lineman, undersized defensive lineman. They have a special place in my heart for obvious reasons. 6'1", 290 pounds, ran a 4.75, blew up the NFL Combine. Zane Durant, who comes to us from Penn State. Again, this has been one of the better drafts. Period. The Buffalo Bills. We've talked about the Bills already. Parker, Igbinosun, Bowry, Skylar Bell, Caleb Elarms, Orr, Jalen Kilgore, and now Zane Durant here to close out round 5. This is a great selection here by the Penn State Nittany Lion going to the Buffalo Bills. 40 career starts, multi-time honorable mention, all Big Ten defensive lineman here. This guy is a workout warrior in the Penn State locker room. Penn State war room, I guess you'd say. So I love this pick here for the Buffalo Bills.
You look at this draft for the Buffalo Bills, I'm going to label it the meat and potatoes.
Yeah.
There's nothing cute about it. There's nothing they're not messing around here. They're going meat and potatoes. They're going edge. They're going line, both offense and defense. They're going corner. They're not messing around here. There's nothing here that necessarily gets us fantasy teams excited. Pick in and pick out. This is a meat and potatoes draft, but if you're knocking on the door, sometimes it's better to kick it down than pick the lock, and that seems to be the Buffalo Bills approach, finding value throughout the entire draft. TJ Parker, one of my favorites picks so far. When we're talking about guys falling to pick 35, good for the Bills. I hate it as a Patriots fan.
The 601.
The 601.
Let's
take a minute to appreciate. We are in the 6th round.
No time. We must move fast. The 601, the Cleveland Browns have kicked us off in round 6 with a very important draft pick here. Just when you thought there wasn't enough quarterbacks in Cleveland, Dylan Gabriel, Shedeur Sanders, Deshaun Watson, the Cleveland Browns have gone quarterback, Taylon Green from Arkansas.
This is all right. So this is a pie in the sky pick.
This is the next David Njoku.
There's no way we're gonna sit here and say anything about being excited. But you want to talk about frame mogging? This guy's gonna walk into that quarterback room. He's gonna frame mog those. There's no one built like Taylon Green in that QB room. There's no one with that type of athletic ability in that QB room. Taylon Green.
Taylon.
What did I say?
Traylon. You said it twice.
Taylon Green.
You giving Traylon Burks. Traylon Burks in Arkansas. You giving I don't mind that.
I'm going to call him Tay.
Tay.
Tay Green is going to frame mog these quarterbacks.
What does that even mean?
He just built different, brother.
He's just built different.
I mean, we got Shedeur, height, 5'10".
I don't think
we got Deshaun, my height, 5'10". We got Dylan Gabriel.
Like 6'3".
No, he's not.
Deshaun Watson, I bet you $1 his NFL Combine height 6'02", 5'8". Look it up.
I'm not doing it that detailed.
Look at Wiki. Look at Wiki. Go to his Wiki page right here. Go to Wiki page. I guarantee you, Deshaun Watson 6'02", 5'8". Bet me $1. Scroll down.
6'3", yeah. That's fine.
Scroll down. What's it? Come on, keep going. Go to the Combine. 6'2.5".
Oh, you're wrong.
6'02", 4'8".
You're wrong.
Oh God.
You're wrong. You're wrong. Wrong.
He ain't 5'10".
Wrong. I wish I was 6'2". Maybe that's what it was. Either way, he's still got 4 inches on him. That's the point. This guy's built differently, but again, we're talking about a 6th-round pick. We're not talking about a guy who's going to take the world by storm. But
he's not fitting in Dylan Gabriel's minivan.
No, he's as big as Dylan.
Nor do I think Dylan Gabriel's probably going to be taking him on any trips because he's probably.
Sounds like he's going to be wearing different laundry come training camp.
Yeah,
but again, this is just a fun pick. This is going to be a pick that if you're playing Madden, he's going to be your starter.
Oh, dude, Madden's he's your sub.
He's your guy you're playing Madden. He's going to be like a 93 in speed. He's going to be a guy that's a lot of fun, But in terms of reality, let's get back to reality. It's a fun pick. And at the Browns, if you're the Browns here, let's do a quick recap here on the Browns, because when you have this many picks and you do yourself such a service going with the right picks, you can take a shot on a Taylor Green in round 6. Fanu, Concepcion, Boston, Emmanuel McNeil Warren, Austin Butler, Parker Brailsford, no, I'm not going to do that bit again. But again, you've went back to the well over and over, getting the picks that you need to build when you're going forward as a franchise. So then you get Tay Green there and pick number 1 in the 6th round. Take a shot on a guy with tremendous athleticism, not a whole lot of quarterbacking ability in his skill set, but you bring him in, you see what you can do with him, and you got to probably put together a couple packages for him regardless.
Can I ask a question here?
You can ask a million.
Why not? Why? And I'll answer it too in the back end. So just once you.
So it's
answer
more of a statement than a question.
It's a question with my own answer at the end.
You're doing
but
a
I wanna get
podcast
your
with
thought
yourself.
First. I want to
Okay.
get your thought first.
Okay.
Why not go Garrett Nussmeier here? When you look at your
You have Garrett Nussmeier 3 times over.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
When you look at your quarterback room and you got Gabriel,
yeah,
right, and you got Shador,
yeah,
and you got Watson, you got pocket passers.
Yeah.
Garrett Nussmeier is a pocket passer.
Yeah.
Why not bring in a Nussmeier and just why not? Right? Again, why wouldn't you do that? Why would you bring in a Green over a Nussmeier?
Well, give me your answer first, and then you can get my opinion. Is that what you want to do? You have an answer?
No, I want your answer first.
All right. So the reason why you go this route is because you're planning on bringing in a signal caller next year. Now, can Deshaun Watson live up a little bit to the contract? Not in totality, but can he in 2026? Sure. And if that's the case, maybe you don't have to be so, aggressive getting a quarterback. But the odds are they're going to get a quarterback. Why get Garrett Nussmeier? You have lefty Tyler. You have lefty Garrett Nussmeier and Dylan Gabriel. You have shiny Garrett Nussmeier and Shador Sanders. You get Taylor Green. Maybe you can just help me. It's the reason.
It's up here.
What's up there?
What if Nussmeier's up here better?
Of course, he is. No doubt about it.
Than all of them.
He might be, but he's not skilled enough to be.
Yes, he is. When he's healthy, he's skilled enough.
Yeah, well, the NFL is telling us he's not.
When he's healthy, here's my answer.
Okay.
When he's healthy, he is more skilled than Sanders. When he's healthy, he is more skilled than Gabriel. And arguably, obviously, Watson's the best of the bunch when he's healthy.
Yeah.
But he hasn't been healthy. The reports that we got a little over a month ago, maybe 2 months ago, was that there was a degenerative knee with Garrett Nussmeier.
Mm-hmm.
It never got publicly conversed for whatever reason. It didn't come through. There was a cyst on his back that got fixed that came after the combine. But we also heard about the degenerative knee potentially being out there. Obviously, he's dealt with a ton of injuries. I don't ever want to push a guy down when he's down, but
yeah,
I think that also comes into this conversation with Nussmeier because there was a lot of expectation that he as well as Green were going to go not only on day 2 but round 2.
Round number 2, yeah.
So seeing Nussmeier fall here does stink. I hope he does get an opportunity, but that's why I do believe that's part of it. Is I think that there's outstanding stuff, but you can't even argue this is why I would do this. Is like the theory that Parcells would say, Bill Parcells would say, you draft a quarterback every single year is this, right? DG, Shador, Nussmeier, these are good college quarterbacks.
Yeah.
And you bring one in
guys,
every
yeah.
single year because it's the toughest position in the sport to evaluate. It's the toughest position in the sport to understand. It's the toughest position in the sport to project. And if you get a guy in the room and he's on the field for 2 weeks, like Brock Purdy happens. You know why Brock Purdy happens? Because you shoot the shot. You bring him in and you go, oh, damn, this is different. Like we thought he was, good at digesting the playbook and he had good recollection. And we thought we saw him at Iowa State, we could project. But once you got him on that football field and he led your football team and you got to see him in the flesh, it was different. And clearly what we've seen in a year, the Browns haven't had the sack to say that it's different with Sanders. So clearly it's not different.
It's not different.
With Gabriel, it's clearly not different. And with Watson, there's such outstanding stuff and he's such a big personality. I don't think it's different. So why not throw a dart on a Nussmeier, a pocket passer that can complete 70% of his passes that Taylor Green can't?
Yeah, you make a good point for it, but I still stand firm in why you go Tay Green over Nussmeier is that at least at the end of the day, Tay Green's gonna have packages. Tay Green can rush it in from the goal line. With Harold Fannin, you could take him in the backfield, motion him out. You could just do more creative things with the Tay Green. Garrett Nussmeier, you're really just going at the same problem with the same solution. How can you really fix something that if you have a problem and you just continuously do the same thing and try to fix it and it doesn't work, why would you do it again? Try something a little bit different. But again, I to your point, I understand what you're saying here because it's true. If Nussmeier did not have this knee injury, which we can't confirm because we don't talk to him and his team, but I think the NFL is telling us right now that the injury concerns surrounding this kid are severe because now we're here at pick 186.
That's what I'm telling you.
We haven't heard his name.
There was a
called
report of it. It was
but it wasn't talked about.
It was a sourced.
Right, but it was not talked about. It was left.
It has not.
Out.
It's just like the Ruben Bain thing that was not supposed to come out. It just didn't come out. We have a pick.
We have a big pick.
The pick is in, and I'm going to play the sounder. At pick
187
and 87, the Washington Commanders have drafted a running back to compete with Bill and Rachaad White, and his name is Katron Allen from Penn State, the partner in crime to one Nick Singleton in that Penn State backfield. He goes out the board here in round 6. 6 foot tall, 219 pounds, about a mid 4.45 guy at the running back position.
Fantasy alert.
19-year-old breakout, 2 1,000-yard seasons. Only one of 4 running backs in this class with multiple 1,000-yard rushing seasons. Singleton, Love, Katron Allen, and Jamari Taylor. Those are the 4 guys. And a lot of people, if you would venture to go into these conversations, would take Katron Allen over Nick Singleton. Not I.
Mm-hmm.
You?
No, I'm a Singleton guy, but Katron Allen. Listen,
this is a great spot for him.
This is a great spot, and I think Bill's gonna have to go back to Jacory. I don't think a Bill can beat out a Katron. Right? Name for name, can a Bill ever beat out a Katron? I don't think so. He's gonna go back to Jacory. But this is a great spot. Again, we keep coming back to the same themes. We are now we're almost at pick 190 in the draft, and we keep coming back to the same themes. The Commanders, they didn't have the bullets, but they have done the most with a little. Again, they go ahead and exploit here a bit of a value gap, find a pocket of value here. Katron Allen, what you cannot ignore when it comes to this back is his ability to produce at a big-time program of Penn State. 899 receiving yards, 1,100, follows up with his biggest year yet, 1,300 rushing yards, 15 touchdowns. Yeah. No, he didn't test, so we don't know his athletic ability in terms. But what I know for a fact is that Katron Allen can handle the first and second down rushes. 5'11", 220 pounds. He's got the right size. He can be a goal line back. He's experienced. Yeah, there's some tread on the tires, but he's still 23 years old with a lot of room to grow.
A lot of good nicknames in this class. The Big Citrus.
Yeah.
To name a few.
Traylon Green.
You know the nickname for Katron Allen?
Tell me.
Fat Man.
Batman?
Fat Man.
No, Fat Man.
Is it Fat Man or Fat Boy?
I hope it's Fat Boy. Fat Boy's so bad.
Pull up his page right there on right there.
Right, this one?
Right there. I think it's Fat Boy.
Where would you see this?
Right there. I think it's Fat Man or Fat Boy. I should know this.
Let's see.
That's a.
I hope it's Fat Boy. Fat Man seems mean. Fat Boy is awesome. What's up, Fat Boy?
Fat Man. When he was a baby and it stuck with him.
Hey, Katron Allen, he's going to a good landing spot here. And you know what this reminds me of?
No.
Alfred Morris. Doesn't this remind you of Alfred Morris?
The last time Washington had a 1,000-yard rusher.
Yeah, the home run hitter himself, Alfred Morris. You get a mobile running back, a quarterback in Jaden Daniels. It doesn't seem like Jacory Krosky-Merritt has the use, or aka the juice, if you will. Katron Allen is going to bring the punch, though. Mm-hmm. Whether he has the electricity in the quads, I wouldn't say so, but he definitely has the punch. He is a fat man, as you said. He's a big rusher, and I think going forward here, we're looking at a Commanders team that didn't have a lot, but they're doing a lot with what they had.
Best available players here as we turn into pick 188 post Katron Allen. We also did I do have to mention Bauer Sharp, the tight end from LSU by way of Oklahoma, does go pick 185 ahead again of Jack Andrews. He goes to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers to go in there with Cade Klubnik. Bauer Sharp, interesting, not a good football player. Moving on. The Jets are on the clock here at pick 188. Best available players for you on your board.
So of my top 100 big board, I still have 5 guys who haven't heard their name called. Jack Andrews.
Let me just tell you one thing before you guys left on your board. You know what my favorite thing is? Day 3, late in the day, and you still have guys left. You know why?
Why?
Because it reminds me of Trey Smith. Trey Smith, the first draft we ever did, it was online, and we were at our houses, and I was sitting there with Matt all 3 days, and we got to the end, and he's like, man, just what's this Trey Smith thing? Why is Trey Smith? We can't have Trey Smith on the ticker all day. He's been on the ticker all day.
Yeah.
Best available players. And Trey Smith ends up being a Pro Bowler from Tennessee, but he goes late.
Right.
And he was on the board for hours and hours and hours. So anyways, who's the Trey Smith for you?
The Trey Smith for me, I'd have to say it's Dante Corleone. He's not my highest rated guy, but Jack Andrews is a tight end that I have. Clearly, there's something in his profile that I missed because we've seen no less than 1,700 tight ends, including 4,800 donkeys. And I know that math ain't math, and I don't care. But Brian Parker, the second offensive lineman from Duke, a player I really like. They give him a pretty good grade. Dante Corleone, Garrett Nussmeier, and Deion Burks. There's something in the Deion Burks profile, whether it be health, off the field. This is getting into weird territory when we're talking about Deion Brooks not being selected, when some were putting him in that conversation of being like, you know, this guy's going to go day 2, no doubt. This guy's going to go to a team where he has a role immediately. It looks as if the free fall is in full effect when it comes to Deion Burks.
Can I just say one thing? I only have 2. One was Garrett Nussmeier, and the other one's VJ Payne. VJ Payne this year, I think that is my
Trey Smith.
My Trey Smith. So VJ Payne, you're going to like these numbers here that I'm going to read off to you as far as the height, weight, everything with Mr. VJ Payne from Kansas State. 6'3", 206 pounds, 4'4", 40, almost 34-inch arms with an 80-inch wingspan at safety. I comped him to Ifeatu Melifonwu from Syracuse.
Wow, you said that well.
Remember Obi Melifonwu from UConn? Dog. Should have been, could have been, would have been.
6'3", 210-pound safety. You just can't teach that size.
Multi-time honorable mention, all Big 12, 42 career starts, team captain this last year. Massive human being, rare build. He's going to go, but him and Nussmeier are my only 2 guys left in the top 100.
So you didn't have Corleone in the top 100?
I did not.
Oh, wow.
I did not have Corleone.
What is it about him? We talked about him earlier. Why has he not gone? We talked about him at the top of the show. We talked him back in the beginning of the day at noon Eastern Standard Time.
Crownover's
we talked
another
about
one
him
too. I love Crownover.
Crownover's a good, the big tackle. Yeah, of course.
I Crownover high, took him out of the 100 at the last moment, so he was one that was close. He was close to the top 100, didn't quite make it in there at the end. A couple of picks that went off. Now, Enes Cooper, offensive lineman from Miami.
3 offensive linemen from the
6'6", 334. The Hurricanes getting their offensive line with the board. We're now at pick 189. I did say Tampa Bay made that pick of Bauer Sharp. The Raiders moved back. So, again, the Raiders were about to finish up and be done.
They didn't want to leave the
and
party
they said, we ain't going anywhere.
I ain't leaving.
I ain't leaving. So they moved back to, I believe it's like the 14th pick in the round now. They picked up 2 spots. So they added a 7th rounder. So they dropped
they definitely don't want to leave the party.
They dropped back 10 spots from 4 to 14, and then they add a 7th. So Raiders are no longer on finish watch. That's only the Shanahan failures out there in California. So the Bengals on the clock, Saints, New England. Those are the next teams coming up here. Some of the recap of the fantasy relevant players that have gone recently. Katron Allen, Singleton, Emmett Johnson, Mike Washington, Coleman all go today. Adam Randall is lumped in there. As far as the running backs left, a lot of people love them some Damon Claiborne. He, like you, is under 5'10".
That's right.
Jamari Taylor.
About the same speed, too.
Seth McGowan, another one in there. NFL teams seem to love Jade Knott. Not so much. Not anymore. They once did when he was at Cal.
Mm-hmm.
Roman Hemby from Indiana, still not gone, but his buddy Keelan Black did. Rasul Faishan, the oldest running back in the class, still available. Not a good running back class. If I had to guess from here on out, there's only going to be 2 more running backs taken. Would kind of be my feel through round 6 and 7. And there's a couple of spots that we've talked about, specifically like Minnesota, that could use a guy like that. Le'Veon Moss, the other one. I would bet on Le'Veon Moss and Damon Claiborne as your only 2 remaining drafted running backs of this whole class.
I could even see the team up right now, the Cincinnati Bengals. They could select a running back. I don't think it would be anything of consequence. Just kind of filling out the depth chart.
Who's a guy? Is it? And do you have anybody on top of Moss and Claiborne? Did you think could go today?
McGowan. I thought Seth McGowan would go today. You know, he was high in dog rating. He had some helium with his athleticism, his testing, but a guy that bounced around a bunch, always was the bridesmaid, never the bride in his team, whether it was New Mexico State or Kentucky. But a good fit here, I think, for the Bengals. You know, Roman Henry would be a nice spot for the Bengals. They have Chase Brown. That's their guy. They got Taj Brooks. He's more of a bruiser. You get a guy like Roman Hemby, does a little bit more versatile things, a little bit more electric. I think that'd be a good fit here. Maybe not right now at 189, but they could take him at 221 or 226.
First off, the Bengals go Brian Parker, one of your top 100 guys, comes off the board here.
I do like that.
But we do have a pick in that should have a little bit of matter from the fantasy football side of the conversation.
Weapons. It's really fun watching all these.
Hey, we're on the couch. Sorry, guys. I thought we were headed to the couch. My bad. We're on the couch now. When I saw the pick is in, because I said cotton candy earlier. I thought you guys were, when you said pick is in, I thought that was the transition to the couch. Apologies if we wanted. Do you guys want to get back in here?
You're good.
No. We're taking it. We're taking over. We said we have the code. If we say a food that starts with C.
Yeah, mine was cream pie because we got the
right. I said cotton candy. I thought that they knew, but I don't think they're. And then I saw the graphic come in.
You got tunnel vision. That's flow state. They're in flow state right now.
Yeah, and then they continued, and I felt bad. You always feel bad when it doesn't happen seamlessly. We've had some of those happen. I don't know. I can't. Let us know in the chat. Let us know in the comments. Is this the best stream? Even though this is the worst class, has this been our best stream as an organization at Player Profiler? It feels like we've done a great job. We've had a few instances where mic levels were up or down. Yeah. We had the receiver for these new wireless microphones, these great Rode mics. They were a little far away. There's a little static here and there. There was a microphone was muted for 30 seconds. I feel like there's been minor live television hiccups when you're live for something like 10 hours. I think you're going to have some of those things happen. But I think that this has been the most flawless and best, especially given that there isn't a lot to talk about.
Sure.
And then primarily, first and foremost, when you talk about Cody and Maddie, I mean, they have been absolutely unbelievable. I mean, think about what they're slogging through some of these picks. And I'm talking about some of these skill position players. I'm talking about some of these receivers. Not just the running backs are bad. The receivers are bad. There just aren't a lot of running backs being drafted. There's a lot of tight ends that no one wants to talk about. There are a few tight ends that are interesting. There was a tight end that went to the Saints. There's been multiple receivers going to the Saints. Yep. The Saints are trying to support their quarterback with as many weapons as possible, and we find that interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting. And this is the thing about quarterbacks, and that's why in Superflex, they're obviously so important. I mean, Tyler Shuck was a guy that like nobody really wanted. It was almost like a joke that the Saints took him last year. Now you look at Tyler Shuck, and they get Jordan Tyson to this room. They bring in Travis Etienne. He's paired up with Kellen Moore. Right. So like you start thinking about this
all these coaches so good, and their schemes, right? Their tendencies with their X's and O's.
I'd say decent.
What was Kellen Moore's percentage the last 5 years of 11 personnel versus 12 personnel play calling?
Well, I couldn't tell you that, but if you go on say Sumer Brain, that could tell you that. But the one exciting thing about Kellen Moore is Kellen Moore is a big proponent of the power slot. We saw CeeDee Lamb, we saw Keenan Allen. We even saw it with the Eagles when he was there. So with Jordan Tyson going to the Saints, you could see that. I mean, Chris Olave was kind of used in the slot a little bit last year, but he also was used downfield a decent amount too, and in the red zone. So if Tyson can be in that power slot role for the Kellen Moore offense, that's pretty exciting to me because we've seen a lot of fantasy relevant guys in that role.
I think it's going to consolidate around Olave and Tyson. I think you're going to see that, and I think it's going to be good for both of them. The guy that's going to be used all around the formation, the guy that's going to be in motion, at least initially, because he's a veteran, he knows the plays, he's trusted. Week one, you're not going to see the team scheming up every play for Tyson, right? You're not going to see him flying around the formation, running the full and complete NFL route tree. Ask any rookie to do that. And so this is also a wheels up scenario for Chris Olave. It is also a signal that they're going to be throwing a lot. They're going to be throwing a lot to Chris Olave. No Rashid Shaheed. They bring in a rookie. He's going to take some of the pressure off, but not to the point that he's like cannibalizing a lot of target share from Chris Olave. They're probably going to post him up in the slot and then let Chris Olave, when they break the huddle, you don't know where Chris Olave is going to be. He could be out at X. He could be just running a double move out at X. You could see him at flanker. You could see him in the slot. You could see it. So I'm excited for Chris Olave. Sometimes it's easy to forget how good he was throughout his Ohio State career, and in the spike weeks. I just think more consistent spike weeks from Chris Olave are in store in 2026. So what do you think, Austin?
Yeah, I mean, I think it wouldn't shock me if they use Tyson as more of like a field stretcher early. We've seen him do that to a certain degree at Arizona State. They've mentioned that a lot of people have mentioned he's not much of a yards after catch guy. I really, that could be what they kind of do with him early. And that does free up a ton of stuff, in the intermediate areas of the field for Olave to get targeted a lot heavier. I do think ETN is low key a guy that could see a ton of receiving volume this year as well. I really think that the two leading target guys could be Olave 1, and then like Tyson ETN might be closer than people think there as kind of like the second, third options.
If it were me, that's what I would do. I would post up Tyson. He has size.
He does.
I would post him up at X and say, hey man, run deep routes, run posts and go routes. And like we talked about, and we're going to line up Olave everywhere. Olave is going to be shifting all around, and most of the plays are going to be geared towards him as the first read. And then maybe look at Tyson, maybe not. And then it's a check down to HN, and we'll see what that's exciting to me. It's okay. It's okay.
I shan't.
Yeah, so that's exciting. But then there's also, they just drafted a tight end.
Oscar Delp.
That is, Delp is exciting. Delp is a proper sort of Y tight end. So what do you think about Delp?
Yeah, I think Delp is interesting. I'm not like super excited for him. You still have Juwan there, right? And college teammates. Juwan kind of obviously a late breakout for him. I mean, he's getting old. He's like 28, I think, but he was still had a massive target share for him last year. And I just think that the main point, we can go round and round, but the truth is, the big thing is Tyler Shuck's a big winner here, right? And let's just talk about where he's currently ranked right now, right? Like pre-draft, Tyler Shuck 21. I think that's a fair ranking for him, given we still didn't see or know how much was going to be around him. Now
QB 21 in Dynasty.
Yeah, QB 21 in Dynasty on the Player Profiler site. And obviously, we're going to have to. I would think we would adjust a little bit to move him up slightly because of the bump and the.
Who does he belong ahead of?
Well, he's behind Kyler Murray. He's behind Malik Willis. I'd have him ahead of Malik Willis potentially. I think Willis is a guy who maybe gives you a big season because he might run for 700 yards this year. But the longevity of him is I don't see very high. And you could argue the same thing for Shuck, but I think the team has shown us that they're going to build this thing out for him. And if he's not the guy, they spent, day two capital on him last year, then it'll be set up for the next guy to succeed. But I think we saw enough, and I think the team saw enough where they feel confident that he can be the guy. And so if you're banking and willing to believe that, then I think he has to be ahead of a guy like Malik Willis, who, I mean, really didn't do much to really justify that contract, in my opinion. So I'd have him ahead of him. So Malik Willis, I'd have him probably behind Jordan Love. I'd have him probably ahead of Malik Willis, probably 2 spots. I'd probably push him up to closer to like 19. I would consider put him ahead of CJ Stroud, who plays on a team with a really, really good defense, that they're probably going to be more of a conservative offense. He doesn't have any rushing ability. You can kind of give me that. Now Stroud's probably going to get an extension. So there's some long-term value for him. And you say, there's more insulation, so he's safer. But with Shuck, this is a team that's going to be playing in a division that plays from behind. Like, that there's bad defenses. They're going to be playing from behind too. They have a stingy defense. It's not that great though. A good offensive-minded head coach, and they play in a dome. They play in good weather, and their division is all good weather. Tampa Bay, Carolina, Atlanta. So I mean, they're going to be in high-scoring games. So I'd rather take the guy there than the guy like CJ Stroud, who I think he's kind of stocked down for me, and he's been since last year.
They have nice receivers, though. Don't forget that they invested heavily in a better wide receiver class last year. Knoll is a breakout candidate. Higgins is a breakout candidate. There's such a preponderance of talent, right? That they even I saw that they were considering somewhere a rumor that Nico Collins was on the block. And how can they do that? They can do that because they have real talent across the board, especially once Tank Dell comes back at receiver. CJ Stroud has a season, his rookie season, that Tyler Shuck cannot even come close to matching. He was also a top 2 pick, and Tyler Shuck was not a first-round pick. There are just fundamental profile elements that Tyler Shuck, no matter what the situation is, no matter how many more pass attempts you think he's going to have this year, he can't overcome that in Dynasty. But you want to talk about Kyler Murray, you want to talk about Malik Willis and him moving ahead of the guys that are going to offer rushing upside this year, but he can counteract that with more pass volume. And then he actually has the better path for 3-year production, where you could almost say the organization in New Orleans is more committed to Shuck than Minnesota is to Murray, and that Miami is to Willis. So given that, moving him up 2 spots makes perfect sense. What's interesting about the player profile or dynasty rankings, and it's a Dynasty Deluxe package has them. The player rankings package has all the rookie rankings, the dynasty rankings, the lifetime value ratings, all fully exportable, tight end premium, super flex, but also rebuild versus win now mode. So if you go to win now mode, you're probably going to get more Kyler Murray with Justin Jefferson, and that makes sense. You go to rebuild mode, you're going to get Shuck. The default mode that you're in, the neutral mode, that's where I believe that even in neutral mode, Shuck is going to have to come out.
Yeah. And the one other thing I wanted to add too is I just think Shuck provides more of a rushing profile than Stroud does. Stroud's just not a guy that likes to run it. And again, I stick by just the fact that he plays with DeMeco Ryans on a team. I know we're going back to the coach, but this is an amazing defense. They're not going to be playing from behind very often. So I factor that in too. This is a team I think wants to run the football, play good defense, and that's not going to change for Stroud. And not for nothing, I don't think they want to overexpose Stroud, right? And so Kellen Moore is going to be aggressive. He's going to want to score points. He's an offensive coach. Like, that's what he's going to want to do. DeMeco Ryans is like a Vic Fangio kind of guy where it's like, take care of the football. Don't take too many chances. Let's grind out games and let's win games. And that's the big concern I have with Stroud. While they do have the nice weapons, that's what's always been tough, because I love Jaden Higgins. I love Jalen Noel, but it's like, how much volume can they get to even make them fantasy relevant in an offense that's not going to be super pass heavy? Because let's be honest, they're not going to be playing from behind too much.
There's an elephant in the room I want to just mention real quick, and that's Shuck's injury history. And we haven't really talked about that at all. There was some really significant injury history and he's older and throughout college. And obviously we didn't see that happen last year. He made it through unscathed. But
who's older, Shuck or Stroud?
Ooh, I would say Shuck. I would guess.
I think he's slightly older. That's right. So if you got a trade, dynasty trade, let's say you have Stroud, someone wants to give you Shuck straight up. I know these 1-for-1, nothing burger trades, right? These are where there's no leverage on either side, and it's really accomplishing nothing. Let's say you get them. Let's say you get a quarterback for quarterback straight up trade. You're not saying accept. No one's getting they're getting Stroud for you by throwing Shuck at you.
Shuck is 26, Stroud's 24. The one thing I would say is,
wow, there's a 2-year difference.
But the one thing I would say too is these quarterbacks, if they're not super reliant on their legs, these guys are lasting extremely long in the NFL. The age isn't super concerning for me.
Did I see?
It's just interesting.
Did I see Baker Mayfield ranked below Shuck in the rankings there as well? Because that's an interesting discussion as well for me. I've always had a soft spot for Baker Mayfield, but he's just a guy that's done it several years. I know he's a little bit older, and I know they lose Mike Evans, but I kind of like the Tampa Bay situation, I think I would prefer Baker over Shuck too at this point.
Yeah, I think that's an age thing.
Yeah.
I think that's an age thing in that we're not sure who the quarterback's going to be in a couple of years in Tampa. What is their level of organizational commitment to Baker Mayfield? That one's tricky. I
Yeah.
mean, I think that there's some pretty good upside there with Shuck.
Yeah.
And there's a chance that I think that the probability is higher that, well, that's a good question. I should throw, I want to ask you,
He's a little older. Yeah.
4 years from now, who's more likely to be a starting quarterback in the league, Baker Mayfield or Tyler Shuck?
I think I would say Baker.
That's interesting.
I think I would.
So all else equal, if the production's equal, then you'd probably go Baker in that
If you
situation.
think you're getting a 4, 5, 6 year runway especially for a quarterback, I think age matters to me a little bit less.
Oh, for sure.
So,
No. If a
yeah.
guy's 31, he's probably going to be productive. You think about the Kirk Cousins corollary.
Prescott ranked pretty high, and he's 31.
I'm also a soft spot for
Dak,
Dak, so, yeah.
Dak Prescott is not part of this conversation. Okay, Dak Prescott's special. I think Dak Prescott's a special quarterback. No, when we're talking about a guy like Baker Mayfield, he is probably going to play till 35. And then I think things will start to break down pretty quickly. I think that the league average quarterback that elevates himself to be a starter and then has a good year or two. And again, Baker's not league average starter, right? That guy typically at age 35, that's the cliff zone for these quarterbacks where suddenly you go from, you can pretty much pencil in Kirk Cousins to find a job somewhere in the league. And then he turns 36 and suddenly he's a backup. And so but that's 4 years. You get 4 whole years. We don't look past that.
Well,
with player profile, but also that it is also due to you lose Mike Evans. You're pulling out significant playmaking and touchdowns out of the offense. So now it's like, well, what are we really talking about here? What's the difference here between Shuck this year and Baker Mayfield? Who would you rather have this year, Baker Mayfield or Shuck?
Yeah, I would. To me, it's tough. I would probably prefer Shuck just because you've had another OC turnover change with the Bucks, and last year their offense was a disaster. Now they had a lot of injuries, so like we have to factor that in. And Baker himself was injured, but like that's part of the tricky thing with Baker is that like Baker's a guy who the last 2 years has ran for 370 yards both seasons. Like, is that a guy at 31 years old? Like, can he doesn't go down, so he wants to take the hits, and we've seen him get banged up, and that's part of the troubling thing with him is how does he age out at 31 years old now? A guy that plays with an edge that likes to be physical. We've already seen him get banged up. That's why when he left the Browns, it was because he was played the rest of the whole year, gutted it out, hurt, right, and then they got rid of him for Watson, and then this past year, this offense fell off. He was playing really good, but he got injured. Same thing, and so if he starts running less. Well, that's a big part of his game too, is having that, especially for fantasy when he was 22.4 points per game 2 years ago. And a lot of it had to do with the rushing upside. And he had 41 touchdowns, which that helps too. That's a big element of his game that I think that doesn't age usually very well. So that's my concern. It's a little bit of a smaller quarterback. If he can't be mobile and get out of the pocket, like, what does that look like as he starts to get a little bit older? And you mentioned
he's not going to age well. I don't think there's anybody that says Baker Mayfield's going to age well in the league.
Right.
He's already dealt with a lot of injuries.
But if we're comparing him to Tyler Shuck,
some of the injuries he's had to deal with are the same injuries that sent Andrew Luck into retirement.
Yeah.
We're talking about shoulder rehabs and he's just the way he plays. If we talk about the aggressiveness, we have the take you behind the curtain with these rankings. There's something called an uncertainty quotient, and the uncertainty quotient about where will Baker Mayfield be 2 to 3 years from now. How stable is he, and injury risk is one of those elements that goes into that. And actually, Baker Mayfield, you're right. He there is a fragility to him, especially also because he's smaller.
Super tough.
He just takes more. He takes more hits,
Yeah.
and so. For him, like compare him to CJ Stroud, there's a lot less uncertainty with CJ Stroud. And in Dynasty, you want that certainty. You want to be able to look up and say, okay, in 2 years, I know this guy's going to be a starting quarterback in the league. And in 2 quarterback and superflex, when you're in trade negotiations and you put a CJ Stroud out there as part of an element in a trade, he is going to command. You would really, okay. If I were to include CJ Stroud in a deal, I would absolutely want a quarterback in return. There are some quarterbacks, and I think Baker, Malik Willis is the cutoff, where I would actually be okay, especially if I had 4 quarterbacks, if I felt like I had a preponderance of quarterback firepower, I would be okay letting a quarterback go and go basically having a naked trade. And naked trades involving quarterbacks are very risky in superflex and 2 QB leagues.
Yeah.
But if it's a guy that's in that area of the rankings and lower, that's where I'd say, okay, if I really like the value I'm getting in here, I'm going to go ahead and push the button on it. But man, if I have to give up a Stroud, that's tough, man. I want to get a quarterback back.
Yeah, and sometimes you just value that insulation and that safety net too, right? And Stroud definitely has that, right? I mean, they picked up the option, right? But they still got to extend them too, of course. So it's interesting. It's a good conversation to have, and I'm sure we'll continue to talk about it.
If Stroud has another season exactly like last year, maybe even cut out, because he missed a couple games with injury, right? If I remember correctly, let's cut out the injury, but we'll assume the production over the we just kind of average it in there. What's his value next offseason?
See, now that's part of the concern for me with Stroud is, do they let him play on the option? Do they give him, if I'm his agent, he's been banged up a little bit. Do they force an extension, right? And I don't necessarily know, but I feel like that's going to be important. And we hope they do, but we'll have to see if they work it out in the offseason. They did just get their big time edge extended, and they signed into a record breaking contract. So maybe they want to get that done first. But
They did. Cody and I listened to Houston Talk Radio, and
Cody and I, Cody does.
I'm subscribed. I'll pull up my YouTube.
Oh, you mean like it hasn't been announced? Okay.
Yeah, so Stroud's getting extended this summer.
I didn't miss.
They had to
news
get the
on
Will
that.
Anderson deal done.
Which is
I'm
what
just
I just said.
explaining. They had to get the
Yeah,
Will
that's
Anderson
fine.
deal done before they extended Stroud. They're going to extend
That's fine.
Stroud. That's not up for debate. He's not going to play on the option.
Well,
I'm
only going off the facts that I know.
And Lance Zierlein is on Houston Talk Radio, and he was one of the best mock drafters, and he's a Hall of Famer.
Sure.
So I'm going to go with that. I think that what we're going to see is high efficiency because of the receiver room they have. And they're now going to have Noel and Higgins in their second year. I project them to take a step forward. A healthy Dell in the second half will be really nice for efficiency. If they keep Collins, then even if this is a 490 pass attempts, ideally over 500. If they could just get to 500, if he can just get to 500 pass attempts with efficiency and score a bunch of touchdowns, run a few in, Stroud. I like Stroud. I think Stroud is a target. Anytime you have a guy that the organization's committed to, they've already invested everything they need to in the wide receiver position. He had a breakout season, proving he understands how the league works and can thrive. I'm hunting for the down year.
Then that's a good. That means
the guy was
right now.
was rehabbing an injury throughout the summer, so and then he missed a few games when he was dinged up, and they were sitting on a lead in some of these games. And you look up, and the guy put up 16 fantasy points a game. I'm like a shark circling those guys. So that's why even before, when we were talking about theoretically, would I just let Stroud go? No, the only way I'm trading Stroud right now is if I'm getting a better quarterback in return in Superflex and 2 QB leagues.
Yeah, I just think the thing about Stroud is, to me, like, there's just not much of a difference between him and some guys that are ranked underneath him. That's really the tough thing for me. Like, I'm always,
except for the age.
Yeah, like, I'm always trying to tear down off of guys that, like, tear off of a guy with a big name. Now, you can't really do that with Stroud. You can't really do that with Stroud right now, because this is the time to buy him. If you feel that way, like, He had a bad year last year. A lot of people are down on him. Like, it's just, I mean, heck, did they bench him in that Patriots playoff game? Did he end up going down for Davis Mills? Did they make that switch?
I don't remember.
I think he threw 5 interceptions in that game, and he wasn't really throwing it much out there because I don't even think Nico played. But either way, let's wrap a bow on it. Let's also hammer one thing before we pass over the desk. Katron Allen goes to the Commanders. We did not really touch on that. And Claiborne to the Vikings, which yeah, we saw the Barry and Brown one, but I'm more interested in Katron Allen. I don't really Claiborne to the Vikings is interesting. I'm not the problem with the Vikings is they don't really throw the ball to the running back position a lot. And while Claiborne is very a small, undersized player, like I don't know how he fits in that offense like super well, but it's also Kevin O'Connell, so it sounds great, but I'm not super concerned. I'd prefer Katron Allen. I'm more excited about that.
When opportunity knocks at the running back position, I answer the door. Okay. And this is the ultimate opportunity knock situation. Though I don't think that Katron Allen is better than Rashad White. I don't think that Katron Allen is necessarily even that much better than Jerome Ford, but I think at this point in Jerome Ford has been an efficient running back in the league. Katron Allen was a backup at Penn State.
And you have Rashad White there too.
Okay. So I'm not going to get too excited about there's 1 day 3 guy. We went down the list. Remember we went down the list of the best round 5 running backs, round 6 running backs of the last 10 years. There's like 10 that we're excited about, guys that had 1,000-yard seasons like Jordan Howard, or guys that had, showed dynamic, top 10 running back profiles, top 10 running back seasons in fantasy, like Aaron Jones. You're going to get about 1 per year. I'm going to go ahead and put a stake in the ground on Nicholas Singleton. If not Nicholas Singleton, then Jonah Coleman. I don't think that'll ever be Mike Washington. I think he's going to be one of these guys that gives us a month, but not a season at some point. Katron Allen, I'm not sure he ever even gives us a month because I don't know how good he is. The problem with a class like this is, typically when it's a deeper class, then you're going to have some very good players slip through the cracks. When it's a shallow class, no one slips through the cracks, right? If Katron Allen were in any other class, he would have gone even later. He might have even gone undrafted in some other classes. The only reason he's getting drafted where he's getting drafted now is because he's in this draft class. He's a backup running back in college.
Yeah, he's also not very good, but opportunity is opportunity.
But this is why I can't get so excited. But in Dynasty, I'm not gonna go all the way to best case scenario with this guy. In seasonal leagues, I think he's very interesting. Right. I think there's going to be some best ball buzz. He's certainly going to be drafted in best ball now moving forward. However, if you could tell me one thing that he does that's well above average in the league that you're excited about, that is going to get him consistent opportunities, then I'd be a little more excited about it. But as of right now, I have him behind Singleton. Even though this was the landing spot.
Yeah,
this was the nuts.
This is what many people wanted. Yeah.
For a running back.
Sure.
This is great. And he's not just any backup. He was backing up Nick Singleton, who's like a future Hall of Famer. So
they were its true committee.
And they were a committee eventually. He basically carved out a committee role.
Sure.
And so, by the way, congratulations and props to him for carving out a role.
It was a terrible offense this year. The fact that he was even productive. The thing about Katron Allen is like he doesn't do anything great. He's just going to be like a Tyler Algier where he's just a solid player. He's a role player.
If you need 3 yards,
he's gonna be the Zach Charbonnet guy who you need 3 yards. He'll get you 3 yards. He's not going to give you a big pop.
Isn't he Emmett
runs.
Johnson? Really?
No. He's a big physical pounding runner.
Yeah.
Massive
That's why I said
base,
Tyler
big
Algier.
guy. Like this is a guy who I forgot this, but he scored at least 1 rushing TD in every game but 1 in 2025. So like that means a guy they use down in the red zone.
Yeah.
I comped him to something. He kind of reminded like his running style. Whenever I first watched him, I thought that he reminded me a lot of Beanie Wells. But then I got to the Senior Bowl and I looked at Cody and I said he's kind of like a diet Rashard Mendenhall type of
Wait, he's
player.
that big?
Oh yeah,
I'm pretty sure
a
I think
pretty
he's
big
I
dude.
think he's 220.
He's 5. He was 5'11", 220.
Yeah,
with like pretty big, like over 9.5-inch hands. Like he's a big guy.
Yeah,
like,
and that's something.
So Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt's done.
Well, that was
Bill
was
is
the big,
over.
that was
Is
the
Bill
big
going to get
thing.
cut?
I don't know if he's going to get cut, but the other picture too here is you have Rachaad White, and but Rachaad White's the only receiving back in this room too, because Katron Allen doesn't really profile as a guy that's going to be a really great receiver either. So it's like,
you know, he's a guy that's had 2,000-yard rushing seasons. This last year he had 1,371 scrimmage yards, 15 touchdowns. I mean, like that's at Penn State. That's for.
He's going to be an efficient guy that's going to get you the yards that you need to get. I mean, and that's the tough thing with Rachaad White is that's been his bugaboo. Not an efficient runner at all, but a really good pass blocker and a really good pass catcher. So it could be a 1A, 1B situation where it's solid. It's not going to be sexy though, because it's like you have a running quarterback with a running back who's probably not going to catch a lot of passes. And then you talk about goal line work. How much is Jaden Daniels gonna vulture him at the goal line with rushing touchdowns as well?
How was Katron Allen in the receiving drills at the Senior Bowl?
Cody, do you remember much about Katron Allen receiving at the Senior Bowl?
Yeah,
I kind of think it was bad.
Yeah,
right. So here's why I wanted to be more excited about him. If he, like we talked about this earlier, if you're big with receiving skills, that puts you in a different classification.
Yeah,
you fall quickly into Jag mode if you're just a between the tackles guy. So from a skill set standpoint, I have him below Mike Washington, below Jonah Coleman.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so he is going to be used between the tackles, assuming he beats out Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, who, by the way, earned a starting role in week 1, which is very difficult to do for a late round pick or an undrafted running back.
The only pushback I'd give you, and you're going to probably, your head's going to explode when I say this, but you could make the argument that you'd prefer him over Mike Washington because Washington could fade away too. Like it's going to be a good class next year. They may reinvest in the position. So to me,
let me be clear.
No,
I will be clear to you. I am drafting him over Mike Washington.
Okay,
absolutely.
Okay, I thought you.
But
said you
because Mike Washington is not a threat to seize any kind of meaningful role for fantasy football. He is a straight up handcuff.
And
if Katron Allen went to Las Vegas, I don't even know if we would be bringing his name up.
Right. We're talking.
Okay, we wouldn't be bringing his goddamn name up, Pete.
We're talking about
the only reason we're talking about this guy is because he went to Washington.
Okay, so then let's round out here. Emmett Johnson with the Chiefs. Okay, we talked about him. He's got standalone value. He's got some receiving chops. Would you prefer Katron Allen or would you prefer Emmett Johnson?
Yes, of course you prefer Katron. Of course you prefer Katron. I think the question is with now we have Damon Claiborne going to Minnesota.
Yeah,
which that could be a thing where he kind of creates his own kind of role too. Super.
Well, I think Jordan Mason stinks, and Aaron Jones is old. So yeah, that's fair.
You know what I mean? We're talking a 4. What do you run, a 4.37?
Yeah, he's super fast, but he's small.
I don't know that you can give Damon Claiborne more than 7 touches a game. He's been injury prone. He's been injury prone in college, and he's 185 pounds soaking wet. I don't know. It feels like a stretch to me that he carves out. Like he probably has a role. Is it like a significant role? I don't know. It's tough. It's tough.
I think it could be as significant as an Emmett Johnson.
Well,
I would take Emmett though. But I hear you.
Katron Allen, you need a microphone.
I'm sorry.
Okay, you got to talk into the microphone, people. When you're on the couch, everybody talk it. If you don't have a microphone in your hand, do not talk.
It's chaotic.
That is a rule. That is a rule of broadcasting here. And I will give you the microphone. I promise it. Even if you start talking like Alex, I'll do my best to give you the microphone. But Katron Allen did run for a bunch of yards.
Yeah.
And Singleton was healthy sometime. Some of those games where he played well and produced, Singleton played as well. So that is all impressive. I think that what do you think the probability is that he outplays Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt?
Yeah, well, that's the big
and
thing.
seizes the grinder role in Washington, and then congratulations, you can carve out 3 yards of carry between the tackles, between the 20s.
Yeah, I mean,
in Washington. I mean, congratulations on that. But what is the probability that that camp breaks and now the beat reporters around Washington, if there are any left, are saying actually it's Katron Allen and Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt is on the outside looking in?
Yeah, I mean, I think their skill sets are a little redundant too. Not in a way. He's a more physical, bigger back than Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. Merritt's more more shifty. So like he has that on him. But at the end of the day, Merritt doesn't really have much receiving chops either. So it's like they're both going to fight for the early down work. And honestly, Katron Allen has a better college profile. So I would assume, I would probably more want to bet on that guy out of the two. And the truth is, like, it's going to be gross either way. I mean, you're talking about an early down back who's not going to give you much receiving work. Like the big conversation here, it's Rachaad White becomes like a really sneaky buy, and he's a guy I've been trying to buy too. I know it's not sexy with him, but like the Austin Eckler role has to be filled at some point. And Rachaad White's a really good pass protector. I know it's a 1-year deal. He played with Jaden Daniels in college. He signed there. Like it's only a 1-year deal, but like Rachaad White has no competition to catch footballs in this backfield. It's just him.
There will be competition next year, right?
Sure,
just like there will be competition with Katron Allen, which is
buy.
why I don't want to get too excited about because I know they're going to bring in another running back. That's when we talk about Emmett Johnson. And I throw out Emmett Johnson's name, and Alex is like, oh, no. It's got to be Katron Allen. It's not Emmett Johnson. Emmett Johnson could have a role week 1, could have some minor standalone value in very deep leagues as a satellite back, and plays well and then earns a satellite back role complementing Kenneth Walker for years. Yes. It's much harder to see Katron Allen earning this between the tackles role, and he's the man. He's the Jordan Howard of Washington over the next 3 years. That's a harder, actually hard. So for that reason, I think Emmett Johnson and Katron Allen are interesting, and they are in a similar tier of the rank. That's why their profiles aren't that similar. One's a receiving back, one's a between the tackles grinder. They score fantasy points in different ways, but I can see them having similar career arcs and similar production over the next 3 years. Just they are having to just achieve it in different ways. There's multiple ways that you can get from point A to point B.
Hand waving on some of these is bad for content in terms of, just waving, saying, whatever happens. And it's not, put a stance on it. But this really feels like one of those instances where, like, unless we hear about some injury in over the summer in camp or, something, just happens weird with one of these offenses, it just feels like we're arguing about two guys that are having, what's the meme, a mid-off. And by October, it probably doesn't really matter that much. But
Cody, Alex, everybody in the room, is there any issues with from a ball security or a pass blocking standpoint with Katron Allen, or is he one of those guys that earned a bunch of trust at the Senior Bowl and during his time at Penn State?
I'm not aware of any ball security stuff.
Yeah. All right, so this could be one of those things where he's just a trusted guy we know we can hand the ball off to.
Yeah.
But they're gonna fake it to him inside the 5, and Jaden Daniels is gonna run it.
That's what I was saying. He's gonna be vulture at the goal line. The truth is this, and we talked about it. Like, I think Katron Allen has a higher chance to have more volume. More volume doesn't mean good in this better in this scenario, because the volume he's getting is going to be. It's just going to be touches that he's not going to be explosive. He's not going to rip off runs. And he doesn't catch passes. And when they get to the goal line, Jaden Daniels is going to vulture touchdowns there. So that's the tough thing with him. Honestly, as we're going back and forth about it, and I know I know what you're saying. Like, there's a good chance that they're not going to be important. But the truth is, Kenneth Walker has had an issue staying healthy. Okay. They have been looking. They have not hit, but they have been looking for the Jerick McKinnon replacement. And to me, Emmett Johnson is the guy I would prefer. Is he riskier? Absolutely. Katron Allen has a way, way higher likelihood to be in the NFL longer, but he has a likelihood of being in the NFL longer as just a role player Jag. Emmett Johnson has a higher risk, but it's higher reward.
Are you listening to this, Alex?
And that's kind of where that's kind of where I see it.
You need to know this information.
And that's kind of where I see it. If I'm going to take one of like Katron Allen's going to be a mid player, he's going to be your RB4 somewhere. He's going to be a depth guy. Like, Emmett Johnson could have standalone value in an offense that has been looking for this kind of archetype. Is it risky? Is he going to hit? I don't know, but the truth is, I'd rather take a risk on that than just some mid guy who and Katron Allen. I'm not saying he's not a good player, but I think he projects to be a role player, and he's going to be a compiler. But the compiler is not going to lead to like a ton of fantasy points.
Worst GM in the league is up on the screen right now. Hey, there he is, John Lynch, worst general manager in the league.
Who just happens to have his team in the playoffs every single.
Well, they get a lot.
You think it's because of him?
Comp picks too.
You know, a broken clock's right twice a day.
Yeah, he's right most seasons.
Most picks he's wrong.
Oh, Katron Allen just won in my rookie draft at the 3-2.
Right. So this is what we are talking about this so that we can get it right in rookie drafts. Let's say there's a tier of Mike Washington, Emmett Johnson, Katron Allen. Katron Allen was drafted later, around later at least, but went to a better situation, went to the best situation. So I have these guys in a similar tier.
Yeah, similar tier. I get it.
I like where your head's at.
Yeah.
Because there's also contingent value. If Emmett Johnson shows that he can be trusted in pass protection, if Emmett Johnson shows he doesn't
Kenneth
have
Walker was actually pretty bad at.
Yeah,
He's bad at pass
let's say no ball security issues with Emmett Johnson. He gives you everything you thought you could get from a Brashard Smith, but more, right? But more of an all-purpose profile. I think, and it's Kansas City,
and there's nobody else there.
I would take Emmett Johnson if I'm ranking that tier of running back. I'm going to go Emmett Johnson. Then I'm going to go the pure contingent upside play, and then I'm going to have Katron Allen in third place there.
It might be the first time we've agreed on this
because talent. The profile matters more in Dynasty than the situation. The situation often matters more for running backs in seasonal leagues, but the player themselves and their ability matters more in Dynasty.
But we're talking in
Do
circles,
you agree?
Matt, because what we said earlier was that Emmett Johnson was in the same tier as Mike Washington.
We said that, yes.
And you don't think that. So you're saying that Katron Allen is behind those guys in that tier?
Yes.
Okay. Well, then that's a fundamental disagreement that we have about the evaluation of the player. Like, I think Katron Allen's a better player than you're giving him credit for.
Okay.
You know what I mean? It's in the context of a bad class. We're talking about a 6th-round pick, and I get it, right? Like it's a bad class.
In another class, he goes undrafted, Alex.
I'm not. Do you think Katron Allen goes undrafted in another class as a close Big Ten observer on it?
I think we care way, way, way too much about players that are mid right now.
We have to. It's the
But we
sixth
have
round.
to.
We have hours to go.
But we have to, right? And that's exactly how we have to approach this entire rookie draft. There are a bunch of players that you're going to have to draft through 5 rounds that you're not going to like. I just think that he has more value than, in theory, other guys do, because there's not as tough a path to him actually seeing touches.
And we're talking about a guy that played in the Big Ten, had 2,000-yard seasons, sharing a backfield with Nick Singleton, who's been one of the most productive runners in the history of that storied program. And it's like, I think that Katron Allen is. I don't necessarily think that he's like, I don't like. Mid, I think, is a fine way to call him, but I think a lot of these guys, like if guys are mid and they fall to good situations and they're good pedigree players, like
that's all we're doing. We're trying to find the best of guys.
To me,
that
it's
are
like
stuck in
I'm not going to take Ashton Jinty's backup over a guy that could be the starting running back for the Washington Commanders next season.
Austin,
I guess the question then becomes, how valuable is the starting running back for the Commanders? Because there are situations every year where the starting running back for a backfield probably not more valuable than like a potential high-end handcuff.
More valuable than a pure handcuff.
So the probability of Kenneth Walker getting hurt higher or lower than the probability of Rachaad White getting hurt?
Well, but those situations are very different. But I mean, if we given Kenneth Walker's injury history, I'd say he's probably got a higher chance of getting hurt. But I'm not.
I think on any given year they're close. You know, I think if you're talking just straight season long stuff, I think you're getting into a tight situation there.
And I don't think that Rachaad White is the one that has any kind of big effect on Katron Allen. I think it's a Ja'Cory Crosby-Merritt. That's a Ja'Cory Crosby-Merritt thing. And certainly Katron Allen is a better college running back than Ja'Cory Crosby-Merritt. There's there's no one here that would disagree with that. I mean, is there anybody here that would disagree with that?
It does. No, Rachaad White will affect his snap share. I know there's not a lot of overlap in the roles, but it will affect their snap share. I'm telling you, if Rachaad White gets hurt in Washington, there will certainly be an influx of interest in Katron Allen. Absolutely, because he will earn more touches regardless. Rachaad White's not going to carry the ball 0 times.
It goes like this. It goes like this for me. Jeremiah Love, Jadarian Price, Nick Singleton, Jonah Coleman, Katron Allen, and then you get to the Mike Washington, Emmett Johnsons.
Well, the funny part about this, right, is we obsess over roles, and some point it becomes who's the healthy body left, and drafting anybody who has players ahead of them that have injury history and are likely to get hurt has some kind of value. All we're trying to do right now is assign what that value is. I think that in this case, like, how many players in Washington are you like, oh, wow, they have firmly entrenched roles that he has no chance whatsoever of getting past? Zero. There's none. So it's like, that's where I'm at with it. We're talking about it's a lottery ticket, but it's a lottery ticket with some upside.
Yeah, man. So I'm thinking Katron Allen right now. I think, you said that he went off the board at the Pete, the 3. Okay, but see, that happened because your cockamamie draft is happening during the NFL draft, and so they just got the information. If they had the information beforehand, I think the Katron Allen is going to be going more around the 205 to 207.
We are going to officially agree to disagree and send it over to the draft.
Bang.
Bang, bang, boom.
There we are. We're back, and we got to get caught up here. We're at pick 208. Washington Commanders back on the clock for what is going to be probably another excellent selection because they've been slaying this whole thing. But back to pick 190, where we left off with you with a couple of wide receivers. And I want to talk about Josh Cameron for just a split skiddy. The wide receiver from Baylor with massive mitts is going to Jacksonville. And, one of the fun comps for Josh Cameron was Laviska Shenault, a guy that looks like he should play running back, but's playing wide receiver, was at the Senior Bowl, 10 1/4 inch hands, 225-pound receiver. And he doesn't separate for nothing, but he makes the catch.
Yeah.
Over and over and over again. They come back 11 picks later, pick CJ Williams from Stanford, who I had to upload the sound effect for CJ Williams because
Who the fuck is that guy? Who the fuck is that? Who the fuck is
Nobody
write-ups.
Nobody did the write-up on CJ Williams.
No
Nobody
one.
NFL.com, nobody at ESPN, not I. CJ Williams this is what happens. Every
international man of mystery.
Every year there's a guy or two where you get there and it's like, oh, I think it was Montreal Washington from Denver the one year. It's like, oh, damn. Didn't watch him.
Yep.
Didn't watch him.
No
but
idea.
They did add CJ Williams to the Jacksonville Jaguars after adding Josh Cameron in the 5th round as well. To get caught up on a couple of the big ones
Before
that
we do that, let me ask you this, because we're talking about the Jaguars. Are they telling us right now that Travis Hunter is going to play only cornerback? They've drafted now not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 pass catchers, 2 tight ends, and 2 wide receivers. I get it. They're at the end of the draft here, 2 picks in round number 6. Why are you adding this many bodies to your pass catching room when you had Travis Hunter, who's going to be a receiver? I think they are telling us that the plan is a predominant cornerback role, maybe some packages at receiver. But if you have him in fantasy, it's time to be really, really nervous that this guy is not even a receiver in the NFL.
Yes. A couple of big offensive line additions that have happened here. Pat Coogan, my top ranked center from Indiana. Pat Coogan, the national champion by way of Notre Dame and Indiana, goes to the Tennessee Titans on the offensive line. Then we have Demetrius Crownover, who bookends what is a very interesting now duo in New England here. They got Lomu, and now they got Demetrius Crownover. So you got 2 tackles on this offensive line that should take over, bump Will Campbell on the inside. It'll be a very interesting offensive line now. I really believe that it will put Will Campbell on the inside.
Again,
as a resident Patriot, your thoughts on that?
I think it's a good move. We talk about using your ability as a team builder to maximize the personnel. You can't do it on the field. You can't give the ball. You can't throw the ball. You can't catch the ball. You can't score touchdowns. But what you can do is maximize abilities. And now they didn't add 1, but they added 2 tackles. Crownover and Lomu are going to compete on the tail ends of this. You have Morris there, still veteran right tackle. He projects to be the starter. But now you bring in Elijah Vera Tucker. You move Jared Wilson from the left guard back to center. He was the #1 center in last year's class. So now you have not 1 changeover. You got 2 potentially with Will Campbell. And what was the synopsis? What was the prospect profile of Campbell? Short arms, so he could be a good left tackle, but he'd be an all-pro guard because of his nastiness in the run game and his quick feet and ability to be a good pass blocker on the inside. If you can develop this room properly, you'd have Caleb Lomu, you'd have Crownover anchoring your tackles, 2 massive human beings, and then you would have Elijah Vera Tucker, Will Campbell, potentially the most athletic guard combo in the league, and then Jared Wilson in the middle. That is how you keep Drake May's jersey as clean as humanly possible.
Well recapped. I love that. I love the addition of Crownover. Crownover was one of my favorite offensive tackles in this class. To see him fall away here to round 6, not my favorite thing. Offensive guard that fell to round 6, DJ Campbell, joins 2 other Texas Longhorns in this class on the horns, or on the, horns, the Miami Longhorns.
The Miami Longhorns, yeah.
So that's Trey Moore, the edge rusher, Michael Taft, the safety. You also already have Quinn Ewers on that roster at the backup quarterback position as well. Lewis Bond at pick 204 from up in your neck of the woods, Boston College.
My guy.
5'11", 190. This is a wide receiver that I like me some Lewis Bond. Lewis Bond's very fun. I think the thing you take away from here is a Senior Bowler from Boston College, no NFL Combine invitation. None. 0. Zilch. I comped into Parker, Washington. I plug Lewis Bond in to the Jacksonville, to the Houston Texans. This is your warning for Jalen Noel.
This is officially your warning, yes.
The Podfathers talked about it. We listened to the Houston Morning Radio. Jalen Noel, warning flares have been sent out all year. Can't pick up the playbook. Couldn't pick up the playbook. Couldn't pick up the playbook. Trust me on this. Lewis Bond is getting drafted to come in and compete directly with Jalen Noel in the fall. And if Jalen Noel doesn't get off the pot or let the deuce loose, it's going to be Lewis Bond that takes over that slot spot in Houston. That's a promise.
Lewis Bond, you don't go to Chestnut Hill and not have a good head on your shoulders. They're one of the last schools that still value the academic scene as much as they do the athletic scene. So you bring in Lewis Bond, again, 6th-round guy. You have to temper expectations in terms of early on-field action. But as Cody just said, they are bringing in somebody to directly compete with the draft pick that they made not long ago, because if he can't pick it up, Lewis Bond might do so. He might pick up that ball and run with it.
We have our first punter off the board here at pick 211, the Baltimore smart Ravens, who have generally let the value all fall to them all afternoon. They go Ryan Eckley, Michigan State punter. Ryan Eckley, Michigan State punter. So with that being said, a punter comes off the board, flash mock.
Yeah, once it's punter season, it's flash mock season.
Mock season. We if you follow the draft ranking show Monday through Friday, 7 p.m. Eastern time on your YouTube channel. It's also up in the Player Profiler podcast feed. Maddie joins me a couple times a week. We like to do flash mocks. We like to do the top 10 or a full round. But that's for the NFL mock draft. We're going to do a flash 1 round QB, 1 QB rookie mock right here, right now. You got the 101, go. This is like
Jeremiah Love.
Pick.
Yeah, Jeremiah Love.
All right, Jeremiah Love is the 101 for Matty Q. I'm going to go Carnell Tate 102.
I am going to go Jordan Tyson.
Jordan Love. Jordan Love? 104, I'm going Jadarian Price.
I'm going to go Mekhi Lemon.
Oh, Mekhi Lemon at the 105.
Nice job. Good job.
Pick it up. Pick it up, baby.
I got to go Casey Concepcion at the 106 and just let you have to deal with the consequences.
I'm going to go Kenyon Sadiq.
This is 1 QB non-premium. All right, 108. I'm going to take Nick Singleton over Cooper.
And I will take Antonio Williams to the bank.
Over Cooper?
Yes.
I'm going to take Omar Cooper at the 110.
And then I'll go ahead and get Denzel Boston.
Thank you. I'll take Chris Bell at the 112. Since we're going so fast, let's do round 2. We'll recap it once we get done.
Give me Jonah Coleman here.
Jonah Coleman, 201. Jonah Coleman, 201. This is 1 QB, no premium. Stowers. I'm going to go Stowers.
I will pick up where you left off. Give me Hurst.
Yes. Maddie's killing this.
Thank you, Puff.
204. I'm going to go Katron Allen.
Oh, whoa.
And I am going to back that up with Zachary Branch.
Ooh, you're tickling me. Give me Stribling.
Give me Doza. Fernando
Doza.
Mendoza. Fernando Mendoza.
Mendoza comes out the board at Mendoza comes out the board at the 207 here. Give me Jeremy Bernard at the 208.
And I will go with Elijah Sherratt.
Really? 209 goes Elijah Surratt. Give me Malachi Fields at the 210.
Give me Mike Washington.
Thank you. I'll take Damon Claiborne to close it
Bam.
out. 2 rounds.
That is what you call a flash mock, baby.
That's a
When
hammer.
a punter comes up, new rule. If it's at the main desk, every time a kicker or punter gets drafted, we're going to do a quick flash mock.
All right, here we go. This is how the top 24 went. I know they've been talking about it on the couch for hours about these specific spots. This is how the flash goes. Top 24 picks. Cody, Maddie, back to back. Jeremiah Love, Carnell Tate, Jordan Tyson, Jadarian Price, Mekhi Lemon, Casey Concepcion at the 106, Kenyon Sadiq, Nick Singleton, Antonio Williams, Omar Cooper, Denzel Boston, Chris Bell at the 112, Jonah Coleman's at 201, followed by Stowers, Hurst, Katron Allen, Zachariah Branch, Dejon Stribling, Mendoza, Jeremy Bernard, Elijah Surratt, Malachi Fields, Mike Washington, and Damon Claiborne is the 212 in your 1 QB flash mock that took us all of about 2.5 minutes.
Ripped it. Speaking of fast drafts, go to Fast Draft, download it now. Get in the Origins draft class. Get these rookies drafted. Make some money. Have some fun on Fast Draft.
And just like that, we got one more pick in. Look at that. We did a whole 24 picks before the NFL got done with 2 picks.
Yep.
Namdi Obayazor.
So what? Talk to me here at this point, because the Patriots go linebacker, one that I'm not going to – we didn't scout.
Namdi Obayazor.
But they take Namdi here, an SEC linebacker. Oh, no, Big 10, Big 12 linebacker. Big 12
We're going to
linebacker.
get there halfway.
And then, but they to do that, though, they passed on Deontay Lawson and Torian York.
How about the fall for Deontay Lawson?
Horrible fall for Deontay Lawson. Horrible fall for Torian York. Harold Perkins Jr., all of these guys left away. No one picked up here.
Xavier Sori from Arkansas, another name that comes up at the linebacker position, I think, of interest in kind of this category of linebacker. We have 4 picks left in round 6 of the 2026 NFL draft. Bears, Colts, Falcons, Seahawks. What team do you want to? Let's grade a team back.
Let's evaluate my New England Patriots. We talked about the tackles
My New England
specifically.
Patriots. My New England Patriots.
We've talked what?
Let's
Dude,
talk about my New England
listen,
Patriots. I want to see how good my Patriots are. Are we going to win 4 games next year or 6?
Well, we're going to win 4 because there's a lot of negative vibes around this team. But I want to talk about. We talked about every other AFC East team.
Caleb
Let's talk about
Lomu,
them.
Demetrius Crownover, your 2 bookend tackles. Gabe Yakus at the 223. Eli Raridan, who I think we're going to be fans of at the tight end position.
Yeah, I think we
With
are.
Hunter Henry aging out. Karen Prunty, the name of my literal 10th grade Spanish teacher. Karen Prunty.
With no write-up. You can't click on this profile.
I'm
I don't
dead
know
serious.
who this is.
Karen Prunty, my 10th grade Spanish teacher.
Congratulations, Miss Prunty. You have now made the NFL.
Namdi Obayazor, TCU linebacker. They got 3 picks left here, middle to late 7th round. When you go through 2 days here of picks, so that was round 1 through 3, Lomu, Yakus, Raridan, I believe you probably gave them a C+.
No. My 2 picks from yesterday was an
3
A
picks
minus.
from yesterday.
They only had 2 picks yesterday.
No,
Caleb-
through round 1 through 3.
Yeah, I gave him an A minus.
An A minus?
Yeah. Yeah, Caleb Lomu was a position of drastic need, a tackle. Gabe Yakus, a favorite of both of ours in terms of edge rushers, the type of guy they needed. Again, we talked about the time machine theory, getting a prospect that or a player that fits your team, but going back in time. That's your Harold Landry fit right there. And then I wasn't all that big on Eli Raridon. Didn't really know as much about him. Did some scouting on him, but I didn't dig deep enough. Apparently, everyone in this house told me I was absolutely cuckoo crazy, that this guy was nasty. So those first 3 picks to me were great. Now, Miss Prundy going cornerback here. And then Crownover, I like. Going Namdi seems like a reach. That grade's going to come down. It's going to come down to more of a B minus area, just because I feel like there is still some value on the board that they're not taking advantage of. But those first 3 picks seemed pretty damn good for the New England Patriots, getting positions of need. And then in the back of your head, you see this, and you think A.J. Brown coming in about a month.
You know, sometimes when we do shows together, I wonder if you shaved all your beard off, if you'd had a butt chin.
No butt chin. I'd have.
Because you're on some hella crack, dude.
What butt chins have to do with crack?
Butt crack?
You have these sayings. I don't even know. If I were to have met you today based on just your sayings, not everything I know about you, I'd be like, what backwoods alley did you come from with these country ass sayings?
My wife is not a fan of the vast array of bullshit that comes out of my mouth.
I've been with you for 4 days, and I've heard, and you have never hit a repeat. Every time you see me, every time we've walked by each other, what's up?
Peckerhead.
And 1,000 infinite versions of this.
Peckerwood.
Or just like, do you want how you name a hot dog? What you say is a hamburger. What you say is dessert. What you say is a beer. Every time it's always, what? Yeah, I sometimes wish you had the Ed O accent. It would come out perfect. The things you say. So then when you say all right, so now butt crack, okay? Now, but I will say this.
That was just a joke. I was just like, because you're being a homer.
Oh no, I'm not being a homer.
You don't think you're being a homer?
I am not being a homer here.
Question for you guys, especially Maddie. I'm jumping in. Maddie, you got to squeeze in. You got to squeeze your faces in. You guys got to get real close. We're going to do this for a second. I want to try this.
This is
Maddie. Where are you at with Katron Allen? You heard that raging Katron Allen debate, Katron Allen versus Emmett Johnson. I know the roster watch position and it's wrong, but I know what it is at least. The one person who hasn't really weighed in on this is Maddie, and I want to hear it.
When did I weigh in on it?
He's talking about Alex. Alex represents you.
Katron Allen versus Emmett Johnson.
Talk about Maddie when you saw Katron Allen goes to Washington, but you also know that again Emmett Johnson to Kansas City also pretty nice. One's a satellite back, one's a between the tackles grinder. They're both actually Emmett Johnson's is just a lighter all-purpose back. Katron Allen definitively a one-dimensional back. One's in a better situation for fantasy points this year. You know, just listening to you, watching you draft, you clearly know what you're doing. Just the little things like knowing when to grab a quarterback in 1 QB leagues. It really impresses me.
Thank you.
I want to hear your position on Katron Allen in particular.
Katron Allen over Emmett Johnson.
Wow. By a lot or a little?
Quite. I mean, we talk about Katron Allen as like he's some like scrub. He ain't no scrub, Yost. 2,400 rushing yards over the last 2 years. That can't mean that's not for nothing. 27 touchdowns over these last 2 years. At the end of the day, we've seen way worse profiles have success at the NFL level. He's better than Bill Krosky-Merritt. He's always been better than Bill Krosky-Merritt. And I've had my heart broken when too many times about Rachaad White to act like $2.1 million free agent contract has any staying power in this league. Katron Allen is going to be one of those names that if you let him slip deep in your second round, you're just going to regret it. Emmett Johnson, yeah, he has similar. It's not too far off, but Katron Allen for me, I got to take over Emmett Johnson. But again, I will admit this, I have not been big on the prospect profile of Emmett Johnson. I get that he's caught a lot of passes. He's a big part of the offense. Just don't find enough dynamism. Now, I think the Chiefs truly messed up by going Emmett Johnson over Nicholas Singleton, who was right there for the take.
Yes.
Yeah,
that's true. That's true. I'll let you guys get back to it, but thanks for that. Now I feel dumb now. Okay, go ahead. Stop.
Shout out to the couch. Also, people in the chat, give dubs to the couch. The couch has been a blast all
The
weekend.
chat was saying that Matt was drinking a Buzzball.
Matt, you were drinking a Buzzball?
I don't know if he knows that, but the chat said he was drinking a Buzzball.
Excuse me. I'm back. We just did a quick statistical lookup on PlayerProfiler.com, and guess who else has over 2,000 rushing yards in his career, in addition to the 40-plus reception seasons? Emmett Johnson. Until next time, fellas.
Wait, is that factually correct or is that fake news? Hit me with the fake news sounder. He said 2,000 rushing yards?
He did not have 2,000.
He did not have 2,000 rushing yards. No.
Wrong.
What kind of
K-Tron has back-to-back 1,000 yards seasons?
What kind of lame duck?
What was that? He is drinking a Buzzball, chat. Put it in the J. He is drinking a Buzzball.
What kind of lame ducks? 2,000 career rushing yards? There's 1,000 guys with 2,000 career rushing yards. 2,000 rushing yards in.
He was looking up Emmitt Smith.
but that's
okay. Emmett Johnson.
Last year.
We double and triple checked. We double, triple checked. We double and triple checked the math, the statistics. Went to the Elias Sports Bureau, for Christ's sake.
1,400 rushing yards. Damn,
over 1,400 rushing yards in a single season, and well over 2,000 in his career. And he has way more receiving ability than K-Tron Allen. Bye.
We just did a flash mock, and K-Tron Allen went 206, and Emmett Johnson didn't get drafted. So that's where the table stands on the Emmett Johnson conversation. I think when you look at the profile that K-Tron Allen brings to the table, he did it. He did more than Emmett Johnson.
Way more.
I talked about the number of guys that have multiple 1,000-yard rushing seasons, which is a much more predictable stat to NFL success than it is saying 2,000 career rushing yards. 2 1,000-yard rushing seasons. That's Jeremiah Love. That's K-Tron Allen, Jeremiah Love, K-Tron Allen.
Give us the totals here. Let's go into totals.
Nick Singleton and Jamari Taylor. The 4 players. 4 players.
Yeah.
Not Emmett Johnson.
Yeah, right.
Having 2,000 rushing yards is fine. I don't know how we got hung up.
K-Tron Allen has like over 3,000 though.
K-Tron Allen has over 3,000
yes.
Total yards from scrimmage. So
no, rushing at 13 plus 11, that's 24 plus 8. That's 3,200.
Would you rather have Kareem Hunt or would you rather have Theo Riddick?
Couch, we have a rebuttal. Bring yourselves back up into the we have a rebuttal. Get back on. We have a rebuttal here. We have a rebuttal.
What's the rebuttal?
What you just said, that's exactly right.
Okay.
Come back, Couch. Come back.
I don't think they want this gas.
They're gonna get this gas. All right, so we went back, we retallied. The K-Tron Allen, 3,200 rushing yards in his career. Where's Emmett Johnson there? But also, Cody, post the question.
Well, that is a question. That is a question. Only half your face is in the shot. So
Cody, frame the question.
Hey, Two-Face. Hey, Two-Face. How many total career rushing yards does Emmett Johnson have?
Hey, what's a more translatable stat to NFL success?
Catches?
Total rushing yards in college or multiple 1,000-yard rushing seasons?
Total. How about the number of 40-plus yard reception seasons?
Okay. Oh, good. You're talking about LaQuint Allen. Good job.
I do like LaQuint Allen.
Oh yeah, LaQuint. Yo,
I like
LaQuint
Allen.
Thank you for dropping
that. That's a good one. Thank you for supporting our argument.
Like that guy.
Couch, would you rather have Kareem Hunt or Theo Riddick?
Kareem Hunt's in an offense. Are you kidding me?
This is the prospect question. Kareem Hunt or Theo Riddick, the prospect.
Okay, well, are we waiting for us to talk or the chat to comment?
Wait, I think Emmett Johnson's like 20 pounds heavier than Theo Riddick. That's a terrible comp.
False. Look it up. Statistically, look it up. Kareem Hunt, Selvin Ahmed.
What are we getting? Even with K-Tron Allen, what do you get from him? You get
70 yards and you pray he gets into the end zone. Probably if he
Yes,
does,
that's
you have to
exactly
take
what you
a
pray
little-
for.
That's
That's
what you're praying for.
exactly what you pray for.
Yes.
And what are you praying for with Emmett Johnson? That he's going to get completely corner chaired by Kenneth Walker?
Or he gets a receiving profile. He's got a receiving profile and becomes the Jarek McKinnon in this offense, where he's a guy.
Stop
that can catch
chasing
passes.
Jarek McKinnon. Stop trying to make that happen. That was a decade ago.
They both stink.
That was
they
forever
both are
ago.
Probably not going to be anything.
Oh no, he's
so I'd
creeping.
rather
He's
take
coming
the guy with the higher
He's coming
receiving
to get us.
profile.
He's coming to get us.
That's what I mean.
This is in the Marvel universe. This is what they call an incursion. Everybody.
That's what I mean. Ken Walker on passing downs. I know he played a wide receiver in high school, but I mean, he's not going to be this like bell cow. And Emmett Johnson actually steps in immediately as actually RB2. Technically, there's nobody else on this depth chart. Kareem Hunt's not even there anymore.
They didn't draft Brashad Smith.
Kaytron Allen has to outplay Jerome Ford first.
They didn't draft. They didn't
And
draft
Bill
a
Crosby Merritt.
full-time. They didn't
Actually,
draft
that's actually a pretty
full-time
good point.
wide receiver from the college level at Miami that went to Southern Methodist University with 1,600 rushing yards in the 6th round a year ago. That can pass catch better than Emmett Johnson in that
Brashard
backfield. There's not that guy. You're sure?
Brashard Smith. Yeah.
That guy exists.
He's going to get converted to wide receiver.
Couch, you're the best. We love you guys. Well, I think we're in the round 7 too, people. Let's give a shout out to round 7. Also, we've been slogging through this thing. We are now in round 7. We've seen not one but 2 punters taken, and I think it's almost time for the annual shot in the 7th round.
The 7th round shot.
The 7th round shot, guys. The 7th round shot. We are there. It's time.
By the way, I'll read that off while the shots are prepared. The Dallas Cowboys go wide receiver Anthony Smith, 6 foot 189-pound wide receiver from East Carolina. Started his career at North Carolina State before going to East Carolina. He had 1,000 yards in the American Athletic Conference this last year. Possession wide receiver. We were hoping for Tyron Montgomery in one of these 7th round picks for the Dallas Cowboys at the wide receiver position. Instead, we get Alex's guy, Anthony Smith from East Carolina.
Ooh. So Jaden Williams, Anthony Smith, 2 guys. Oh, we talked about the Cowboys
in wide
doing
receiver.
the damn thing.
And
You were right.
So
they did the dang thing.
the best available players right now when we head towards the round 7 is going to cook.
Yes.
This
They have
is-
what, 30 seconds to make picks?
This is going to fly by. Best available players by position. We're looking at Nussmeier. We're on Nussmeier watch. Is he going to go UDFA? He's going to be this year's Quinn Ewers. He's either 7th round or UDFA. That's where Garrett Nussmeier is angling. No Pavia. They haven't said Pavia's name
Pavia's name.
once
Nope.
in 10 hours, 14 hours of streaming. Not one time have we brought up the name Diego Pavia. He's not going to get drafted, doesn't look like to this point. Baron Morton caught some helium. Luke Altmaier, one of my favorite sleepers at the quarterback position. I don't know if any of these guys are going to get taken in the 7th round here. Running back, Jamari Taylor, Le'Veon Moss. We talked about these 2 guys here. We saw Claiborne go. That was only 1 running back. Since I said that, I only thought there was going to be 2 more to go. Wide receiver, the best available, Deion Burks, the burner from Oklahoma by way of Purdue, one of the best available. Jeff Caldwell, 6'4", 6'5", 4'3" running, big stretch guy. People thought that this was going to be a tantalizing player in the draft, and he has not gone off the board quite yet. Dylan Bell, one of my favorites. Tyron Montgomery, a couple of names just to watch here as we head into 20 He confuses the hell out of me sometimes. You know that he gets up and he acts like he's going to
That's some great what's happening. But also, let's talk about these tight ends that are available because we thought by now we would hear Jack Endry's name and Michael Trigg's name being called.
Both of those are the 2 biggest shockers outside of Nussmeier and Deion Burks across the fantasy positions. Nussmeier, Deion Burks, Jack Endry's Michael Trigg.
Also, Isaiah World, tackle from Oregon. This guy had a lot of steam, a lot of hype early in the year, dealing with some injuries. Yeah. That's why we've seen him fall. But it still seems like time to take some of these guys, take some chances on guys that once healthy, even if it takes a year or so. It also just shows the reluctance of these team builders to project because what we always forget, and it's something we talk about in TDR all the time, is the number one job of a team builder is not to win Super Bowls. That's the misconception. The number one job of a team builder is to keep their job. We saw Monty Austin, a team builder we really respect, get absolutely bullied in the draft room, having to make picks on behalf of other people in the building, namely the guy that makes the checks, which you can understand. But again, job preservation is priority number one for these team builders, and they're just showing the reluctance on taking guys with degenerative issues in terms of health, big-time knee injuries that they ever recover from. They do not want to take a chance on the injury risk. Jamard McCoy, a potential top 10 guy, fell all the way to day number 3 going to the Las Vegas Raiders. So these teams do not want to wait on projectability and when it comes to staying healthy.
The Buffalo Bills go back to cornerback with pick 220. There's 37 picks left in the 2026 NFL draft. Toriano Pride, the cornerback out of Missouri, 5'10", 185 pounds. Talking about the offensive tackle, Isaiah World, who's dealing with an ACL this pre-draft season. Emil Wagner, another offensive tackle from Notre Dame that had a good Shrine Bowl. Falalefe Amore from Wake Forest, another offensive tackle there. And then Alan Heron was one that I did kind of think was going to get drafted out of Maryland. Onto the interior, Armaj Reed Adams. This is a shocker for me.
This is a bit of a shocker.
I thought Armaj Reed Adams would be early day 3, late day 2 kind of conversation as far as the interior offensive line. And then on the center position, the fun one was the Dartmouth center. Delby Lemieux was
that sounds like a center.
Delby Lemieux sounds like he plays hockey.
I was gonna say he does sound like that. Sounds like a hockey name.
There was once a hockey player named Lemieux. He's pretty damn good. Last I checked.
From the city. From Pittsburgh.
Defensive tackle, a lot of names here. Devin Eastern was one of my favorite guys from the Senior Bowl, still available. Dante Corleone, we brought him up about 6 times. Defensive tackle from Cincinnati. Tim Keenan. Tim Keenan, the third, is falling here to the 7th round.
Alabama kid,
That's a little bit of a shocker. Bryson Eason from Tennessee. How about this one? Xavier Harris, 6'8", 330-pound human being from Ole Miss, who played in 52 games for the Rebels. This is one when you watched during the college football playoff, when this guy walked on the field, it looked like the video was maybe like zoomed in or out. Like you were like, what's going on? This dude's so big. You kind of were confused at times at the defensive tackle position. Edge, Logan Fano.
Is that Spencer's brother?
The edge rusher, yeah, still yet to be drafted. Vincent Anthony, I brought up earlier, the edge rusher from Duke that I said I love. Ethan Burke from Texas has not been picked. Tyreek Sapp, who you brought up earlier. George Gums went earlier.
George Gums did go a lot
Tyreek
earlier.
Sapp.
Still available here.
And
one of my favorites throughout the process, just someone that was fun to watch, Mikhail Kamara from Indiana. I know he just is not an NFL body, but he had just such good years in college, and he was such a wrecker in these college football games for Indiana. It sucks to not see him go, but it was always a longer shot because he just not necessarily has that frame in the NFL.
Deontay Lawson, big fall for Deontay Lawson here a year ago. Seemed like that conversation was round 1, round 2 for Deontay Lawson, the linebacker from Alabama. Torian York,
another one,
the leader of that
Netflix star in the SEC show.
Yeah, the leader of the middle of that A&M defense this last year, not viewed, I guess, in high.
He's not really held to high regard here. He's not being drafted so far, and at this point, is he gonna go? Don't know.
Safety, last position here. VJ Payne, my guy, my Ifyatu Melifanu. VJ Payne at the number 1 safety spot for me. Louis Moore, remember Louis Moore from our college football playoff draft? Louis Moore.
Yep.
He's still available, as is Xavier Nwankpa from Iowa. Nwankpa.
Yeah. I'm going to ask you, Jack Endry.
Triple take on that one. Jack Endry's
finally taken
off the board.
Cincinnati Bengals. Take 2 tight ends, another double tap. You know, Mr. Matt Kelly, the Podfather, the legend himself, he's brought this up a number of times, and it should be repeated. This aggressive pursuit for, getting bodies to make more 12 and 13 personnel, packages for offenses is clear. It's apparent. Now this is the 4th team that's discount double tap tight end right here.
Who's their first?
Jolly. No, I'm sorry. They did not take Jolly. Jolly went to Denver. In the house, we were the wish casting that was going on was Jolly to Cincinnati. So no, I take that back.
I was gonna say you had my brain in a kerfuffle.
A little bit of a kerfuffle.
Cincinnati. So that's who's in Cincinnati right now? Eric All.
Is Noah Fant still there?
Eric All. Drew Sample, Tanner Hudson, Mike Gesicki, So this is a packed room.
It's pretty wide
They
open,
love
but I
Eric
mean, a
All.
7th rounder here, pick 221 for
They-
him to get a shot.
He's not
like
a seventh. There's something wrong here.
There's something wrong
He's
here.
he's dealt with some injuries, but he's injuries for injuries. He's not a 7th round talent. So I'll be very interested to hear if something comes out about potentially an injury that happened late in the process. But him in that room behind Gesicki, behind Eric All, and then you got the Sample stuff. The Sample's been there since 2019. Tanner Hudson's been there since 2022 or 2023. It's not exactly an easy path for opportunity from Jack Andrews here, who was roommates with Fernando Mendoza at Cal.
Right.
And then they both entered the portal. Mendoza, of course, goes to Indiana, and Andrews gets a big old cash check to go to Texas. Him and Max Clare were the 2 tight ends last year in the portal
Most
that
coveted,
jumped in.
yeah.
Clare from Purdue goes to Ohio State. And then we had Andrews from Cal who went to Texas. And then we have Tyree West, next pick. The edge rusher from Tennessee goes to Detroit. So that'll bring us down to 35 selections left. If you're in the chat, we appreciate you guys for hanging out for now. This is going to be hour 12
on the
last
weekend,
3
yeah.
days. Hour 12 the last 3 days. If you got any comments, drop them in there. We'll pop them up here as we get down towards the nitty gritty. The end of this thing usually starts to get a little more relaxed.
If it hasn't already.
Hopefully we get a couple more running backs, receivers. Maybe we get a little Garrett Nussmeier to the Rams to compete with Ty Simpson. Maybe. The coach's kids.
The 3-way.
The
At this point, don't you just throw a bone to your son if you're the Saints?
I mean, I guess you could. Do they have a pick left?
I don't know. I'm not seeing one here. Let me scroll.
Saints don't pick again until probably they don't have any more picks. They're
Yeah.
done.
So trade back in. Get your son.
Let's talk about these. Let's talk about these Saints.
Yeah, the Saints have been a very popular team here, getting a lot of fantasy relevant players, boosting the ones that they currently already, have with their selection. So let's talk about them.
2 burners. We talked about Bryce Lance. They added Barry and Brown in the 6th round. This is a guy that we talk about the transfer portal, very coveted 3 years ago and 2 years ago. A guy that, 4-3 running Barry and Brown, who was at Kentucky. They couldn't get him out of Kentucky. Teams tried to get him off of Kentucky. Again, that's called poaching, but teams tried to do it. He actually leaves, goes to LSU this last year with Aaron Anderson, Chris Hilton, Xavier Thomas. CJ Daniels left. Who else was there? Left. And Barry and Brown, 6th round pick, goes from LSU down the street from Baton Rouge to Louisiana, to New Orleans in Louisiana. We do have a pick that came in here. I'm gonna name it off because we're talking about Louisiana, LSU. We do have a quarterback that has come off, and it is not Garrett Nussmeier. It's actually a former Minnesota Gopher, now Rutgers quarterback, 6'3", 215 pounds. Athan Kaliakmanis. You like that one? I know that pronunciation because my brothers asked me 100 times. Athan Kaliakmanis gets drafted in the 7th round by the Washington Commanders. Ain't great. I'm shocked he went ahead of Nuss. I'm shocked he would go ahead of Taylor Green. Another one of these situations where Taylor Green's gone.
Taylor Green's gone.
Ignore that. Back to the Saints, though. Jordan Tyson, Bryce Lance, Barry and Brown. That's your 3. Let's just talk about those 3 players right there. You can lump in Oscar Dupp if you want. When you talk about the Saints, and to be honest with you, the Falcons last year, those 2, the Titans are a whole different conversation.
Yeah.
The Saints and the Falcons last year, when you would play DFS and you'd be looking at this team, you're just talking about fantasy. You get questions about Daryl Hodge.
Yep.
These were real questions, and you're like, hold up, wait a minute. This guy still plays football?
Yeah,
he's
on
on
our
our rock. He's starting this week. Casey Washington, Daryl Hodge are starting this week for Atlanta. Mason Tipton and Kevin Austin are getting snaps this week for the for the Saints. Now the Saints walk into this draft and go, you know what? We traded for Devon Vele last year, and we have Chris Olave. You know what we're going to do? We're going to go get a stud, Jordan Tyson, that we love and trust and believe in his health. We're going to go get a burner, a gadgety burner that looks like Christian Watson and has a bloodlines in the NFL, and Trey Lance and Bryce Lance that can stretch the field in the opposite of Tyson and Olave. And then we're going to go get Barry and Brown, a guy that has been dynamic in the SEC at multiple schools. I love the angle that they've taken on this offense. We've talked about the weaponry in here with Achane, with Kamara. Of course, the corpse of Kendre Miller is down there with Devin Neal and Audric Estime. There's all of a sudden a lot of depth in cool names not a lot of talent, but cool names on this roster, especially at the wide receiver, running back, tight end position now. They also got Noah Fant with Oscar Delp.
Mhm.
If Tyler Shook isn't the biggest winner of the whole draft, I don't know who is.
Hey, I was thinking the exact same thing. Not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 offensive weapons, a guard that's going to help. We talk about the importance of uniformity from the top to the bottom, going into these drafts with a game plan to do something to improve your chances of winning in the NFL. They did not defer from their game plan. They said, we're going to go in, we're going to put the best weapons that we can around Tyler Shough. We're going to go ahead and build an offense that Kellen Moore can truly do damage with. And if Tyler Shough cannot rise to the occasion, guess what they do?
They bring in Daddy.
They bring in someone else. Well, we know the NFL Illuminati will absolutely allow them to rig it to get Arch in New Orleans. We know that they can pull the strings, and the NFL Illuminati will get that kid there. But we're not talking about the NFL Illuminati. We're just talking about Tyler Shough being the biggest winner. I have to agree. And we're talking about a guy who showed flashes, who was fantasy relevant throughout the end of the season, throwing to just 2 options. Threw to Chris Olave and Juwan Johnson. Didn't really throw to anyone else. Well, now he's gonna have Travis Etienne at running back, a guy who's year in and year out a producer for offenses. Then he's gonna have Chris Olave is still there. He didn't go anywhere, but they added 3 fast, dynamic, role specific guys on top of what they have, including now Oscar Delp. A big riser throughout the process based on his size, his athleticism, what they believe he can develop into, that projectability we always talk about. Huge winner for Kellen Moore, huge winner for Tyler Shough, huge winner for the New Orleans Saints.
How about the diabolical cap situation that the Saints have been in for the last half decade?
Money is just an illusion to this team.
And the idea that they were able to just kick the can and kick the can and kick the can, and now all of a sudden their heads are above water. And once that Kamara contract is off the table next year, it's going to be like wide open. And if this Shough thing comes through and he's a hit and they don't have to, win 4 games this year and be in the top 10 and draft a quarterback,
right,
like this is massive. And there's a reason that Mickey Loomis has been the general manager for the Saints since 2002.
The longest tenured GM, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
Well, I guess technically
outside of
Jerry Jones, but that doesn't necessarily count.
That doesn't really count.
It's kind of like gaming the system.
Yeah, I mean,
he owns the team.
This is my team. I make the calls.
Hey,
I'm
I
the
can respect him.
I'm the owner. I'm the coach. And the player.
Jura.
But no, this is a masterclass by Mickey Loomis.
Yeah, great. I mean, it's just allowing the simpatico, just having a game plan. We're seeing now a number of teams, not just one. We've picked on one. We picked on the San Francisco 49ers, but you could pick on the Rams. You could pick on the Jaguars. These are teams led by team builders that we respect, that have had respect in this league for years. Well, maybe not Joey Gladstone, but I'm going to keep calling him Joey Gladstone because it's an absolute clown show.
You gotta lose. By the way, when you're a kid and people call you Joey, like Joey's not a great name to have unless you're maybe in like a sitcom like Friends. You have to lose the name Joey. Like you have to become Jim, or you have to become
right. Yeah, that's the progression. We're gonna go. He's Joey Gladstone as long as he's doing what he's doing now.
Yeah,
he can graduate to Jim, and then when he's winning, he could be James.
Yes,
that's the evolution. That's the Pokemon evolution of James Gladstone. Right now, he's down to Joey.
Yeah.
He's level 1. This absolute clown show, just taking not 1, not 2, but 3, but 4, 5 pass catchers.
Yeah.
When that didn't necessarily seem like a big need for the team, having to now pivot. You traded so much to get this dual threat, this Shohei Ohtani of the NFL, and now you're making him a cornerback only. That's at least what they're telling us based on their draft class. They're taking CJ Williams, a guy that no one has scouted. This, to me, reads like a kid or a guy. I'm not going to call him a kid. A guy who is just a little bit too smart for his own good, wanting to prove that he's the smartest guy in the room as opposed to doing the right thing, having a game plan. But he's not the only one. We've mentioned now a handful of teams that just didn't really seem to have a game plan attacking this draft. The Saints, though, were not one of them.
Tennessee Titans are making their final selection here of the 2026 NFL Draft to pick 225. First, though, I want to go to our chat. We got a question from Jesse Quaper, 8919. What are your favorite sleeper wide receiver picks from the draft? Maddie, I'm going to pull up the positional thing here and recap it because there's been about 20 names, I think, 21 names taken.
1 million receivers.
Favorite sleeper wide receiver selections in the 2026 draft. I think I would first and foremost have to begin this thing with Xavier Thomas. Xavier Thomas has been a career favorite of mine as a special teams guy. When he got to LSU, I was expecting a big bust out. Didn't really come to us, but there's going to be an opportunity for Xavier Thomas to sneak in to Chicago as a 3rd round pick. That's some good draft capital. Remember, he went a couple spots ahead of Chris Bell. Sneak into Chicago, limited expectation, and play in an Olamide Zaccheaus role where he's just out there. He's returning punts, he's returning kicks, he's running jet sweeps. And in a couple of years, or if an injury happens to a guy like Burden on the inside, the door's open for Xavier to make some plays.
I'm going to give 2 here because one, I think it will be a sleeper in terms of, you know, the perception outside of this house. So this is a name that's been brought up a million times on the couch in the fantasy desk. But when you get into your rookie drafts and you get away from this analysis of player profile, this guy is not going to be as highly regarded as we've talked about him. Antonio Williams, 3rd round pick, 71st overall to the Washington Commanders. We've talked about it now multiple times, so I'm really not going to dive into it too much. But this is, you know, Williams he has a path to triple-digit targets within the first 2 years of his career. So that is a sleeper I don't think will necessarily be perceived when you look at your ESPN rankings, when you look at the sleeper rankings. Antonio Williams will not necessarily be in the forefront of those rankings. He's been well talked about here, though, so I'm not going to dive in. I'm going to give one more, super deep. We've talked about it in the path. It's the pathway to becoming relevant. It's the way he can become relevant early on. Lewis Bond, wide receiver from Boston College. And why? It's because Cody mentioned it. Jalen Noel, a player that is good. I mean, Jalen Noel, we really liked throughout the process, but if he's not grasping the playbook, you don't play.
Yeah.
In the NFL. There's a reason why Xavier Hutchinson just continuously 1 reps. So again, we're talking about late here. We're talking about using late round, maybe your last pick in your rookie draft. Lewis Bond, as long as he can come and show some dynamism and maybe play a little special teams, he could find his way to a role and become someone in fantasy that is worth rostering, maybe even worth playing in short order. So deep sleeper Lewis Bond.
Appreciate the question. Anybody else that got any, drop it in there. We're approaching the 6-hour mark on this beautiful Saturday, April 25th, 2026 NFL Draft. Tennessee Titans finished the draft out with a tight end, Jaron Kanak from Oklahoma. Jaron Kanak, K-A-N-A-K, for those wondering. The Titans, final grade here. Carnell Tate on the offensive side of the football, the only wide receiver they added. We just talked about the Saints, the Falcons, teams that need wide receiver help. Titans number 1 on that list. So their wide receiver room at the end of the 2026 draft looks like this: Carnell Tate, Calvin Ridley, Wan'Dale Robinson. Next in line, Alec Amaner, Chim DK. Those are your main 5. Offensive line, they add Fernando Carmona to the interior of this offensive line after they added Austin Schlottman from the Giants in free agency and Cordell Volson from Cincinnati. They also added Pat Coogan from Indiana. So Pat Coogan's got north of 50 games. Fernando Carmona's got north of 50 games played in the SEC as well. On the offensive line, they had Nick Singleton in the 5th round. Great value on him, who I think comes in there and competes day 1 with Tyjae Spears, takes over for Tony Pollard next year. Kanak's going to come in and be behind Kylan Granson. He's a deep guy at tight end, not going to really be a year 1, day 1 type of a guy. Defense, though, Keldrick Falk in the 1st round, Anthony Hill in the 2nd round. You add Jackie Marshall late in the defensive tackle position, where you added a ton of bodies this offseason, specifically 7 human beings in the defensive line in this new look Robert Saleh defense, but mainly Keldrick Falk, Anthony Hill on defense, and on offense, Carnell Tate, Nick Singleton. Those are the big names that everyone's going to look to. Tennessee Titans, the following year after drafting Cam Ward, number 1 overall, how we feeling?
So I gave him a B+ grade in day 2. They only made 1 pick, but it was a pick that we celebrated.
Yeah.
Anthill Jr. seems as if Robert Saleh got that Mike linebacker.
It's the guy he
wanted.
wanted.
Of versatility. And we talked about Sonny Styles. We talked about, maybe do they want J-Rod early in round 2? They traded up for Falk, which makes a ton of sense because Falk is that big 9 technique edge rusher. Big guy, can play on different fronts in terms of that defensive line. So Robert Saleh type of guy. But then they go ahead and get Anthill. Good draft for the Titans. They're going to probably finish in the high B range. as I kind of just let the dust settle and then give out final grades. But Nicholas Singleton felt like a home run selection in the 5th round. Pat Coogan, Fernando Carmona, as you mentioned, experience. And sometimes that offensive line, it's about being in the trenches, knowing what the battles what the battles are in terms of the trench warfare of football and all the glorified battling. So I think they had overall a pretty good draft. Not necessarily the best, maybe not even top 5, but a good draft for the Tennessee Titans.
This is a 92. This is a 92 out of 100 for me.
A-.
It's an A- for me.
Like I said, B+, so we're not far off.
I feel really good about those. Are 4 big names.
Mhm.
That's a really talented wide receiver. You get in Carnell Tate, that's dependable. That's a super stud running back that's done a lot in the Big Ten and Nick Singleton, and then 2 ballers on defense that they love. On top of trading for Jermaine Johnson. Like, this is a rebuilt team in Tennessee that it's got solid fingerprints all over.
And for good reason. I mean, this is kind of what you want a guy with that type of experience to bring to a team that has been so desperate for identity, getting back on the right track, finding their way. Robert Saleh seems like, again, alignment with the ownership, the front office, to your personnel, your coaching staff. It really showed in spades for the Tennessee Titans. A good draft for them.
I don't know what that was, but that was kind of a funny thing to read there.
Yeah.
31 picks left in the 2026 NFL draft. Carolina Panthers are on the clock here with what I believe is their last selection in the 2026 NFL draft. Let's talk about the Carolina Panthers right here. They added Chris Brazzell in this draft at wide receiver, opposite of now Teteroa McMillan. They got Jalen Coker in there as a big body. They got the Twin Towers down there in Charlotte. On the offensive line, they had Monroe Freeling in round 1. Lee Hunter, the defensive tackle from Texas Tech, in round 2. They got big cornerback Will Lee from Texas A&M. Some people's number 1 center in the class, Sam Hecht from Kansas State, in the 5th round. Zakee Wheatley, a big safety from Penn State, and they finish it out with linebacker Jackson Kuwach from Miami, Ohio. This is a B-.
I was going to say B. So, yeah, again, we're pretty close in terms of the evaluation. I think the Monroe Freeling pick feels not – I'm not going to use the term forced, but I think that in their dream scenario, they wouldn't have had to use the 19th overall pick on a line. But with Iggy being injured, with there being a little bit of uncertainty in terms of what personnel will be healthy and ready to go, this is a big year for the Panthers because they're going to have to make some decisions in terms of the head coach, the quarterback. There's a lot going forward. There's a lot riding on this year for Carolina. They're not going to sit around and wait for mediocrity. This is an owner that has been pushing for success, opening up the purse, doing everything needed from his end to make a winner. It's time to start seeing that in terms of win-losses. So the Monroe Freeling pick, I like the player. Seems like a little bit in terms of forced selection at 19, but you can't fault them for making the smart decision. Lee Hunter, great pick. They keep adding to that front 7. They've been looking for beef in terms of, the run, stopping the run, getting after the quarterback, versatility in that front 7. They added a good one there in Lee Hunter. Chris Brazzell, the talk here in the house has been a little bit wishy-washy. I don't know if he's really going to fall favorably in our mocks and our fantasy analysis, which then ties to the NFL side of things. But a player that, again, Bryce Young, they're clearly wanting power forwards. They want small forwards for the point guard. That is Bryce Young. And then they finish it off with some solid picks here. So far, Carolina seems like they got a head on their shoulders. They got a path. They got a game plan. A good, solid B for me.
Dude, hindsight's 2020. You said you didn't love the Monroe Freeling pick. You look at they got D tackle in Lee Hunter. They got wide receiver. What direction might have you went elsewhere outside of Monroe Freeling if you were hindsighting this draft? Because you could have gotten a dunker and Austin Barber in the 3rd. There was not a single tackle drafted in round 2.
So if I was team builder, if they were the team builders, the team builders of the Panthers, if they felt that's
the question.
They didn't have to take a lineman. This would have been the pick for me.
No. Not that you didn't have to take one, just that hindsight's 2020 and you know how the draft unfolded.
No, then I think you make the right pick. I think they made a good pick. I think Monroe Freeling's a good prospect. It just felt like
You said you felt like it was forced. My question is, if you felt like it was forced, and now hindsight's 2020, and you could have got Barber or Dunker in the 3rd or the late 2nd, if you hindsighted it and said, I can get Dunker or Barber in the 3rd, who are you taking at 19?
I'm taking Dylan Thieneman.
Okay. The safety,
the playmaker, the center fielder, everything that you want in terms of athleticism, smarts, playmaking ability. Did it at Purdue, went to Oregon, did it there as well. That would have been my pick. They were linked together. They had him in for a 30 visit. I think if you could have, in hindsight, like you said, 2020, getting Dunker or Barber, and you could have waited in getting a real difference maker. They didn't go safety at all, I believe. So it doesn't really necessarily seem like a huge need positionally, but the player of that caliber is something that you will definitely look back on and wish you had. They did take a safety. They took Wheatley, so they were looking at a safety.
The next draft pick in this 2026 draft was the safety that I've been wishing for to go from Kansas State, 6'3", 206 pounds, the Ifeatu Melifonwu comp from Kansas State. Can you tell I like saying that?
Yeah, you say it well.
Ifeatu Melifonwu. Victor
yeah.
Payne, Victor VJ Payne from Gainesville, Georgia. This dude's a stud. 42 career starts, 10.5 TFLs, a sack, 13 pass deflection. He's a little dry over here.
We've been talking a long time.
I like VJ Payne. I like the fit in New York with the Jets. The Jets have had a solid draft so far. And you go top to bottom. I think they got one pick left, I believe. No, that was it. That was the last pick.
They are now
Jets.
done.
And they take VJ Payne. I thought VJ Payne would have went off later 5th, maybe early 6th, but he falls here. David Bailey, Kenyon Sadiq, Omar Cooper. Those are your 3 first-round picks. They come back and get 2 defensive backs in D'Angelo Pons, that we talked about, similar size to Aaron Glenn. Play some nickel, play some outside. He'd be an elite outside corner if he had the size. Payne in the back end. You get an offensive lineman right there, Nanez Cooper from Miami. Get a quarterback to come in there and kind of sling the practice rock and maybe potentially take Gino's job in week 8. And then you got Darrell Jackson, the defensive tackle, to kind of pair in there with Tavondre Sweat. Solid draft by the Jets. Jets.
Yeah, I mean, this was a massive draft for this team, but I think it shows trust. I think Aaron Glenn was allowing his team builders trust to get the players that they've scouted, to build a culture, to build something going forward. Because sometimes, as we've noticed, as we've talked about, when a coach is playing for their job, they may fight for guys that they believe is what will save their job. He let them do their thing, and I think they come away with a very exciting group of rookies that are going to help this team get better incrementally as they get to their true opening winning window, which is hopefully 2027 for them.
We've had 2 Navy midshipmen go in the last 5 picks, both to the AFC North. Landon Robinson, the 6-foot-tall, 292-pound D tackle, goes to Cincinnati. But we do have a running back going off the board here to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Running back Eli Heidenreich, 6 foot, 198, pass catching running back here. And man, there has been some maniacal comparison utilization done on Twitter. Some maniacal comp stuff. 51 receptions, 39 receptions. McCaffrey. People have been putting McCaffrey next to this dude's name.
Well, I think it has a lot to do with.
Is McCaffrey a 7th round pick?
No, I think he was the 7th pick.
That's a good call right there.
Yeah, I think it was the 7th pick. But again,
this second running back, by the way, since Claiborne, Heidenreich. Since I said there was only 2.
If we need to, we will argue he's a fullback, H-back. If we need to,
I might.
If we have to, we will. But last year, 1,300 yards from scrimmage. Typically, we see 900 rushing, 400 passing or receiving. Not this guy. 499 rushing yards with 941 receiving yards on 51 receptions. So I guess from the couch's metric, he is now better than Katron Allen.
He might be better than Katron Allen. According to the couch, the reports are coming in my ear that he might be ahead of Katron Allen on the rankings. I don't know.
Yep.
He's not McCaffrey, though. I'll tell you that, because McCaffrey, like you said, wasn't the 7th round selection. He was the 7th overall selection. Eli Heidenreich, also 6 foot, 198 pounds. I think McCaffrey carried about 206, 205 at the position. But go. Alex is in the background saying he comped into a Ty Montgomery. See, that's a lot more reasonable. Way more reasonable to put a Ty Montgomery comp on Eli Heidenreich than the Twitter sphere throwing Christian McCaffrey on this kid.
That is fun.
Christian McCaffrey.
That is fun.
Christian McCaffrey, mind you, had north of 2,000 rushing yards in a season.
Yep.
This guy didn't have 2,000 rushing yards in his career.
which I guess that's actually a point for the couch because Emmett Johnson did.
That's fair. Pittsburgh's backfield right now: Jalen Warren, Rico Dowdle, Caleb Johnson, Travis Homer, Eli Heidenreich.
So Eli to me, okay, this is not apples to apples.
What about oranges?
No, it's just not. It's the frames are totally different. But I can't help but think of this player when I see Eli Heidenreich going to the Steelers, Jalen Samuels.
Ooh.
Except the difference was Samuels was like a tight end running back hybrid. This is more of like a slot receiver running back hybrid because he's south of 200 pounds. He's not, Jalen Samuels was 230 pounds. It's a massive difference in physique. But, 7th round pick, fun pick here for the Steelers. Definitely will be overdrafted because there will be a lot of Christian McCaffrey nonsense being thrown around. But here we go. We got 2 Navy midshipmen. Shout out to Navy.
Can I bring us back to 2025? Here are your 7th round running backs from 2025. Damian Martinez went to Seattle at pick 223. We had Brashard Smith at 228 from SMU. Talked about him earlier. Kyle Monangai, pick 233. So you're saying there's a chance.
So you're telling me there's a chance.
LaQuint Allen, running back from Syracuse, pick 236.
A little bit more juice on him now.
Big Bill Phil Maffa from Clemson at pick 239. Bill Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt, Arizona at pick 245. Good run of running backs in the 7th round last year.
Where would those guys fall in this year's class?
Those are 5th rounders. Maybe 4th.
Maybe 4th. A couple might scatter into the 4th.
We also got a Akuna out of Mumfield, wide receiver Ricky White, wide receiver Dominic Lovett, wide receiver, a couple quarterbacks, mainly Quinn Ewers in the 7th round last year. So hopefully this 2026 class can finish out strong. Because I'll tell you what, Maddie, in my, I don't know what year this is, my 6th year doing the draft show, 8th year covering the draft, this has been the most miserable fantasy centric draft. It's very dense on the interior and the edge. But have you watched any of the 7-round mock drafts I've done on the draft?
Of course.
Any of them?
Of course.
Okay, so there was a bit that I ended up into. After like 3 of them, I realized I was here. Every time the 7th round came around, I did 15 or 16 of these, 15, 16 teams, 7-round mock draft. Bang, you get to the 7th round and you're using the PFF tool and they hate your guy, but I love my guy. 231, the Atlanta Falcons 7-round mock draft. I'm not going over on the Falcons, I'll tell you that, because I know I did a video on them, and I almost could bet you $1. I put Ethan Anianwa from Ohio State on the Atlanta Falcons right there. So Ethan Anianwa, you got to read. You got to read the brain stopped working. You got to read the metrics with Ethan Anianwa. First off, this guy came from Rice after 4 years. He goes to Ohio State last year. He's expected to come in and get an opportunity. He loses the opportunity. Phillip Daniels also comes over from the Minnesota Gophers to play tackle. 34 career starts all happened at Rice. Then he goes to Ohio State, plays in about 14 games, rotational player. He ends up at the Senior Bowl. Listen to this. 6'6", 333, 34 and 3/8 inch arms, 83 and 3/8 inch wingspan, 10-inch mitts on Ethan Anianwa. Doesn't quite play to the size. I talked to our resident Ohio State Bucky. Bucky's a good one instead of Buckeye. I like the Buckies.
I like the Buckies.
The Buckies. Put a little beaver up there.
Yeah.
And he says he doesn't quite play to the same size. I would agree. Anianwa is one of my favorite offensive linemen this entire. I have said that about a lot of guys. Him and Igbinosun. Love them both this year.
You're an Ohio State guy this year. Huh?
I guess I'm an Ohio State guy
You're a
this
Bucky.
year. I guess I'm a
You're
Bucky
Bucky.
this year. But yeah, Ethan Anianwa goes here late 7th round, mid 7th round to the Atlanta Falcons. The offensive tackle guy probably moves inside if he doesn't develop a little bit more. But this is an offensive line in Atlanta right now that's starting to age a little bit. We saw them trade away Drew Dahlman a year ago to the Chicago Bears. You look at Jake Matthews, who's been in the league now for 12 years. Chris Lindstrom's been here for 7 years at right guard. They went and got Juwan Taylor from the Kansas City Chiefs this last year. There's a door here. for Ethan Onyanwa in
Chance to develop.
2027. There's an opportunity here to play right tackle or right guard for the Atlanta Falcons.
Katy, Texas native. I heard it's beautiful there.
I think it's Katy.
Katy, Texas native. I heard it's beautiful there.
The Los Angeles Rams go back to the defensive tackle position with their final pick in the 2026 NFL draft, and it is Tim Keenan the third from the Alabama Crimson Tide, 6'1", 327 pounds for the 5th year. Stocky, there's no real word to use for Tim Keenan. They bookend this draft with Alabama Crimson Tide, and Tim Keenan, outside of Ronnie Coleman, I don't think I've ever seen a bigger human being in a suit, like in a full-blown 3-piece suit. At SEC Media Days last year, Tim Keenan showed up with a big chain. He had his hair done, and he had this suit on. If you remember, like the videos of Ronnie Coleman back in the day, and he's wearing a suit when he go to Olympia, and that suit was like 4 sizes bigger than what he was, which he was probably a 4X. So this thing was like pushing, right?
6'1", 230.
Tim Keenan was the same. Tim Keenan rolled up, and I was like, this is a massive suit. Dude.
Yeah.
He's a massive stocky.
He's got that Steve Harvey suit on.
They're going to plug. Yes. They're going to plug him into this defensive line next to Kobe Turner, next to Fiske. This is next to, is Puna still there? Next to Puna. Oh, my. This is a Puna long-term replacement.
Mm-hmm.
This is a Puna long-term replacement here in this defense. Tyler Davis, also a wide body from Clemson that's down there. That's a good value.
Good value, but you know something? This is when you know it wasn't a great pick, when you're a Super Bowl caliber team. The guy that you may have the most contribution from in this season, you took in the 7th round.
Yikes.
I don't think that was a hyperbolic statement here. Is there another guy that they drafted that's going to contribute more than Tim Keenan the third?
Let's get on an instant reaction. Come here. Let's get it. Onan's Ohio State, but he's also
Drake May's done.
He's
The
also
Patriots took a quarterback.
He's also a Rams fan. So we bookend this draft here for the Los Angeles Rams with an Alabama Crimson Tide defensive tackle, long-term replacement for Puna Ford, probably. Matty just said something interesting. 5 picks, and he says potentially. Say it again.
I said, it's not a great draft for your Super Bowl caliber roster when the guy that's probably going to contribute the most in 2026 you took in the 7th round.
I hate it here.
Do you agree?
I don't disagree. I mean, Ty Simpson is probably not going to help you in 2026. If he does, something's gone horribly wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Max Clare is added to an already log-jammed tight end room. Keegan Trost's a really good player. I mean, but again, if he plays significant minutes, something has gone very wrong.
Yeah.
And so you go down the list. CJ Daniels, again, fun project. If he plays really meaningful minutes, something has gone wrong. Tim Keenan is the one.
But he's like the 4th D tackle.
All right. So it's not exactly the most inspiring class of all time. I'll put it there. But, this is what Les does every so often.
What would you give their overall draft grade?
D-.
D-. Yeah.
Whose house?
Rams house, baby.
Appreciate you, brother.
Mm-hmm.
It's an interesting draft for sure. I think it's gonna end up being fine because I do think Ty Simpson
could end up being a massive pick for them.
And the Keenan thing, I think, has long-term aspirations for this depth-wise. But yeah, it's definitely an underwhelming. If you're a Ram fan going into this thing, looking at it from a perspective of saying, "Hey, man, we need a couple of just bullseyes."
Yeah.
Early.
We need to push that door open.
I can understand where Sean McVay's pissed off.
Yes.
The files might drop. I don't know. Files might drop soon, like they did on the East Coast. They might drop on the West Coast. It might be his way out. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying, like,
files be dropping.
I would drop
nowadays.
my own files.
2026 is the year to drop files.
I mean, I would find some files. I would use AI, create some files, and drop them if I was in that situation because you got no help if you're Sean McVay and the Los Angeles Rams. Talk about your quarterback.
So
not Nussmeier. Why not put Nussmeier behind Drakey boy?
I don't know why you take a quarterback at all. You have your backup in Tommy DeVito. Drake May's there.
DeVito's not a 2.
No, DeVito is the guy that gets you through a game and a half when you're in a playoff run.
You have 2 quarterbacks on the roster.
All right, so there's your argument for him there. That's it. That's all I got. More an intriguing guy. I would say in terms of style, he kind of helps in terms of just something you might need to use because he has a little bit of rushing ability. He's an 18-4 as a starter, so like he has winning in his system. So if you do need a guy in an absolute pinch, not a guy that's going to help them, hopefully at all. Hopefully they don't never need to play him.
Yeah.
But you're right. Only 2 guys on the roster. They bring in their third here.
Makes a little bit of sense.
But I would say, to your point, why not bring in Nussmeier?
Yeah.
Maybe because Nussmeier might be intimidating in the study in the film room. I don't know. I don't know why.
Minnesota Vikings go center Gavin Gerhardt from Cincinnati. So another Cincinnati Bearcat goes to the Minnesota Vikings with Jake Golday. Andre Fuller, the cornerback from Toledo, goes to the Seattle Seahawks. So the Seahawks do get their cornerback here that we've all been projecting. Will the Seahawks get a cornerback? When will the Seahawks get a cornerback? They get one here in the 7th round with their third to last pick. They got 3 picks in the last 19 of the 2026 draft. They got Bud Clark at safety, Julian Neal at corner, Andre Fuller at corner. They got the Jadarian Place running back at 132, added a wide receiver from Kansas in the 6th round, and Bo Stevens in the 5th round from Iowa on the offensive line as well.
Yeah, not necessarily an inspiring draft, not something that it's actually the exact opposite draft of the Rams. You didn't really take much sexy people, but you got what you needed to keep a Super Bowl champion team in contention. A running back that's going to get serious run for the Super Bowl champs. Bud Clark is going to be playing meaningful minutes, as you mentioned last night, the perfect running mate to Eamon Worry, and then 2 cornerbacks and a team that's desperately needed some secondary help. So they went in, they got the guys that they needed, not necessarily the guys that bring the most fanfare. They didn't win the press conference, but they definitely helped the depth chart.
They didn't help that. They didn't help much. We did have where was we had another punter go kicker?
We had a place kicker at the end of round number 6.
Trey Smack, 6th round pick, 216 overall. That was our second specialist that went off the board from Florida to the Green Bay Packers. That was at 216. So now we're in round 7 at pick 237 with the Indianapolis Colts. We have 21 selections left. It'll be bookended by the Denver Broncos at 256 and 257. We missed the Trey Smack pick, so now we're going to do a flash mock.
Let's do it.
Flash mock. Superflex.
Yeah, let's do it.
Superflex edition. Let me pull up the sheet quick, and we'll do Superflex. There we go. I'll go 101. I'm going to take Mendoza.
Well, then I will take Jeremiah Love.
Jeremiah Love at the 102 in the Superflex. 103. This is a non-premium.
Non-premium. No, let's go premium. Let's spice it up.
All right, we'll do tight end premium. I'm going to go Carnell Tate.
I will go Jordan Tyson.
Okay, Jordan Tyson. I'm going to go Lemon.
And then I will take Jadarian Price.
Oops, I'm going to do that. I like Jadarian Price. I'm going to go Ty Simpson.
I would have probably have done that if I would have thought about it. Now I will go Kenyon Sadiq.
I'll go Eli Stowers.
And now give me...
Actually, no, I'm going to go Casey Concepcion. Sorry.
Oh, you son of a gun. I was going to do that. So then I'll take Stowers.
All right. I'll take Nick Singleton.
And we'll do the same pattern again, but this time I'm going to go Omar Cooper.
Omar Cooper.
Just give me some diversity in my portfolio.
All right. Give me Antonio Williams at the 201.
And then I'll go Jonah Coleman.
Okay. Give me Katron Allen.
Give me Oscar Delp with the premium.
Ooh, premium. That's a good call with the premium. All right, so have we got anybody missing? Denzel Boston. I'm going to go Chris Bell.
And then I will go Denzel Boston.
All right. We got 6 picks left here, and I'm going to go Jeremy Bernard. Zach Branch.
Then I will go Jeremy Bernard.
I'll go quarterback Drew Aller.
Nice pick. I will go. Did Hurst get
Hurst
picked?
is available.
So I will take Hurst.
I'll go Stribling.
And I will finish it off with Eli Raritan.
Eli Raritan, tight end New England.
For the premium.
The 212. Ahead of Mike Washington, Damon Claiborne, and Emmett Johnson.
Yep.
Woo!
Because now they put baby in a corner. And nobody puts baby in a corner. I have to hate on Emmett Johnson now.
Superflex, 2 rounds. Fernando Mendoza goes first, followed by
Ooh.
Jeremiah Love, Carnell Tate, Tyson, Lemon, Price at the 106, Ty Simpson at the 107, Kenyon Sadiq in premium at the 108, Casey Concepcion, Eli Stowers at the 110, followed by Nick Singleton and Omar Cooper. At the 201, we went Antonio Williams, Jonah Coleman, Katron Allen, Oscar Delp, tight end premium, 204. Chris Bell, Denzel Boston, Zachariah Branch, Jeremy Bernard. Third quarterback is Drew Aller at the 209, followed by Ted Hurst, DeJon Stribling, and Eli Raridan
For the
by
premium.
the Homer himself,
For the premium.
the New England Patriot.
Talk about clean laundry, keeping the colors together. Seth McGowan, running back, goes to the Indianapolis Colts. It's now time to watch out for Jonathan Taylor losing his job.
Come on.
Of course, I'm joking. It's round 7. It's time for jokes.
They did take a late round running back last year from Kansas State, DJ Giddens, who I thought had a good fall camp, but that didn't translate to anything in the season.
Right.
Because Jonathan Taylor is a horse, a full-blown horse. Seth McGowan, though, by way of Kentucky, he's got one of
Colts.
Indianapolis. So Seth McGowan had one of the more interesting, let's just say, college careers.
Yeah.
I'm not going to get into the off-field stuff. You can go look that up on your own. That's why he's at the menace level of the dog rating. Started his career in 2020 during the pandemic at Oklahoma. Goes to Kentucky. He was dismissed from the program in 2021. It goes to JUCO in 2022, JUCO in 2023, New Mexico State 2024, and then to Kentucky in 2025. When he was at New Mexico State in 2024, he played with Mike Washington.
Mm-hmm.
They both get drafted today. Before Diego Pavia, by the way. He leads Kentucky in rushing this last year with an injury where he missed one game with a shoulder injury. So back-to-back 700-yard rushing seasons from Seth McGowan. And then he goes and weighs in at 223 pounds and runs a 4.49 at the NFL Combine.
Mm-hmm.
So the profile is mad interesting for Seth McGowan. He gets drafted as the third running back off the board on day 3. In round 7.
Round 7, pick number 237. We have another kicker off the board. The punter.
Well, that was the perfect timing, is that we started that mock when Tommy Domain got picked.
Yeah, it was almost like. But
So now
Chat,
Florida double specialist.
that's what I was gonna say. Chat, look it up. When was the last time the kicker and punter from a collegiate program got drafted in the same year?
That sounds like an elite Claude question for Alex to type into the computer.
That
right
doesn't
now.
seem like anything that happens often. I can't imagine that happens quite often, that the punter and kicker from the same collegiate program both get drafted in the same year. That's not usually something you see.
Maybe somebody should ask Gemini, when was the last time a team had 2 specialists drafted in the same year?
Well, if you do it to the Gemini, then it's going to give you a 16-page, 5,000-word speech as to when it happened, how it happened, and with its own little quirks.
2019.
Garrett, the MVP, just further being the MVP.
The team?
49ers took 2 kickers out of Utah. They went to the same team? That's just lazy scouting. That was lazy scouting.
Oh, so the Jacksonville Jaguars got this linebacker, Parker Hughes. Your boy, what's his name? Joey
Gladstone. Cut it out.
Joey Gladstone takes the 6 foot tall, flat, 228-pound middle linebacker out of Middle Tennessee State over Deontay Lawson, over Torreen York, over SEC line. I mean, he's got 2 A&M Aggies on his roster already. He said, you know what, we're going to finish this thing out with the Middle Tennessee. I don't even know what the mascot is, but they go Parker Hughes here to finish out the Jacksonville Jaguars draft. We've been waiting for this Jaguars draft to finish because this thing has been an abomination. Next to the Niners, who we talked about earlier, this Jaguars draft, outside of you like Cosoil, I like Josh Cameron. We both like the value on Pregnant.
Yep.
Outside of that,
yesterday they had 4 picks. I gave him a C-. We talked about earlier, and it was only buoyed heavily on the fall of Emmanuel Pregnon. I just that
which
alone,
was a gift to them.
It was a gift, not something earned, if you will. Now you look at the totality of this draft. At best, it's a D for me. I like the Koziel pick, but it was the second tight end taken. So the path to any type of production, any type of usage is now that much harder, that much thicker to get through. 2 receivers taken in round number 6, Josh Cameron and CJ Williams,
like
someone that
Cameron,
we
though.
still to this minute don't know if anyone has seen play football.
CJ Williams?
Yeah. No one has tape on him. No one has anything about this.
That's just so amusing when there's a guy like that. Like Montreal Washington from
we finally have a picture.
We were just talking about, yeah, because they just rushed out.
They
build
rushed
his
out to
page.
do it, yeah.
It's like the Montreal Washington thing from Denver a couple of years ago. You're
Mhm.
like, who? Nobody's watching this. No, you could look up Bleacher Report, NFL.com, ESPN. Obviously the Beast had it. I think the Beast and Dane Brugler had CJ. I think he had CJ Williams from Stanford on here. Probably. I mean, he's got 2,000 players on here. His 82nd ranked wide receiver, 6 foot 203. Like I said, it doesn't. I mean, your boy Joey. That's all I'm gonna say.
Joey Gladstone putting in a D effort here. But again, we were talking about this earlier, and I think it should be repeated. It looks as if the days of Travis Hunter having serious snaps at wide receiver are numbered because they brought in a lot of pass catchers to help this offense. Not necessarily high-end draft capital guys, but why are you filling your depth chart
with dudes that are built the same way?
With guys that are built the same way? They already have Parker Washington, Brian Thomas Jr. They brought in Jacoby Myers. They bring in 2 more wide receivers, 2 more tight ends on top of Brenton Strange. The writing is on the wall that they are going to start pushing someone that was drafted at the 102 last year in our rookie drafts to be an IDP only player.
This is what Alex said. He hasn't said it yet this year, but this is the one time of year that NFL teams can never lie to you.
They cannot lie to you. Their actions speak way louder than their words.
All right, 2 better players than Parker Hughes and or CJ Williams come off the board here. The Bills.
Get some value.
The Bills close off with some value here in Armaj Reed Adams, the interior offensive lineman from Texas A&M. And then one of the, sleepier defensive linemen from the Senior Bowl, Devin Eastern, 6'5", 315-pound big boy from the University of Minnesota, goes to the Seattle Seahawks. They went up to Minnesota for Boye Mafe. That would have been 3 years ago. I think he's now departed Seattle. But Devin Eastern joins a totally maniacal Seattle Seahawks front that led them to a Super Bowl championship win. Another pick rolls in as this thing cooks on in beautiful round 7. Aiden Fisher, the linebacker from Indiana, goes to the Houston Texans with the Texans' final selection in the 2026 draft. Let's look at these Texans and finish out talking about the AFC South. We've talked about every team but the Texans so far. Keelan Rutledge, Febi Nwanyu from Oklahoma. Those are your 2 interior offensive linemen. You got Kamari Ramsey, your safety. You got your boy Louis Bond, who you talked about a minute ago. And they got Wade Woodaz and Aiden Fisher, 2 bad boy linebackers, Indiana and Clemson, respectively. Solid draft, probably about a C-. They got Caden McDonald on value in round 2, the 4th pick overall in round 2 for a guy that many thought they were going to take in round 1.
Yeah, looking back on the day 2 selection, so they had 2 picks in round number 2. I graded that out as a C. It was good, not great, but Caden McDonald's a guy that's going to help the strength of their team, help them in the stop the run, continue to build just a ridiculously scary defensive unit. Again, a little bit of a reach in round number 1, especially when you factor in that they traded up. They gave away some draft capital. They lost some maneuverability by doing so. A little bit of a reach. I think you're right. I think it's a good draft. Not great. Solid C+ for me.
C+. I don't know.
You gave it a C. So where's the big disconnect? It's not.
The rub is
C+.
it's closer to a B-, and I don't like B-.
So I gave it a C+.
It's fair. No running back for Houston in this whole draft. So Montgomery lives on. Woody Marks lives on. Does not get the corner chair. He picked that thing up and threw it out the window.
No corner chair.
Woody Marks is safe as the RB2 in Houston for now until Leonard Fournette comes out of retirement. All right, we're on to pick 244. The Philadelphia Eagles are making the first of their last 3 picks here, 244, 251, and 252 for the Eagles.
We got 2 picks. The Patriots still have 2 picks here. The Browns, surprisingly, another pick. Once we get to the Broncos there at pick 40, pick 41, 256, 257, Mr. Irrelevant, if it's the same team drafting back-to-back, Isn't it technically a Mr. Irrelevant? Because you can't differentiate. They have to now subject one person to be Mr. Irrelevant. Because if they want 2 players, they're going to go bing, bang, boom. Now you're talking about back-to-back Mr. Irrelevants, Mr. Irrelevant this year.
Think they can fight for it?
We might break the pool stick and make a fight to the death.
What if you drafted like some teammates, like 2 offensive linemen from the same school?
Oh my God! Like the Niners did in 2019.
Arm
They took
wrestle
2 kickers.
Arm wrestle for it.
Yeah, yeah, that's something. That's certainly something.
Philadelphia Eagles have now Mekhi Lemon, Eli Stowers. That's been the bulk of the conversation. Obviously, bringing in Cole Payton at the quarterback position around 5. They're bringing a tackle in Markel Bell and a guard, Micah Morris. Some say Micah Morris is the strongest human being to ever grace the Georgia weight room,
which would be a tall task. We were talking about some humongous, crazy strong, super athlete individuals going to, that Bulldog locker room, that Bulldog weight room has seen its fair share of monsters. So, I mean, that is very Howie Roseman, right? What is Howie Roseman like?
He likes them Bulldogs.
He likes them Bulldogs, and he likes to bring in players that have upside, athleticism, strength, characteristics that you can massage, develop, and turn into a player that can help a team that is trying to get back for a deep playoff run.
Cole Wisniewski, Texas Tech, 6'4", 220-pound safety.
6'4",
I was hoping you thought I was gonna say
220 pounds, and you can't teach that. Hybrid safety linebacker for Texas Tech. That Texas Tech defense was pretty nasty for the Red Raiders. But again, Howie Roseman identified the fact that they need to replenish the depth chart, including quarterback. They didn't necessarily, I don't think they prioritized pushing anything. We thought that they may go offensive line heavy. They really didn't. They guys in the 3rd and 6th round. We're talking about Michael Morris, Markel Bell, guys that can develop, guys with a lot of size and strength. So not necessarily aggressive there, but Mekhi Lemon, Eli Stowers, some guys that are really going to help them out. And guys that we've talked about quite a bit this weekend in terms of fantasy football.
I kind of was hoping they were going to take a special teamer because I kind of wanted to do a flash mock right there. That's kind of what I was vibing
We
for.
need one more kicker because I think I'm picking up what you're putting down.
We got a running back.
Ooh.
We got a running back. The New England Patriots have drafted the future running back of the organization at pick 29, round 7, pick 245. The New England Patriots have drafted Jam Miller, running back, Alabama Crimson Tide, 5'10", 209 pounds, struggled mightily on that offensive line that had a top 12 pick. Caden Proctor leading it at left tackle. That had a Parker Brailsford at center. That had a Jaden Roberts at right guard. That had a freshman stud, Michael Carroll, on it. Had a first-round quarterback in Ty Simpson. Had a second or third-round wide receiver, Jeremy Bernard. Had a future first-round wide receiver, Ryan Williams. Had a drafted Josh Cuevas at the tight end position, and he couldn't run the ball for nothing.
No, this is just the Patriots are filling in the back end of the depth chart here. 2 quarterbacks, they bring in a third. 2 running backs, they bring in a third. But Jam Miller, if you're gonna put me on the blast here,
he's RB3.
Yeah,
he's probably beating out Elijah Mitchell.
Right, and I didn't even know Elijah Mitchell was in New England, if I'm being quite honest. But Jam Miller, of all the 7th round running backs that we might see, this could be the guy that ends up on a fantasy roster.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say he's Kyle Monunga. I'm not going to say this. I'm not going to say he has value. But again, just we're looking for a potential pathway to a touch or 2, a touchdown, and with some injuries. Ramondre goes down. Jam Miller could be the grind him out, kind of just gets a goal line carry here if they want to give Travion Henderson a breather. Nothing really all that exciting to get into, but something to bring up here, just filling out. I just spit everywhere. I've been talking way too long on this beautiful Saturday in Pittsburgh, but Jam Miller goes to the Patriots.
All righty. Next up is the Denver Broncos at pick 246. Denver Broncos will be making their first of their final 3 selections here. Like you said, they'll be having the double Mr. Irrelevance here at 256.
Co-irrelevancy.
257. Talk about, I mean, just getting picked 256. And then the 257 comes out and they get the jersey and they give him the
I know. They get the pick who they give this ceremony to.
I'd be ticked off.
Right. How can you take it? Because you can take it one way. Do you want to be celebrated as Mr.
Yeah.
11 or you don't?
Yeah.
If you do, you're gonna hope you're last. If you don't, you're gonna hope you're not last. So it's one that we're sitting in this this moment here where Sean Payton has a chance to do the most hilarious thing and have them both be the 257 pick.
I doubt that's going to happen.
It's not.
Looks like there's a cool little video here rolling as wow. Heidenreich was drafted by the Steelers.
Mm-hmm.
He's live at the draft right now. A Pittsburgh native, Heidenreich,
Oh, very
drafted
cool.
by the Steelers, his hometown team. He walks out there. He's crying as he walks. That is badass.
That's badass. That's cool.
Oh, that's
That's
badass. That video just dropped from the NFL account on X. That's pretty cool. Heidenreich. I didn't realize he was from Pittsburgh. Drafted to Pittsburgh. Fun.
Let me ask you a random question that you may not have the answer off the top of your head, but I think if I've been following along, which obviously we have. Have we had an NFL international pick yet? Usually we see an offensive lineman.
Ehana Shore is a little bit.
No, but I mean through the NFL international system.
No.
So I know we have there's I believe a D tackle from Nigeria. That is part of the best available here. There's probably a couple from Europe.
We haven't had any pure like Cambodians or Nigerians or anything.
No, we haven't had any of the NFL international pipeline yet. We usually do once a year, so I'm surprised we haven't just quite yet.
Well, this is the area.
This is about time when we might see it. Yeah, absolutely.
There's been some guys that have come over. Brandon Collier does the PPI right now where he's bringing guys over, and there's been a couple. There's some freaks at the high school going into college level right now that are getting paid big bucks in NIL.
Yeah,
and
we talked about the big Irishman.
It's kind of undercut this whole pathway to pros thing that the NFL's done
Yeah,
with international
that's
guys, where
fair.
they're starting to come over in high school because there's paychecks to be had. There's 1.5 million to be had to come be the backup tackle at South Carolina.
Yeah, make six
You're like, hey,
figs.
learn how to play football. He's like, I've never blocked anybody. I've never put pads on. I'm like, yeah, but you played soccer. Like, and you're massive. You're like, well, I guess I'm here now. And it's kind of wedged itself in between the guys just getting straight up drafted. So
Uar Bernard.
Yeah, there's your guy, Uar Bernard.
That would be the guy that we are on Uar watch here to get the international pipeline guy. It's always nice to see one of these guys get drafted.
Uar he had the testing numbers that came out a couple of weeks ago. So he's 6'0", 306-pound defensive tackle, ran a 4.66 at 306. A 4.66 at 306, 11-foot broad, 40-foot vertical. Brother.
This guy should get drafted. Patriots just make a pick. Quintavious Hutchins, edge rusher from Boston College. Keep the guy in Beantown.
Quintavious Hutchins stays in Boston College to Beantown, as you said. There's one thing I really wanted to do because we've done flash mock. We do our top 10 mocks. We'll do these on the draft ranking show here in a couple of weeks. I want to do a flash mock top 10 of the 2027 class.
Ooh. A little push underneath the table.
Did it wake up there?
Just woke up there. I'm down. That sounds awesome.
I don't want the table to get elevated.
That hurt my hand.
But we're going to roll, again, because it's so far out that it doesn't really matter, the picks.
Yeah.
We're going to roll with the same order that this draft was. So Raiders, Jets, Cardinals, Titans, Giants.
And we're including who they took this year.
Correct.
Okay. Got it. Yep.
So like for
Just wanna make sure
101,
we're
you're
doing the
either
rules.
going to have to say Fernando sucked.
It was absolute
and we're going to
buzz.
go Q, or you're going to add XYZ to the roster. So Raiders 101, 2027 NFL draft flash mock. Hit it.
Jeremiah Smith. That would be unreal. Getting, a not just a big time target for the Raiders, but the big time target to go with Brock Bowers and company.
102, the New York Jets take Arch Manning, quarterback from Texas. Everything hits. They get their quarterback. All of a sudden, Kenyon Sadiq, whoop, Omar Cooper. Whoop. Garrett Wilson. Whoop. Bryce. Ooh, give me that contract. I'm staying in New York.
Yeah, this becomes one of those. Who is it? This one? Is it that one? No, it'd be you get some catches, you get some targets, you get some touchdowns. Everybody eats at this point.
All right, 103 Arizona Cardinals.
We are going to go back-to-back QBs here. Dante Moore says, Carson Beck, thanks for keeping my seat warm, but I will be the new franchise quarterback in Arizona.
104, the Tennessee Titans, who have Cam Ward, don't need a quarterback. They add Jermaine Johnson. Who'd they get this year? Keldrick Falk. So they don't really need Leonard Moore is an option here at cornerback. You could also go wide receiver Cam Coleman opposite of Carnell Tate.
Oh, that was actually going to be my pick here for the Giants at 5 and absolutely push Malachi Fields to the corner chair. But now they're up again. Here's the little conundrum for this team. They have too many edge rushers. I'm looking at 2 edge rushers that need to hear their name called.
Yeah.
But we're just not going to go that route. We're going to go receiver again. We're going to go with Ryan Williams Coleman Williams to add to the dynamic, that dynamic passing attack of the Giants.
Cleveland sprints up to the podium and takes Colin Simmons at the 106.
No doubt about that. Next up, the Washington Commanders. They equally sprint up to the podium and get Dylan Stewart, edge maniac from South Carolina.
You guys are going to want to watch a little bit of Dylan Stewart here.
Absolutely.
New Orleans Saints, who had drafted Jordan Tyson this year at the 108, are going to go back to the defensive side of the football, and they're going to take Leonard Moore, the cornerback out of Notre Dame. We got 2 picks left here. Chiefs at 9.
So where are we at here? I'm trying. Oh, yeah, I was looking for offensive line. Yeah, give me the Longhorn. A lot of Longhorns here early on. How do you say it? Gooseby?
Gooseby.
Trevor Gooseby.
Trevor Goosby's the pick, and then pick 10, the last selection.
You know who I actually was thinking too, but they went defensive tackle. Stone would
David Stone.
He kind of popped for
good
me there.
Good for you because they just traded for Dexter Lawrence. The Bengals did. Right. So the Bengals are here at 10 because they didn't trade this pick as well. They have this pick.
Yeah.
And we're going to take David Stone here, the defensive tackle from Oklahoma. So that's your top 10. Jeremiah Smith, Arch Manning, Dante Moore, Cam Coleman, Ryan Coleman Williams, Colin Simmons, Dylan Stewart, Leonard Moore, Trevor Gooseby, and David Stone. And with that, the pick is in at pick 249 of the 2026 NFL Draft. It's now Patrick Mahomes, Justin Fields, and Garrett Nussmeier, the newest quarterback for the Kansas City Chiefs at pick 249.
See, if this is Garrett Nussmeier will probably never take a lot of significant snaps in the NFL, but for the Chiefs specifically, now they have a quarterback that can help them win games in the short term. And Justin Fields, you just let him run around and kind of push it on. But if down the road here, not this year, but next year and year after that, Nussmeier is that perfect backup if you need a start.
Your Henne, your Keenum.
He's just one of those guys that he can just keep the offense afloat, help you win a game or two down the stretch. His path to being a starter in the NFL seems pretty much done in the water after going only a pick 249, but a good move by the Chiefs. They're a team that doesn't need quarterback, obviously. But you bring Garrett Nussmeier and put him in your building. You let him learn under Patrick Mahomes. You let him, his best quality is what he has above the shoulders, the head type, and he just becomes a career backup for Pat Mahomes. There are worse jobs to have in the world.
Well, and then in 3 years, after he's developed for 3 years,
he might be a sought after guy if he could prove he's healthy.
He should be healthy for the next 3 years. There should be plenty of opportunity for him to just sit and learn. I mean, we did hear Andy Reid say how much he loves Justin Fields for whatever reason, whatever that means. I think it's more so hey, we think this guy's gonna have to play for us, so let's pump him up a little bit.
Yes.
Nussmeier going to Kansas City is very interesting. I think your nails. We just talked about Quinn Ewers. What selection was Quinn Ewers last year? Exactly.
Right around the same exact range. 247, I want to say.
Was it 247? 231.
231. So about dozen picks earlier or so. 15 picks earlier.
We talked about this, but if you would have told me to guess which of the quarterbacks would be the Quinn of the class, I thought it would be Cade. I thought Cade would be the one that fell here.
Yeah.
Turns
out
that
was your comp.
Turns out that was my comp for Cade Klubnik was Quinn Ewers plus. And he literally was plus by a couple of picks. The Baltimore Ravens
Do Baltimore Ravens things. Just clean up the garbage.
Talk about it.
Rashawn Benny here, the 13th ranked D tackle on ESPN, 132nd overall prospect according to ESPN scouting database. And we're over 100 picks later. This guy's still on the board. The Baltimore Ravens, Eric DeCosta, they just sit back and wait, and they just find the value. Rashawn Benny, 7th round pick. Again, we're not looking for big expectations here, but this seems to be a value based on a lot of evaluators in the NFL.
Pick 250. So now we're in the final countdown stage. 7 picks left. Eagles, Ravens. Sounds like smart general managers. Colts, Seahawks, Broncos.
Yeah. Yeah, Eagles, Ravens. A lot of birds here coming on up. Eagles, Ravens, Colts, Seahawks, Broncos. At this point, though, can you just put in the picks together, fam? Guys, Howie, put these picks in together.
Double tap.
Just put them in together.
Discount double tap.
Just discount double tap.
I mean, it's only it's only a 2-minute clock anyway. So let's bring up these Philadelphia Eagles here because these are the last 2 Philadelphia Eagles selections here, and we don't got to break down the whole team because we kind of talked about the Eagles earlier. But like we said, Lemon, Stowers, Peyton, Micah Morris. They just drafted Wisniewski from Texas Tech. If I had to guess right here, why wouldn't you draft a depth running back position? Why wouldn't you draft a Le'Veon Moss?
Yeah, you have 2 picks here. You've already really attacked the offensive side of things, and we're really just trying to fill out the depth chart. A running back here would make some sense. To just
Deontay Lawson makes sense too. They got Jahad Campbell last year.
Couldn't you just say, you know what, 7th round, let's take York, let's take Lawson. Let's just get 2 guys that could be diabolical in some sort of role for us and just see what happens.
Come in there and work out with Nakobe Dean.
Yeah, more SEC guys. You know how he loves the SEC guys. But where do you have the Eagles? Like, how are you grading them out here? Yesterday, they had 2 picks on day 2. I gave them an A- on the day yesterday. Eli Stowers, Markel Bell. Didn't do a whole lot to hurt their overall draft class, but I don't know if they did a ton to make it that much more glorious. Where do you think they should finish here?
I'm at a strong B right now.
I think that's exactly where
Before
I have
these final 2 picks come in, I'm at a strong B.
I think I am exactly at that spot here. Cole Payton, again, not necessarily going to have a ton of value for this team, but an athletic guy, someone that gets brought in to help with the practice reps, help with the scout team. Maybe you can develop them, so on and so forth. But again, we're not expecting much from the 5th rounder from North Dakota State. But Micah Morris, beast, strong guy, exactly the type of Bulldog player that Howie Roseman has to take at least once in the draft.
When you look at this offense right now, they go out in the offseason and they're aggressive in their movement as weaponry, right? You actually brought Goddard back, which people maybe didn't think was going to happen. You go get Lemon, you go get Elijah Moore, slot.
Mm-hmm.
You go get Hollywood Brown, you go get Dontavian Wicks outside.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like you're trading away A.J. Brown.
Well, we saw last night at the Philadelphia 76ers game, Mekhi Lemon was there to ring the bell to get the team riled up. And he was sitting next to someone all night. Do you know who that was?
Devontae Smith.
It was Devontae Smith. There's no A.J. Brown in sight. They're absolutely going to make sure that they Cody's kicking me under the table here because we got it.
You are.
We got our guy.
You are.
Ooh, you are. We got our guy from Nigeria.
The Nigerian nightmare.
We were hoping for the NFL International Pipeline to get someone representing them in the NFL. They got their guy, Howie Roseman, another super athlete.
Who does it? Howie.
Of course it's Howie.
Does it.
It's always Howie.
Howie's going to pair Jordan Davis next to UR Bernard in the practice room. Those 2 human beings, UR Bernard and Jordan Davis, 6'4" and 5/8 inches, 306 pounds.
Athlete.
4'6", 640.
At 300 plus pounds.
40-inch vertical. 11-foot broad jump.
I want to see they're showing him on the TV now. I'm sorry to look away, chat, but they're probably going to show his workouts. I do want to see because his workout metrics were freakish.
He doesn't even know how to wear a hat. Yeah, he's having a hard time with the hat. That's amazing. The hat's
We got our guy. How he did
Massive.
How we got our guy. And now they can finish. They went UR. They take York. They take Deontay Lawson. Does this bump them from a B to a B plus, maybe even A-?
This goes from like an 85 to an 89.5.
This is a nice little jump here. This is a good pick late. Why not take a chance on the super freak from Nigeria? The Nigerian nightmare. UR Bernard.
11-inch mitts. 31 bench press reps. 35 and 3/4 inch arms. 40-inch vertical. 11-foot broad jump. 4'6", 640 at 306 pounds.
Yes. Unbelievable.
None of that makes sense.
No, that's freakish athleticism. Freakish athleticism. Did it say anything in his background athletically? Like,
I'm sorry.
Did he play soccer? Did he play rugby?
I'm sorry I keep repeating it, but man, that doesn't make sense.
Oh, they're showing him move now. He is moving, and he is. Look at him just throw 225 around. He went.
This is not good content to watch television.
I know we can't do that. Okay, no, we're dead air, but we're not. It's not dead air. We're still talking.
Is that a Saskatchewan Warriors shirt?
No, this is not Saskatchewan Warriors. This is Cal State Stanislaus. This is the 209, baby. Warriors, my alma mater, representing here on the Player Profiler Stream. Gotta make it happen over me, cornerstone, me school. Also, shout out Joe Ryan.
Shout out to over 2,000 of you in the chat. We appreciate and love each and every single one of you. As we get down to the last 6 picks, we're going to sit over the couch after these last 6 picks get in. I believe they're going to try and do a mock draft over there. They're going to copy the style. I'm just kidding. They did it last night too. So thank you guys. Thank you RCI 3070. Thank you FF Scout. Appreciate you upstairs grinding your tush off. You're carrying it like Garrett, Nick upstairs.
Absolutely. Big. You know, we are in front of the camera. We get to do this and have a lot of fun, but we couldn't do it without the people doing it behind the scenes. And
Makes it 10 times easier.
It's 10 times easier, 10 times smoother. And honestly, it just takes it to the next level. This is why the Player Profiler NFL draft coverage is like none other in the fantasy space at a production level you just don't necessarily see anywhere else.
The Philadelphia Eagles finish it out with a edge rusher, Keyshawn James Newby from New Mexico. Keyshawn James Newby. Can we go back up to the New England Patriots pick? Because there was a comment here a minute ago that said that the Patriots pick, and I'm mad I didn't catch this because it would have been a great pronunciation, is that the Patriots pick was straight out of Key and Peele, and I could have pronounced this a little bit better, so I'm going to retry it.
Yeah.
The New England Patriots selected at the pick 247, Quintavious Hutchins from Boston
Hutchins.
College Tech University.
Pat just drafted a guy straight for the key.
Quintavious Hutchins Jr. from Boston College Tech University.
Where's our Dan Smith?
Bars. Dan Smith.
Utah.
Rayshawn Benny. 4 picks left after the Ravens here. Colts, Seahawks, Broncos, and Ravens. These are all comp picks in the 2026 NFL Draft. Matty Kiwoom. We've done it, man. We're getting there. 252. 252. We're counting down to the final 5 selections. What has been the most surprising pick you think you've seen through 252?
To me, the biggest surprise was the Emmanuel Pregnon slide.
Yeah.
Because we knew why when McCoy slid. We know why Garrett Nussmeier slid. We saw the writing on the wall. Maybe we were a little bit naive to think that there wouldn't be a slide. That was more on us, where we have no reason to believe that Emmanuel Pregnon would have fallen that far based on the evaluators, based on our evaluations, based on what we were hearing on the mock draft streets in terms of the NFL scout streets, all of this murmurings, all, ear to the ground types of nothing indicated that Emmanuel Pregnon, guard from Oregon, was going to slide as crazy as he did. That to me was a massive, massive surprise.
Mine was Beck. Beck being QB3 and the first pick in round 3. We heard it late in the week that was going to happen. And Beck comes off the board as QB3 in this class. Lots and lots and lots of career opportunities, repetitions, games played, games started, big time, leading that Miami team to a college football playoff run like they did, and that's big. And I think there's a lot of maturation that happened with Carson Beck. And I'm not trying to dunk on him and say he sucks, but man, there's just a lot when you're watching tape with Beck. It's just, but this is an opportunity for him to do kind of what Shook did. Yeah. He's getting an opportunity here as an aged quarterback at the college level, dealt with his injuries. He's going to get an opportunity to go down to Arizona. Jacoby Brissett wants a contract. Well, guess what? We don't have to give it to you because we don't care. You're not our future. You're our bridge.
Right.
And if you want to be,
he might not even be the bridge. Trying to Gardner Minshew that could be a bridge.
Trying to hold us hostage for $20 million, $25 million.
Right.
Buy.
No, thank you.
We'll buy. We'll give Gardner Minshew the keys, and we'll let Carson Beck take the job in week 4 and see if he wants to do something with it. Because I'm not saying that there's a chance that he does something with it like Shook has, but there's weaponry.
No, yeah, that's the point to make here is they're not going to leave him. They're not feeding him to the wolves. They'll give him a chance to throw to Marv, Michael Wilson, Trey McBride, Jeremiah Love out of the backfield, Paris Johnson blocking for your left side. They now added Chase Besantis. They have a decent offensive line, a lot of investment on the offensive side of the ball. This is his chance to go ahead and do something. Give him the chance to go out there and maybe prove that they don't have to be very heavy in the quarterback pool in 2027. So he's going to get a chance. It's just a matter of when.
All right, let's sprint through this really quick. Quarterback. Well, first off, the Ravens go Evan Bernstein, guard from Northwestern, 6'4", 301, rotational interior guy here. This is just a depth position that the Ravens, again, will just continue. Just be smart. Draft the smart positions. Don't draft a kicker and a punter and yada, yada. Be smart. Draft the interior guys late with, developed traits in college that have 50 career games played. Pick 254 comes in, and we do have a wide receiver finally off the board. The Indianapolis Colts are helping us out here. Who did they just get earlier? Seth McGowan?
Seth McGowan.
Seth McGowan goes out the board
They
earlier.
like our sounder. Chris Ballard is a fan of the sounder.
The Indianapolis Colts, 254, might be the last fantasy relevant position of the draft. Deion Burks finally comes off the board here in the slot. Josh Downs already in Indianapolis, but he's going to be joined by a 5'10", 180-pound, 4'3" running Deion Burks, comes by way of Purdue. Instead of going in and saying, we're going to get a guy to replace Michael Pittman, they say, we're going to get a guy to go with Josh Downs.
Yeah, and here in the 7th round, tremendous value. Top 100 projected player. He's a top 100 on my big board, 81st on the ESPN prospect rankings. Weird slide. Didn't hear a lot that this could be a possibility for Burks. It took him a long time to hear his name called, but he does get his name called. He is not going to be, a UDFA. He is drafted by the Colts, and there is a runway for him to impress. I don't know how long the leash will be. I don't know if it's going to be a chance for him to get meaningful touches at any point in his career, but he goes to a spot that has lost a lot of targets, vacated targets. They didn't do a ton to replace it. They still have Alec Pierce. They signed him to be the number 1. They still got Josh Downs. After that, there's just not a whole lot there for the pass catchers.
The 36th wide receiver off the board in this draft was Deion Burks, the 36th. The second in the 7th round with Anthony Smith, who came off the board 36 picks ago from the Dallas Cowboys. The quarterback position, as I was just about to allude to, we talked about Carson Beck. We talked about Aller. Nussmeier comes off the board just recently. We end up with 10 quarterbacks. Mendoza, Simpson, Beck, Aller, Klubnik, Peyton, Green, Kaliak Manis, Baron Morton, and Garrett Nussmeier is your 10th and your final quarterback in the 2026 NFL draft. You had 36 wide receivers go off the board, 5 day 1, 12 day 2, and then that gives us 19 on day 3. The tight end position, who started out with Kenyon Sadiq, you got Stowers, and then it just became a mess. Borkshire, Klein, Claire, Roosh, 16, 18, 20, 22, 23 tight ends ended up being the number there. So we had 1 day 1, and then we had 8 in day 2. That gives us 14 on day 3.
A lot of tight ends.
Running back, though, this is the big takeaway here. 13 running backs. Love, Jadarian Price, 2 first-rounders. 10 running backs on day 3. So we had 2 on day 1, 1 on day 2, Kalen Black. And day 3 goes like this. Jonah Coleman to the Broncos, Mike Washington to the Raiders, Emmett Johnson to the Chiefs, Nick Singleton to the Titans, Adam Randall to the Ravens, Katron Allen to the Commanders, Damon Claiborne to the Vikings, Eli Heidenreich to his
Hometown boy.
Steelers.
Hometown boy.
Seth McGowan to the Colts, and Jam Miller to the New England Patriots. Now, there are 3 picks left, or 2 picks left.
We are down to the Mr. Irrelevant. I'm not going to give the title to one.
Michael Dansby went from cornerback to Arizona. So I think Arizona ended up with 3 drafted DBs in this one.
Yep, Stukes. 4
Stukes.
total defensive backs, the 2 safeties, the 2 corners.
There you go. And now we're on to pick 2, 5, 6, and 2, 5, 7. They belong to the Denver Broncos. We, of course, know that this will usually take a minute because they're going to do the whole announcement on the TV.
I think they're doing the code. Are they going to do the code? Because they're
Interestingly enough, the 256 is going to be announced, and then 257 will be walked out. So 25 we'll probably stay with 256 and send over to the couch for 257, I think.
Yeah. We just have to make sure that we say this. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us over these 3 days. This has become a tradition here at Player Profile. That's just so much fun. And I got to give a shout out to all you guys. Give a shout out to Garrett, to Nick, to Pete, to Matt, Alex, Anand, everyone on the couch, Jeremiah, who has left, Wyatt, who was here yesterday, Player Profiler Team doing it like no one else in the space. And of course, I got to save the best for last, the big dog. There's no one else in the world I'd rather do this with, my friend. 1 million picks, it feels like, 1 million hours on the books, and we're down.
We
to the
literally
final
just hit the
2.
7-hour mark. In years past, this day it'd take 8 hours and 20 minutes.
Well, it used to be the longest day of the calendar year.
8 hours and 20 minutes is usually how long this bad boy takes. 7-hour marks. We can't thank you guys enough.
We are going to do a mock draft.
Yeah, we know. We
You
already
guys-
told
we
the
know.
crowd.
Okay, do you guys want to join us on it, or
Are you going to be on the couch?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we'll kick it over to you.
Are you going to come?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're gonna do the mock draft party. We have to do a mock draft party.
Mock draft party.
Mock draft party as we get this rounded up, and then of course we're gonna kick it to you for 257. You guys can celebrate Mr. Irrelevant.
And thanks to the chat, man. Over 2,000 concurrent.
Unbelievable. Hey, the best fans of the world. Thank you guys for hanging out with us. Thank you for the chat. Still just absolutely comments coming flying in. 7 hours was not long enough for these sickos. Can you believe it?
7 hours of commercial-free draft coverage.
Yeah, we can officially say that we're the only ones that do it because the red zone doesn't do it anymore.
Tight end Dallin Bentley. So Utah tight end Dallin Bentley. The Broncos, the 5th team now to double up tight end.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it a bunch now. This is officially the doubling of the tight end position.
There it is. All right, 256 picks in the bag. We're going to send it over to the couch. We can't appreciate you guys enough. We love you guys. That's Matty Kiwoom, Cody Carpentier. You catch us on the Draft Ranking Show 5 days a week, twice on the Player Profiler main feed and podcasting. 2026 NFL draft process, pre-draft process, the draft. It's over.
What a weekend.
Time to start drafting these rookies, baby.
Kick it over the couch.
To the couch. Look at that. All right. We are here. Pete and over here. We are live. We got Christelle. We got Anon. We got Garrett, who has been manning the couch. We want to give a shout out to Garrett yet again. Garrett pulling through. We just finally finished the draft. We got Alex coming out of the bathroom, but he's going to sit down with us and he's going to join the mock draft once he puts his belt together. The guys are going to come over from the main desk. We're going to do it. What are we thinking? 4 rounds, or is 3 good? Is 4 overkill for right now? We think 3 rounds is good?
We could do 4.
Okay.
Or 3. It's up to you guys.
What do we think? Well, let's just do 4. We'll do 4.
How many drafters do we have here?
How many drafts we got? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and on. 6, 7. We got 7.
7 drafters?
Yeah, you're not gonna have your own team. We'll just pick who we think should be the next one.
So you can do 12. I'll serve aside and run.
No, you do. I'm going to go upstairs and call the fan.
Okay.
Okay. Perfect. All right. So we'll do 6 of us.
Okay.
And Matt, you have that ready to go? Set that up.
I'm trying to set it up. It's making me pay. So you guys go ahead and you guys talk ball.
All right, we'll talk ball.
Chris just got here. Chris, move in a little bit.
Yeah, Chris, why don't you sit down?
The shot.
Why doesn't Chris sit down? Why doesn't Chris sit down?
Here for an hour waiting to talk, and he's not the camera. I love it.
All right. Well, before we go to Chris, the chat. If you have any questions, let us know your thoughts on how you think everything went today. Make sure you hit that thumbs up. Make sure you subscribe if you haven't already. Do not forget. Okay, if you do promo code draft on Player Profile, you get 50% off the all-in package. So make sure you use that as well, because I mean, as Matt, the Podfather, will tell you 1,000 times, we have a ton of great data to help you guys make informed decisions for your rookie drafts, even in season as well. A ton of dynasty tools. You get all that package and more. Chris, here you go. Here we go. Let me set the stage here. Chris, why don't you at least tell the folks who you are, where you're from? You've been on Player Profiler once, right? I think you were with me on my show, Dynasty Stock Market.
Right.
So this is number 2, your second time.
We did one last year, then this year.
Okay,
So this is technically 3.
This is your 3.
Yeah,
Okay. All
that's
right. So tell the folks where you're from.
Well, I'm from here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, originally from Florida. You can catch me on Twitter at Mad Journalists, MADD Journalists with 2 Ds. I'm a Yinzer transplant. My claim to fame is that I was the 2023 Fantasy Pros Draft Accuracy Champion. So I'm taking that one. I'm taking that one to the grave there. I'm just trying to catch up. I'm updating my rookie rankings on my phone right now as we speak.
That.
So I'm ready to dive in, man.
Okay, I do want to shout out the chat real quick. Jesse just became a new member for Player Profiler, so shout out to Jesse. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. And Jesse, again, if you're not a member or at least don't have the all-in package on Player Profiler, I would go ahead and check that out because we have that discount where it is called Draft $50 off, and it's over at the end of this weekend. So check that out. But yeah, Chris, happy to have you here. You're obviously somewhat of a legend in terms of, you had a really, really good pre-draft rankings for the Fantasy Pros competition. So that's obviously a really nice notch in your belt. We're going to do a 4-round rookie draft. And I think we're almost ready. We're not ready yet, but we're still cooking. Chris, why don't you tell us? We talked before a little bit about Omar Cooper, right?
Okay.
And we talked a little about Antonio Williams. And I was more of a fan of Williams. You seem like you're more a fan of Cooper. Talk to me a little bit about Cooper. I mean, like, is he a player that you felt like you just kind of prefer due to the draft capital? Is it something in the profile that sticks out to you? Or is it just kind of like, hey, this draft class isn't very good, I'm just going to take a guy that got drafted the highest, and that's really it?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a worthwhile debate. I just, for me, you got a guy round 1 draft capital versus a guy with round 3 draft capital. And I think Cooper's rise was, it's not like we're talking about a guy that's being overhyped by combine results, right? Like, he was an elite performer. Once Indiana's football team really got it together and became a real contending football team, we saw Omar Cooper rise to the top. I think there's value on both him and Surratt in that sense. But, give me the guy like Geno Smith. Like, if he can get back to the pre Las Vegas Raiders level, right? Yeah, I mean, like, I think that Geno Smith, Garrett Wilson, obviously Sadiq, throw Cooper into the mix there. Hey, like, we could have Cooper be one of those top 3 options on a team that's going to be maybe having to throw a decent amount throughout the course of the season. I know Breece Hall is still there, but I think there's red flags for all these guys, and the fact that Cooper was able to maintain that round 1 draft capital. I like Williams a lot too. Don't get me wrong. Sure. But I am impressed with the rise we've seen because, again, he doesn't have those elite athleticism metrics, but he was able to produce at a high level, maybe a little bit of a late breakout. But yeah, I do like Cooper a decent bit compared to Casey Concepcion. Are we really excited about that landing spot in Cleveland? I don't know. He's going to be competing with Denzel Boston as well in year 1. So I think that, outside of Lemon, Tyson Tate, there's really a toss-up in terms of the debate we can be having of which one of these guys should be taken first in these dynasty drafts.
Yeah, Cooper and KC is interesting. I guess for me, I was such a big fan of KC pre-draft that I guess I really hadn't compared the two. And I think with KC, the one, I like the prospect more. I preferred him over Cooper. I loved Casey's game, man, watching him. I think he was really held back by bad quarterback play. So I like that too. And then you look at it, we're talking about 2 situations with that realistically poor quarterback play, no matter how you slice it, right? You put lipstick on a pig. Geno Smith is who he is. He could be solid, and we really just need average, if anything, with Geno for things to kind of pay off, right? That's really all we're looking for. With the Browns, we really don't know who the quarterback's going to be. They drafted a quarterback today. They have Dylan Gabriel. They have Shador Sanders, Deshaun Watson.
Tighten up, guys.
And it's just it's just kind of a mess. But we're going to close this out, but I do want to finish up before we go to the mock draft with KC. I guess for me, the reason I prefer him over Cooper is Denzel Boston. I did like Denzel Boston, actually. I liked him more than people gave him credit for. But I think the tough thing is Garrett Wilson's going to command more targets, right? We know he's an established veteran. You're talking about two rookie wide receivers coming in. It's always hard to gauge how the target distribution is going to go. And Casey also got first round capital. So we got to also include that too. He actually went before him. Yep. But still 2 guys that are going to have a path to relevancy. And it's just a matter of which guy are you making a bet on. I think Casey has a bigger chance, at least for me, to kind of to be the number 1 guy on his team, where Cooper, it's going to be hard for him to get to that point. And I actually think the Browns are a worse football team. So I think Arch Manning is a much stronger possibility. But now we're just kind of projecting into the future of, like, we hope both of these teams get good quarterbacks in next year's class, because we know that the future is not in their current room right now.
Sure. I mean, yeah, I think Concepcion, what's the quarterback play going to look like in Cleveland next year, right? I mean, that's obviously still up for debate. I think when you look at Cooper, some of the measurables that he brought to the table, whether it's looking at the film, I think the yards after the catch, obviously very impressive. And when you look at yards after the catch in general, Mekhi Lemon, number 1, Omar Cooper, number 2, right? Then you have Casey Concepcion right in that top tier. I think that's an important thing overall. The athleticism, he didn't jump off the charts in terms of the combine numbers or the RAS, et cetera, but still pretty strong. I think his ability to make plays in the intermediate, long areas of the field as well. And I like the size too. So I think, again, like once you get past the top 2 or 3 guys, Tate, Tyson, Lemon, it's really kind of a coin flip depending on what you think the best landing spot is there. So I do like Concepcion, don't get me wrong, but 2 rookies coming into a below average situation, it'll be interesting to see how that shakes out in year 1 for sure.
Yeah, no, I'm good with that too. I think the one also positive for KC is he got Todd Monken, and I actually kind of like Todd Monken. I didn't love the hire from like a futuristic standpoint, kind of like the Mike McCarthy thing, where it's like everyone's hoping you get some young, offensive minded head coach, and it's really like some older guy who's had, both guys have had success. So that's like the one benefit, at least from a KC standpoint. With the Jets, we don't really even know what the identity is going to be. At least with Modkin, we can kind of project or have a little bit of an idea of what we think the offense is going to look like. The Jets feel like they're building the plane while they're flying it right now, a little bit. So that's a little bit, you know what I mean?
Sure.
But yeah, I mean, overall, let's shift gears here too while we wait for the mock draft. I think Podfather is still trying to get things up and going.
We're ready to go.
Are we good? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I have a general sense of who's going number 1.
Okay. So do you want to just kick it? You want to start it?
Well, wait. So who's picking first? What are we doing?
Well,
Who else going?
That's what I need to do, because I thought the boys were coming down.
I thought Cody and Maddie were in on it, but
Okay,
did they move up?
We haven't planned anything. We don't know what's going on. This is an impromptu mock.
Okay.
We have been streaming and talking for 10 plus hours over 3 days. We covered the worst draft in the history of the NFL.
And
we did a pretty good job.
And honestly, man, thanks so much to the over 2,300 concurrent viewers that we have right now for sticking around with us for all this time. But yeah, the unfortunate fact is we don't know what's going on with Cody and Maddie.
But Cody and Maddie just did the entire round 7 by themselves with no support from the fantasy desk and no support from the couch.
And so they don't want to do them all.
They don't have to do another bit of content for the rest of the weekend. They can drink all the beers in the house, eat all the steak in the house, and they 100% deserve it.
In the hot tub, right?
And jump in the hot tub, and they 100% deserve it. What those guys do for us in round 6 and round 7 the last 5 years is yeoman's work. It is exceptional. They are some of the best. They deserve to be hired by like the big NFL, media networks at this point. I think they have put some incredible work down on tape, and they know this stuff. These players, as well as anybody, these players are getting drafted in round 7, and they know their names, and they're not position players either. They saw them at the Senior Bowl. They know them from the Shrine Bowl. It really is incredible. They're incredible. Everyone here that contributed is incredible. Garrett, we talked about. Nick, right? Nick, the producer, he's already flown out. Coach Jeremiah, he flew out. Now we got Chris coming in, the Yinzer. We had Austin coming in.
Coach flew out.
Coach flew out.
Coach is gone. Coach is gone. But we're very fortunate to have Chris Dell. He's got a new podcast. You should check it out. The Fantasy Edge is on Player Profiler Network, and you can tell he has a great understanding of fantasy football and how to win, and he communicates it very well. So I love his presentation. I love the content that he's putting out there, the data that he's backing it up with. So this is one of the great new podcasts on the Player Profiler channel. We're gonna be simulcasting some of it to the main Player Profiler podcast feed as well. So we're happy to have, and he just happened to be in Pittsburgh, and he just happened to show up right when we needed someone on the couch. I mean, it's just
coming in fresh.
He's coming in fresh. I mean, it's just, I am so fortunate to be, at the head of an organization where there's just so many great people like Garrett, just driving in from Indianapolis and just being the glue guy for the entire weekend. And then we have the people behind the scenes that aren't even here, like Brittany and Johnny heading up the social media. You know, we've got our web developers, we've got our content guys, we've got John Adams, who is, you know,
hopefully not sunburned,
who had one of the most horrific sunburns I've ever seen in the history of.
Dude, it would like honestly, like level, like I don't know the levels of burns, but I would say that if like level 1 is a mild burn, I would say that it was at least level 2.
Call the fire department
Yeah,
is basically what I was wearing. So anyway, John, you know, updating, you know, if you go to Player Profiler, you got the draft order, you see everything right there, always up to date. You know, the servers have been our site is getting completely smashed. I mean, there are some tools that are a little bit slow to load players, and I understand that, and please bear with us. You know, you can see if we can get to like 2,500 concurrent viewers, that'll be the most concurrent viewers we've ever had. And we're talking about day 3.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really unbelievable. And we had great luck yesterday. I thought great reactions and positive feedback from the mock we did, the impromptu 1-round mock. So we're preparing a 4-round mock now. And so we've got that ready to go.
Let's lay it out. Are we doing it superflex tight end premium, or are we doing it non-superflex or
Superflex tight end premium?
So this is going to be Superflex tight end premium. Absolutely. So yes, Sadiq is going to be, Stowers is going to be moving up and a guy you're going to want.
And we're not going to be and we're not going to be drafting as like our team. It's just going to be drafting on who we think is there. So don't worry about who you picked before, yada yada yada. It's just who's available in that slot that you are. Just pick them, and we'll just keep it moving. Who we think should be taken in that spot.
Let's do it. What, 1, 2, 3, 4?
Yeah.
And if Cody and Maddie come down and join us, and Garrett wants to jump in, we'll pick players on their behalf. And I'm you know, we've got the fantasy draft app up to kind of show the mock draft here. So we'll get that rocking here. So you can see, we'll go full screen with the mock. Now we're going to be super tiny. And I think this is fine. I think they don't need to see us.
They've seen a lot of us
anymore.
No.
They've seen a lot of us already. And so now I think we're on to the 101.
Where's you?
And the 101 will be me. I'll take the honors. And man, I'm going back and forth.
Hand me the mic.
Jeremiah Love.
All right. And so with pick 2, I think this is where it becomes a big decision. I've talked to everybody around here today about, you know, what to do here, whether or not it's an easy Fernando Mendoza pick or whether Carnell Tate comes into consideration. I'm of the opinion that until I hear that Cousins is not going to start for the first 8 games of the year, something like this, I'm going to go with the guy who I know I can count on to hopefully have a 25, 26, 27% target share within a quarterback who's on the upswing right here. I will take Carnell Tate, Tennessee Titans at number 2.
Yeah, and I like that because it almost reminds me of Tetterell McMillan a little bit last year, where we just said, hey, we know this guy's going into a situation where he's just going to command a 25% target share day one. Like that's it makes a lot of sense. At the 103 for me, you go back and forth, and this might be contrarian for me. I've been saying it all weekend. I'll continue to say it. I'm gonna go with Jordan Tyson here for me. I'll take him over Mendoza. It's not really that I don't like Mendoza. I just think I'm shooting for ceiling. I think you can get a lot of quarterbacks that are quarterback 2s, mid quarterback 2s, and that's what I project Mendoza to be. Right? I project him to be a quarterback 2. The truth is, this offense didn't add anybody at wide receiver today. So I mean, they're really throwing to Jack Besh, and outside of Bach Bowers, they're going to probably run the football a ton here. And so to me, I'm going to go with Jordan Tyson, who I really like the situation. I like where he's going. You're going to play indoors in games that'll be high scoring with an offensive-minded coach. And for Fernando Mendoza, I just think the points per game difference between a mid QB2 to a low-end QB2 is not going to be enough to move the needle. And you can get guys like that. You know, you can trade for guys like that. Whereas Jordan Tyson has a chance to be a fringe wide receiver 1 if he hits, because he's extremely talented. So I'll take him here at the 103.
All right. Yeah. I like the Tyson pick. I was actually 50-50 between Tyson and Makai Lemon. And I'll be going with Makai Lemon for the 4th overall pick. I think you can make a case that Lemon should be the first receiver taken in dynasty drafts. I've thought that going in. And look, we're talking about 3 players here. Look, the best drafting organization in the NFL, the Philadelphia Eagles, they traded up. They traded up for Makai Lemon. And we're talking about a guy who's got a player comp of Amon-Ra St. Brown. We're talking about a team that's trading away AJ Brown. That's almost certain, right? So like you're telling me this guy can't step in from day one, a player that led USC in receiving over the last couple seasons, 3 drops in 3 seasons as well. You step into an offense where, hey, they're going to modernize a little bit, right? If they can even get halfway back to how that offense was humming with Kellen Moore calling the plays there, and this could be the AJ Brown replacement and the long-term franchise wide receiver for Philly. To me, it's Makai Lemon. Then I'll figure out tight end, whether it's Sadiq, whether it's Stowers after the fact. So I want to take the most elite receiver left on the board. I'm going Lemon, and I got no doubts about that.
Does anybody want to have a rebuttal, Matt?
Do you? The rebuttal is the pick. I mean, I think that to get through this in a little more timely fashion after round 1, we're going to have to be
more rapid fire.
Yeah, of course.
a little more efficient with the analysis. This one's very easy. Last time I checked in Superflex, quarterback points count the same as wide receiver points. And, if in a 12-team league, 24 quarterbacks start every week, then you have bye weeks. So pretty much for a lot of weeks throughout the season, every starting quarterback is playing. And so that super flex position could either be Lemon or it could be Fernando Mendoza, who is going to every week be projected to score 14 to 20 fantasy points. And so that's how Superflex works. So I just want to make sure I tee this up. The Fernando Mendoza pick, this is Superflex. And I just want the people at home to understand that it will be a very, very, very rare thing that Fernando Mendoza will fall to you at the 105 in Superflex. We're doing it because these people that I'm sharing couches with are insane. But here it is, 105, Fernando Mendoza to the teams that I am running. I am very, very happy. I'm running team 1. I'm running team 5. I have basically the 2 best players in Superflex. I have them both on the teams that I control, and I'm very happy.
To be fair, I thought we were coming back around to me. I thought we were going snake order here.
Will you be running those exact same teams? I'm not sure, man. We're not talking about this like running a team. Like I'm not considering the team that I'm running here. I'm just considering the next best pick, right?
You're running. Are you the next pick or
yes,
is it,
I'm the next pick. Okay. And so I'm not considering this as like me building a team. This is just
Matt, you're running team 6.
Just you know the deal. Matt's just trying to peacock because
you're running team 2, you're running team 6, okay, and you'll be running team 10. Those are the 3 teams you're running.
Fine, whatever. Just take the best player available that you like.
I'm not going to be doing this from a team building perspective because I'm going to be doing this from a perspective.
I would like you to do it from a team building perspective.
Well, there's what you will like, and there's what I will do, and here's what's going to happen. Fernando Mendoza should have gone at pick 2 or pick 3. I mean, that's what should have happened.
Who are you picking? But you took Tate, so you passed on him too.
He should have. Like I have the choice. I have the choice built in here on my sheet for Carnell Tate to, like, you take Jeremiah Love first. With your second pick, you have a choice between Carnell Tate or Fernando Mendoza. I feel like that's the drop dead point.
Yeah, I'm just going to trade for Mendoza
coming up next. I feel like
doesn't start and you get him.
I have a choice here between Jadarian Price from the Seahawks, Casey Concepcion from the Browns, and Kenyon Sadiq in tight end premium from the Jets. And what I'm going with here, dude, there's so few I'm going with Jadarian Price. So few running backs in this deal.
This is unbelievable.
that is where I'm going.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Okay. You're gonna tank your team too, or are you gonna do the right thing?
Here's what I will say is this. There's no my team. I know what you're saying, but I draft best player available no matter what. I don't draft on need. So it really doesn't matter. It's not going to change whether I own team 5, team 7. It doesn't matter. The point is this. Casey Concepcion is the pick for me. Jordarian Price has holes in his profile. We talked about it. I think the ceiling for him is like a mid RB2. I can understand the argument. Look, KC goes to an uncertain situation in the Cleveland Browns, but Tim, I just think actually Denzel Boston makes me feel a little more relieved because it takes some pressure off him to just be the guy. If Denzel Boston sucks, they're both guys that they spent heavy capital on. It's not going to put a ton of pressure. Where if Casey's the only guy, it will. And the truth is, at the end of the day, Casey Concepcion is an extremely talented player. I think he's a better prospect than Jordarian Price. Jordarian Price is just a consolation because he finds himself in a room that's pretty open, but Emmanuel Wilson's still there too. So.
I like getting a wide receiver in round 1 always. Go ahead.
So I guess I made the cardinal sin of not knowing the draft format here because I thought I'd get back-to-back picks with 4 and 5, but apparently that's not the. I was going to take Lemon and Mendoza back-to-back, but it's okay. You know what?
That's a good lesson to be learned, though. That's a good lesson to be learned. You got cute.
I broke the 101 rule for sure, but. Okay, let's assume that I've got other quarterbacks on my roster, right? Or I can pick up Malik Willis, Kyler Murray, etc.
You're stocked at quarterback.
Okay, so there we go.
You've got Malik Willis, you've got Daniel Jones, you've got Geno Smith. You're loaded.
Oh, I got top 5 quarterback Malik Willis. I'm all good with that. Yeah. I'm just gonna go. I mean, tight end premium. I mean, what are we doing here? This late in the draft, I got to go Kenyon Sadiq. I love Eli Stowers. Don't get me wrong, but the premium round 1 draft capital, uber athleticism, such a young age. Give me Sadiq here.
Now it comes to me, and this is where it gets a little tricky. Does it not? Does it not? Does it not get a little bit tricky here?
If you're a ball knower.
I think it gets a little tricky. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna stick to the rankings, player profilers, rookie rankings, and rules of thumb. Just there are certain cardinal rules that you have to follow. One of them is if a wide receiver gets drafted in the first round and he's not a pure gadget play like Tavon Austin or Kadarius Toney, he is a premium player. The team is incentivized to get him touches. And I do think that the Jets are going to throw a lot with Geno Smith.
You like wide receiver 2s on teams. I get it.
And I'm going to go ahead and I don't love Omar Cooper, but this is just the right play. And I'm just going to go chalk here.
Play. It's a safe play.
And I like wide receivers and I like safe picks in the first round.
Yeah, you're a safe guy. I like that.
Okay, so this for me, this is where Nick Singleton comes into play. It's also where I think this is where Ty Simpson comes into play. I think in tight end premium, this is also where Eli Stowers comes into play.
Yeah.
The wide receivers, I think guys like Antonio Williams, Chris Bell, these I know sitting next to you. So I got this guy sitting on to my right. So I know that the guys who I'm high on, you're high on as well. So I'm probably going to get swindled on this. We're at the 110.
Yeah. And by the way, the viewers can see this. I've been queuing up players that I think are the obvious picks. And then when the obvious pick that I think doesn't get picked, then I have to delete it and I have to go to find the other guy.
Oh, okay. Is the obvious pick Nick Singleton?
It's Ty Simpson. Goddamn 2 quarterbacks.
No, I'm just asking. Is the obvious pick Singleton?
No, it's the guy that was drafted in the first round. It's Ty Simpson.
Who's not gonna? Who might not play for 2 years?
Matt, you said yourself the Simpson pick makes you think McVay's retiring.
Who might not play for 2 years?
I mean, and he might not play for McVay when he does play.
It was an awful pick in real football.
Sure.
But when you actually have to be drafting, I am in a ton of super flex leagues now. And by the way, everyone can invite me to your Dynasty League. I'll join it. I'll join it. I may not pay, but I'll join it. And so the email address is podfather@rotowonderworld.com, and I'll join your fantasy league and we'll do a rookie draft and I'll jump in there. and I'm in most of them are super flex, and then if I'm sitting there at the 110, I am hoping Ty Simpson's there.
So let me get this straight with Ty Simpson. No, hold on. I want to make this point. Ty Simpson's probably not going to start this year. So how does his value go up? If he doesn't play this year, unless Stafford retires the following year, Ty Simpson's value goes down from what you paid for him this year. So what's the point?
About a quarter of the quarterbacks every year go down, maybe even a third. Some of them for
you're paying
half
him.
a season.
You're paying for him at a premium to not perform at
Joe
all. And he's
Burrow,
gonna lose value.
Mahomes, he has a ton of contingent value where his value skyrockets during the season if a quarterback that's had multiple collarbone fractures, has back injuries, shoulder injuries.
He just won the MVP.
Neck injuries, and the team is signaling that they're ready to move on in the long run.
McVay and them were on the same page.
I'm not taking Simpson here at this spot, man. It's like, but it's tough because it's like, do I want Denzel Boston? Do I want Antonio Williams? Eli Stowers and tight end premium. Give me Antonio Williams.
Stole your thunder.
This is ridiculous.
Oh boy, I love it.
This mock has become okay.
Do you want it before I?
No, you can. No, feel free to not go Simpson. And now he's going to be, and then so now suddenly, Chris, who looked like he didn't know what he was doing, he's going to look like a genius.
Yeah, I'm taking Eli Stowers. Sorry.
Wow.
I'm going to say it again. I said it before. You are paying a premium for a quarterback who's not going to play this year, whose value is going to go down because he's not playing. That's the facts. What are we talking about?
It's not a fact. That's not how it works.
Is Ty Simpson playing this year?
No, I don't.
There's going to be a new quarterback class that comes in next year with better players that people are going to be high on. No one's going to be like, I want Ty Simpson with no Sean McVay. Who's going to sign up for that?
This is actually, that situation is now one of the lower probability situations for a rookie quarterback to land in 2027. In Superflex and also in tight end premium with a guy like Stowers, there is real insulation where Stowers and Sadiq don't have to produce big. So you're getting this benefit. They don't have to produce big numbers to have their value be stable all year.
Sure.
Right. If a wide receiver does nothing like Ty Felton, 3 catches, his value is going to go down to 0. If a quarterback in Superflex tight end premium is expected to take over, there's no cratering of his value during the season. The expectation is you're going to have a starter next season and one of the best offenses in the league.
That's assuming. So you're of the opinion Matt Stafford 100% retiring after this year.
I think that was the signal. It was the 13th pick overall.
Sean McVay did not seem like he was totally agreeing with that.
And he's on contract for 2 more years,
extension.
right?
He
So
just signed an
like,
extension.
I don't know, man. Like you can take him.
I understand going from a process standpoint. To me, it's like we've been talking about trying to get guys at value, and I think you'll get them at a lower value.
We go to 112, and then after this, we go to lightning round.
Okay.
For the final 4 rounds.
Yeah. Well, I should have had Lemon and Mendoza on the same team, but I've still got a star wide receiver and a round 1 quarterback because I will go Ty Simpson here.
Oh, just to be clear, just so you understand the format, these are separate teams. You have 3 teams. Okay.
Yeah.
You have Lemon.
Okay. Fair.
Okay. You have a team 4
with Sadiq.
You have team 8 and you have team 12. You're running 3 teams.
So I got back-to-back picks here. Correct? We're going snake, right?
No
snake.
Okay, no snake. Okay,
this is
a dynasty rookie draft.
Okay.
There's no snake stuff.
Gotcha. Okay,
typical dynasty rookie draft. And yeah, now at this point, I think I'm ready to pull the lever on a very exciting player. I'm gonna do it. I'm doing it.
So you go Nick Singleton.
Throw Ty Simpson on for me on the last pick.
Yep.
The 101.
Give me it at the
101 is Jeremiah Love. The 201 is Nick Singleton. So team 1 is getting loaded up at running back.
At the 202, give me Denzel Boston.
All right. Well, then for me, I'm taking Chris Bell. at the.
Well, that's not. That goes back to.
No, it's just reversing now. Don't worry about it. Don't
Okay.
think too much about it. So it was Singleton. You took.
I took Boston. You took Chris Bell.
Yeah. Okay.
Dead. We're at dead air.
Okay, all right. So I was just trying to figure out who was on my team here. So which team am I drafting for?
This
here?
is the Makai Lemon team.
The Makai Lemon team. Okay.
You're the Makai Lemon team. You got Makai Lemon.
Okay.
You probably could have gone Mendoza there, but you went Makai Lemon instead, and now there's no quarterback. So go ahead and make a pick. You might maybe you go running back, maybe you go receiver.
Yeah. No, I got it here. I think I'm gonna go. You know what? I'm gonna go Rams tight end. He might be the tight end 5 on the depth chart technically right now. I'm gonna go Max Clare. I had him rated as my 3rd best tight end prospect coming into the draft, considerably higher than Justin Jolly and the rest, as a clear tier 2 between Sadiq and Stowers. This is a team that's going to be running 13 personnel at the highest rate in the league. Obviously, Puka Nacua, Sean McVay, Matthew Stafford, Ty Simpson throwing the ball. I think Max Clare could emerge as a true tight end 1 next to Terrence Ferguson in that system. So compared to the other guys available, I like the upside of Max Clare here.
Dead air. Max Clare just went off the board. This is Pete Nova here speaking.
It wasn't dead air. I said I ran a sound effect.
Oh, okay.
It was the Price is Right loser game show sound effect.
That was definitely the sound effect that needed to happen.
I mean, Max Clare. What are we doing? What are we doing? Wait, does this mean that I'm teed up? Man.
I got Max Clare pick 50.
Wow. Team 1 is loaded at running back. Team 5 gets Fernando Mendoza and now Jonah Coleman. How about that? Yeah, dog.
Give me what I got. Jadarian Price, let me load up with DeJon Stribling right here.
Oh God! Oh boy!
All right, we'll talk about it real quick. Give it a little bit of why
are you going with the swindler?
Because he's a size speed freak that's going to an offensive system where I feel like they wouldn't have taken him with the first pick of the. They had all night to think about it, right?
Yeah.
Like that's the guy that they wanted, and he was somebody that I've been significantly higher on the whole time. I never understood why nobody was talking about Stribling. Like if you watched SEC football, you would understand. Shows up in big games, fast, big. I think yards after catch was like 17th best in all college football last year. So I just. Maybe not this next year, but Stribling over the course of the next 3 years or so. And I look at Dynasty in a 3-year window.
Yeah.
Dude, he's a guy that I want on my team. And like, I'm getting him in the early second round.
Great. We didn't run any sound effects during that at all. There were no sound effects running while you were talking at all. There were no sound effects running. That was perfect. It was just perfect. It was all good. And now this tees me up to get a player.
No, it's not you. It's not you.
Oh,
it's not you.
All right,
Back
we're
it
going.
up, buddy.
I had us go in the wrong direction.
It up.
Great correction. You're up, Pete. But
Skylar,
the problem is you didn't because if the microphone's not near your face, I don't know you're up.
Skylar Bell, Buffalo Bills. We talked about it earlier. One of my favorite prospects, and I think he actually gets a good landing spot. When we talked about it initially, I was kind of uneasy about it, Matt, because it happened in real time. But the more and more we talked about it, the more I think about it, he's got to beat out Khalil Shakir, and DJ Moore is not the youngest guy in the room. So
great.
I like
great.
Skylar Bell.
Chris, you weren't here yesterday, so you don't know who I want. Did you listen to the stream?
I did not.
You did not. So you don't know who I'm going to pick. So now I'm pretty sure I'm going to get my guy. But if you snipe me, I'm going to be very, very upset.
Well, you're trashing my Max Clare pick, round 2 draft capital, and you're bragging about round 5 running back Nicholas Singleton here.
Oh, he's amazing.
So my guy is going to be Ted Hurst.
Oh, fuck! Damn it, he sniped me. Oh, that was a great one.
Like Evans is gone, Godwin is washed, Egbuka's overrated. So all that's left is Jalen McMillan, new Tampa Bay wide receiver for the future, Ted Hurst, tested out outside of this world.
Yes, I know.
I love Hurst.
Yes,
there you
we
go.
love him. And you get the first positive sound effects. Nice job, dude. gets the correct answer.
Slayer was a good pick, by the way. I'm sorry.
I don't think so. No, I don't think. I think everyone was hearing you with perfect clarity, no sound effect interference whatsoever.
All right.
No, yeah, because you're helping me out here because now I need to look at what else might be available, and this is a tricky one. This is I don't really like anyone that's left. This is a very tricky situation, but I like running back in the second, third, and fourth round of Dynasty rookie drafts, and I like running backs that catch passes, and I like running backs with contingent upside if things break their way, and that is Emmett Johnson.
Emmett Johnson. All right. So I will take here. Jonah Coleman's off the board.
Yeah,
I got him.
Yeah.
This is who you got.
On this team, this is an Omar Cooper team. Wait, I didn't.
This is Antonio Williams.
Oh, we got to back that pick out.
I never drafted Omar Cooper.
No, we got to back the pick out. I got to edit the pick.
No, that's not ours.
Oh, okay.
He's on a
I got to edit the pick. Go ahead. Go ahead. It's
yeah, just go ahead.
This is an Antonio.
Matt will fix it. Sorry, viewers.
I don't care the makeup of these teams. I'm just going.
I don't either.
With the best
Yeah, I can't
player
even see my team.
available here,
Don't
and
matter.
for me,
Best available.
the best two available right now are Katron Allen of the Commanders and Zachariah Branch of the Falcons. I think, man, if my back's to the wall and I wanted to do the whole thing about going for the home run instead of going for the double in round 2, give me Zach Branch, dude.
Jesus Christ.
Zachariah Branch. The next
Knew that
Tyreek
was coming.
Hill.
I knew that was coming.
You know, if a guy trains with a guy, that he's that guy.
That's kind of how it works.
If the guy has traits like that guy, he could end up being like that guy.
Or they're not the same guy. They just train together. Pizza.
You're not that guy. All right. I'm gonna kind of go curveball here. I don't really love a lot of the people here. I'm stuck between two guys. I'm gonna go ahead and go with Carson Beck. I don't really love Carson Beck. I actually hate Carson Beck, but he goes to Arizona. Jacoby Brissett's looking for a contract extension. He's up there in age. We know he's not the quarterback of the future, and they actually spent pretty decent draft capital on him. So I'll take Carson Beck.
That is smart. That is great process. I hate Carson Beck. I love the pick.
Thank you, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, running back, tight end, receiver. There's only one round 2 player left on the board that we haven't taken, so I'll just go with Jeremy Bernard. Might not be clean in year 1, but I think the future could be bright for him, assuming new coach, new quarterback, etc. So give me Jeremy.
I like that.
Enjoy the low ceiling. Okay, now I'm up, and man, am I really just gonna pound? Yeah, I'm just gonna. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do something fun. I'm gonna do something kind of fun here. I actually didn't have a chance to give this take, but I was thinking it, but maybe we didn't have the microphones.
We said a lot today. You might have said it, maybe
Cody,
not.
I think Cody
It's been a lot.
and Maddie were live at the time. But this idea that Jawan Johnson is this important piece of the offense in New Orleans, I think is not right.
Well, he has a college connection with Tyler Shuck.
He has a college connection with Tyler Shuck, where he has the pro connection with the offensive coordinator or whatever it is. This is a tweener Y tight end that is very replaceable at the NFL level. He's not super athletic. He's not super dynamic. He hasn't been crazy efficient in the league. It's actually a pretty low bar to supplant him. And in tight end premium, I am going Oscar Delp.
I like that. That's fine.
On a team that already has 2 running backs. I would go running back here if I didn't already have 2 running backs, but because it's tight end premium, and I think this is a premium tight end prospect, I'm going to go Oscar Delp.
I think that's a good pick. I like that.
I can I trade out of this pick? If I could get anything, dude. If I could get honestly, man, anything, I would trade out.
But you can't.
But I can't.
You have 2 receivers.
I'm going here with Mike Washington. I'm going to go ahead and take Ashton Genty's backup, who is probably comes into the league as maybe the highest efficiency yield handcuff. Who is a higher efficiency yield handcuff?
I just gave you a sound effect, but it was a good one. It was the boner one.
Yeah.
Boing.
That's where we're going. Next pick.
Yeah, I'm good with that. I'm going to take Justin Jolly here. Tight end premium. I'm cool with Matt taking Delp. I could see kind of an argument for both sides, but they've been looking for tight end. He's one of my favorite tight ends in this class. He's extremely athletic, and I think he could be the Herald fan in a way. Not that ceiling that fan had hit. That was historic. We can't expect that, but third round tight ends have had a very high hit rate the last few years in rookie drafts, and we know there's not gonna be a lot of hits in this draft. So I'll stick with the trend.
You going tight end too? You gonna go tight end?
I'm not going to go tight end right now.
Okay.
There's only one day 2 running back left on the board. Kyle Shanahan traded up for him. So I'm not a huge fan of the profile, but draft capital and landing spot, and CMC gets banged up, or they just want to use him more in the receiving game, give more early down carries. They're not happy with Isaac Arendo, etc. I'll take a flyer at this point in the draft on Kalen Black, day 2 running back. I think that matters.
This is chaos.
Why did we agree to do this many rounds? Why did we agree?
I said 3, you said 4.
This was a mistake. I think this was a huge mistake.
I'm
going to go with a player that I really like. I was hoping I would be able to use this ripcord later, but I'm having a real hard time finding players that I like in this
Kaytron Allen.
So unfortunately, we have run into an issue where it appears that certain players are not in the database, or is that a misspelling?
Well, it's not really. It's just a sheet that Alex has, not like a database.
I don't think Raritan is in this database.
I could have
Raritan. Good call, Matt. Good call.
I could have misspelled his name.
No, I really don't think. I just.
It's Raridon.
I don't think so.
Can you type in Eli maybe?
I did type in Eli. It's not.
All right, so just put somebody else there. Declared him. And
so we're gonna put some tight end. What's a tight end who's the worst? What's the worst tight end ever?
Who's the guy the Jags took?
Kazmarek. KACMAR. KAC.
This guy's probably not going to be in it either.
MAR.
KAC. None of these guys are in there.
Put in Matthew Hibner.
I don't think anyone's in here.
HIB.
This is
trying to do a comp.
This is why Player Profiler needs to do it. We need to do a mock draft tool because
type in Green. No one's taking Taylor Green. Probably.
Jack injuries will be in there.
Donovan Green.
Okay,
that's fine. No one knows who that is. Just put him in there.
No one's taking Donovan Green.
Okay, Donovan Green is actually who is Donovan Green?
Whoever you said it was.
This is becoming a disaster. Okay, we're unsharing this.
So you're saying that's Eli?
Oh, keep it up. Keep it up.
That is Eli. Well, no, this is very confusing.
This is great content.
I can't let people see this, that we're doing this. I was going to give a shout out to this app that we're using, but now that they don't even have enough players in it, I mean, come on. What a joke.
Okay.
So you took Raritan.
So are we giving up the ghost, or are we going to finish the mock?
No, we're going to finish it. But
finish it, baby.
Finish it. Finish him. We're going to finish
Hell
it.
yeah.
I think a lot of the fringe tight ends did not make it into their database.
Yep.
So
pick,
we'll just have to remember, actually highlight it in here. Highlight Raritan that he's been picked, just so we know he's been picked. Just do something like a line through it. Yeah,
Got it.
exactly. Perfect.
All
Okay,
right.
go ahead.
For the next pick here in Superflex, I will be going with a guy who the most crazy process I've ever seen. Coming out, not so high on him, into the Senior Bowl, got super high on him. Coming into the combine, got a lot more low on him because of the 4.640 time and all the rest. But we're talking about a guy with excellent ball tracking ability, a wide receiver going to the New York Giants, who obviously have the space open for a lot of productivity. Let's go with Malachi Fields here for the New York Giants. That would be my pick.
I like that
in the third round.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I'm not a big fan of him, but I totally understand the process there.
I mean, no one's a big fan of anybody at
No,
this point.
I know.
Draft, right?
I just thought, to be honest, if I was going to take a shot here, I'm going to take the chance on Katron Allen. I was actually kind of surprised. I thought you were going to take him a while ago.
Hold on, wait. Is Katron Allen not off the board?
You were going to take him, but you never did. You took Zachariah Branch over Katron Allen.
Yeah, but you're taking a
Because
round
I had-
3 receiver over a round 6 running back.
Well,
I'm okay
look,
with Fields. there.
let the record show that I would have taken Katron Allen.
Yeah, there was a misstep,
Okay,
but
sorry.
I'm taking Katron Allen, and Matt and you decided not to, so you didn't like him enough. I'm taking him. I'm taking him
I
here,
think that
and that's
Katron
fine.
Allen is just a complete slug.
Yeah,
And I'm happy to take upside tight ends over Katron.
that's
Allen.
fine.
I also thought that he took Katron Allen. And I also whiffed on that. I probably would have taken Katron.
Okay,
Allen
all right.
earlier, even though I hate
So
it.
I got the biggest steal of the draft.
You got the you got a 1 round steal.
Yes.
Yeah, I really wish I had the exact same.
I
the
have-
exact same
I have
thing
it up
happened.
here.
And the thing is, like, he loves Katron Allen, so in my head, he took Katron Allen. add to stage.
Yeah,
We're adding to stage. We're gonna remove. We're gonna remove. I think you all can hear us. We've been streaming for 8 hours, and I hope this is working. I don't know if you can hear us, but we've been mocking without you. We're loving the NFL and fantasy football so much, and these road mics did a great job for us for 8 hours, but apparently they died. And yet we're still live, and we're refusing to. We are not going to turn this off, even if there's no audio. I know the audio quality is shit at this point, but we're going to make it to 8 hours, and we're going to make it through this goddamn mock draft. We're going to get there one way or another. And as everyone that stayed with us, there's still over 2,200 live viewers. We were over 2,500, but a few people dropped because basically there was no audio for an extended period of time. Let's get people caught up on who we've drafted. Does anyone remember who we've even drafted?
Yeah, I got it.
So Pete's gonna rattle it off.
Yeah, so at the 305, it was Eli Raritan. At the 306, it was Malachi Fields. Katron Allen at the 37, that's who I took. Bryce Lance at the 308, and then Chris Brazel at the 309. Does that sound about right?
Okay, that sounds fine.
Yeah. Okay.
So now, Pete, you're up.
Pete is up. I am up, and I hate this rest of the board, but I will go with Seth McGowan. I don't love it, but he's got a chance to be the clear handcuff behind JT, who's had some health issues in the past. And I mean, I'm going to swing for upside. I'll just take the chance on the handcuff there.
Did somebody go Emmett Johnson yet?
Oh, he's gone.
He's gone. Okay.
Long gone. Second round.
There's like 3 Ravens guys I actually really like here. Jacoby Lane is one of them. Adam Randall at the running back position. Elijah Surratt too. I really like him. I'm going to go Adam Randall here. Talking about a project, right? A big guy, but tested super well. Top bench press in the class. Maybe future Derrick Henry in the making if we can get him there a couple years under his belt. Give me Adam Randall, the project, former receiver turn running back.
Okay, I like that.
Did you already take Tanner Koziel?
Koziel's gone.
Okay.
Koziel's gone. Now I'm up.
You're up.
I'm up, and I think I'm just going to go with the guy just because there's just some opportunity there. Everyone in this entire house hates Jordan Mason, so I'm just going to go with a Demond Claiborne. I'm just going Demond. Is it Demond or Desmond?
Demond.
It's Demond. Okay, it's Demond Claiborne. I'm going running back because even though this is a horrific class, it's super shallow. And notice that even though it was shallow, you would think when a class is shallow, there are some players get drafted, they get pushed up regardless. They get overdrafted. There weren't even hardly any running backs overdrafted. They all still fell, even though it was a shallow draft class. This league absolutely outright refused to draft running backs, which tells you everything you need to know about how bad this class was. And yet, in the 3rd and 4th rounds of Dynasty rookie drafts, you got to go running back.
Are we in the 3rd round now or the 4th round?
I think this is the 4th round.
Let's just please put this on.
What pick
speed.
is this? Is this 402?
We got 11 picks left.
This is 402.
Okay,
We're at
thank
402.
God. Hey,
402.
Hey, here's my next pick. We're in the 4th round. Give me Drew Aller. I know that everybody knows that he's not going to. The quarterback from Penn State. Everybody's been waiting for something to happen for him. He goes to Pittsburgh, and there could be a little opening there for something. We've been waiting for an opening for something in the same way for this whole time that he's been a prospect, but all the tools. And
sure.
So let's just go with that in super flex. Well,
pop quiz hot shot. What defenses are better, NFL defenses or Northwestern?
Try and get through this thing. We've been going 8 hours.
Pop quiz hot shot. Northwestern's defense or NFL defenses?
I'll take NFL.
Give me the computer. Hand it over. I got it. All right. I'm sitting here at the 404. I'm going to take Elijah Surratt. I mean, he lasted this long. I know he goes to Baltimore, but I mean, big body receiver, a skill set they don't have.
I'll take the other Ravens receiver, Mr. Jacoby Lane, top red zone receiving threat. Give me him.
Great job, Chris.
What pick is this? Is this the 407?
405.
We're only at the 405. Oh my God. Oh, this is challenging. Wait, Pittsburgh drafted a running back? That's wild. That is wild. We're gonna go running back again because that's what I do, and there is some fringe handcuffy potential for one. The Adam Randall from Baltimore.
Oh, sorry, man.
He's already been gone. So I guess there's only one more running back that was even drafted that hasn't been selected in this mock draft, and his name is Eli.
You took my guy.
We're gonna go Eli Heinrich. Yeah.
I mean, how could you not love a 44% target share for a running back?
I'm in. I drafted him.
Okay, so I'll be up next, and just give me the pure speed of Brennan Thompson from Mississippi State. He goes to the Chargers. The next weapon on the outside for Justin Herbert.
Yeah, this mock draft's so bad. I don't even know if we could post it. But we're getting through it here. I'm gonna take.
We're not posting this.
I'm gonna go ahead and go with Garrett Nussmeier here. I don't love it, but he goes to Kansas City with the Chiefs. There's really not much tight end talent left on the board. I'll take him in case Justin Fields sucks and maybe he gets a long-term backup job with the Chiefs.
Yeah, I'll go another quarterback prospect here, kind of a project with Cole Payton going to Philly. Obviously, Jalen Hurts, future replacement, elite rusher. Cole Payton, I think when you look at him, if they can just get the passing right, is this the organization you want to step into as a future project elite talent? I like Cole Payton here.
That's a good call.
So this is very frustrating. The player that I think is the best player, and that's what I'm going to go with, tight end. And this is more of like a handcuff tight end, but also a play on maybe Cole Kmet leaves. But I liked Sam Roush, athletic, productive. So I'm going to go Sam Roush. Not saying that he's going to be anything, but there's a chance that he could be the guy behind the guy, behind the guy, behind the guy.
Okay, so with my next pick here, I'll go with Caleb Douglas from Texas Tech, who went to Miami. The fact of the matter is the Dolphins took him ahead of Chris Bell that we took in the front.
I should have gone with him.
At pick like 110 of the first.
I forgot he was. Yeah,
so
I forgot.
Obviously, Chris Bell has the injury.
No, that was a good pick. That was a great pick.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm going to go back to Miami. I'm going to go ahead and take Kevin Coleman Jr. We're just banking on one of these guys to hit, and I'll just take the guy that's going to a place that doesn't have much competition. So I'll take Kevin Coleman.
Sam Roush is a mistake.
Did anybody take Deion Burks yet?
No.
A guy who at some point was being considered a possible day 2 pick, going into a good system there. Daniel Jones coming back. I like the explosiveness. We'll see where he fits into the offense. I'll take Deion Burks at this point in the draft.
All right, so I had 2 Miami receivers I could have drafted, and I went with neither because I'm an idiot. That's where you want to go with the target opportunity where it just doesn't matter what the player is. You never know. Remember Jacoby Myers? No one knew who he was. He was undrafted, but there was opportunity there in New England. So I should have gone with a Miami receiver. Any Miami receiver will do, but I went with a tight end that I liked because it's tight end premium, even though the opportunity path in Chicago is about as steep and difficult as it gets.
What about drafting a quarterback that's going to turn into a tight end?
So I'm gonna go
Superflex tight end premium.
I'm gonna go with this is fine. I'm gonna go with Malik Benson. That's another team that has wide open target share. There's very little competition for targets there in Las Vegas. All I saw was LV next to his name, and I'm doing it.
All right. I think it should have been Taylor Green because that's a quarterback in Superflex.
Good.
And it's also a tight end in tight end premium.
Is there anybody? Well, all right. So that's it. That's it, right?
No, there's 2 more.
No, that's it. That was last pick.
No, but it's you guys. You guys are the end of the draft. I start.
Yeah, but there's only 4 of us.
Oh, that was the 501.
Yeah.
We're now in the 5th round.
Matt,
guys,
take it out.
We have had
take it out.
We're into the 5th round.
I'm hungry, man. It's time for dinner.
We made it. We made it to the 8-hour mark. I just want to thank the last person and people to thank are you, the viewers, you, the subscribers of Player Profiler. Thank you for staying with us. I hope you enjoyed it. We enjoyed it. And if you enjoyed it, then we certainly enjoyed you enjoying it.
Make sure to listen back on podcast form tomorrow.
We are not going to post this as a podcast.
Ian Douglas said he's been here for 8 hours, by the way.
Ian Douglas, by the way. So you know what? We'll take anyone that was listening for all the 8 hours. Ian Douglas was the first name offered. Ian, I want to personally thank you for staying with us here. I can promise you that there will be more to come.
Hey, I want to take a moment to thank you for tuning in. It's important to me that all of our media be free. This is only possible because of you allowing a true independent sports media enterprise to thrive unlike any other in the business. So please subscribe to the All In Package to continue to make all of this possible, to ensure that all of our stats, information, data, content is available to you, especially you, the people that get the site and get the show.